A devastating plane crash leaves Han Tao and a stunning female CEO marooned on an unknown island. Civilization crumbles in the wake of the disaster, leaving only the primal laws of survival. Han Tao, an ordinary man, must protect both himself and the once aloof beauty beside him. On this uncharted island, compassion equates to death. He hunts, he battles, and he establishes a fearsome reputation among the tribes. The female CEO transitions from fear to reliance, ultimately succumbing to his raw power. However, deep within the island, ancient totems awaken due to his presence. He will soon discover that the true test lies not in survival, but in mastering the ancient, primal deity's power that stirs within him. Chapter 1. Stranded with a beauty on a deserted island. A flight bound for Australia glided smoothly at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Han Tao found himself glancing furtively at the enchanting beauty seated beside him for what felt like the umpteenth time. Next to him sat a woman whose beauty defied description. Her delicate features, captivating curves, and long, toned legs combined to create an unparalleled allure. Just a faint scent wafting from her presence stirred Han Tao's heart to an involuntary flutter. The beauty seemed to have noticed his unabashed gaze, turning to him with a slight furrow of her brow, her eyes betraying an air of warning. Han Tao's greatest flaw was his timidity under her scrutinizing gaze. He felt his cheeks flush. He awkwardly stammered, "Hello." The woman didn't even spare him a glance. His initial attempt at conversation was met with silence, leaving Han Tao feeling foolish with his hand awkwardly suspended in the air, his embarrassment palpable. At that moment, the plane jolted violently, and Han Tao inadvertently brushed against the woman's thigh. He hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, it was an accident." Her disdainful glare and dismissive snort sent a wave of humiliation coursing through Han Tao. He cursed silently, thinking, what is she so high and mighty about? It was just a fleeting glance, not enough to peel away any of her flesh. Just as the plane had stabilized, it suddenly lurched again, descending rapidly. Panic erupted among the passengers, with fearful voices filling the cabin. What's happening? Are we going down? The plane is losing altitude. Despite the flight attendants' attempts to calm the passengers, the descent did not relent. In fact, it accelerated. The aircraft spiraled out of control, chaos reigning in the cabin as screams echoed. It was over. It seemed they were destined to crash. Han Tao clung to his seat, a wave of despair washing over him as he realized he might leave this world without ever having experienced love. When Han Tao regained consciousness, he found himself washed ashore on a beach. Struggling to his feet, he examined his waterlogged hands, relieved to find he still had feeling. "I'm alive. I'm still here." Overwhelmed with joy, he shouted, then broke into tears. Who would have thought that after the despair of the crash, he would snatch life from the jaws of death? Yet this was not the time for tears. He needed to assess his situation. He began surveying the island around him. Not far from where he stood, he spotted another figure. His heart raced. Could it be another survivor from the crash? Regardless of the circumstances, he rushed over to investigate. As he approached, he gasped, "It's her." The woman lying on the beach was indeed the stunning beauty who had been seated next to him on the plane. Her hair was damp, her clothes clinging to her form, revealing her silhouette. However, Han Tao was devoid of any thoughts of admiration. He needed to ascertain whether she was alive. Placing his hand on her chest, he felt a faint heartbeat. There's still hope. He knelt beside her, carefully rolling her onto his lap and applying pressure to her back, urging the seawater from her lungs. "Wake up. Don't sleep. Please, wake up. Can you hear me?" he shouted as he continued to compress her back. Despite expelling a considerable amount of seawater, the woman showed no signs of awakening. "Please don't die," Han Tao pleaded silently. "I need you here on this island as a companion." He laid her flat on the sand once more. With no other options, he resorted to mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Gazing at her elegant, serene face stirred something deep within him. He leaned down, their lips touching, and felt a jolt of electricity run through him. But now was not the time for such thoughts. He focused on the task at hand, breathing life back into her. Yet, she remained unresponsive, her body growing colder with each passing moment. In a moment of desperation, Han Tao disregarded his reservations, grasped her collar, and delivered a sharp slap to her face. The sound echoed, and her delicate skin flushed a bright red. The reddening indicated there was still hope. Elated, Han Tao continued to slap her face while shouting, "Wake up! Can you hear me? You have family waiting for you. Don't give up." After an unknown number of slaps, her cheeks swollen, the beauty finally stirred. Her fingers twitched, and she groggily opened her eyes. Is it you? To her astonishment, she recognized the man who had been stealing glances at her on the plane. Instinctively, she shielded her upper body with her hands, backing away in fright, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." Han Tao felt a mix of amusement and frustration, realizing she must think him a rogue. "What did you do to me?" she demanded. "I saved you, miss." "Who are you calling, miss?" Han Tao found her indignation amusing. It was evident that all women hold their age in high regard. Just moments ago, she had been on the brink of death, yet the mere mention of miss flushed her cheeks with anger. He retorted, a dog biting El Dong Bin, unable to recognize a benefactor. "You what? If I hadn't saved you, you'd be long gone. Look at you now, if I had ulterior motives, could you have escaped?" Though his words were blunt, they held truth. The woman, not foolish, quickly assessed their situation. They had crashed, and he had rescued her, both now stranded on a deserted island. "Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Han Tao suggested. Reluctantly, she muttered a thank you. Han Tao glanced at her demeanor and decided to disregard her, turning to walk away. "Where are you going?" The beautiful woman's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of detectable panic. Han Tao turned back to look at her, noticing her fear, and chuckled. "Are you frightened?" Who is scared?" The beauty stubbornly denied it. "Then you can stay here alone while I keep my distance, lest you think yourself so lovely that I can't help but think of you." With that, Han Tao turned and left. The woman glared at Han Tao's retreating figure, muttering to herself that she could manage just fine without him. At that moment, the bushes in the nearby woods suddenly stirred. She tensed, fixating on the dense thicket, where something seemed to be moving. Chapter 2. The Approaching Storm. Lin Wanqing's eyes were glued to the swaying bushes. Suddenly, a dark figure burst forth, startling her into retreating towards the water. It was a wild boar, tusks gleaming menacingly as it charged toward her. In a panic, she shouted at Han Tao, "Help me." Han Tao could not stand by idly. He picked up several large stones and rushed toward the boar, shouting while hurling the stones at it. The boar was evidently frightened by this spectacle, turning tail and darting back into the underbrush, quickly disappearing from sight. Han Tao had saved the beauty for the second time. However, this time, he said nothing and simply turned to leave. Lin Wanqing hurriedly chased after him from the water's edge, calling out, "Wait for me." Han Tao glanced back at her, his eyes questioning. I want to go with you." After the recent harrowing experience, Lin Wanqing understood that following Han Tao was the safest option on this perilous island. Han Tao remained non-committal, merely regarding her with an expression that suggested she should know what to say. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Lin Wanqing lowered her head and managed to utter, "Thank you for saving me." "That lacks sincerity," Han Tao remarked before continuing on his way. Lin Wanqing hurried to catch up, her cheeks flushed as she asked, "What would demonstrate sincerity? Isn't it customary to introduce oneself before conversing with someone?" I am Lin Wanqing." Han Tao nodded, indicating she could join him. Lin Wanqing felt a sting of being overlooked, her face reddening as she shouted after Han Tao's back, "I've already told you my name. What about you? What is your name?" "Han Tao," he replied without turning back. Lin Wanqing inwardly scoffed. Seeing Han Tao walk further away, she dared not linger on the beach and quickly followed. After walking for a while, her strength waning, Lin Wanqing finally complained, "Where are we going?" "To find shelter," Han Tao replied, glancing back at her. Lin Wanqing, puzzled, replied, "Shouldn't we be looking for fresh water first? I read that the first thing to do on a deserted island is to find a water source." Han Tao chuckled lightly. "Are you Zhao Kuo or Ma Su?" "What do you mean?" "Both are masters of empty rhetoric." Lin Wanqing realized Han Tao was mocking her, but she was too angry to retort. "Then what do you suggest we do?" she inquired. "Do you see the sky? The clouds are lowering. A storm will be upon us soon. If we don't find shelter now, we will both be in trouble when the storm hits." "What about fresh water?" Lin Wanqing remained unconvinced. "There will be fresh water with the storm, and besides, one can survive a day without water." Lin Wanqing puffed her cheeks and asked, "How do you know so much?" Han Tao grinned proudly. "I have two masters, one named Belgries and the other Ed Stanford. They are both affectionately referred to as Bei Yi and Yi." "You're just boasting. You have foreign masters?" Lin Wanqing expressed her disbelief. Han Tao could easily tell that her wilderness survival skills were rudimentary at best. He thought that having such a knave companion on the island might not be entirely bad. At least he had a beautiful woman to converse with. "Believe it or not, but I am looking for shelter now. You can either wait here or follow me." Han Tao presented her with two options. Without hesitation, Lin Wanqing chose the latter. She did not dare remain alone in the jungle. However, she was utterly exhausted, and, after only a few steps into the thicket, she had to pause to catch her breath. The infuriating part was that Han Tao did not stop to wait for her, wandering about as she struggled to keep up. "What's the matter? Can't keep up?" Han Tao turned back and casually asked. This question nearly sent the fiercely competitive Lin Wanxing over the edge. Refusing to concede easily, she retorted, "I can't keep going." "That's good. Hurry up, I think I see a cave ahead. I'm going to check it out." With that, Han Tao broke into a jog. Lin Wanxing, furious, stomped her feet, muttering, "He only knows how to run off on his own. What if a wild beast appears?" Suddenly, a figure leapt from the nearby bushes, startling her into jumping in place, her heart racing. Upon closer inspection, it was Han Tao. "What are you doing here?" She almost cried. "Didn't you run ahead?" Han Tao handed her a crooked branch, about the length of a person, saying, "Use this as a walking stick, it will make it easier for you." Lin Wanxing was taken aback, a sense of gratitude welling up within her. She accepted the branch, murmuring, "Thank you." With the stick, she found it much easier to traverse the jungle. It also served as a tool to clear her path at times. As the light began to fade, the tide rose, and the sea breeze intensified, causing the trees on the island to rustle ominously. Raindrops began to fall on their faces. Han Tao's expression grew serious. The storm was approaching far more swiftly than he had anticipated. He approached Lin Wanxing, crouched before her, and decisively said, "There's no time left. I will carry you." "Ah." Lin Wanxing's face flushed. "Hurry up," Han Tao urged. With his insistence, Lin Wanxing had no choice but to comply, climbing onto his back. This was her first time being carried by a man, and it felt peculiar. Han Tao, however, gave it little thought as he sprinted with Lin Wanxing on his back. With all his might, he managed to reach the cave beneath a pile of boulders just before the downpour began. He set Lin Wanxing down and pointed to the cave's opening, saying, "You go up first." "Me? Am I going first?" Lin Wanxing hesitated. Quickly, without further ado, Han Tao lifted her by her waist and pushed her up into the cave. At the moment he supported her, Lin Wanxing's face turned crimson, as that was a part of her she had never had touched before. Chapter 3. A long, chilly night. When Lin Wanxing finally managed to climb up, Han Tao hastily followed her to the cave's entrance. Initially, Han Tao had imagined this would be a profound cavern, but upon emerging, he discovered it was merely a pit over a meter deep, likely eroded by the relentless sea winds over the years. The space within was limited, barely accommodating 2 individuals, and the uneven ground made it challenging to find a comfortable spot to sit. Nonetheless, they were fortunate to have found a refuge where they need not fear the wind and rain. You just... Lin Wanxing glared at Han Tao with indignation. Han Tao, bewildered by her anger, pointed at himself, asking, "What did I do?" After a prolonged silence under her fierce gaze, Lin Wanxing relented, deciding it was not worth arguing with him. Han Tao felt exasperated. This woman was truly capricious. However, with a place to shelter from the storm, he chose to remain undisturbed and not to quarrel with her. At that moment, the sound of rain pounding against the cave's entrance filled the air. The downpour was unlike anything Han Tao had ever witnessed. It felt as if someone were pouring buckets of water from the heavens. In the confined space of the cave, the rain's roar drowned out all other sounds. Alongside the torrential rain, the howling wind sent shivers down their spines. Experiencing a tropical storm so intimately for the first time, they felt the fierce winds swirling chaotically, carrying sheets of rain with them. Inside the tiny cave, darkness enveloped them. They curled up, sitting silently, neither daring to speak. Time passed. Perhaps it was already late into the night, when the sound of rain outside gradually diminished. In the dark, Han Tao could hear Lin Wanxing's teeth chattering beside him. "Are you cold?" he inquired. "Not cold," she retorted, gritting her teeth, unwilling to concede defeat before him. Yet the sound of her chattering teeth betrayed her. Han Tao chuckled at her stubbornness. Despite feeling frozen, she refused to admit it. "Let us have a chat," he suggested. "What is there to discuss?" She replied curtly. "Otherwise, it will be too stifling in here," he urged. "Fine, if you don't want to talk, I'll just sleep." Exhausted from the day, Han Tao felt the weight of drowsiness, his eyelids growing heavy. As he lay down, Lin Wanxing suddenly exclaimed, "You touched me." "Such trivial matters," he muttered, shifting aside before dozing off. Not long after, the cave was filled with the sound of Han Tao's snoring. Lin Wanxing was astonished. He had fallen asleep in less than 10 seconds. "Hey, are you asleep?" She called out twice, but received no response. Han Tao was snoring like a log, and the cave was filled only with his rhythmic breathing. Eventually, dawn broke outside. Lin Wanxing awoke with red-rimmed eyes, gazing excitedly at the entrance. It had been a challenging night for her. The howling winds, the drumming rain, the sound of his snoring, and the cramped, uneven space made it far from comfortable. As the light brightened, she could finally see the inside of the cave. Due to the heavy rain the night before, a considerable amount of water had pooled inside. Fortunately, the area where she and Han Tao had taken refuge was elevated and remained dry, while the rest of the cave resembled a small pond. Looking over at Han Tao, still sleeping soundly, she marveled at his ability to slumber in such conditions. Annoyed, she decided to rise and see what awaited her outside. Upon reaching the entrance, she was greeted by a transformed landscape. After enduring the storm, the sea was now serene, and the sky was painted with the hues of dawn, a stark contrast to the previous day's ominous clouds. As the sun began to rise above the horizon, its first rays illuminated the deep blue ocean, creating a dazzling, golden spectacle. As she beheld the sun climbing slowly from the sea, Lin Wanqing found herself entranced by the beauty before her. Reflecting on her life over the past few years, where her days revolved solely between home and work, often sacrificing sleep for projects, she realized how she had lost touch with herself. Now, she had time to breathe, albeit trapped on this deserted island. At least until her rescue, she could temporarily escape the burdens of her demanding job. Suddenly, a growl erupted from her stomach, flushing her cheeks with embarrassment. Having gone without food for an entire day, she felt a strong desire to eat. Thus, she began to descend from the cave, hoping to explore the beach in search of sustenance. However, the rocks were slick with water, and compounded by her sleepless night, she lost her footing and tumbled down. Han Tao, still in a daze from slumber, jolted awake at the sound of her cry. Noticing Lin Wanqing was missing from the cave, he rushed to the entrance and saw her sprawled on the ground. He leaped down to her side. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The determined Lin Wanqing felt embarrassed about her fall and refused his assistance. "Why did you come down here alone?" he asked. "I went to find something to eat," she replied, forcing herself to stand, only to feel a sharp pain in her calf. Looking down, she discovered a cut with blood seeping from it. Han Tao furrowed his brow, his concern intensifying. Even with Lin Wanqing's fair leg before him, he couldn't afford to be distracted. While such an injury might be trivial in the city, on this deserted island, lacking antiseptics, it could easily lead to dire consequences if infected. "This is troubling," he remarked. "Is it really that serious?" "It's just a minor injury. I'm not a delicate flower," she retorted defiantly. "Right now, I'm lacking proper nutrition, and without vitamins and proteins, my immune system will plummet. Even the slightest illness could become a serious issue here." Hearing his words, Lin Wanqing felt a flicker of fear. If it truly was as serious as he suggested, what would she do? Yet, she also suspected Han Tao was exaggerating to frighten her. "It's just a small cut. It can't be that severe. Stay in the cave. I will go find food," he insisted. "Stop underestimating me. I can find food just as well," she countered. Han Tao, baffled by her stubbornness, raised his hands in surrender. "What is the point of this argument?" he asked. Lin Wanqing turned her head, haughtily lifting her chin and huffing. "I want to." "Very well, have it your way." Unable to change her mind, Han Tao acquiesced to her wishes. As for the risk of infection, that was a matter for the microscopic world. No one could predict the outcome, and she would have to fend for herself. With a swift motion, Lin Wanqing tore a strip from her own shirt, using it as a makeshift bandage for her calf. Her once white short-sleeved top transformed into a daring crop top. Han Tao watched in surprise. This practical and decisive side of her was far removed from the image of a sheltered heiress. "Let us go," Lin Wanqing declared, glancing back at the still-dazed Han Tao and leading the way. Seeing her determination, Han Tao felt compelled to keep pace and followed closely behind. They hadn't ventured far when they stumbled upon something intriguing on the beach. Lin Wanqing crouched down, beckoning Han Tao to come over. There were footprints here. Chapter 4. An astonishing discovery in the grass. Hearing Lin Wanqing's call, Han Tao hurried over. Indeed, there was a series of footprints on the beach. However, these did not belong to a human. They resembled those of a wild beast. Could it be a wild boar? Lin Wanqing recalled her encounter with a wild boar yesterday, and unease gripped her heart. Han Tao examined the footprints closely and shook his head, stating that the distinct paw and claw marks indicated they belonged to a carnivorous animal. The mention of a carnivore made Lin Wanqing's heart skip a beat. Han Tao furrowed his brow, noting that the size of the prints suggested the beast was quite large. If that were the case, this island was far more perilous than anticipated. It seemed there was something further ahead. Lin Wanqing followed the footprints and noticed some dark objects scattered on the beach. As they approached, both exchanged a glance filled with astonishment. These appeared to be fragments of clothing. Lin Wanqing crouched down to examine a piece, while Han Tao moved ahead, spotting numerous small black spots on the sand. What were these? Lin Wanqing followed him. It was blood. This discovery heightened Han Tao's caution. The fabric they had found, along with the scattered bloodstains, indicated that a wild animal had attacked a human here. This meant that they were not alone on the island. Someone else had arrived before or after them. Currently, it was clear they had encountered a beast attack, but the number of victims remained unknown. Han Tao gestured for Lin Wanqing to follow him as they continued along the trail of blood into the jungle. After a night of heavy rain, the forest floor was muddy, and with each step, their shoes became caked in dirt. This made the already treacherous path even more slippery, and Lin Wanqing slipped several times. Are you okay? Han Tao turned to look at the determined woman. Gritting her teeth, Lin Wanqing nodded and replied, I'm fine, let us keep going. They walked for nearly 100 meters when suddenly a figure appeared ahead, lying on the ground without any movement. Hurry, let us check it out. Han Tao rushed forward. But as he arrived, fear gripped him, sending chills coursing through his body. He could not help but furrow his brow, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. A strong urge to vomit. Fortunately, he had not eaten since yesterday, so there was little in his stomach to expel, only dry heaving. At that moment, Lin Wanqing caught up. What's wrong? Don't look. Han Tao covered Lin Wanqing's eyes with his hand. Confused, she questioned his intentions. Why are you covering my eyes? Don't look, you will regret it. What's the matter? Hearing the genuine fear in Han Tao's voice, Lin Wanqing suddenly felt frightened. It's a person, but they are already dead. Dead. Realizing she was facing a corpse sent a shiver down Lin Wanqing's spine, causing goosebumps to rise. Han Tao pushed her aside, urging her to turn away and not look. Lin Wanqing anxiously asked, what do we do now? Wait here. I will handle the body. Returning to the corpse, Han Tao glanced at the horrific scene, then closed his eyes and tilted his head back, letting out a deep sigh. The corpse's head had been partially devoured by a beast. One arm was missing, and some of its insides were exposed. Han Tao felt cold sweat trickle down his back. If Lin Wanqing were to see this, she would likely be haunted by nightmares. It was evident that this was a woman, wearing a flight attendant's uniform. The style was familiar. He vaguely remembered the flight attendant on his recent flight, wearing the same attire. It seemed that besides himself and Lin Wanqing, there were indeed other survivors on this island. Unfortunately, this flight attendant had not been fortunate, encountering a beast after arriving on the island. Han Tao, are you done? It won't be quick. I need to take care of the body. Are we really going to dispose of the body? How do we do that? Lin Wanqing stood at a distance, her voice trembling, clearly overwhelmed as it was her first encounter with a corpse. We need to dig a hole and bury her, otherwise, leaving the body here will attract more beasts, and if it starts to decay, it could spread disease. Han Tao was considering many factors. Currently, he and Lin Wanqing had little chance of leaving the island immediately, so the body had to be dealt with. Just the sight of such a terrifying corpse lying in the grass would make it unsettling to live on the island. Do you want to help? Forget it. I worry you won't sleep well tonight. Lin Wanqing hesitated, not wanting to seem helpless. What can I do? Either stay there, or move ahead to see if you can find food. Then I will search for food. Lin Wanqing decided to continue her search. However, before moving forward, her intense curiosity compelled her to glance back at Han Tao. Sometimes, humans behave this way. Knowing they might be scared, they still cannot resist the urge to look. It was likely the same psychology that drew them to horror films. She turned her head to look at Han Tao, and upon catching a glimpse of the corpse, an overwhelming urge to vomit surged through her. With little in her stomach, she expelled a bitter bile. The image lingered in her mind, and closing her eyes made her body tremble uncontrollably. Sigh. Seeing Lin Wanqing's reaction, Han Tao sighed softly. I told you not to look. Yet your curiosity got the better of you, leaving you with a psychological scar. How are you? Are you all right? If not, you should rest here. I'm fine. Lin Wanqing wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and continued forward with a crooked stick. Observing her retreating figure, Han Tao shook his head. This woman was indeed strong-willed. However, it was a good thing. At least she was willing to take action, far better than someone who refused to do anything. Han Tao bowed to the female corpse, expressing his respect for the deceased. Please do not be angry. I will dig a hole to lay you to rest. Thankfully, the soil here was soft and devoid of stones, allowing Han Tao to easily dig a shallow grave with his hands, just enough to fit the corpse. As he prepared to lift the body, he noticed that the remaining hand was tightly clenched around something. Driven by curiosity, he apologized to the corpse and pried open her hand. A button. She was clutching a button. Staring at this button, Han Tao fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 5. The hidden crisis lurking behind. Gazing at the button, it was evident that it did not belong to the flight attendant's uniform. It appeared to have been forcibly torn from a man's shirt. Han Tao's pupils dilated, realizing that there were others on the island besides this flight attendant. Why did she cling so desperately to this button, even in death? In Han Tao's mind, a vivid scene rapidly unfolded. In the darkness, amidst a storm, 2 or more unfortunate souls arrived on this island. Confused and directionless, they ventured toward the heart of the isle, only to be ambushed by wild beasts at the juncture of the beach and the woods. As they fled from the predators, this flight attendant became the sacrificial one. The button was likely torn from her grasp as she desperately held on to her companions in her final moments. Witnessing her tragic fate, Han Tao couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Perhaps this was simply destiny. Suddenly, a grave thought struck Han Tao. The absence of the man's corpse indicated that he, who had abandoned his companions to escape, was still alive. Lin Wanqing had just ventured ahead alone. If she were to encounter that man, it could lead to unforeseen peril. "Sister, forgive me. I will return to bury you shortly." Apologizing to the flight attendant's corpse, Han Tao swiftly pressed onward, silently hoping that Lin Wanqing would remain unharmed. The weather on the island changed abruptly. Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly under a clear blue sky, but now dark clouds gathered ominously. Walking alone in the jungle, Lin Wanqing found it impossible to shake off the haunting images from earlier. Whenever she recalled them, a shiver ran down her spine. She paused to pat her cheeks, reminding herself that the world was devoid of ghosts. Such fears were merely figments of her imagination. This psychological reassurance provided some comfort, much like the warmth of a blanket enveloping her during sleep, shielding her from the world outside. Beneath a grand tree, a cluster of mushrooms emerged following the rain. Elated at the sight, Lin Wanqing hurried over. However, as she crouched to gather the mushrooms, uncertainty gripped her. Wild mushrooms could be perilous. If they were toxic, both she and Han Tao would be in grave danger. After deliberating, she resolved against taking the risk and decided to seek alternative food sources. Just as she stood to leave, she heard rustling in the grass behind her. A surge of fear coursed through her as she nervously turned to face the source of the sound. Yet, all was silent again, and nothing was there. Could there truly be something sinister lurking? Despite being a staunch materialist, Lin Wanqing, being a woman alone in the jungle, felt an innate fear creeping in. Perhaps it would be wiser to return to Han Tao, where safety was assured. However, the thought of retreating and being ridiculed by him for being incapable stirred her stubborn resolve to press forward in search of food. With her walking stick in hand, she ventured further until several towering coconut trees came into view. Overjoyed at the sight, Lin Wanqing, having gone a day and night without sustenance, felt both parched and famished. If she could manage to procure a few coconuts, it would be a fortuitous blessing. Yet, gazing up at the slick trunks, despair washed over her. She couldn't climb trees. Attempting to knock the coconuts down with her stick proved futile, as it was simply too short. While she was focused on acquiring the coconuts, rustling from the grass behind her caught her attention. Instinctively, she turned, raising her stick defensively, and shouted, "What is that?" As she did, the sound in the grass ceased once more. Regardless of what it was, Lin Wanqing sensed danger. She was being watched by something. This deserted island was fraught with peril. She had to return swiftly to Han Tao. As she turned to retrace her steps, a long, dark shadow darted from beneath the coconut tree. A serpent, as thick as an arm, silently coiled around the trunk, ascending rapidly to her eye level. Hissing, the black serpent flicked its tongue, its eyes glinting with malice. Hearing the sound behind her, Lin Wanqing's hair stood on end, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. Turning her stiff neck, she beheld the massive black serpent lunging at her with its gaping maw. At that instant, her mind went blank, and she was rendered immobile. "Be careful," Han Tao's voice rang out from the thicket, followed by a wooden stick hurtling through the air. The stick struck the serpent, disrupting its trajectory and allowing Lin Wanqing to narrowly escape its jaws. "Run," Han Tao urged. The serpent, though momentarily hindered, was undeterred and lunged toward her once more. Just a fraction of a meter away, it landed behind Lin Wanqing, but showed no intention of relinquishing its prey, quickly slithering toward her. Never having experienced such a harrowing scene, Lin Wanqing screamed in terror as she fled. As she faced imminent danger, Han Tao leapt forward, seizing the serpent's head with both hands. The serpent thrashed violently, its nearly 2-meter length coiling around him. Han Tao understood that he could not loosen his grip. To do so would mean certain death. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength in a desperate struggle against the serpent. Lin Wanqing halted, witnessing Han Tao's selfless bravery. Grateful, yet feeling the urgency to act, her gaze fell upon a nearby stone. Hesitating for a moment, she recalled her lifelong fear of snakes. The mere sight of one sent chills through her. However, she realized that if she did not assist, Han Tao would be in danger. With determination, Lin Wanqing resolved to help. picking up the stone and rushing forward. I will help you. Han Tao, engaged in a fierce struggle with the serpent, felt a surge of encouragement upon seeing Lin Wanqing join the fray. After several fierce twists, he managed to pin the serpent down, gripping its neck tightly to prevent it from striking. Smash it! Han Tao shouted. Lin Wanqing closed her eyes, raising the stone and bringing it down upon the serpent's head repeatedly. Though fearsome, the black serpent was restrained by Han Tao and could do nothing but await its fate. In the initial attempts to strike, the formidable black serpent bared its fangs, emitting a hissing roar. After several more blows, its head was battered and bloodied, with brain matter splattering, and soon it was devoid of strength. Witnessing the creature's stillness, Lin Wanqing discarded the stone smeared with serpent blood and, feeling weak, collapsed onto the ground. Despite the serpent's immobility, Han Tao remained vigilant. A single bite from such a creature could be fatal. Is it dead? Lin Wanqing asked, her voice laced with trepidation, gazing at the mangled head of the serpent and then at her blood-stained hands. She realized that this was undoubtedly the most reckless act she had ever committed. Han Tao did not release his grip on the serpent, but instead retrieved the stone, requesting Lin Wanqing to pass him the larger one. With renewed vigor, he struck the serpent's head again and again, pulverizing it until he finally exhaled in relief. Sinking to the ground, he felt utterly exhausted after their prolonged struggle without sustenance. How did you get here? He inquired. I was worried something would happen to you. He candidly replied. Lin Wanqing felt a flicker of emotion at his words, yet she maintained an air of pride, asserting that she would not encounter any peril. Han Tao refrained from arguing, thinking to himself that had he not arrived in time, she would likely have succumbed to the serpent's venom. Lin Wanqing was acutely aware that Han Tao had saved her, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt compelled to contest him. You did save me. But I saved you too, so we are even. Very well, if you say we are even, then we are, Han Tao chuckled to himself, amused by her spirited nature. Her banter provided a much-needed distraction from their desolate existence on the island. He understood that despite her current bravado, when true fear struck, her compliance would be swift. He relished witnessing this proud woman humbled. What are you laughing at? Noticing the hint of mockery in Han Tao's smile, Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed. Oh, it's nothing. I'm simply delighted that we now have something to eat, he replied. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we eat that serpent? Lin Wanqing exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the large black snake. Not the serpent, but you? It is a snake, she protested. And so what? It is a splendid source of protein. Oh, I must remind you, we are on a deserted island, not on vacation. We must find ways to survive. If you refuse to eat this fine meat, how will you sustain yourself? Lin Wanqing found herself speechless in the face of Han Tao's logic. She understood the rationale. Yet her deep-seated fear of snakes rendered the idea of consuming one utterly repugnant. The mere act of striking the creature had required every ounce of her courage. Noting her hesitation, Han Tao chose not to press further. He recognized that persuading Lin Wanqing to accept this grim necessity would take time, and perhaps allowing her to feel hunger would lead her to reconsider. What do you intend to do? I will carry it back. Leaving it here for the beasts would be foolish. Han Tao crouched down to lift the serpent, coiling it around his neck for convenience. The cold, scaly texture sent a shiver down his spine. Despite his own apprehension, he could not afford to waste such a valuable source of sustenance. Lin Wanqing had ceased to voice her objections regarding the snake, realizing its necessity for survival. Suddenly, she recalled the coconut trees they had discovered earlier. What about the coconuts? Should we gather some to take back? Yes, the coconuts. I almost forgot, Han Tao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the thought. He was genuinely parched and longed for the refreshing liquid inside. The two made their way to the cluster of coconut trees. Looking up, Han Tao could not help but exclaim in awe. Each tree towered over 10 meters high, with coconuts nestled at the very top, far beyond reach. I tried earlier, and I couldn't reach them, Lin Wanqing murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Climbing such tall trees was perilous. One misstep could lead to a fall, resulting in grave injury in this remote wilderness. Han Tao stood still, rapidly recalling the survival techniques he had learned from various survival experts. I've got it. You wait here while I climb up. Are you sure you can manage? Lin Wanqing's concern for him was evident for the first time. Han Tao smirked. A man must never declare defeat. With that, he unfastened his shoelaces, wrapping them around the tree trunk and tying them securely. Witnessing this clever method, Lin Wanqing felt a surge of admiration for his ingenuity. Han Tao embraced the trunk and began to ascend, the shoelaces providing him with the necessary security to climb without excessive caution. He soon reached the top, where the coconuts dangled enticingly before him. Step back. I'm going to drop them. Oh, with that warning, the first coconut plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. The hard shell rolled a couple of times before coming to a halt. One by one, he continued to drop coconuts until he had gathered all the ripe ones from the tree. Finally, he slid down the trunk and landed on the ground, where he was met with the sight of Lin Wanqing having piled the coconuts into a small mound. "How many do we have?" he asked. 15, she replied. "That should keep us hydrated for a while." As dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, it became clear that rain was imminent. Han Tao hurriedly led Lin Wanqing to transport the coconuts and serpent back to their cave. Fortunately, their shelter was not too far away. He also collected a length of vine from the forest, crafting a makeshift net to carry the coconuts. After 3 trips, they finally transported all their provisions back. Along with the food, they also gathered numerous branches and dry leaves. As they settled in the cave, the sound of raindrops pattering against the stones at the entrance intensified, signaling the onset of a heavy downpour. "It seems we won't be going out today. Let us stay here," Han Tao remarked, observing the large droplets creating a mist at the cave's mouth. In the confined space of the cave, the two sat quietly, mere inches apart, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. It was then that Lin Wanqing broached the subject of earlier events in the jungle. "How did you know I was in danger?" Chapter 7. Satiated and Revived. Han Tao fixed his gaze on Lin Wanqing, sensing the somber atmosphere in the cave and deciding to lighten the mood with a jest. "It is because we share a telepathic connection." "Uft, who has a telepathic connection with you?" Lin Wanqing's delicate face flushed slightly, followed by an exasperated eye roll. "Be serious." "I am serious. I possess the gift of foresight." "I don't believe you." Lin Wanqing's annoyance was palpable as she turned away, dismissing Han Tao's playful banter. Meanwhile, he contemplated whether or not to disclose the presence of other survivors on the island to her. Currently, the information known to Han Tao indicates that there is at least one male individual across from him, whose level of danger is not to be underestimated. This person would abandon a companion for the sake of survival. His greatest concern lies in how Lin Wanqing will react to the existence of this survivor. In Han Tao's eyes, this individual is an adversary. Unable to predict Lin Wanqing's thoughts, Han Tao resolved to keep this matter to himself. The best-case scenario would be that the individual cannot endure on the island any longer, while the worst-case scenario would be a struggle for survival between the two of them. As Han Tao fell silent, Lin Wanqing picked up a coconut, hoping to open it for some coconut water. She had imagined that opening a coconut would be straightforward, having seen others do it with apparent ease. However, when faced with the round coconut in her hands, she found herself at a loss. Glancing at Han Tao, she noticed he was not paying her any attention. Reluctantly, she decided against asking him for help and began to strike the coconut against a stone she found in the cave. Yet, no matter how hard she struck, she only succeeded in breaking the outer shell, while the hard inner shell remained unscathed. Growing anxious, Lin Wanqing struck harder, only to cry out in pain as she accidentally hit her hand, dropping both the stone and the coconut while clutching her injured hand. Han Tao inquired, "What happened? Did you hurt your hand?" Lin Wanqing, with reddened eyes, glared at him before turning away, retorting that it was none of his business. "Oh, are you angry now? Would you like me to take a look at your hand?" he teased. "No need," she snapped back, behaving like a spoiled young lady. Han Tao chuckled and picked up the coconut and stone she had discarded, resuming his attempts to open the coconut. The sound of him striking the coconut echoed in the small cave. In truth, Han Tao was not adept at opening coconuts either. He simply possessed greater strength and patience. After a series of strikes, he succeeded in creating a crack in the shell. Once a fissure appeared, it became easier to break open, and soon, he managed to pry off a piece of the shell. Instead of drinking from it himself, he cheerfully offered the coconut to Lin Wanqing, saying, "Go ahead, drink up." Surprised, Lin Wanqing had been secretly watching Han Tao as he worked, assuming he was simply preparing a drink for himself. "What is this? Feeling shy? There are only the two of us here. There's no need for formalities," he said, providing her an opportunity to relent. With a huff, Lin Wanqing accepted the coconut, took a sip, and then shot Han Tao a look, acknowledging his gentlemanly gesture. Afterward, she handed the coconut back to him, silently urging him to drink as well. Han Tao, suppressing a chuckle, playfully asked, "What is this? Are you offering me a drink? Are you going to drink or not?" Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Of course I will. After all, it's hard-earned," he replied, taking the coconut and gulping down the sweet, salty liquid. After a day of thirst, the coconut water tasted divine, refreshing him completely. Once he finished one coconut, he opened another for Lin Wanqing. This time, having gained some experience, he managed to open it more easily. Lin Wanqing quickly drained the second coconut, her parched throat demanding relief more than any concern for maintaining a ladle-like image. Following her indulgence, she belched, realizing she had perhaps gotten a bit carried away. Stealing a glance at Han Tao to gauge his reaction, she found he was oblivious, continuing to break coconuts. Would you like a refill? He asked, turning to her. Lin Wanqing nodded shyly. The coconut water was simply too delightful to resist. That'll be $50. I'll remember it for you, he joked. You. She glared at him, torn between annoyance and amusement. All right, you can remember that, she replied. No problem. When we're rescued, you can pay me back then. Should I write you an IOU? No need for an IOU. I trust you, she laughed, her demeanor lightening. Having consumed 2 coconuts each, their strength replenished, Han Tao collected the 4 empty shells and continued to smash them with a stone. What are you planning to do? Lin Wanqing asked. Crack them open. The coconut meat is edible, and the shells can be useful as bowls or pots later, he explained. Lin Wanqing watched him in astonishment, feeling fortunate to have encountered him on this deserted island. Without him, she feared she would have perished. How do you know so much? She asked. As I said, I learned from my master, he replied. You mean the one called Bei Yi and De Yi? Exactly. What did you do before? Just a 996 office worker. Nothing noteworthy, he said, prompting Lin Wanqing's curiosity. And why did you go to Australia? Han Tao couldn't help but vent his frustrations, recounting how he had won the grand prize at the company annual meeting. That wretched 7-day trip to Australia. If I had known it would turn out this way, I would have preferred to take the cash instead. While others celebrated their winnings, he found himself stranded. What about you? What do you do? Lin Wanqing hesitated before answering. It's all right. I was just asking casually. If it's inconvenient to discuss, feel free to skip it, Han Tao reassured her, slightly embarrassed. She chose to heed his advice and refrained from revealing her identity for the time being. After successfully cracking open the remaining coconut shells, Han Tao found a thin stone to extract the coconut meat. The enticing white flesh of the coconut was tantalizing, causing their mouths to water just at the sight. Here, have some, he said, serving Lin Wanqing first before taking some for himself. The coconut meat was soft and slightly sweet under normal circumstances. It might not have been particularly appetizing, but both were famished and found it utterly delicious. After finishing the coconut meat, Han Tao's attention turned to the black snake discarded at the cave entrance. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, it was time to deal with the snake. Chapter 8. Starting a fire is no easy task. Approaching the cave entrance, Han Tao picked up the black snake. Lin Wanqing, seeing him about to go outside, quickly asked, with the rain so heavy, where are you going? I can't handle this here at the entrance. The smell of blood will attract wild beasts, he explained, pointing toward the beach where he intended to clean the snake. The rain is too heavy. Perhaps we should wait until it lightens up, she suggested. Han Tao flashed a bright smile. Are you concerned about me? Lin Wanqing's face flushed as she retorted, Humph, who is worried about you? Teasing the beautiful young woman. Han Tao made his way to the beach with the snake. Lacking a knife, he had to rely on his hands to skin it. Fortunately, the snake was thick, and its skin was quite resilient. With a firm pull, a section of bright red snake meat was revealed. After several attempts, he finally managed to peel the skin off the large black snake. Setting the skin aside, he recognized that it might prove useful later. Upon casting a glance at the serpent's abdomen, Han Tao murmured softly, it appears quite plump. The belly of the snake was adorned with a considerable amount of yellow snake oil, a precious commodity in the wild. Han Tao decided to retain it alongside the snake skin. As for the remaining entrails, he had no intention of consuming them, and he presumed Lin Wanqing would feel the same. However, discarding them would be a waste, so he sought a waterhole by the seaside and disposed of the remnants therein, hoping that as the tide receded, various fish and shellfish might be attracted by the scent. He would return later to inspect the waterhole. After thoroughly cleaning and preparing the sizable serpent, he carried it back to the cave, where Lin Wanqing sat in a daze. Upon witnessing the muscular snake draped around Han Tao's neck, a chill enveloped Lin Wanqing. The skinned serpent appeared even more terrifying than it had in its natural state. She turned her head aside, frowning. Are we really going to eat it? Miss, would I have gone through all this trouble if we weren't? Han Tao retorted, though Lin Wanqing still felt apprehensive. You haven't seen how it looks once it's roasted. I assure you, you'll be eager to partake. Lin Wanqing pouted defiantly, I will not. Han Tao chuckled, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. No one can escape the law of irresistible flavors. Stop resisting. To roast the serpent, fire was essential. The cave contained a pile of branches and dried leaves, yet lacking a means to ignite them made the task daunting. What about the fire? We'll take our time. What else can we do? Han Tao set the snake aside and selected 2 sticks, one thick and one slender. Following the survival techniques he had observed in wilderness videos, he first created a depression on the thicker stick using a stone, then held the thinner stick between his hands, applying it against the indentation and rubbing it vigorously. The cave soon echoed with the sound of wood scraping against wood. Minutes passed as Han Tao tirelessly rubbed his arms, which had grown sore and nearly numb from the exertion. The discomfort was unbearable, and he had no choice but to take a brief respite before resuming. This cycle repeated 4 times, leaving him breathless, yet only a wisp of white smoke emerged, the scent of charred wood wafting through the air, still far from igniting a fire. This won't do. The branches and leaves collected today are too damp after yesterday's rain. This method is futile. Frustrated, Han Tao plopped down on the ground, tossing aside the small stick in his hand. Throughout his attempts to kindle a fire, Lin Wanqing observed quietly, her heart sinking with each failed endeavor. What if I give it a try? She picked up the discarded stick and attempted to replicate Han Tao's actions. However, her strength paled in comparison, and after a few strokes, her arms ached unbearably, compelling her to cease. Reluctantly, she tried twice more, but yielded no results. Sitting beside Han Tao, she was left bewildered. Could this method truly succeed? If the wood were dry, it might work. But what do we do now? Lin Wanqing yearned for a crackling bonfire, hoping to dry her damp clothes and, more importantly, to avoid consuming raw snake meat. Though Han Tao sat in silence, his mind raced with thoughts of alternative fire-starting methods. Suddenly, the idea of igniting a fire using a lithium battery flashed into his mind. Exhilarated, he leaped to his feet. I've got it. Lin Wanqing, puzzled, inquired, what have you got? Brimming with excitement, Han Tao retrieved his water-damaged phone from his pocket, exclaiming, we have a way to create fire. He hastily piled the branches and leaves together, tossed in the phone, and grabbed the stone he had used to crack coconuts, striking the phone with fervor. Lin Wanqing watched in astonishment, utterly bewildered by his actions. Had Han Tao lost his mind? He had no time to explain, focusing intently on smashing the phone until it finally gave way, revealing the black lithium battery within. This battery was the key to igniting a fire. Whether or not it had been submerged, striking or puncturing the battery would cause a short circuit, igniting it. This method was the simplest for novice survivalists, albeit costly, as it could only be used once. With vigorous strikes, the battery began to swell. Moments later, a burnt odor filled the air, followed by thick white smoke billowing from the battery. Lin Wanqing was left speechless, realizing that this method could indeed create fire. The temperature within the battery soared, culminating in a fierce blaze. The white flames erupted over a meter high, startling Han Tao into retreat. The fire from the battery burned with intense heat and lasted long, illuminating the entire cave and filling it with dense, acrid smoke, prompting both to take refuge at the cave's entrance. Before long, the damp branches and leaves were fully ignited. We did it. We succeeded. Han Tao could not contain his joy, bursting into laughter. Lin Wanqing, too, expressed her relief with a jubilant cheer, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment at Han Tao's success in igniting the fire. In their excitement, they shared their first embrace since arriving on the island, celebrating their inaugural achievement in firemaking. Afterward, Han Tao continued to dance with glee, oblivious to the blush that crept onto Lin Wanqing's fair cheeks. Chapter 9. No one can escape the law of irresistible flavors. After numerous tribulations, the two finally succeeded in kindling a fire. With fire came a transformation of the environment. The small cave became warm and bright, starkly contrasting the tempest outside. They settled beside the blaze, experiencing the comforting warmth of the flames, akin to encountering a hot spring amidst a frigid winter landscape. The gentle heat enveloped them, gradually dispelling the chill from their bodies. The damp garments they wore began to emit white steam as they dried beside the fire. Finding it uncomfortable, Han Tao removed his shirt, draping it over his stick to dry, sitting bare-chested by the fire. Why did you take off your shirt? Lin Wanqing felt somewhat embarrassed by Han Tao's actions. He glanced at himself and laughed heartily. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I'm merely seeking comfort. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she retorted, if you dare to do anything, I'll ensure we both perish. Don't be so ruthless. What if you regret it later? Not a chance. Han Tao, in high spirits, was preoccupied with thoughts of how to roast the serpent. He selected a longer stick, coiling the snake around it before positioning it over the fire to roast. To ensure even cooking, he thoughtfully fashioned 2 branches as a support, carefully rotating the stick to heat the snake uniformly, preventing it from burning. Approximately half an hour ago, a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat permeated the cave. The snake was roasted to a golden hue, sizzling and oozing with oil. Its mere sight was enough to provoke a hunger pang, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. Taking a small piece and placing it in his mouth, Han Tao was nearly transported to paradise by the delectable flavor of the snake meat. For someone who had not tasted meat in 2 days, no words could adequately express the exquisite delight of this moment. The snake meat was ready. Han Tao, with a face full of bliss, beckoned Lin Wanqing to join him for a meal. Lin Wanqing gazed at the sizzling snake meat, unable to resist licking her lips. However, the thought of its appearance before cooking made her squeamish, and she found herself lacking the courage to eat it. Embracing her legs, she resolved, forget it. I want to eat it, you go ahead. Are you really not going to eat? Han Tao deliberately held the snake meat closer to her, allowing her to savor its aroma more intimately. How infuriating. Lin Wanqing shot Han Tao a glare, inwardly cursing him. This fellow was clearly doing it on purpose. Humph. She turned her neck defiantly, looking away. Han Tao, with a triumphant grin, thought it a pity that such delicious snake meat would go uneaten. If you want to eat, I shall devour it all. Go ahead and eat, but spare me the unnecessary chatter. Fine, fine, I merely had good intentions. If you choose to dismiss them, so be it. Han Tao promptly began to devour the snake meat with great enthusiasm. The meat was tender and sweet, with a delicate texture reminiscent of fish, yet possessing hints of chicken. One had to be cautious of the snake's bones, which were akin to the fine spines of a large fish. To savor such a roasted snake while ravenously hungry was simply an unparalleled delight. After finishing the snake meat, Han Tao took 2 coconut shells and ventured outside the cave. The rain had lessened, and he announced, I will fetch some water. Lin Wanqing said nothing, but her gaze fell upon the remaining piece of snake meat. Han Tao's earlier munching had whetted her appetite, and if not for her earlier stubbornness, she would have relished a bite long ago. Finally, with Han Tao gone, she gazed at the enticing snake meat and decided to indulge in a covert taste. With the intention of consuming just a small morsel, she tore off a piece and placed it in her mouth. At that moment, Lin Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief at the flavor of the snake meat. Heavens! This is extraordinarily delicious. It was astonishing that such a fearsome creature could yield such a delightful taste. Perhaps she truly was starving. Feeling both embarrassed and pleased, she tore off another piece and savored it. Just as she was enjoying her clandestine feast, she suddenly realized that Han Tao had quietly returned to the cave entrance. Wearing a smug smile, Lin Wanqing, caught in the act, resembled a hamster discovered with its cheeks full of food, frozen in a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. Unsure how to react to Han Tao's amused expression. Ha ha ha. Han Tao laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him, fuming. How does it taste? You did this on purpose. If I hadn't made an excuse to leave, you wouldn't have dared to touch it. But now, after tasting it, do you not find it delectable? Even though I want to refute you, the meat is simply too delicious. Lin Wanqing finally nodded in agreement. Han Tao grinned. No worries, if you enjoy it, then eat. Did you think I saved so much just for show? I intended to see if you would be shy about trying it. Lin Wanqing huffed. Should I be thanking you then? Thanking is unnecessary. We are both in the same boat. Helping one another is only natural. Do not become infatuated with me. I am off to fetch water. With that, Han Tao headed outside. Lin Wanqing stared blankly at the cave entrance, feeling a mix of gratitude and annoyance towards Han Tao. Outside the cave lay a rocky beach, strewn with various stones in disarray. This had its advantages, as rain would gather fresh water in the depressions left by the stones. With 2 heavy downpours over the past 2 days, there was little need to worry about fresh water. Han Tao returned to the cave with 2 filled coconut shells. Inside, the fire crackled warmly, contrasting with the chill outside. The method for boiling water was simple. He placed the coconut shells over the fire. Since they contained water, the shells would not catch fire, and before long, the rainwater would reach a boil. After retrieving the boiling water, he turned to Lin Wanqing and inquired, How is your leg? Should we clean the wound? Lin Wanqing nodded and began to untie the bandage wrapped around her calf. When she removed the bandage, it stuck to the wound, causing her to wince in pain. It appeared slightly red and swollen. Is it infected? I cannot say, but it is best to treat it. A simple cleaning may aid in recovery. Han Tao first poured a bowl of hot water into a coconut shell for Lin Wanqing, encouraging her to sip it slowly. Once the remaining hot water cooled, he would use it to clean her wound. How should we do this? Lin Wanqing asked, looking at Han Tao. Extend your leg. I will pour the water. Okay. As Han Tao gazed at Lin Wanqing's long, slender legs beneath her short skirt, his heart skipped a beat, marveling at their beauty. As if sculpted. Noticing Han Tao's momentary distraction, Lin Wanqing felt a flicker of annoyance and gently urged, Hurry up. Snapping back to reality, Han Tao began to pour water over her wound. As Lin Wanqing rested her chin on her hand, watching Han Tao diligently clean her injury, she suddenly found him less disagreeable than before. He appeared quite handsome when focused. All done, but be careful. It's best to stay here and not move around. Han Tao signaled it was finished, allowing Lin Wanqing to retract her leg. He then picked up the soiled bandage and headed outside again. Where are you going? Lin Wanqing asked hurriedly. This bandage is dirty. I will wash it. Once dried, it can still be used. Watching Han Tao's retreating figure, Lin Wanqing felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Was this what it felt like to be cared for? Chapter 10. The malicious survivor outside. The rain had ceased, and tranquility returned. Han Tao found a water hole and scrubbed the bandage clean. Afterward, he gazed back at the cave where they sought refuge. Approximately 300 to 500 meters away, where the yellow glow of the fire flickered at the entrance. With this thought, Han Tao's expression turned serious. It was afternoon, and by evening, the light at the entrance would likely be more conspicuous. If that escaped individual noticed the glow, he would surely follow the trail to their location. Under the current circumstances, the best course of action was to prevent that person from discovering their hideout. Thus, Han Tao tucked the bandage away and turned towards the jungle. He needed to gather palm leaves to cover the cave entrance, ensuring that the light would not seep out at night. Once again in the jungle, Han Tao began searching for appropriately sized leaves. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered back to the spot where he had buried the flight attendant earlier. Upon seeing the rudimentary grave he had dug for the flight attendant, adorned with several stones serving as makeshift tombstones, Han Tao felt an inexplicable wave of sorrow wash over him. A person, so full of life, had simply vanished. As he pondered this, he suddenly heard rustling sounds emanating from the nearby woods. Regardless of whether it was a beast or a human, Han Tao resolved to conceal himself. Behind him stood a tree, robust enough for two to embrace, and he swiftly climbed its trunk. Before long, two men appeared in the vicinity, hidden among the branches. Han Tao's heart raced, his brow furrowing in concern. The arrival of these two men indicated that his earlier assumptions had been overly optimistic. If there had been only one man, he might have contemplated confronting him, but with two adversaries present, Han Tao was not foolish enough to believe he could vanquish them both. As the two men paused to converse, Han Tao crouched behind a branch, straining to listen. Where is she? Why hasn't she shown up? Inquired one man, clad in a white shirt that had become a patchwork of stains due to their time on the deserted island. The other, dressed in a tank top, speculated. What if that creature carried her away? The first man dismissed the notion, asserting, that's impossible. Even if it did, there should be some trace left nearby. The second man conceded, true, there's nothing around. It's strange how she could just disappear. They scoured the area, returning to the base of the tree. The man in the tank top rubbed his forehead, mumbling, could she still be alive? Perhaps that thing didn't kill her. The man in the white shirt frowned, stroking his chin in contemplation. No, we saw the beast bring her down yesterday. Do you really think someone could survive an attack like that? The tank top man, seemingly not the sharpest, slapped his forehead in confusion. Where could she have gone? The man in the white shirt's gaze fell upon the very spot where the flight attendant had been buried. Han Tao's heart sank. He realized the man had discovered the grave. The man commanded the tank top man, go over there and dig it up. Why should I dig? The tank top man protested. Just do it quickly. The tank top man, obedient to the white shirt man, rushed over and began to excavate. In mere moments, he unearthed something and, upon seeing it, fell back in shock. Oh my God, it's a hand. A human hand. The man in the white shirt approached, recognizing the uniform from the wrist of the hand as belonging to the flight attendant. The fingers were splayed open, and its contents were missing. Instinctively, he touched the area of his cuff where a button had fallen off, a sinister gleam flickering in his eyes. Haha, he chuckled darkly. It seems there are more people on this island. The tank top man, initially excited by the revelation, asked, are there other survivors like us? The man in the white shirt's expression hardened. What are you so happy about? Whether these individuals are fellow survivors or natives, they pose a threat to us. The tank top man appeared bewildered, scratching his head, struggling to understand why this was a threat, as he believed that more people meant greater strength. We're leaving, the man in the white shirt declared. Where to? The tank top man inquired. To look for our neighbors on this island, he replied. The tank top man, now standing, followed closely behind. What shall we do upon finding them? The man, referred to as Ping Xiao by the tank top man, made a gesture across his throat. First, we'll see if they wish to join us. If not, well, you know what must be done. The tank top man stood frozen, his mind racing with turmoil. Just yesterday, he had been with Ping Xiao and the flight attendant, but after the beast's attack, everything had changed. Had Ping Xiao truly become so ruthless, indifferent to the death of another? Why are you still standing there? Ping Xiao snapped, casting an impatient glance at the tank top man. He quickly followed after him. Once the two had departed, Han Tao descended from the tree, filling in the disturbed earth where the grave had been unearthed. He then hurried towards the cave. Those two scoundrels had revealed their true nature in their conversation. Han Tao could now confirm that the man in the white shirt was responsible for the flight attendant's demise. Moreover, the man harbored malicious intent. Upon learning of other survivors on the island, his thoughts turned to how to eliminate them. Han Tao's heart raced as he thought of Lin Wanqing, who remained alone in the cave. If they discovered her hiding place, it would spell danger. To avoid detection, Han Tao chose a different path from the two men. This route was longer, requiring more time to return. Upon arriving breathless at the cave, he found it empty. Lin Wanqing was nowhere to be seen. Lin Wanqing? Lin Wanqing. He called out, but silence lingered in response. Panic gripped his heart. What if those two had arrived first and abducted her? Amidst his rising anxiety, he managed to retain a semblance of composure. He resolved to enter the cave to search for clues of her whereabouts. Inside, the fire still burned, and everything appeared normal, without signs of struggle. Had she not been taken? Where could Lin Wanqing have gone? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, leaving him astonished at how deeply he cared for her. Chapter 11. The truth cannot be hidden any longer. I'm back, came Lin Wanqing's voice from behind him. Han Tao felt a surge of relief, quickly striding to the cave entrance to pull her up. Startled by his sudden anger, Lin Wanqing gazed at him in surprise. What's wrong? Without uttering a word, he dragged her into the cave. Who told you to go out? He reprimanded her sharply, without any preamble. Lin Wanqing, having been chastised before, felt a wave of indignation rise within her, clenching 2 seashells she had gathered from the beach. Why are you being so fierce? She retorted, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. Han Tao, oblivious to her emotional turmoil, continued to scold her. Didn't I tell you to stay in the cave and not go anywhere? Why can't I go out? I have the freedom to do so, she argued defiantly. While you're here, you must listen to me. In a fit of anger, Lin Wanqing threw the seashells to the ground. These were meant to be a gesture of sharing, yet she returned to find herself met with an outburst instead. Overcome by her emotions, she curled up on the floor, burying her face in her knees. Though no tears fell, her shoulders trembled with silent sobs. This was the first time Han Tao had made her cry, and in that moment, he realized he had gone too far. Sitting beside Lin Wanqing, Han Tao offered his apologies, expressing regret for his earlier emotional outburst. Lin Wanqing appeared to be oblivious to his words, keeping her head down and ignoring him. I was merely concerned for your well-being. At this moment, Lin Wanqing lifted her head, revealing her reddened eyes and the remnants of tears on her face. It was evident that she was both furious and deeply hurt. Who asked for your concern? So, it's permissible to unleash your anger on me without reason? She retorted. I do not require your apologies. Observing the pitiable woman before him, Han Tao felt a pang of guilt. He realized that his earlier reaction had been unnecessary, but at that moment, he had been overwhelmed with anxiety regarding those two men. If you feel wronged and wish to hit me, go ahead, he said, extending his arm toward Lin Wanqing in a gesture of submission. Lin Wanqing turned her head away, snorting dismissively, silently vowing not to forgive him so easily. Recognizing that Lin Wanqing was still upset, Han Tao decided to let her emotions settle before continuing. He stood up and began to cover the cave entrance with leaves. Initially, Lin Wanqing merely observed his actions with curiosity, but her pride prevented her from inquiring about his intentions due to their earlier conflict. It was not until Han Tao nearly obstructed the entire entrance that she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "What are you doing?" "We need to hide," he replied. Upon hearing his response, Han Tao felt relieved, realizing that Lin Wanqing had calmed down. He approached her once more, offering his palm again. Lin Wanqing huffed in a haughty manner. "What for? Do you think I would forgive you just because I hit you? You are tough-skinned. I would only hurt my hand." "No, look at this," he urged, indicating the object in his hand. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed, embarrassment washing over her as she realized that Han Tao was not merely there to apologize. She stared at the button in his palm for a long moment, puzzled. "It's just a button. What's the significance?" Originally, Han Tao had no intention of disclosing this information to Lin Wanqing. However, the circumstances had changed, and he understood the potential danger they faced. If he did not inform her, she might recklessly venture out again, risking her safety. "I found this button in the palm of the flight attendant's corpse." Upon hearing about the corpse, Lin Wanqing instinctively recoiled in fear. "Why would you pick up something from a dead person? Take a closer look. This button likely belonged to a shirt," Han Tao insisted. Lin Wanqing complied, examining the button intently. After a moment, she remarked, "It looks like a button from a man's dress shirt. Have you noticed the implication?" Han Tao prompted her. The deceased flight attendant was clutching a button from a man's shirt. Does that suggest she was murdered? Lin Wanqing's expression turned tense, realizing that others had accompanied her to the island, and the person responsible for the flight attendant's death could be among them. "You're close to the mark," Han Tao confirmed. "What do you mean by close?" She pressed. "Aside from the fact that the flight attendant was not murdered, everything else aligns." He shifted his tone. Although she was not killed by that man, her demise was indeed a consequence of his actions. Lin Wanqing's complexion paled. What exactly happened? Han Tao explained, last night. 3 survivors from our flight arrived on the island. 2 men and 1 woman, the latter being the flight attendant. After they landed, they were attacked by wild beasts on the island. In their panic, they fled deeper into the island, where the 2 men chose to abandon the flight attendant, using her as bait to escape. Lin Wanqing found it hard to comprehend, unable to fathom the actions of the 2 men who had forsaken their companion. She gazed at Han Tao, feeling incredulous. His recounting of events felt eerily vivid, as if he had witnessed them himself. How do you know all this? I overheard their conversation while gathering leaves in the jungle, he explained. Lin Wanqing felt a chill run down her spine. I was hiding in a tree, and they were so focused on locating the flight attendant's body that they did not notice me. Do they know we are on the island? Lin Wanqing asked, forcing herself to remain composed as she began to analyze the situation. If they had discovered the flight attendant's body, they would undoubtedly conclude that other people were present. Han Tao nodded. I heard them discussing the need to find us. I was worried about you being alone in the cave, so I hurried back. At that moment, Lin Wanqing comprehended Han Tao's earlier outburst. It stemmed from his concern for her safety. A sense of relief washed over her, though traces of irritation lingered. So you were afraid for my safety? Is that even a question? Lin Wanqing felt a sense of pride at his answer, but Han Tao's next remark shattered the moment. If they capture you, I would be in dire straits. Why would you be in trouble? Lin Wanqing retorted, her previous satisfaction quickly dissipating. If they use you to threaten me, I would be finished. You, she exclaimed, her irritation flaring once more. I am not your burden. With gritted teeth, Lin Wanqing scolded Han Tao for his lack of sensitivity. Chapter 12. Discovering the enemy's lair. Have you uncovered anything? Nothing. The two were discussing the 2 survivors when suddenly they heard the voices of the 2 men shouting outside the cave. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened in fear as she stared at Han Tao. What do we do now? It would be disingenuous to say that Han Tao was unperturbed. He was alone against 2 men, and Lin Wanqing's fighting capability was negligible. If a confrontation were to arise, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Don't worry, we'll hide here. They won't find us easily. Okay. Out of fear, Lin Wanqing instinctively moved closer to Han Tao, reducing the distance between them from 20 centimeters to 10. Should we extinguish the fire? Absolutely not. If we put out the fire, smoke will escape, and they will certainly notice. Lin Wanqing struggled to accept the gravity of their situation. Must it really come to this life and death struggle? This was precisely why Han Tao had initially refrained from disclosing the truth to Lin Wanqing. On this deserted island, there were no laws, no government, and no police or courts. Everything was in a primal, chaotic state where human malice could run rampant. Just like Ping Xiao, in a civilized society, he would never have committed such acts, as he would be constrained by societal norms. Yet on this island, he had already taken a life, and he was unconcerned about taking more. In fact, for him, eliminating anyone aware of his crimes would facilitate his own absolution once rescued. As the dead could no longer speak, to impart a lesson to the beautiful woman beside him, Han Tao altered his gaze. As Lin Wanqing continued to gaze, an unsettling chill crept over her, for she discerned something terrifying in Han Tao's eyes, a primal desire that seemed to yearn to shatter, possess, and ravage her. What do you intend to do? Lin Wanqing stammered, her voice quivering, instinctively retreating a step, apprehensive that Han Tao might suddenly lunge at her. Within this fleeting minute, the atmosphere in the cave had undergone a palpable transformation. Noticing Lin Wanqing's palpable fear, a deep-seated terror, Han Tao altered his gaze, reverting to his usual demeanor. Did you sense anything different just now? He inquired. Your demeanor frightens me. Lin Wanqing candidly expressed her feelings. Han Tao replied. Do not forget that opposite you are 2 men with normal desires. You are the sole woman on this island, and your beauty and figure are unmatched. What do you think would stir within them upon laying eyes on you? Furthermore, that man is cold-blooded enough to betray his own for survival. How do you think he would react upon discovering us? Lin Wanqing found herself at a loss for words in response to Han Tao's assertions. In that moment, she finally succumbed to the gravity of their situation. Previously, she had harbored some hope for peaceful coexistence. However, it now appeared that on this desolate island, facing such ruthless adversaries, the notion of harmony was merely a delusion of the weak. What shall we do now? She queried. Your leg is injured, making confrontation impossible. You must remain here until you heal. And you? She asked. I must follow them, locate their camp, and ascertain their current situation. Lin Wanqing shook her head. No, it is far too dangerous for you to go alone. Han Tao confidently asserted, when I spotted the 2 of them in the jungle. They appeared to have gone a long time without food. Their steps were unsteady. Even if they detect me, They will not be able to catch me. Lin Wanqing wished to argue that it was still too perilous, for if an accident occurred and he fell into their hands, the consequences would be dire. Yet Han Tao had already risen, moving to the cave entrance to listen for sounds from outside. After a lengthy wait, it seemed the two men had fallen silent. "Are you truly going?" he asked. "Hide well here and await my return." Before departing, Han Tao contemplated for a moment, then handed Lin Wanqing a stick. "Take this. If anyone enters, strike them down before they can move." Lin Wanqing, though bewildered, acquiesced. After issuing his instructions, Han Tao parted the leaves at the cave entrance and peered towards the beach, finding no trace of the two men. He then made his way to the beach, following the footprints left behind by the pair. Noting that they were heading into the jungle, Han Tao surmised that their camp must lie within the forest. He proceeded cautiously, maintaining a safe distance to avoid alarming them. He first traversed a grove of coconut trees, followed by a thicket, and ultimately discovered the two men beside a small creek. Spotting the flowing water, Han Tao's spirits soared. With a source of fresh water, survival on this island would not pose a problem. However, currently, the creek was claimed by the two men. To reclaim the water source, a confrontation would be inevitable. Their so-called camp consisted of a pit in the ground, with a few stones serving as makeshift tables and benches, nothing more. The man named Ping was panting as he sat on a stone, several empty coconuts discarded at his feet. The other man, clad in a tank top, lay languidly on a stone, weakly grumbling. "Damn it, we've searched everywhere and found no one. Do you think they are hiding from us on purpose?" Ping's face darkened, and he remained silent. The tank top man continued. "Could it be they've discovered our presence?" Ping instinctively touched the area of his sleeve where a button had been torn off. As long as their adversaries were not entirely foolish, they should be able to deduce their situation. His greatest concern was that he and the tank top man lacked the skills necessary for survival in the wilderness. If they did not swiftly locate their counterparts and bring them into work for them, they would likely not last long. "Find a way to procure some food," Ping commanded the tank top man. "I'm so hungry that my stomach is touching my back. I can barely muster the strength to walk." "How do you expect me to find food?" the tank top man complained. Ping glared at him fiercely. "Do you want me to go instead?" The tank top man appeared to regard Ping with a measure of trepidation. Despite his reluctance, he reluctantly rose from the stone, dusted himself off, and set off in search of food. Han Tao mused that this was an opportune moment. With the two men separated, he could take one down first, leaving the other, Ping, as no significant threat. The tank top man ventured deeper into the island's dense foliage, muttering to himself, "I'm just trying to find food for my son. Forget it, forget it." Following closely behind, Han Tao noted the tank top man's self-deprecating remarks, realizing that Ping's status was likely not trivial, and that the tank top man must have known him prior, as he would not be so obedient on this isolated island otherwise. Chapter 13. The green eyes behind the tank top man left the camp alone, wielding a stick meant for driving away snakes, idly swatting at the grass as he advanced. Perhaps due to prolonged hunger, his body had grown weak, and soon his movements became mere gestures, striking the grass without purpose. Unlike him, Han Tao had feasted well and was now invigorated. He shadowed the tank top man until they were roughly several hundred meters from the camp. The tank top man cleared a small area and leaned against a tree trunk, panting heavily while cursing Ping. "Damn it, why must I search for food? Why doesn't he come himself? If I find something to eat, I'll consume it all. What do I need to share with you? Just wait there for your fate." While he struggled to catch his breath and continued his tirade, Han Tao stealthily maneuvered behind a tree, contemplating how to launch a surprise attack. Suddenly, the tank top man stood up, startling Han Tao, who feared he had been discovered. However, he merely leaned on his stick and walked towards another large tree. Uncertain of the man's intentions, Han Tao remained motionless, continuing to observe. Upon reaching the base of another tree, the tank top man squatted down, staring blankly at a patch of white mushrooms. Han Tao thought to himself that this man had likely lost his senses from hunger. In the wild, mushrooms could be perilous, and without knowledge of their toxicity, consuming them could lead to dire consequences. After a long hesitation, driven by hunger, the tank top man could no longer restrain himself. He suddenly reached for a handful of mushrooms and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing voraciously. Just then, a sudden blow struck the back of his head, causing him to grimace in pain. He turned to see a man grinning at him, brandishing a wooden stick. What the hell? Han Tao had not anticipated this turn of events. He had struck with considerable force, yet the man had not been rendered unconscious. As the tank top man staggered, attempting to rise and retaliate, Han Tao seized the initiative, delivering 2 swift blows. And the tank top man finally rolled his eyes back and collapsed. For the first time, found himself striking another person, rendering them unconscious, which left him with a lingering sense of trepidation. However, in such dire circumstances, he understood that he could not afford to show mercy to his adversary, lest he himself suffer the consequences. Seizing the opportunity while the man in the vest lay incapacitated, hastily procured some vines to bind him to a tree. As the sun approached the horizon, the forest was shrouded in darkness, and the man in the vest gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing before him, his first instinct was to plead for mercy. "Brother, we have no grievances between us. Please let me go. I will do whatever you ask, as long as you spare my life." The man was acutely aware of his predicament, having once entertained similar thoughts. Had their positions been reversed, he would not have shown the same leniency. Fixed his gaze intently upon him, tapping the wooden stick he held as he demanded the truth. "If you wish to live, speak plainly." The man nodded vigorously. "I will tell you everything, brother. My name is—" "What do you do?" "I am a thug." Was rather taken aback. This individual was surprisingly cooperative, as most would at least attempt to obfuscate the truth. "Who was with you?" "His name is—" "I heard you call him." "What does he do?" "His family wields considerable power and he is a wealthy heir." "Did you know each other before arriving on the island?" Adopted a pitiful expression. "I am his subordinate. He funds a group of us, and I am responsible for handling matters for him. I have never committed any heinous acts, merely assisted him in intimidating others. Please spare my life, and I will serve you faithfully." "Were you both on that plane?" "Yes." Mentioned he was tired of staying in the country and wanted to travel to Australia, so he brought me along. Then, the plane crashed. "Please, let me go." Weighed the wooden stick in his hand and threatened, "Releasing you is not out of the question, but you must tell me the whole story about that flight attendant. If you utter a single lie, I will make you regret it." "I will speak the truth." That night, the flight attendant and I were washed ashore by the sea. The storm was fierce, and we sought refuge in the woods, but we encountered those monsters. "Monsters?" "Yes, actual monsters." Furrowed his brow. Could there truly be monsters on this island? It seemed absurd. What kind of place was this? What did these monsters look like? They resembled wolves, but were not quite wolves. In the woods, there were a multitude of glowing green eyes fixated on us, and then a large shadow lunged forward, making a dreadful noise. Recalled the frightening encounter, it emitted a chilling call, distinct from any wolf or dog. Its head resembled that of a wolf, but was much shorter. Akin to a hyena, though not quite a hyena. I cannot quite describe it. Are there really such creatures? Indeed, and they are exceptionally ferocious, relentlessly pursuing us. So, the flight attendant was killed by, correct? S eyes flickered with fear as he looked at. "You are afraid to admit that we'll retaliate against you, aren't you?" Replied anxiously, "Brother, you have no idea how powerful the family is in. If I say that the flight attendant was killed by, he will ensure my demise once I return. If you do not speak, I will kill you right now." Yes, it was he who killed her. Had initially believed this man to be resilient, but at the mere threat of raising the stick, he had already confessed. The stark contrast in his reactions nearly amused. "What? Are you no longer afraid of him killing you?" Let out a resigned sigh. Given the uncertainty of returning from this island, he figured that surviving another day was a victory in itself. Continue. To distract the monsters, push the flight attendant to the ground, using her as bait to lure the creatures away, allowing us to escape. And now, what does he plan to do with me? Was careful with his wording, emphasizing me rather than us, ensuring that remained undisclosed, leading the other to believe he was alone on the island. "Speak." Seeing hesitate, S expression turned menacing. He intends to capture the other people on the island, enslaving them for his purposes, and anyone who disobeys will be executed. Cast a furtive glance at, noting his displeasure, and quickly distanced himself from the incriminating words. "Brother, that is what's said. I did not say it. The innocent should not be punished for the guilty. Please, spare me." Would not be so foolish as to release at this juncture. Should he attempt to retaliate, it would only complicate matters for himself. "Stay here." With that, he turned to leave. In that instant, a cold sweat broke out along his spine. Unbeknownst to him, a line of glowing green eyes had emerged from the woods behind him. Chapter 14. Your last chance. Behind him, approximately 7 or 8 pairs of glowing green eyes were fixated on him. Shivered involuntarily, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. What were these creatures that had silently appeared behind him? Bound to the tree, was already screaming. "These are the very things we encountered that night." Dared not move recklessly. He turned to face the glowing eyes. In the darkness, their forms remained obscured, but the eerie pairs of eyes were all too visible. The creatures emitted a chilling sound that sent shivers down spine. He had never heard an animal make such a noise, and he gradually began to believe claims that these were indeed the monsters of the island. As the clouds above parted, the moonlight illuminated the scene. The 7 creatures emerged from the underbrush. From the front, they bore a resemblance to wolves, but lacked the elongated snouts typical of their kind. Their upper bodies were robust, with clearly defined muscles in their forelimbs, while their hindquarters appeared disproportionately short, somewhat akin to the physique of an African hyena. Their fur was a mottled mix of yellow, gray, and brown, unmistakably indicating that they were a new species yet undiscovered by humanity. Please untie me. I beg you. I do not wish to be devoured. Brother, please help me. Had witnessed the ferocity of these creatures when they feasted on human flesh. His greatest fear was being abandoned by. The monstrous beings were advancing slowly, and was drenched in cold sweat. He had never faced a situation like this and was utterly at a loss for how to respond. Get away. Keep your distance. He attempted to brandish the stick threateningly, hoping to intimidate the creatures. Initially, as he swung and shouted, they did indeed retreat a couple of paces, seemingly cautious. However, upon realizing that made no further moves, the greedy creatures encircled him once more. Before them stood two living beings, a prey they had never encountered before. Having tasted the flight attendant's flesh, they found the peculiar flavor of these two-legged creatures irresistibly enticing. The leader among the 7 monstrous beings was the largest, significantly bigger than the others, bearing its fangs at Han Tao. The sight of those fangs, longer than a finger, made Han Tao swallow hard. He cursed inwardly, wondering if today would be his last. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the towering tree behind him. These creatures, with their clumsy limbs, would surely struggle to climb. If he could just take refuge in the tree, he could survive. Brother, save me. Help me get free. Li Dajiang had already soiled himself in fear. The only thing he could do now was plead with Han Tao for mercy. Casting a glance at the terrified man, Han Tao decided to give him a chance. To hell with you. He hurled the wooden stick he held at the monstrous creatures, which immediately scattered in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Han Tao untied 2 loops of vines around Li Dajiang, leaving one for him to manage. As Li Dajiang frantically worked to free himself, Han Tao had already begun to ascend the tree. Just then, the monsters lunged forward. It's over. Brother, give me a hand. Li Dajiang whimpered, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. He scrambled upward, but made little progress. In despair, he reached out to Han Tao for help. Seeing the creatures closing in behind Li Dajiang, Han Tao stretched out his hand for one last attempt to save him. Give me your hand. But in that fleeting moment, a glint of malice flashed in Li Dajiang's eyes. Damn you. If you hadn't tied me up, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Get down here, he thought. If Han Tao descended, the monsters would have a meal, and he could escape. In that electrifying instant, Li Dajiang resolutely decided to drag Han Tao down with him. Taken aback, Li Dajiang was left dumbfounded as he swung his hand but grasped nothing but air. Han Tao had already retracted his hand. Impossible. Li Dajiang could not believe what was happening. Had his thoughts been read? But how could Han Tao have reacted so swiftly? Perhaps he had been wary from the start. As the monstrous sounds approached his neck, despair painted Li Dajiang's face. Han Tao stood atop the tree, looking down upon him, initially intending to rescue Li Dajiang. Han Tao had prepared himself. Upon seeing the flicker of malice in Li Dajiang's gaze, he swiftly altered his decision. Han Tao bore no ill will, but he was cautious. This was no fault of mine. The blame lies solely with you. A monstrous creature lunged and sank its teeth into Li Dajiang's nape. Before he could utter a cry of pain, the man was dragged down by the beast. The remaining 6 monsters swarmed over him, tearing at his limbs. Han Tao, perched high in the tree, watched in horror, unable to look away. The creatures devoured their prey with insatiable greed, even fighting amongst themselves for morsels of flesh. It wasn't long before Li Dajiang fell silent, his body ravaged beyond recognition. Fearing the creatures would finish feasting on Li Dajiang and turn their attention to him, Han Tao climbed another 2 meters up the tree to ensure his safety. True to his fears, the beasts did not leave immediately after their meal, but lingered below, calling out to him. Just as he had surmised, these creatures could not climb trees. They could only circle the trunk. Eyeing Han Tao with hunger, but unable to reach him. Deciding against descending, Han Tao settled on the tree trunk to rest. As time passed, the cacophony of the monsters gradually faded. Perhaps, seeing they could not reach him, they had given up. Still, Han Tao hesitated to descend. If these beasts were merely feigning retreat, he would meet the same fate as Li Dajiang. Better to remain in the tree until dawn. Sleeping in the tree was nearly impossible, and Han Tao counted the seconds as they dragged on. Never had a night felt so interminable. After what felt like an eternity, the sky in the east began to lighten. Han Tao, like a taut string finally allowed to relax, peered down to find the creatures had vanished. Chapter 15. Treated as an intruder after confirming that the ferocious beings had retreated, Han Tao climbed down from the tree. He glanced at Li Dajiang's remains, reduced to a pile of bones, and felt a surge of urgency to leave the area, hastening towards the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing had endured a torturous night. anxiously awaiting Han Tao's return. Her worry deepened as time passed without any sign of him. Several times she considered venturing out to search for him, but remembering Han Tao's instructions to stay put, she felt compelled to obey. The island was fraught with peril. Her departure would not only be unhelpful, but could also endanger her life. Moreover, if she happened to leave just as Han Tao returned, he would surely panic upon finding the cave empty. Thus, she continued to wait, and eventually, fatigue overtook her, leading her into an unintentional slumber. When she awoke, the sky was still dark, and the fire in the cave had extinguished. A chill from the entrance made her shiver involuntarily. Glancing at her thin white shirt and knee-length skirt, Lin Wanqing regretted not dressing more suitably for survival on the island. Is he still not back? Seeing the cave empty, her heart sank. Unable to suppress her anxiety, she approached the entrance, pushing aside the foliage to peer outside. The eastern sky was brightening, and the beach lay desolate, devoid of any figures. A troubling thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it, muttering to herself that it was impossible. In just a few days, her feelings for Han Tao had transformed. Though she often opposed him and refused to yield verbally, in her heart, he had secured an undeniable place. Just as Lin Wanqing fretted over Han Tao's absence, a sudden commotion erupted from below the cave, and a shadow sprang forth. Startled, Lin Wanqing screamed and swung her stick at the shadow. What are you doing? She soon heard Han Tao's voice cursing. Stunned, she realized that her panic had led her to strike at the unsuspecting Han Tao, obscured in the dim light. Now, hearing his voice, she steadied herself and took a closer look. Han Tao, it is you. Wonderful, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Han Tao, Lin Wanqing, overwhelmed with excitement, threw down her wooden stick and embraced him tightly. Han Tao was immediately taken aback, feeling as though he was being suffocated by two soft mountains. The sudden wave of happiness was unexpected. Had Lin Wanqing not always been at odds with him? Why was she so elated at his return? After a brief embrace, Lin Wanqing seemed to realize that her display of affection was rather forward, and she promptly released Han Tao, stepping back. Despite her efforts to lower her head, her embarrassment was still evident. Han Tao rubbed his head, wincing in pain, and exclaimed, "My lady, your strength is rather fierce. That blow nearly sent me away." Lin Wanqing blushed, softly defending herself. Who told you to appear so silently and suddenly? Is it my fault? Of course. I would be worried if you didn't return all night. Observing Lin Wanqing puffing up her cheeks in a forced defense, Han Tao found an inexplicable charm in the contrast to her usual haughty demeanor. He had not expected such an endearing side from this beauty. Fortunately, Lin Wanqing's strength was not significant. The blow had not harmed Han Tao severely, just left his head buzzing for a moment, and they moved on from the incident. Upon returning to the cave, Han Tao first cracked open a coconut. Having gone without food or drink for an entire night, his thirst was overwhelming. He needed to hydrate before anything else. Lin Wanqing, filled with concern, inquired, "Where did you go last night?" "I encountered those two fellows and a pack of wild beasts." Wild beasts. Han Tao recounted the events of the previous night in detail. When Lin Wanqing heard about Han Tao being surrounded by those monsters in the tree, she felt her palms sweat with anxiety, despite knowing he was safe now. What kind of animals were they? I do not know. I have never seen anything like them. Lin Wanqing felt a shiver of fear, relieved that she hadn't ventured out in search of him the night before. Han Tao agreed, saying, "If you had gone out and encountered them, it would have been truly troublesome. What about that person you mentioned? Was he eaten just like that?" Lin Wanqing's complexion turned pale. Not everyone could remain indifferent upon hearing such news. Han Tao nodded, omitting the details, stating simply that Li Dajiang had not escaped and had been consumed by the beasts. How tragic. This is our current situation. Life on this island is no child's play, and we could lose our lives at any moment. Lin Wanqing sighed. I just feel that life is too fragile. Han Tao replied, that is why we must help each other. Only by working together can we survive. Is there only one person left on the opposite side? Yes. That is the best outcome. He is the last one remaining and poses no threat to us. Although Lin Wanqing felt it was somewhat cruel to let the other party fend for himself, she understood that now was not the time for compassion. The person opposite them was far from benevolent. He was a bloodthirsty individual who wished to eliminate both Han Tao and her. In order to survive on this deserted island, she had to alter her previous beliefs. After discussing the matter of Ping Xiao, Lin Wanqing grew concerned about their situation. Those wild beasts you mentioned are so dangerous. How will we venture out in the future? While staying in the cave was indeed safe, they still needed to go outside to find food, water, and gather firewood, tasks that could not be accomplished within the cave. With so many man-eating beasts outside, figuring out how to go out became a significant issue. Han Tao shared his analysis, noting that there had been 2 incidents of beasts attacking people on the island, both occurring at night. These creatures likely had a pattern of being active at night and resting during the day, so venturing out during daylight should pose no danger. I am also worried that besides the beasts you saw last night, there may be other dangerous animals on the island. Han Tao pondered thoughtfully, thus, we need to craft some weapons. Weapons? Yes, even something as simple as stones will suffice, as long as they can be used for self-defense. In fact, Han Tao had already contemplated this while collecting leaves in the forest yesterday. Without tools, he could only gather small branches and leaves. There was no way to chop down trees, and creating a stone axe had become an urgent necessity. Chapter 16. Mastering the terrain of the island. Taking advantage of the pleasant morning weather, the two ventured outside the cave, primarily to search for food, gather firewood, and find suitable stones for crafting tools. To guard against the remaining Ping Xiao, both carried sticks that could serve as weapons in critical moments. At Han Tao's insistence, Lin Wanqing closely followed him. She understood that staying near Han Tao would ensure her safety, so when they entered the thicket, she stayed right behind him. How is your leg? Is it feeling better? Lin Wanqing nodded, grateful that the warm water had helped clean the wound, which was now scabbed over. Han Tao felt considerably relieved. Scabbing generally indicated healing, and avoiding infection in such a place was a stroke of luck. As they continued northward into the forest, it became evident that the southeast side of the island was lower in elevation, while the northwest was higher, creating a slope from northwest to southeast. The central area was densely wooded, and even at midday, the sunlight was scarce due to the thick vegetation. Logically, one would expect it to be comfortable without the blazing sun overhead, but in reality, it was quite the opposite. The humidity was high, and when the sun shone, the air felt sticky. Without a sea breeze, it was particularly stifling. The two had not walked far before they were drenched in sweat. Han Tao, concerned that Lin Wanqing might struggle to keep up, glanced back and felt his heart race, secretly swallowing hard. Are you all right? Do you need to take a break? Before him, Lin Wanqing's white shirt clung to her skin, becoming translucent with moisture. Han Tao had always found that straightforwardness lacked allure. It was this kind of hazy beauty that was truly captivating. Lin Wanqing was wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand when she looked up to find Han Tao's gaze fixed intently on her. Embarrassed and irritated, but unwilling to confront him outright, she chose to pretend she hadn't noticed, quietly allowing him a small victory. I can endure. All right, let us move a bit further, and we can rest up ahead. They continued forward for several hundred meters. The vegetation around them began to thin, bushes were fewer, and taller trees became more numerous. Before them loomed a small hill approximately 100 meters high. Han Tao instantly felt invigorated. It appeared to be the highest point on the island, and climbing it would provide a view of the entire island. In their current unfamiliar surroundings, they had no idea of the island's size or what lay in every direction. Climbing this hill became essential for their survival. Why are you looking at me? My leg is fine. I want to slow you down. Lin Wanqing recognized Han Tao's concern and felt touched, yet she still had to argue with him verbally. The ascent was challenging, as the gentler path disappeared halfway up. The remainder consisted of a jumble of rocks, and they had to climb under these arduous conditions, sometimes even scaling cliffs. As they reached the later stages of their ascent, Lin Wanqing found herself nearly devoid of strength, relying on Han Tao to assist her up several steep sections. Fortunately, their efforts bore fruit, and after a series of challenges, they finally reached the summit of the small mountain. At the peak, they were greeted by immense boulders, with sparse vegetation surrounding them, consisting only of a few plants stubbornly growing in the crevices of the rocks. The strong sea breeze likely contributed to the lack of towering trees in the area. Standing there, they beheld the entire island's topography in its entirety. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "Do you not think that the shape of this island resembles a giant turtle?" Indeed, upon her observation, Han Tao also recognized this resemblance. Whether by coincidence or design, the island truly bore the likeness of a turtle. The central circular section resembled the turtle's body, the protruding eastern edge mimicked its head, and the peninsula extending into the sea to the west appeared as the turtle's elongated tail. Among the numerous boulders at the summit, one stone stood out, towering nearly 10 meters high. One side was steep and jagged, while the other sloped gently, and the entire rock was composed of granite. Han Tao expressed a desire to climb it for a closer look. Although Lin Wanqing considered this somewhat perilous, she refrained from voicing her concerns, given Han Tao's enthusiastic interest. Once she saw him safely ascend, she too wished to join him. "Please lend me a hand," she requested, as the steep incline proved daunting. Han Tao immediately extended his hand, guiding her to the top. Standing atop the massive stone, their view was significantly improved, and their spirits soared. Gazing into the distance, they were surrounded by boundless ocean. The sky was azure, the sea a deep blue, with silvery sands and frothy white waves merging seamlessly, creating a breathtaking vista. At that moment, Han Tao could not contain himself, stretching his arms wide and letting out a jubilant shout. Lin Wanqing stood behind him, unable to suppress her laughter at his comical demeanor. Han Tao turned to her, urging, "Join me in shouting. It's quite liberating." Lin Wanqing shook her head, replying, "No? That's rather silly. Come on, just give it a try," he insisted. "I assure you, if you yell like I do, any lingering displeasure will vanish instantly." "Really?" Lin Wanqing was skeptical. Han Tao encouraged her further, "You'll only know if you try." Eventually, under his persistent coaxing, Lin Wanqing set aside her reservations and imitated his exuberant shout. Indeed, after releasing her voice, she felt an immediate lift in her spirits. "How do you feel now?" "I told you I wasn't lying," he said with a grin. They settled on the rock, quietly basking in the sunlight and enjoying the refreshing sea breeze. This serene moment was undoubtedly the most tranquil they had experienced since arriving on the island. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing turned to Han Tao, who, at that moment, was also gazing at her. She smiled, and he reciprocated. In such a moment, words felt superfluous. A shared smile was more than sufficient. After soaking in the warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze, they decided it was time to meticulously observe the island's topography. For Han Tao, this task posed no challenge. Being a student of engineering, he possessed a solid foundation in geography and mapping, enabling him to mentally sketch the island's layout despite lacking drawing tools. The island's central region boasted a tropical rainforest comprised of coconut and palm trees, along with shrubs. To the east lay a low-lying mangrove swamp, typically found in conjunction with marshlands. To the northwest, stark rocky beaches were devoid of vegetation, while the southern expanse revealed a stretch of golden sand. The cave where they were currently situated rested on the western side of the beach. Looking further out, the northwestern ocean appeared a deep blue, its depths hidden from view, with a minimum depth exceeding 20 meters, and the waves crashing tumultuously. Beyond the southern beach, a vibrant ring of coral reefs thrived beneath the surface, previously invisible from the shore, now revealed from their elevated vantage point. The coral reefs extended deep into the sea, stretching for several hundred meters, and under the clear weather, they could even spot black sharks swimming around the reefs. Chapter 17. Unexpected discoveries in the pond. This mountain climb not only broadened their perspective of the island, but also revealed an abundance of stones, particularly basalt, which was ideal for crafting tools. Truly, their desires were met, as Han Tao had just contemplated making stone tools, and here was the material presented to him. The rocks on Earth are primarily categorized into three types: igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary. Basalt, an igneous rock, forms from the cooling and solidification of magma expelled during volcanic eruptions. Its hardness and suitability for carving make it an excellent choice for toolmaking. Numerous ancient civilizations have been discovered to have utilized basalt for crafting stone knives and axes. However, despite the plentiful stones, the limitation of their four hands made it impractical to carry back too many. They could only select a few suitable stones for toolmaking. Lin Wanqing chose conventional pieces, with regular shapes and moderate thickness, perfect for creating stone knives and axes. In contrast, Han Tao's selections were either excessively long and thin or flat and wide. Lin Wanqing inquired, "Why do you keep picking those?" "The easiest tool to make is a chisel," Han Tao explained, holding up a long, slender piece of basalt. "See this stone? It's broad at one end and narrow at the other. If we sharpen the smaller end, it becomes a chisel." Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow, realizing that he was indeed correct. The elongated stone resembled a chisel. Next, Han Tao picked up a flat piece of basalt. "Look at this stone. Doesn't it resemble an axe? Once we attach a handle, it will be perfect," he said, mimicking the motion of chopping wood. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but laugh at Han Tao's antics, holding her stomach in amusement and exclaiming, "With your demeanor, you must have been a lumberjack." They then began to refine their tools, the cave echoing with the sounds of their labor. Han Tao's chisel was relatively straightforward to create, and after some effort, it began to take shape. Satisfied with his progress, he ventured to a corner of the cave, selecting a particularly sturdy coconut from the pile. "Beautiful lady, would you like some coconut water?" he quipped, raising an eyebrow at Lin Wanqing. Understanding his intention, she replied, "Sure, bring me one." Han Tao steadied the coconut with his foot and pressed the chisel against its shell. He found a wooden stick and struck the top of the chisel with force. With a satisfying crack, the coconut shell split open effortlessly. Overjoyed at his success, Han Tao burst into laughter. "How impressive is that?" he exclaimed. For once, Lin Wanqing, who often took the opposing stance, clapped her hands in approval. With this new tool, opening coconuts would become a much simpler task for them, eliminating the need for tedious and laborious knocking. At this moment, Han Tao triumphantly declared that the fundamental distinction between humans and animals is that humans are capable of creating tools. Lin Wanqing, observing his smug demeanor, playfully retorted, "All right. I acknowledge your prowess." Gazing at the stone chisel, Han Tao began to ponder. If this tool were sharpened further and affixed to a wooden stick, it could become a spear. On this deserted island, it was indisputable that a spear would be the most effective weapon for confronting both beasts and enemies. If only I could sharpen it a bit more, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wanqing was keenly attuned to his words. She had often felt that her contributions were limited, and at this moment, she saw an opportunity to lend a hand. "Leave the stone polishing to me," she offered. Han Tao expressed skepticism. "Are you capable of that?" Lin Wanqing shot him a stern look, indignantly replying, "Don't underestimate me. While I may not excel in other tasks, I can certainly polish stones." Han Tao clapped his hands in delight, laughing. "All right, I shall entrust you with the task of polishing stones." Suddenly, Lin Wanqing realized something. It seemed Han Tao had deliberately set a trap for her, waiting for her to fall into it. "Ah, you cunning Han Tao, was this your plan all along?" she exclaimed. "I simply find the task of polishing stones rather tedious. Hunting and fishing suit me much better." Speaking of fishing, Han Tao slapped his forehead, recalling that he had set bait in a waterhole the previous day. Lin Wanqing, puzzled by his sudden gesture, inquired, "What is wrong with you?" "I nearly forgot about the trap I set by the shore. Before darkness falls, I must check on it," he replied. "I'll go with you." Lin Wanqing, unwilling to remain alone in the cave, accompanied Han Tao to the beach. Upon reaching the seaside, they found the sun hovering just above the horizon, its fading light soon to vanish. Han Tao felt a sense of urgency. He needed to inspect the waterhole where he had discarded the entrails of a black snake yesterday, lest he find nothing when night fell. The tide had receded, revealing vast expanses of bare rocks and mudflats. Arriving at the site where he had thrown the snake's entrails, he discovered that what had once been a large waterhole had shrunk to the size of a bathtub due to the low tide. "There are crabs in here," Lin Wanqing exclaimed excitedly, spotting several large crabs in the waterhole. "Don't worry, none will escape," Han Tao laughed, jumping in to catch them. As he reached into the water, a dark shadow suddenly sprang from a crevice. "What the?" Han Tao gasped, nearly leaping out of the water, mistaking the dark creature for a snake. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an eel. Lin Wanqing, clutching her chest, turned pale, exclaiming, "You scared me to death." Yet Han Tao, filled with exhilaration, laughed heartily and said to Lin Wanqing, "It seems we shall have a feast tonight." The eel was of considerable size, as thick as an arm, trapped in the waterhole with no means of escape, and it began to thrash about in agitation. "Since it's here, why let it go?" Han Tao thought, playfully addressing the eel. Catching an eel is no simple task. Its mouth is filled with hundreds of backward-facing sharp teeth, and once it bites its prey, it thrashes violently, tearing away chunks of flesh. The good news was that Han Tao had a wooden stick, so he could avoid direct contact with the eel. Despite the eel's frantic movements in the limited space, Han Tao seized the opportunity to strike, stunning the creature, which flipped over and floated to the surface. Fearing it might play dead, Han Tao poked it onto the shore with his stick, then retrieved a stone and, with a few decisive blows, crushed the eel's head, ensuring it could not escape. Returning to the cave, night had fallen. The pair rekindled the fire and began roasting the eel. The warmth from the fire transformed the damp cave into a cozy haven, providing both physical comfort and a sense of solace amidst the darkness. However, Han Tao found the flavor of the eel to be lacking compared to the snake they had eaten the previous day. The eel's skin was slimy, coated with an unremovable layer of mucus, and once cooked, it emitted a particularly strong fishy odor that could be unpleasant for those unaccustomed to it. Nonetheless, in their quest for survival, they had little choice but to consume what was available, and they devoured the eel eagerly. After finishing the eel, they turned their attention to the crabs that had also been roasted beside the fire. The aroma of the cooked crabs filled the cave with a delightful scent. As Han Tao cracked open the red shells to reveal the tender, white crab meat, he could hardly contain his anticipation. Compared to the fishy eel, this was the sustenance he truly relished. Noticing Lin Wanqing eyeing the food, he smiled and offered her a crab, saying, "You go ahead, I'll peel another one." Flushed from the gesture, Lin Wanqing initially hesitated but soon nodded and accepted the crab from Han Tao. "Eat quickly while it's hot," he urged. Han Tao picked up another crab, yelping as the hot shell burned his fingers, alternating hands to manage the heat until he finally managed to peel it. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle at his antics, advising, "Be careful not to burn yourself." "Hey, are you concerned for me?" Han Tao teased. "Uffed, who cares about you?" Lin Wanqing replied playfully, her cheeks reddening. As Lin Wanqing savored the sweet crab meat, she felt it was the most delicious morsel she had tasted since arriving on the island, rendering all other delicacies pale in comparison. Stealing a glance at Han Tao, who was still peeling crabs, she suddenly found him quite appealing. After dinner, they sat around the fire, engaging in heartfelt conversation. I wonder how the other person is faring now, Lin Wanqing mused. Who cares? We must focus on our own survival. As for him, let him fend for himself. Han Tao replied, unreserved in his intentions. Though it may sound somewhat inhumane, the harsh reality was that on this deserted island, survival for both him and Lin Wanqing was already a daunting challenge, and they could not afford to harbor any potential threats. From Han Tao's perspective, his decision not to eliminate Ping Xiao was already an act of great mercy. Lin Wanqing anxiously inquired, what if he comes looking for us? Han Tao considered this and replied solemnly, let us hope that such a scenario does not unfold. According to Lin Wanqing's assessment, if that individual were to confront them, Han Tao would have to prepare for the worst. However, given the current conditions on the island, with venomous snakes and wild beasts lurking about, and with the only companion of Ping Xiao, Li Dajiang, having perished, it was likely to be quite difficult for him to survive alone. Perhaps tomorrow morning, somewhere on the island, his lifeless body may be discovered. Han Tao believes that such an outcome would be the best for everyone involved. After traversing this somber topic, Lin Wanqing expressed her puzzlement, asking if he found the island somewhat strange. Upon reflection, Han Tao shared her sentiment. Ever since they arrived on this island, he could not quite articulate it, but he sensed something unusual about it. When pressed for an explanation, he could only attribute it to a gut feeling. Furrowing his brow, Han Tao began to ponder why he felt this way. Recalling their visits to the beach over the past couple of days, he noted that something seemed amiss. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Plastic debris. The beaches here were remarkably pristine, devoid of even the slightest trace of plastic waste. Han Tao vividly remembered watching survival videos featuring Bear Grylls and others, where, regardless of the remote island, human-generated plastic refuse was almost ubiquitous. Currently, the pollution of oceans by plastic waste is a grave issue, with scarcely any island able to escape its clutches. Yet, on this island, thus far, there was no sign of plastic debris, as if it existed in isolation, disconnected from the outside world. Contemplating this, Han Tao broke into a cold sweat, suddenly gripped by a terrifying thought. Could it be that he and Lin Wanqing had already perished, and this island was, in fact, a realm of the afterlife? No, that was far too frightening. Han Tao shook his head vigorously, dismissing the notion. Both he and Lin Wanqing were undeniably alive, experiencing life vividly, and everything on the island was palpably real, devoid of any afterlife. What troubles you? Lin Wanqing inquired, observing his sudden look of fear and his incessant head shaking. Han Tao dared not voice his earlier thoughts, replying, I am fine. If this were not an afterlife, then it was highly plausible that this island was an isolated existence. Reflecting on the peculiar creature they had encountered, something that resembled a wolf, yet was not, Han Tao felt this possibility was quite valid. Precisely because of its seclusion, the flora and fauna here differed significantly from those of the outside world. Han Tao, do you think we can return? Lin Wanqing suddenly appeared melancholic, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought as she gazed into the fire. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Han Tao sensed her deep-seated despondency. Lin Wanqing pouted, revealing a bitter smile. We have been here for several days now. If someone were to rescue us, they should have found us by now. Han Tao's heart sank as well. A plane crash is a significant incident, and both the nation of the flight's origin and the local authorities would undertake extensive search and rescue efforts. Logically, the rescue operations would commence from the crash site. It was only a matter of time before they and Lin Wanqing's small island would be discovered. Yet, to this day, they had not encountered a single boat or plane. Have they forgotten about us? Surely not. Do not think too much about it. I believe we will be found in a few days, Han Tao reassured her. Lin Wanqing looked at him gratefully, aware that he was merely comforting her, as he harbored the same fears, that perhaps no one would come to their aid. Han Tao felt a twinge of embarrassment under her gaze, chuckling lightly. It is getting late. You should rest. I will keep watch. Chapter 19. The growing affection between them as midnight approached, the winds howled outside, and the temperature plummeted. Since arriving on this island, Han Tao had grown accustomed to the capricious weather. True to form, before long, the sound of rain began to patter outside. Fortunately, the entrance of the cave was shielded by leaves, preventing a repeat of the first day when rainwater had flooded the cave. At least now, the cramped cave remained warm and dry. The rain continued unabated into the night, showing no signs of relenting. Observing Lin Wanqing sleeping soundly beside him, Han Tao felt reluctant to awaken her. However, fatigue overcame him, and he had no choice but to rouse her for a shift change. Is it dawn already? Lin Wanqing stirred as Han Tao shook her awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Let us switch. I need to rest for a bit, Han Tao yawned. Oh, Lin Wanqing, still groggy, was not fully awake. However, she understood Han Tao's exhaustion and realized it was time for her to take over the night watch. Within a minute, Han Tao was snoring softly, while Lin Wanqing gradually shook off her drowsiness. Watching Han Tao sleep on the ground, she felt a pang of sympathy. Their ability to endure such circumstances was largely due to Han Tao's efforts. Had it not been for him, she might have succumbed to despair and perished long ago. Initially, she had harbored disdain for this man, finding his demeanor frivolous and his conduct unruly. Yet, as they spent time together, she discovered an unexpected charm in Han Tao. He seemed perpetually optimistic, regardless of the situation, and his presence always lifted her spirits. How could someone she once found so detestable now occupy her thoughts so profoundly? Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed suddenly, disbelief washing over her. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Han Tao? No, that was impossible. She would never like this insufferable fellow. Humph. The final haughty scoff seemed to betray her, making her attempts at concealment painfully transparent. The following morning, when Han Tao awoke, he found Lin Wanqing preparing breakfast by the fire. This was a recipe she had whimsically concocted, mixing coconut meat and coconut water, then using a coconut shell as a pot to steam it over the fire. Lacking a spoon, she had resorted to using a stick to stir the mixture. Once the coconut meat and water had melded into a porridge-like consistency, a steaming pot of coconut congee was ready. It smells delightful, Han Tao exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as the fragrant aroma filled the cave. Turning at the sound of his voice, Lin Wanqing smiled back. You're awake. In that instant, as she smiled warmly at him, Han Tao found himself momentarily mesmerized. This was the first time he had witnessed such gentleness from Lin Wanqing, and it sent a delightful shiver through him, an inexplicable sense of comfort. If he could awaken each morning to such a smile from her, it would indeed be a celestial existence. Waking up to a beautiful fairy preparing breakfast for me, Han Tao quipped playfully as he approached her. I see you're still half asleep. Who asked the fairy? Lin Wanqing scrunched her nose, retorting, if it weren't for your hard work, I wouldn't be making you anything. All right, then how should I express my gratitude? Thank you, Miss Lin. Say whatever you like. It's none of my concern. Their playful banter continued as they shared breakfast. It must be said that Lin Wanqing's coconut congee was surprisingly delectable, light yet flavorful, its aroma enticing. A warm bowl of congee invigorated them both. Initially, they had planned to venture out in search of food after breakfast, but the relentless rain outside forced them to abandon their plans. Han Tao moved to the cave entrance, removing half of the leaves that covered it, sitting there in contemplation as he gazed outside. Cursing the incessant, dreary rain, Lin Wanqing lamented that since arriving on the island, it had been raining almost every other day. Whenever it rained, they were confined to the small cave, unable to venture out. Moreover, with dawn just breaking, the thought of enduring a full day of rain was truly disheartening. Sighing deeply, Lin Wanqing found herself increasingly bored. Suddenly, Han Tao recalled the stone tools they had been crafting the previous day. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Although they could not go outside, they could continue to refine their stone tools. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement, suggesting they might as well pass the time this way. The two of them stayed in the cave, each focused on their own stone tool. Outside, the sound of rain persisted, while within the cave, the rhythmic clinking of stone against stone provided a surprising solace, allowing them to concentrate on their crafting. Lin Wanqing was working on a stone axe, the overall shape taking form, though the edges and corners needed further refinement. Han Tao, on the other hand, was intent on shaping a sharp spear. To obtain a pointed stone, he had to smash larger pieces of basalt and sift through the fragments for usable shards. By noon, he had successfully fashioned the first spearhead. Eagerly, he attached it to a wooden shaft, thus creating the island's inaugural spear. Wielding it within the confines of the cave, Han Tao struck a few poses. Observing his comical antics, Lin Wanqing laughed, remarking that he looked even more like a wild man now. Han Tao chuckled, embracing the title of wild man, asserting that at least he could consider himself a chieftain. Flattering yourself, are we? A chieftain, indeed, she replied, her cheeks flushing crimson. Picking up a stick from the ground, she pretended to strike Han Tao, playfully warning him not to take advantage of her. Elated, Han Tao dodged her strike and dashed to the cave's entrance. Come back. I won't hit you, Lin Wanqing called after him, glancing at the stick in her hand. Where can you go with the rain pouring like this? I'm just going to relieve myself. Care to join? Han Tao teased, grinning mischievously. Lin Wanqing's face flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated his audacity. Get lost. Go far away. Stepping out of the cave, Han Tao found the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Gazing at the churning, murky waves along the coast, he shook his head. The only silver lining was that they did not have to worry about fresh water. Upon reaching the shore, he noticed that most of the beach was submerged. Cautious not to venture too close to the tumultuous surf, Han Tao found a spot to dig a pit. Just as he was about to leave after finishing his business, a colossal wave crashed toward him. Despite being distanced from the shoreline, he was swept away by the force of the water, engulfed in a torrent that surged over 2 meters high, propelling him into the nearby woods. Chapter 20. Discovering something extraordinary. What the? Han Tao exclaimed, his words cut short, his pants still unfastened. He was carried away, bare and exposed, by the violent waves. Pushed deep into the forest. Terrified, he thought he might vanish without a trace, just for a moment of relief. Fortunately, the water halted after flooding the woods, and he found himself shielded by a tree. Gasping, he expelled the salty seawater, which was laden with silt and bitterly unpleasant, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. Grateful to have survived, he pondered how Lin Wanqing would react to his misadventure, whether she'd be frightened or amused. As he made his way back, he stumbled upon a dark figure in the distance. Initially, it resembled a human silhouette. Instantly, Han Tao's instincts kicked in, gripping his spear tightly, wary of encountering that troublesome Ping Xiao. Observing from a distance, he noticed the figure sprawled on the ground, motionless. Could this person be dead? He wondered, unease creeping into his heart. Regardless of whether the individual was deceased or simply unconscious, he felt compelled to investigate. Approaching cautiously, he called out, "Hey, wake up, can you hear me?" After several attempts yielded no response, he studied the person's hand. Noting the pallor of the skin that resembled parchment, definitely not the complexion of a living person. With a surge of trepidation, he flipped the body over, recoiling in shock as he beheld a lifeless visage, limbs stiff and unyielding. My goodness, Han Tao thought, what a day of misfortune. First nearly swept away while relieving myself, and now stumbling upon a corpse. Suddenly, a realization struck him. How had a corpse come to be in the woods? This individual must not have been on the island previously. They were likely washed ashore by the very wave that had nearly claimed him. This indicated that alongside himself, Lin Wanqing, and that troublesome Ping Xiao, there were now new castaways on the island. It seemed another vessel or aircraft had met with disaster. The island was becoming increasingly mysterious. Why were there so many victims arriving here? Was there something yet undiscovered at work behind the scenes? A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Pushing such musings aside, he reminded himself that surviving on the island was of utmost importance. Alas, poor soul, you perished before even reaching the shore. Now, I must trouble myself to bury you, he sighed resignedly. The individual was indeed lifeless, mere flesh. In this tropical haven, if the body were not dealt with promptly, it would soon decompose and emit a foul odor, just like he had done with the flight attendant previously. Han Tao began to dig a grave. After some effort, he managed to create a shallow pit suitable for the body. As he dragged the corpse toward the pit, something black fell from its clothing. Instantly, Han Tao's attention was captured. A gun, a black handgun. The sight of the pistol sent a jolt of fear through him, a chill spreading throughout his body. What sort of person carried a gun? A normal individual certainly would not. Speculating about the identity of this person, he observed their suit and tall stature, deducing they were likely a bodyguard. This notion seemed plausible. Picking up the gun, he checked the magazine and gasped in astonishment. There was still one bullet remaining. This was significant. Having discovered a handgun with a bullet on this desolate island meant he now held a formidable advantage. With it, he need not fear the likes of Ping Xiao. No one could threaten his safety anymore. Overjoyed, Han Tao bowed slightly toward the corpse, grateful for the equipment he had acquired. My friend, I'll help you find rest, and you've bestowed upon me a weapon. We're even now. With that, he began to search the body for any additional belongings that might be of use, encouraged by the discovery of the handgun. After a thorough search, he unearthed a smartphone, unfortunately waterlogged and rendered useless, akin to a brick. Besides this, there was nothing else. Han Tao dragged him into the pit and covered him with soil. Subsequently, he returned to the cave with a gun in hand. Inside, Lin Wanqing sat patiently by the fire, refining stone tools. Upon seeing Han Tao return, she inquired with concern. Why were you gone for so long? I just discovered a corpse outside. What? Lin Wanqing's expression changed, and she halted her work. Han Tao approached her and drew forth a shiny black handgun. Upon seeing the firearm, Lin Wanqing was rendered speechless, her heart nearly leaping to her throat. And she gazed at Han Tao with disbelief, anxiously asking, how did you get a gun? Where did it come from? Han Tao replied candidly, I found it on a corpse that was washed ashore by a huge wave while I was outside. Are you saying there are new victims? Yes. Could they be here to rescue us? Lin Wanqing suddenly became agitated. It doesn't seem likely. Han Tao's expression was far from optimistic. The individual appeared to be anything but a rescuer. Based on his assessment, it was probable that this person had met with misfortune in another sea and had been swept here by the storm. What do you plan to do with it? Lin Wanqing's gaze fell upon the gun in Han Tao's hand, her eyes reflecting trepidation. Han Tao handed the handgun to her, urging, "You should hold on to this." Lin Wanqing was startled. Though she understood Han Tao's unconditional trust in her and his desire to protect her, she was still fearful of the weapon and quickly recoiled, unwilling to accept it. "I can't use this. Perhaps you should keep it. There's still a bullet in it." "Then I definitely don't want it. I thought about it on the way back. It would be best if you kept it. This island is fraught with danger, and I have a better chance of self-preservation compared to you. Having this gun will ensure your safety." Deeply touched, Lin Wanqing eventually agreed to safeguard the handgun after Han Tao's persistent persuasion. However, carrying such a dangerous item at all times was impractical. Losing it or having it accidentally discharged could be quite perilous. Thus, Lin Wanqing and Han Tao devised a plan, digging a pit inside the cave to conceal the handgun. As night fell, the two reheated the leftover eel from the previous day and consumed it. Rain continued to pour outside, and the darkness of the night rendered it impossible to venture out, so they retreated to the cave for an early night's rest. The next morning, the rain ceased. With no food left in the cave, the two decided to venture outside in search of sustenance. Upon leaving the cave and arriving at the beach, the weather on the island transformed dramatically. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a blinding sun. The air was laden with uncomfortable humidity, and combined with the sun's scorching rays, the beach quickly became oppressively hot. Just ahead of them, a dark object seemed to be washed ashore. Chapter 21. The woman washed ashore. The sudden appearance of the shadow caught Han Tao's attention. The figure unmistakably resembled a human. "Han Tao, there's something over there." Lin Wanqing also spotted the shadow. Fearing it might be another corpse, Han Tao instructed Lin Wanqing, "You wait here. I'll go take a look." However, Lin Wanqing insisted on accompanying him. "It's fine. I'm not afraid." "All right, then come with me." The two approached the dark figure, simultaneously inhaling sharply. It was indeed another victim washed ashore. Lin Wanqing murmured, "What is happening?" Not just her. Han Tao felt the same sense of eeriness. One had come yesterday, and another today, making the island quite lively. The only difference was that yesterday's victim was a man, while today's was a woman. She wore a white lab coat and lay face down. "Is she still alive? Let me check." Han Tao moved to turn the woman over. Upon seeing her disheveled hair, pale face, and icy body, a chill ran through Han Tao as an ominous feeling washed over him. Could this be yet another corpse? Lin Wanqing scrutinized the woman closely. Noticing her eyelashes flutter slightly, she might still be saved. Hearing this, Han Tao reached out to check for her breath, but there was none. He then felt for her pulse, and to his surprise, he detected a faint heartbeat. She is alive. She is still alive. The realization that the woman was alive brought joy to both Han Tao and Lin Wanqing. This was the first living survivor they had encountered. They had so many questions they wanted to ask her. "What should we do now?" Lin Wanqing, unfamiliar with first aid, looked to Han Tao. Han Tao positioned the woman correctly and examined her body. Her abdomen was somewhat distended, likely filled with seawater. Following the method he had previously used to save Lin Wanqing, he placed her on his knee and began to press on her back, attempting to expel the seawater from her stomach. After about 3 minutes, a loud retch was heard as the woman expelled a puddle of yellow fluid. After she vomited, however, she remained unconscious. Han Tao realized he had no choice but to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Before doing so, he glanced at the woman. She appeared to be around 30 years old, quite beautiful, embodying the grace of a woman her age. Yet at that moment, he had no time for distractions. His sole focus was to awaken her quickly. As Han Tao took a deep breath and leaned down to the woman's lips, Lin Wanqing became anxious and hurriedly stopped him. "What are you doing?" "Saving her." Han Tao replied succinctly. Lin Wanqing blushed. She understood that Han Tao was acting to save a life. But witnessing him about to kiss another woman stirred a pang of jealousy within her. "No, it's fine. You can proceed." Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Wanqing was not one to throw a tantrum and promptly urged Han Tao to continue. Han Tao, too eager to save the woman, diligently performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After about 20 attempts, the woman finally began to show signs of life. Observing Han Tao's anxious efforts, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but reminisce about her own experience when she was unconscious, and Han Tao had saved her in the same manner. Perhaps due to their shared plight, her jealousy faded, replaced with compassion for the woman. The woman slowly opened her eyes, recognizing Han Tao and Lin Wanqing before her. "Thank goodness, you're finally awake." Han Tao exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. The woman's gaze was somewhat vacant, clearly still in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend how she had ended up here or who these two individuals were. Noticing her silence, Lin Wanqing took the initiative to reassure her, "Don't be afraid. We are not bad people. We are the ones who brought you back to consciousness." The woman looked bewildered, seemingly unable to understand Lin Wanqing's words. Han Tao interjected, "Water. She's very weak. We should give her some water." Lin Wanqing eagerly volunteered, "I'll go get some water from the cave. I'm quick on my feet. Let me go?" The cave was not far, and Han Tao thought he could quickly run back to fetch water, allowing Lin Wanqing to stay with the woman for a short while without any issues. After leaving a brief message, Han Tao hurriedly made his way back to the cave. On the beach, only Lin Wanqing and the unfamiliar woman remained. "Are you a doctor?" Lin Wanqing inquired curiously, noticing the woman's white coat. The woman looked at Lin Wanqing with a puzzled expression. Lin Wanqing felt a pang of confusion, wondering if the woman was deaf and unable to hear her. It didn't seem so. She was reacting, yet it appeared she did not comprehend Lin Wanqing's words. Could she be a foreigner? Promptly, Lin Wanqing switched to English and asked, "Are you a doctor?" The woman nodded affirmatively. What a relief. Lin Wanqing was overjoyed. A doctor was the most precious resource on this deserted island. She thought to herself that if Han Tao were to know, he would surely be ecstatic as well. Before long, Han Tao rushed back with a half coconut shell filled with cool boiled water. "The water is here. Quickly, let us give it to her." Han Tao handed the water to Lin Wanqing. She took the water, helped the woman to sit up against her, and then slowly fed her. "She is a doctor." "Oh, how do you know that?" Han Tao asked. "I just asked her." Han Tao jumped up in excitement upon confirming that the woman was indeed a doctor. However, she was not a local, but fortunately, they could communicate in English. "I see. My English is rather basic," Han Tao chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, the woman weakly spoke to Lin Wanqing. Han Tao could not catch what she said. Lin Wanqing turned to Han Tao and said, "She said she needs to relieve herself." "Then let her go. Over there is the thicket." Han Tao laughed lightly, assuring her, "Don't worry. A gentleman like me would never do such things." After exchanging a few words with the woman, Lin Wanqing allowed her to walk to the thicket by the shore. The two waited on the beach. After a few minutes, the woman had still not returned. Han Tao began to feel that something was amiss. Did she say she needed to go to the bathroom or something else? Lin Wanqing's face flushed. "Just a little one." "Really? How could that take so long?" "Something must have happened. I'll go check." Lin Wanqing's heart sank. It had been hard enough to find a doctor, and if something happened now, it would be disastrous. She hurried to the thicket, but it was empty. There was no sign of the woman. "Is she still here?" Han Tao followed closely. Lin Wanqing turned to him, her eyes filled with regret. "If I had known, I would have gone with her." As Lin Wanqing felt tears welling up, Han Tao quickly reassured her. "Don't panic. It's probably nothing. She may have just lost her way. We will find her." Chapter 22. Lin Wanqing's strategic move. What if she encountered a wild beast? Lin Wanqing's anxiety was evident. After all, she felt responsible for the woman's disappearance. Han Tao comforted her, advising against self-blame. "No matter what, we need to find her first." However, locating a living person in this dense jungle would not be an easy task. Lin Wanqing felt at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Han Tao took a moment to analyze the situation before acting. There are no signs of blood. She hasn't been attacked by a beast. Besides, she just regained consciousness. So she must be quite weak and wouldn't have gone far. Then we should hurry. Lin Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief at the thought that she wasn't attacked by a beast. Right now, all she wanted was to find that woman quickly. Yet, Han Tao remained still, observing the surrounding signs. If she passed through here, there must be some clues like footprints, disturbed leaves, or trampled grass. Rather than rush into the search, it was wiser to analyze the direction she might have fled. Indeed, upon careful examination, they discovered the ground beneath the thick layer of dry leaves bore traces of footprints. This way, Meng Lang decided to pursue towards the eastern part of the jungle. They followed the clues, but after traveling several hundred meters, there was still no sign of the woman. Wasn't she weak? How could she run so fast? Lin Wanqing leaned on her knees, panting heavily. Navigating through the jungle was far more exhausting than on flat ground. She found it hard to believe how the woman managed to endure such a distance. Han Tao reluctantly suggested, "Perhaps she is hiding." Lin Wanqing was perplexed. "Why would she hide from us? We saved her." "Just a guess. Maybe she doesn't trust us," Han Tao replied. Lin Wanqing felt somewhat incredulous. It was they who had rescued the woman. Why would they wish her harm? That would be absurd, she thought. Han Tao comforted her, saying, "That's just the survival instinct on a deserted island. The most terrifying threats here are not the beasts or venomous creatures, but humans themselves." She doesn't know our backgrounds and will undoubtedly be on high alert. Fine, you're right. Lin Wonqing felt helpless, grappling with the frustration of being misunderstood despite her good intentions. Yet the reality was likely as Han Tao suggested, and she had to accept it. Should we continue searching for her? Yes, we must find her. Didn't you say she is a doctor? For our long-term survival, having a doctor on our team is indispensable. At that moment, a dark cloud drifted overhead. They exchanged glances, sensing that trouble was brewing. Given the weather, another heavy rain could arrive within the hour. If it rained, traversing the jungle would become even more challenging. If night fell, the woman would be in grave danger, as she was unaware of the island's perils and could easily fall prey to the wild beasts. Han Tao suggested, why don't you go back? There are guns in the cave for protection. Lin Wonqing shook her head, insisting, no, it's too dangerous for you to be out here alone. I'll stay with you. At least I can be of help if needed. All right, let us continue searching. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Tao agreed to Lin Wonqing's proposal. United in purpose, they resumed their search through the jungle, with Han Tao leading the way with a spear while Lin Wonqing followed closely behind. To find the woman, they moved slowly, focusing their attention on searching, especially in the grass and behind large trees, thoroughly checking every possible hiding spot. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket. Be careful, Han Tao whispered, positioning himself protectively behind Lin Wonqing. Uncertain of what lay hidden in the thicket, it was possible that a wild beast could leap out at any moment. To err on the side of caution, Han Tao shielded Lin Wonqing. To ascertain the situation ahead, he instructed Lin Wonqing to remain still while he approached stealthily. Cautiously, he tread lightly, keen to avoid disturbing the surroundings and alerting any potential threats. As he neared the thicket, the tension in the air grew palpable. In order to successfully capture the fleeing woman, Han Tao suddenly parted a thicket of grass, hoping to catch her off guard. To his dismay, it was empty. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Han Tao could not help but curse. The thicket was devoid of the escaped woman. Just as Han Tao was about to retreat, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from behind a nearby tree. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, having lain in wait, leaving no time for reaction. In the next moment, Lin Wonqing was seized by that shadow. Hey, stop! Han Tao exclaimed in shock, realizing that the person who had captured Lin Wonqing was indeed the woman from earlier. By this time, it was too late for Han Tao to attempt a rescue. We saved you from the sea. You cannot do this. Concerned for Lin Wonqing's safety, Han Tao shouted at the woman, primarily intending to convey that he and Lin Wonqing were not her enemies. However, the woman appeared utterly oblivious to Han Tao's words. Brandishing a scalpel against Lin Wonqing's throat, her emotions in a tumultuous uproar as she shouted incessantly. What are you talking about? Han Tao was bewildered, unable to comprehend a single word. The two were shouting at each other, completely failing to communicate. Meanwhile, Lin Wonqing, caught between them, remained remarkably calm. Suddenly, she seized the woman's arm that was constricting her neck, then bent her body to execute a shoulder throw, sending the woman sprawling to the ground. The woman, caught off guard by Lin Wonqing's unexpected strength, had no time to resist and found herself lying on the ground. Han Tao's eyes widened in astonishment, and without hesitation, he rushed over to assist Lin Wonqing in subduing the woman. Are you hurt? Han Tao asked anxiously. Lin Wonqing shook her head. I'm fine. The subdued woman, now in a frenzy, struggled desperately beneath Han Tao. He managed to wrest the scalpel from her grasp and tossed it aside temporarily. Can you be quiet for a moment? Can we talk calmly? We mean you no harm. Han Tao's efforts, however, yielded little effect. Lin Wonqing gestured for Han Tao to cease his attempts. She seemed to recognize that the woman was of Korean descent. Chapter 23. The newcomer is Su Jixio. From the woman's earlier words, Lin Wonqing discerned some clues and signaled to Han Tao to stop wasting his breath. It appeared she was speaking Korean. Korean? Han Tao echoed, equally astonished. The woman, with her dark hair and eyes, initially led him to believe she was Chinese, only to discover she was actually Korean. It finally made sense why their communication had been so utterly disconnected. After all, they spoke different languages. Recalling that the woman had spoken English on the beach, Lin Wonqing inquired, Can you speak English? The woman nodded affirmatively. Observing the woman's gradual calmness, Lin Wonqing signaled Han Tao to step aside, wishing to converse with the woman privately. What if it's dangerous? Han Tao protested reluctantly, well aware that the woman had previously held a scalpel to Lin Wonqing's throat. Lin Wonqing, however, exuded confidence, believing the woman would not harm her further. If she had truly intended to kill, she would not have merely held the scalpel against her neck. Before Han Tao moved too far away, he shouted to the woman, Listen carefully. We saved you. His expression and tone were fierce, causing the woman to flinch slightly. Lin Wanqing then asked the woman, "Can we talk peacefully?" After a moment of contemplation, the woman nodded in agreement. Once Han Tao had distanced himself, Lin Wanqing helped the woman to her feet. While the gesture seemed friendly, Lin Wanqing's expression remained icy, reflecting her lingering distrust after the woman had threatened her with the scalpel. "Why did you do that?" Lin Wanqing demanded. "I'm sorry. I thought you had come to capture me," the woman replied. "Capture you? I feared you would kill me." Lin Wanqing's gaze turned cold, scrutinizing the woman, who appeared increasingly uneasy. "We saved your life. Why would we wish to harm you?" The woman, arms wrapped around her head, replied, "I don't know. I was just scared." Lin Wanqing sensed that the woman harbored many secrets. Her words, though seemingly frantic, revealed her genuine fear and misunderstanding of Han Tao and herself. Given the woman's fragile state of mind, it seemed futile to extract further information from her at that moment, so Lin Wanqing decided to set the matter aside for now. "You are mistaken. We rescued you and provided you with fresh water. Thank you. Thank you for saving me." The Korean woman repeatedly apologized. "Please forgive my earlier foolish actions." Lin Wanqing's icy demeanor softened slightly. "All right, since you seek forgiveness, I have several questions that I would like you to answer truthfully." The Korean woman nodded. "Ask away. I will tell you everything I know." A drop of rain fell on Lin Wanqing's nose. She glanced up to see dark clouds gathering in the sky. A downpour was imminent, and it was unwise to linger in the jungle. She decided to postpone the questioning and urged the woman to follow her into the cave. The three returned to the cave, where the warm environment stood in stark contrast to the torrential rain outside. Upon entering, the Korean woman was astonished to find that the two had managed to create such a small sanctuary on this deserted island. Throughout their journey, she had been discreetly observing them and had now concluded that they were not the sort to indiscriminately take lives. Lin Wanqing poured a cup of hot water for the woman using a coconut shell. "What is your name?" At that moment, she seemed to revert to her commanding persona from her corporate days, exuding an air of authority. "Su Jishio, 31 years old, Korean, and I am a doctor." Without waiting for Lin Wanqing to pose the next question, the Korean woman volunteered additional information. Hearing this, Lin Wanqing was particularly intrigued by the word doctor. She and Han Tao were gradually addressing survival concerns on the island, such as water, fire, and shelter, but one issue remained beyond their control: illness. If Su Jishio was indeed truthful, the likelihood of falling ill on the island would significantly diminish. "Are you truly a doctor?" "A surgeon. You are 31 years old." "Yes. Do I look old?" Su Jishio appeared somewhat embarrassed, feeling less confident in the presence of the more youthful and beautiful Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing smiled. "Not at all. I am merely surprised. You claim to be 31, yet you appear much younger, perhaps only 24 or 25. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment." Su Jishio finally mustered the courage to meet Lin Wanqing's gaze. Until now, she had not had the opportunity to observe Su Jishio's features closely. Now, Lin Wanqing scrutinized the woman before her with great seriousness. Her facial features were indeed exquisite, particularly her nose, which was prominent and straight, the most striking aspect of her visage, lending a three-dimensional quality to her face. However, Korea is renowned for its abundance of artificially enhanced beauty. Whether Su Jishio's face had undergone any alterations was a secret known only to herself. "Are you willing to survive with us?" "Yes. In this place, you will need to work alongside us. We will share our provisions with you." "I can do that." Su Jishio nodded repeatedly. She was acutely aware of her precarious situation, stranded on this deserted island, where survival was impossible alone. To endure, she needed to form a partnership with the couple before her. Lin Wanqing stood up and formally extended her hand to Su Jishio. "Welcome, Miss Su. We shall be companions from this moment on." "Thank you." Su Jishio promptly grasped Lin Wanqing's hand. Lin Wanqing then turned to Han Tao, signaling him to come over and greet the new companion, while also introducing him to Su Jishio. "This is Han Tao, the leader here. He was the one who saved you." Han Tao was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected the usually argumentative Lin Wanqing to openly acknowledge his leadership in front of the newcomer, leaving him feeling a bit embarrassed. "Mr. Han, thank you for rescuing me." As a physician, Su Jishio was well aware of the methods for rescuing someone from drowning, and thus she understood what Han Tao had done for her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Han Tao awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "No need to be polite. It was the least I could do." Chapter 24. The new member of the survival team. Han Tao exchanged a glance with Lin Wanqing, indicating that he wanted to speak with her. Lin Wanqing understood and smiled at Su Jishio, suggesting she stay in the cave for the time being while she followed Han Tao to the cave entrance. "Are you really planning to take her in?" Han Tao whispered, his concerns greater than Lin Wanqing's. After all, there were still uncertainties surrounding this woman's identity. Taking her into their team could pose a risk. Lin Wonking shared his concerns, admitting, indeed, while I have disclosed some matters, I can't shake the feeling that she is concealing something from us. Then why allow her to join? Perhaps it is my intuition. I sense that she does not harbor ill intentions toward us. In that moment, Lin Wonking exuded confidence. Han Tao regarded her skeptically. You can sense that? Feeling somewhat embarrassed under his scrutiny, Lin Wonking firmly believed that Su Zhixio would not harm them. We need a doctor, do we not? Moreover, she is an intelligent individual. She must recognize her current predicament. To survive on this island, we must unite. It would be of no benefit to her to act against us. Let us hope you are correct. I have already acknowledged your leadership in front of her, so will you grant me this request? Hearing Lin Wonking concede before him for the first time filled Han Tao with pride. Having reached this point, refusing seemed unreasonable. After a brief pause, he replied, I can agree to keep her, but with one condition. You must keep a close watch on her. Lin Wonking nodded. Not a problem. Huh, what are you laughing at? I didn't realize you possessed such impressive skills. Han Tao smirked. Speaking of which, I hold a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Han Tao clapped in admiration. No wonder. You are indeed a formidable person. Now do you believe I can keep an eye on her? Yes, I must believe. Lin Wonking cast a sidelong glance at Han Tao before returning to the cave, sitting beside Su Zhixio, observing their growing camaraderie as they sat by the fire. Chatting and laughing, Han Tao suddenly understood. It was no wonder Lin Wonking insisted on keeping her. Both being women, they likely shared common interests. Perhaps Lin Wonking had felt a profound loneliness being the sole female on the island. Having a companion was certainly a boon. With this realization, Han Tao felt reassured, hoping they could genuinely integrate Su Zhixio into their team, which would yield the best outcome. Lin Wonking began to explain the current situation to Su Zhixio. In the center of the cave was a fire pit, and in one corner, a substantial pile of wood was stored for fuel. On the other side, there were heaps of coconuts, collected as emergency food supplies. A few broken coconut shells served both as bowls and pots, used for boiling water. Thanks to the fire pit, the cave was not damp, and the ground remained dry, allowing the two to sleep comfortably. From now on, the three of us will sleep here together. Lin Wonking informed Su Zhixio. Su Zhixio cast a shy glance at Han Tao beside her. Are you saying Mr. Han will be here too? Lin Wonking quickly understood Su Zhixio's embarrassment and smiled warmly. You misunderstand. Mr. Han is a man of great integrity, who treats me with respect and never engages in actions that would embarrass a woman. We have always slept separately, without disturbing one another. Su Zhixio sighed in relief. Oh, in that case, Mr. Han truly seems to be a wonderful man. Hearing Su Zhixio praise Han Tao, Lin Wonking felt unexpectedly gratified. She glanced at Han Tao, who was focused on sharpening a spear tip, and then back at Su Zhixio, sharing a knowing smile. Indeed, he is quite remarkable. Do you have feelings for Mr. Han? Su Zhixio posed an unexpectedly direct question. Lin Wonking's face flushed crimson as she bashfully denied. No, I do not like him. If I must say, I only admire him at present. Su Zhixio beamed at Lin Wonking, a knowing expression crossing her face. Being slightly older, she possessed a deeper understanding of matters between men and women. A woman may deny her affections verbally, but her eyes often betray her feelings. Wishing to steer clear of the topic, Lin Wonking hurriedly shifted the conversation to another subject. The sounds of Han Tao crafting stone tools echoed in the cave. Su Zhixio soon found her attention drawn to Han Tao, who was diligently filing a stone block. Mr. Han, what are you making? Weapons. Weapons. Su Zhixio's mouth fell open in surprise. Yes, a sharp spearhead, which can be used to hunt the animals on the island. Su Zhixio covered her mouth in astonishment. Isn't that a tool used by primitive people? More or less, Han Tao replied, standing up and demonstrating with the spear. Su Zhixio enthusiastically applauded him, impressed by his efforts. Flattered by the compliment from such a beautiful woman, Han Tao felt a surge of pride. Han Tao, could you step away for a moment? Lin Wonking suddenly asked. Han Tao was puzzled. Why should I step away? Lin Wonking glanced at her damp clothing from the rain, as well as Su Zhixio, who was also soaked through. Wearing wet clothes was quite uncomfortable, and given the conditions in the cave, she wished to remove her wet garments to dry. Upon hearing Lin Wonking's reasoning, Han Tao instinctively swallowed hard. Two stunning beauties. Lin Wonqing is the epitome of exquisite beauty, possessing both striking looks and an alluring figure. Su Zhixio, although slightly older, appears not much different in age from Lin Wonqing. It is a mystery how she maintains her youthful appearance. In terms of beauty and grace, Su Zhixio is somewhat eclipsed by Lin Wonqing, yet opinions may vary regarding their physiques. Su Zhixio's figure is more voluptuous, with a bosom and hips that are noticeably fuller than Lin Wonqing's, a visual allure that tends to captivate men, including Han Tao. The thought of the two women removing their garments to dry them ignited peculiar images in Han Tao's mind. Noticing his wandering gaze, Lin Wanqing blushed and exclaimed, "Pervert, what are you thinking?" Han Tao wiped his mouth and chuckled. "I was just pondering what to have for dinner tonight. Do you believe me?" "Humph, who would believe you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. You two can dry your clothes. I'll step outside." With that, Han Tao took his spear and approached the cave entrance. Chapter 25. The darkness before us. Outside the cave, the rain had ceased. Since arriving on the island, the wretched weather had been unpredictable, alternating between brilliant sunshine and torrential downpours, far more fickle than a woman's temperament. Despite his complaints, Han Tao had gradually acclimatized to this capricious climate. Tropical islands typically boast a rainforest climate, characterized by erratic weather. While this presents challenges, it also ensures a plentiful supply of fresh water, alleviating concerns about hydration, a crucial factor for long-term survival on the island. Having consumed the previous catch of snakes and eels, and now with Su Zhixio added to their company, he needed to procure more food. Han Tao ventured to the beach, hoping to gather some shells, conchs, and crabs. Inside the cave, only Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio remained. With Han Tao's departure, Su Zhixio was somewhat perplexed by Lin Wanqing's intentions. Lin Wanqing, taking the initiative, removed one of her garments. It was the first time she had shed her shirt since arriving on the island, revealing her fair, supple skin. Su Zhixio gazed in astonishment at Lin Wanqing's flawless complexion, filled with admiration yet confusion. "Miss Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Wanqing found a stick to prop up her shirt beside the fire, explaining that the rain had soaked her clothes, making them uncomfortable to wear. "You should also take off your clothes and dry them," she suggested. Su Zhixio felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite being women. The thought of exposing herself in front of someone she had only recently met felt strange. Lin Wanqing, however, appeared quite at ease, addressing Su Zhixio more intimately by her name. "Zhixio, none of us know when we can leave this island. We are going to live together for a long time. Shouldn't we be honest with each other?" Her words bore a double meaning, for she was aware that Su Zhixio harbored secrets about her identity and background, which she had chosen to obscure. Lin Wanqing, perceptive as she was, understood that pressing for answers would yield little. The best approach was to cultivate Su Zhixio's trust. "All right," Su Zhixio replied, uncertain if she grasped the underlying implication of Lin Wanqing's statement. Nevertheless, she understood the overt meaning. She removed her white coat and then her black sweater. Like Lin Wanqing, she found a branch to hang her damp clothing by the fire, allowing the heat to dry them. As Su Zhixio disrobed, Lin Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment at her figure, unable to suppress a gasp. "My goodness, your body is simply splendid." "Is it?" Su Zhixio blushed, instinctively covering her ample bosom with her hands. Lin Wanqing playfully remarked, "No wonder Han Tao's gaze kept drifting towards you. Men are often hypocritical, always favoring the voluptuous." The teasing made Su Zhixio even more flushed. "Did Mr. Han really look at me?" "Haha, you're so anxious." "I was just joking. I didn't expect you to be so shy. Do you perhaps have feelings for Han Tao?" "Ah, so you were teasing me on purpose." Su Zhixio blushed deeply. Realizing the jest, Lin Wanqing continued to revel in her playful triumph. Suddenly, Su Zhixio recalled Lin Wanqing's earlier slip of the tongue. "Did you just say one?" Lin Wanqing, caught off guard, halted her laughter, her expression frozen. Indeed, how had she let such an important detail slip? Mortified, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Now, it was Su Zhixio's turn to tease Lin Wanqing. "It seems you truly have feelings for Mr. Han." Lin Wanqing's face burned brighter than the coals in the fire. "Who likes him? I certainly do not. He is quite the rogue, both wicked and lecherous." Su Zhixio winked at Lin Wanqing. "If you truly didn't like him, your denial would be more decisive, rather than the way it is now." "All right, Zhixio, I shall not hold back any longer." Unable to counter Su Zhixio's playful banter, Lin Wanqing resorted to playful tactics. Her nimble fingers found their way to Su Zhixio's fair skin, tickling her until she begged for mercy. When Lin Wanqing finally relented, Su Zhixio retaliated in kind. The cave was soon filled with the laughter of the two women. The beach, washed clean by the rain, was devoid of any treasures. Even if there were any, the strong waves would have swept them away. After wandering the shoreline without success, Han Tao was reluctant to return empty-handed, having ventured out. He could not return with nothing. With the beach yielding no finds, he turned his attention to the rocky shore, where the environment might conceal something of value. Upon reaching the tidal flats, Han Tao began to scour the familiar waterholes where he had previously caught eels, systematically checking several more. His efforts yielded a fish over 20 centimeters long, the name of which he did not know, alongside 5 crabs and numerous shells and conchs. On his way back to the cave, Han Tao envisioned a sumptuous seafood feast for the evening. "I'm back," he called out as he climbed to the cave entrance. Stepping inside. "Ah, get out." The two women inside screamed almost in unison, their piercing voices nearly shattering Han Tao's eardrums. He had assumed enough time had passed for their clothes to be dry, but the first sight that greeted him was indeed, as one might expect, two beauties before him, nearly causing him to lose control. My goodness, this is too stimulating. Frantically retreating from the cave, Han Tao's heart raced, filling him with a sense of exhilaration that made him feel alive. After a moment, he assumed the two women had dressed. Hearing Lin Wanqing's flustered voice, "Han Tao, come in," he complied. Han Tao could only feel a tingling sensation on his scalp, wondering how he would explain himself upon entering. Upon arriving in the cave, he found that Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio had already dressed. Perhaps due to the earlier incident where Han Tao had seen them unclothed, both ladies' faces were flushed. Su Zhixio, bashfully lowering her head, while Lin Wanqing glared at Han Tao with indignation, questioning why he had entered without a word. "I called out," Han Tao retorted. "You only shouted when you reached the door. You did it on purpose." Lin Wanqing snapped. "Miss, how was I to know you would still be drying your clothes after such a long time?" Han Tao tossed the seafood he had brought back onto the ground. "Look, I've gathered all this for you." Upon seeing the food, Lin Wanqing couldn't maintain her anger. "So what did you see earlier?" Han Tao immediately shook his head, insisting. "I saw nothing. It was completely dark." Strangely enough, upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she raised her delicate fist, ready to strike Han Tao. "You rogue, I won't let you off easily." Chapter 26. The unfamiliar starry sky as night fell. The three of them cooked the seafood Han Tao had brought back, indulging in a delectable feast. They all ate heartily, especially Su Zhixio, who had been adrift at sea for quite some time. This was her first meal since arriving on the island, and she consumed more than both Han Tao and Lin Wanqing combined. Once they had finished eating, Su Zhixio realized her earlier behavior had been rather unladylike and smiled sheepishly at the two. Lin Wanqing, however, found her sincerity endearing and encouraged. "It's all right. We are family now." "Family?" Han Tao chuckled, glancing at Lin Wanqing. She blushed and shot him a glare, fully aware of his implication. Internally, she scolded him for trying to take advantage of both her and Su Zhixio. "I warn you, if you dare to lay a hand on Zhixio, I won't let you off." "What are you talking about?" Han Tao feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Indeed," Lin Wanqing replied with conviction. "Well, the bias is already formed, and there's no point in explaining further," Han Tao consoled himself. Listening to their banter, Su Zhixio could not comprehend their exchange, but their expressions resembled that of a bickering couple. After their dinner, the weather outside had cleared. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving only a faint glow in the sky. Soon, the ocean was enveloped in darkness, and the whole world succumbed to night. Su Zhixio approached the cave entrance and sat, gazing at the vast expanse of stars. Lin Wanqing joined her, sitting beside her. "Isn't the starry sky beautiful?" "Indeed," Su Zhixio replied, attentively counting each bright star. In the city, such sights were impossible to behold. "Yes, far from the clamor and glamour of urban life, one can find a rare tranquility on this island. I can hardly remember the last time I saw such a stunning starry sky." The two continued their conversation about the heavens and stars when Han Tao approached. Curious about their engrossed discussion, Su Zhixio felt a bit shy at his arrival, while Lin Wanqing glanced at him, remarking, "We were just discussing this big bad guy." "Oh, a big bad guy? Where?" Han Tao pretended to look around, feigning ignorance of the obvious reference to himself. Lin Wanqing found his antics amusing, trying to suppress a laugh. "Oh, so it's about me. I didn't say that. You admitted it yourself." Han Tao shook his head, adopting a comically woeful expression. "When it was just you, I had some semblance of a good life, but now with Su Zhixio around, it seems my days of comfort are over." Lin Wanqing giggled. "At least you are aware." As they sat together under the night sky, Han Tao's thoughts drifted to his family. It had been quite some time since his misfortune. He wondered if his loved ones were still grieving for him. If only he could leave this place soon. However, the reality was grim. No flights had passed over the island, nor had any boats appeared in the nearby waters. It felt as if they were marooned on a forgotten isle. Staring at the vast array of stars above, Han Tao suddenly felt as if he had uncovered a monumental secret, exclaiming in shock. "Mr. Han, what is it?" Su Zhixio asked, her voice tinged with concern. Lin Wanqing, accustomed to his behavior, reassured Su Zhixio, "Don't mind him. He asks like this." Han Tao, however, was oblivious to their words, completely captivated by the celestial display. The sensation was akin to discovering a new world, an indescribable excitement coursing through him. The previous night's storms had confined them to the cave, obscuring the stars from view. Now, under this fortuitous opportunity, he and the two ladies were stargazing. Yet he noticed the night sky was utterly foreign. Familiar constellations such as the Big Dipper, Polaris, Orion, Ursa Major, and Ursa Minor were all absent. Han Tao, what's wrong? Lin Wanqing wondered, noticing his wide-eyed expression. Mr. Han, could you share your thoughts with us? Su Zhixiu inquired. Han Tao remained enveloped in astonishment. How could this be? All the constellations visible in the northern hemisphere were missing. Was this island situated in the southern hemisphere? Yet, that did not align with the tropical vegetation and climate surrounding them. Even in the southern hemisphere, one could still view most constellations from both hemispheres. Moreover, Orion, one of the most recognizable constellations near the equator, was also conspicuously absent. Gazing at this strange yet familiar sky, Han Tao felt lost. Where was this place? Why did the night sky here differ so drastically from what he had seen before? Why did such peculiarities exist on Earth? The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Cold sweat began to form on his back. Han Tao? Han Tao? Lin Wanqing called out loudly, noticing his silence. Coming back to his senses, Han Tao exhaled deeply. Lin Wanqing sensed the unusual atmosphere. What is wrong with you? He pointed at the sky above. Can you find any familiar stars? Lin Wanqing frowned, not comprehending his meaning. Su Zhixiu, covering her mouth, gasped, "Oh, why didn't I notice that before?" Notice what? Lin Wanqing grew anxious. There isn't a single star here that I recognize. What? Lin Wanqing could hardly believe it, immediately looking for Polaris. After a thorough search, she confirmed that indeed, the North Star was absent. What is going on? In this moment, Lin Wanqing felt a chill creeping up her spine. Han Tao remarked, "Though I do not comprehend the situation, I am certain this island possesses some peculiarities. The night sky we behold is not that of our previous world. What does this mean? Have we traversed realms?" Lin Wanqing's expression grew solemn. Transversed? Su Zhixiu queried, perplexed by the term. It means we have journeyed from one world to another, Han Tao elucidated. Su Zhixiu's mouth gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom such an occurrence. It defied all reason. Chapter 27. Three individuals crowded together for the night. This revelation, though difficult to accept in the moment, was undeniable. The starry sky visible from this island was indeed as such. Lin Wanqing immediately expressed her doubts, questioning, if the stars are unfamiliar, why do the sun and moon still exist? I cannot explain this either. At the very least, this is what we see, Han Tao replied. Then what hope do we have of returning? Lin Wanqing's voice faltered, unable to finish her thought. She had always fantasized about leaving this place. Yet it appeared that the last shred of hope had been irrevocably dashed. Among the trio, Su Zhixiu was the eldest and possessed the most mature mindset. She comforted Lin Wanqing, suggesting, perhaps things are not as we perceive. The unfamiliarity of the night sky may stem from some other cause. Perhaps this is merely an undiscovered island, its location rendering it special. These soothing words, while gentle, felt utterly powerless. After all three were intelligent individuals. They understood the gravity of their situation. This could not possibly be the original world. Everyone simply hesitated to acknowledge it. Han Tao stood up, stifled a yawn with his hand, and forced a cheerful demeanor as he addressed the two, saying, "Do not dwell too much on this. Since we have arrived here, there may yet be a way to leave. We simply have not found it yet. Mr. Han is correct. If we manage to enter, we must surely be able to exit." Su Zhixiu concurred. "So let us not lose heart. The more we endure, the greater the chance we have of discovering a means to depart." With that, Han Tao walked into the cave. Su Zhixiu took Lin Wanqing's hand, urging her, "Come on, let us go inside." Gradually reassured by their repeated comfort, Lin Wanqing nodded and rose to join Su Zhixiu in the cave. Inside, another pressing matter awaited them. How would the three of them manage to sleep? The space within was exceedingly cramped. Previously, it had barely accommodated Han Tao and Lin Wanqing. Now, with Su Zhixiu's presence, if she squeezed in, the three would be almost on top of one another. Han Tao glanced at the two ladies and asked, "How do we sleep?" Su Zhixiu blushed, glancing at Lin Wanqing. "What other way is there? Clearly, I shall share with Zhixiu, and you shall have your own space," Lin Wanqing declared, embracing Su Zhixiu. Han Tao, feeling exasperated, tilted his head. "That assumes we can all fit." Lin Wanqing bit her lip, appearing troubled. There was no alternative. Han Tao spoke the truth. Regardless of how they arranged it, they would still be cramped within the narrow confines of the cave. "Then I shall sleep in the middle," Lin Wanqing resolved, determined to place herself as a boundary between Han Tao and Su Zhixiu. This way, she would not have to worry about Han Tao's thoughts straying towards Su Zhixiu. "You will sleep in the middle?" Han Tao chuckled. Lin Wanqing puffed out her cheeks, glaring at him. "I warn you, should you entertain any improper thoughts, You shall see how I deal with you. Han Tao quickly raised his hands in surrender. How could I dare? You are a third-degree black belt in karate. Humph, good that you know. Then it is decided. Lin Wanqing settled down between the two. The previously adequate space now felt exceedingly cramped. Han Tao, seated, found that even the slightest movement caused him to brush against Lin Wanqing's leg. She shot him a fierce look. You, Han Tao protested, pointing to the scant gap of less than 3 centimeters between them. Miss, I truly did not mean to touch you. Humph. Lin Wanqing, whether angry or otherwise, huffed at him before turning her back. The space between the two was indeed wider. But with Lin Wanqing turned away, her elegant silhouette was fully revealed to Han Tao. From her shoulders to her waist, her curves flowed like a sculpted form, leaving Han Tao's heart racing, feeling his pulse quicken. With such a stunning beauty beside him, it would be unthinkable not to feel a stir of emotions. Never mind. You both sleep. I will keep watch. Unable to find sleep, Han Tao opted to sit up. With such a beauty at his side, who could possibly rest? As it happened, the cave required a watchman, and thus Han Tao remained alert. Mr. Han, Su Zhixio inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Han Tao explained, you and Wanqing should rest first. We shall switch later in the night. Understanding Han Tao's intent, Su Zhixio nodded. Fatigued, she soon drifted into slumber, her breathing steady and rhythmic. At that moment, Lin Wanqing suddenly turned and wrapped her arms around Han Tao. Han Tao was taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Just moments ago, she had vehemently protested any contact, and now she clung to his leg. Wanqing, Wanqing, he whispered her name softly, but received no response. Is she truly asleep? To ascertain Lin Wanqing's state, Han Tao waved his hand before her eyes, noting her unblinking gaze. It appeared she was indeed fast asleep. At this moment, Han Tao felt a surge of delight. Aren't you the proud one? Aren't you the tsundere? Aren't you fond of sparring with me? Now, here she was, wrapped around my leg, with both beauties slumbering beside him. Han Tao felt it was permissible to admire them openly. In terms of looks, the youthful Lin Wanqing undoubtedly excelled, yet in terms of figure, the voluptuous Su Zhixio rivaled her in every aspect. The mere thought of cohabiting with these two stunning women on this island was not so dreadful after all. As dawn broke, the soft light of morning filtered through the leaves at the cave's entrance, dispelling the darkness that had lingered throughout the night. In the center of the cave, the firewood had burned low, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke and a few glowing embers. Lin Wanqing awoke to find Han Tao still seated, and upon realizing he had kept watch all night, her heart ached with concern as she admonished. Why did you not wake me to take over? Han Tao's weary eyes met hers, and he smiled gently. I saw you sleeping so peacefully. I wanted you to rest a little longer. Hearing such words, Lin Wanqing felt a wave of warmth, touched by the feeling of being protected. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze upon Han Tao, shyly inquiring, you didn't see me sleeping in any embarrassing way, did you? Not at all. Then, that is a relief. Lin Wanqing exhaled, patting her chest. Observing her nervous demeanor, Han Tao suppressed a chuckle, thinking to himself, aside from you using me as a pillow, nothing else transpired. Yet if I were to reveal that, you might just explode. She was still asleep, after all. Han Tao cast a glance at Su Zhixio, who was nestled beside Lin Wanqing, her body curled up as soft breaths escaped her nostrils. Lin Wanqing remarked, perhaps she is simply too fatigued. Let her sleep a while longer. Chapter 28. The plan to move Su Zhixio remained in slumber while Lin Wanqing and Han Tao approached the cave entrance. They sat side by side, quietly watching the sun rise above the water's surface. We truly cannot go back, can we? Lin Wanqing's lips curled into a bitter smile. The shocking revelation from the previous night left her in a state of unease. If they were indeed in another world, the prospect of returning to their original one seemed utterly impossible. A heavy stone lodged in Han Tao's heart mirrored his thoughts as he reassured her. Do not be so pessimistic. Everything is not set in stone. Yet, he too felt uncertain. What wretched place was this, and how had they arrived here? These questions lingered unanswered. I mean, if we truly cannot return, then... Haha, do not worry. If it comes to that, I will reluctantly marry you. I shall take care of you, all right? Lin Wanqing was taken aback by Han Tao's sudden declaration, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet, the phrase reluctantly irked her. She glared at him, gripping his arm tightly. Clarify what you mean by reluctantly. Hey, that hurts. Explain yourself. Let me go first. Not a chance. I will not release you until you clarify. As they playfully bickered, a sound caught their attention from behind. They turned to find Su Zhixio awake, gazing at them with surprise before breaking into an understanding smile. It was quite normal for young lovers to engage in playful antics. Realizing she had been misunderstood, Lin Wanqing quickly released her grip on Han Tao, her face boiling with embarrassment as she shot him a reproachful glance. This is all your fault. I am the one who got hurt. Han Tao rubbed the spot she had pinched, grimacing in pain. He had to admit, this beautiful woman had quite the strength. The price he paid for such a trivial advantage seemed hardly worth it. Su Jishio approached the entrance, smiling at the pair. You both awoke quite early, did you? Yes. Lin Wanqing nodded. Su Jishio gazed at the horizon where the sun was rising, exclaiming, the sunrise over the sea is truly magnificent. Lin Wanqing replied. After so many days on this island, it is rare to encounter such splendid weather. Mr. Han, what are our plans moving forward? Su Jishio expressed her eagerness to actively contribute to the team. Han Tao recalled something and returned to the cave, filling a coconut shell with charcoal. My plan is for everyone to brush their teeth first. Brush our teeth? The reminder from Han Tao jolted Lin Wanqing into realizing it had indeed been quite a while since she had cleaned her teeth. She and Su Jishio looked in astonishment at the dark substances. Is this charcoal? Are you certain this will work? These are remnants of the wood after burning. Charcoal possesses excellent cleaning properties. Under conditions where maintaining oral hygiene is impossible, using charcoal to clean teeth is an excellent option. Su Jishio agreed with Han Tao, intrigued by his unexpected idea. Charcoal does have strong cleaning abilities. Mr. Han, how did you come up with this method? I know you learned this from that deity and Beiyi, right? Lin Wanqing looked at Han Tao with pride. Han Tao clapped his hands, giving her a thumbs up. Ah, someone is quick on the uptake. Lin Wanqing smirked slightly. Please, I have known that for ages. What are deity and Beiyi? Su Jishio looked at the two with confusion. Lin Wanqing explained, they are two survival experts. The three ground the charcoal into powder, using their fingers to rub it against their teeth, and then rinsed with clean water. Afterward, they felt their mouths remarkably fresh and clean. How does it feel? Han Tao observed their astonished expressions. Su Jishio laughed joyfully. This is truly incredible. After their morning hygiene routine, they prepared for a day filled with activity. In their survival team, Han Tao was the core, contemplating the next steps. Clearly, the most pressing matter was to establish a new living space. With Su Jishio's arrival, the already cramped cave had become increasingly inadequate. Certainly, residing in a cave had its advantages. One did not have to worry excessively about rain, as caves usually did not leak, and they provided a natural shelter from wild animals at night. However, the downsides were equally considerable. The limited space posed the greatest challenge. Compounded by the damp and dark conditions, prolonged habitation could lead to skin issues, including infections. Additionally, the cave's location, perched above a muddy tidal flat by the sea, resulted in constant noise from wind and waves, nearly 24 hours a day. In fact, Han Tao had contemplated relocating earlier. However, upon their initial arrival on the island, survival had taken precedence over all else. Now that survival was assured and a new companion had joined them, the plan to move was back on the agenda. After discussing this idea with the two women, he received unanimous support. Where shall we move to? Lin Wanqing inquired. Do you recall the panoramic view of the island we beheld when we climbed to the summit? Han Tao vividly remembered the landscape and the terrain's orientation. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow, recalling the scene. I remember the east was mangroves, the west and north were barren land. The most suitable area for habitation would be to the south. Exactly. I recall there is a hill behind this beach with a flat area on top, which would be ideal for building our new home. Shall we go and take a look now? Lin Wanqing appeared excited, as the selection of a new residence was crucial for their comfort on the island. Han Tao nodded. We will head over together this morning. That is our task. The trio set off from the cave, with Han Tao carrying his spear and the two women grasping stone axes as they made their way toward the southern slope of the island. Along the way, Han Tao led the way, using his spear to prod the grass piles to drive away lurking insects and wild creatures. The two women followed closely behind. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the location Han Tao had described. The entire southern expanse was a gentle slope, with a flat area that was perfectly suited for constructing a new home. This is it. What do you both think? Han Tao looked at them with anticipation, eager for their approval. The two women, having walked a considerable distance, were drenched in sweat and breathless. After a moment of rest, they finally steadied their breathing and began to survey their surroundings. Standing on the flat ground where the three individuals found themselves, a gentle slope stretched out before them, leading down to the sandy beach. Beyond that lay the foamy waves and the azure sea beneath the expansive sky, the breathtaking seascape unfolding before their eyes. Such a picturesque view instantly uplifted their spirits, as if their hearts expanded alongside the vast ocean. Ascending further behind them stood the island's highest peak, a mountain that Han Tao and Lin Wanqing had previously scaled, gazing out from its summit to behold the entire island. Bathed in the bright sunlight and caressed by the sea breeze from the south, one could not help but feel a sense of joy. Lin Wanqing's lovely face radiated with a satisfied smile. Let us make our home here. Chapter 29. Truly white, so very white. Su Zhixio also expressed her contentment with the location chosen by Han Tao. Witnessing the satisfaction of the two, Han Tao felt that the effort of the morning had been worthwhile. Shall we begin now? Lin Wanqing inquired, seeking Han Tao's opinion. Han Tao meticulously observed the surroundings. Behind the flat area was a fault line approximately 2.5 meters high. The interior of the fault was primarily soil, mixed with a few stones. In Han Tao's view, the most prudent approach was to use this cliff as a foundation, digging inward to create a space akin to a cave, while simultaneously reinforcing it. Once the interior was completed, they could construct a house outside. This method would effectively resolve their housing needs, providing ample space for the three to reside together. Importantly, it was the most reliable and efficient solution, particularly for those stranded on a deserted island. After hearing Han Tao's explanation, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio both expressed their agreement. Although the new dwelling had yet to be constructed, Lin Wanqing had already begun to envision the beauty of their new life. I shall find some flowers and plants to adorn the entrance, so when the house is completed, it will face the sea, blooming in the warmth of spring. No problem. Not only flowers but vegetables can be planted too. We will cultivate 2 plots of vegetable garden, just for you. Agreed. I have reserved those 2 plots. Absolutely. As they spoke, their expressions suddenly turned somewhat melancholic. In that moment, they both understood that this was merely finding joy amidst hardship. After a brief spell of sadness, they knew they must press on. Han Tao then began to explain the construction plan to Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio. Drawing from their previous experience of living in a cave, the issue of drainage was paramount. In the cave, the lack of drainage meant that rainwater would inundate the space, leaving it perpetually damp. This new location, being relatively elevated, allowed for the excavation of a drainage ditch before they began digging the cave, thus alleviating concerns about water accumulation. To be precise, it was not merely about drainage. They also needed to consider rainwater collection. At the convergence of the drainage ditches, they would excavate a reservoir to collect rainwater, ensuring a stable water source at their doorstep whenever it rained. So today we will dig the drainage ditch? Lin Wanqing asked. Han Tao glanced at the position of the sun, estimating the time to be around 9 in the morning. Before noon, the temperature would not be too hot, making it the perfect time for construction. Let us get to work while it's still cool. Though the 2 women appeared delicate, they were not the type to shy away from hard work. When it came to labor, their attitudes rivaled Han Tao's. At this moment, the importance of tools became evident. Without stone implements, the task would have been nearly impossible. Fortunately, all 3 possessed stone hoes, which, while not as effective as iron tools, were far superior to relying solely on hands and sticks. As the sun ascended in the sky, the temperature began to rise, and the area offered little shelter, making it impossible to find a shady spot to escape the heat. Before long, the 3 were drenched in sweat. Han Tao paused to glance at Lin Wanqing, whose cheeks were flushed, sweat trickling down her neck. To combat the heat, she had unbuttoned 2 of her shirt's buttons, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure. In that instant, Han Tao was consumed by a singular thought: how strikingly white she was. Suddenly, he felt a rush of blood to his head. Fearing he might have a nosebleed, he quickly covered his nose. Lin Wanqing, engrossed in her work, remained oblivious to Han Tao's gaze. Seizing the opportunity, he shifted his focus to Su Zhixio beside her. Oh no, this could be disastrous. Due to the heat, Su Zhixio had removed her outer white coat. Uncertain of the temperature from her previous world, it was evident that she wore a thin black sweater beneath. The islandess' warmth, combined with their labor, left her completely soaked with perspiration. The sweater, which naturally accentuated her figure, clung to her, emphasizing her already curvaceous form. Unbeknownst to him, Han Tao became somewhat entranced. Before encountering Su Zhixio, he had doubted the existence of such figures outside of anime. However, her appearance made it all seem plausible. At that moment, Su Zhixio unexpectedly straightened up. Upon raising her head, she caught Han Tao staring at her. In that instant, the mature woman felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she shyly brushed her bangs aside. Realizing his gaze was inappropriate, Han Tao quickly averted his eyes, turning his head to feign nonchalance, attempting to act as if nothing had transpired. After a while, the sun climbed higher in the sky, and the temperature soared above 30 degrees. Unable to continue working, the 3 had no choice but to cease their efforts and return to their makeshift shelter. The afternoon hours were too perilous for outdoor activity. The tropical climate could easily lead to heat exhaustion. They rested in the cave for the entire afternoon. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Lin Wanqing remained particularly drowsy, reluctant to awaken. Seeing this, Han Tao decided to let her rest, while he took his spear to search for food. The excavation of their new dwelling could wait. After all, the cave had run out of provisions, and he certainly did not want everyone to go hungry that night. Mr. Han, please allow me to accompany you. I can be of assistance, Su Jishio volunteered, indicating her desire to join Han Tao in the search for food. Han Tao glanced at Lin Wanqing, still asleep, and thought that leaving her alone in the cave during the day should be fine. Additionally, he felt uneasy about leaving Su Jishio alone with Lin Wanqing. After all, one could never be too cautious, especially since Su Jishio had once taken Lin Wanqing hostage. This lingering unease in Han Tao's heart could not be easily dismissed. It seemed wiser to bring her along for safety. Very well, you may accompany me. Thank you, Mr. Han. From now on, we are friends, so you need not call me Mr. Han, just call me Han Tao. All right, Mr. Han Tao. Well, I know it won't be easy to change that habit. Before heading out, H&T-O took a moment to remind L&W-N-Q-ing to remember that there were firearms hidden in the cave, and to protect herself in case of danger. Chapter 30, an unintentional confession. As he stepped outside, H&T-O grasped the ever-present spear. Upon exiting the cave, he traversed the rocky tidal flats with XZH-11, making their way through the sandy beach. Suddenly, XZH-11 eagerly pointed to some stones arranged in the distance on the shore, asking, "What is that?" "An SOS signal I set up earlier." H&T-O replied nonchalantly, recognizing his own handiwork from when he had first arrived on the island, naively hoping for rescue. XZH-she's expression dimmed. The mere mention of distress inevitably darkened the mood. "Apologies," she said. "There's no need for that." H&T-O reassured, "Let it remain there. Who knows? It might be useful one day." Having spent considerable time on the island, H&T-O had developed a nonchalant attitude towards the prospect of rescue. After crossing the beach, they entered the woods. About half an hour later, they heard the gentle sound of flowing water. "It's the sound of water," XZH-11 exclaimed joyfully, thrilled to discover a water source for the first time. H&T-O, however, appeared more composed, as he had known of a small stream in this area. The camp of Ping Sho and LDG Ing had been situated beside it. Now, with LDG Ing long deceased, and only Ping Sho's fate uncertain, H&T-O felt no trepidation towards Ping Sho. Armed as he was with the spear, should Ping Sho still be alive and pose a threat, H&T-O would not hesitate to eliminate the danger. XZH-11 quickened her pace, leading ahead of H&T-O. They soon arrived at the stream, where the crystal-clear water flowed rhythmically. It sounds akin to the melody of life. At that moment, XZH-11 felt tears welling up. Kneeling by the stream, she cupped her hands to drink deeply. Having perspired excessively while working earlier, she had replenished only a fraction of her lost fluids upon returning to the cave. The cool water, with a hint of sweetness, instantly dispelled her fatigue. "How wonderful! I never expected there to be such a stream on this island," she exclaimed excitedly. The island was vast, situated in a tropical region with abundant rainfall and lush vegetation, making the presence of a stream unsurprising. As H&T-O shared his analysis, he glanced around, his demeanor slightly tense. "Are you worried about wild animals nearby?" XZH-11 inquired. H&T-O nodded. He was more concerned about whether Ping Sho was lurking in the vicinity. He recalled that Ping Sho's camp seemed to be nearby. Yet there was nothing now. Perhaps that fellow had met his end at the jaws of some wolf-like creature. If so, it would be fortuitous. XZH-11 turned to H&T-O, smiling gently. "Thank you. I feel safe with you." The sight of this mature beauty's alluring smile stirred feelings within the young H&T-O, leaving him somewhat flustered. After a brief rest, they continued their journey through the woods, for their purpose was to find sustenance. "Mr. H&T-O, XZH-11 said, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Could you teach me some basic Chinese? Perhaps this would help bridge the gap between us." H&T-O readily agreed. "Of course. If you wish to learn, I will ensure you grasp it fully." Throughout their journey, XZH-she's enthusiasm for learning Chinese seemed to flourish, as she eagerly posed numerous questions. As her teacher, H&T-O readily provided answers, having initially promised her comprehensive instruction. Though it was slightly burdensome, he found joy in it, especially since his student was the captivating XZH-11. At times, he would playfully tease her with jokes to elicit laughter, which she responded to with hearty amusement. Their banter created a light-hearted atmosphere. Whenever XZH-11 stumbled over a word, H&T-O couldn't help but chuckle, causing her some embarrassment. In retaliation, XZH-11 asked, "Do you speak Korean?" With a faint smile, H&T-O replied, "A little." "Oh, Appa, brother, Kajima, don't go," she exclaimed, surprised that he could indeed speak Korean and quite fluently at that. Anything else? She prompted. Sarangi, I love you, he said unexpectedly, causing her cheeks to flush. Recalling how he had been lost in thought while watching her earlier, she felt shy and dared not meet his gaze, fearing misunderstanding. Seeing her reaction, H&TO realized he had gone too far. In truth, he knew little Korean. Having only picked up a few phrases from Korean dramas and had merely attempted to impress her. My apologies, I actually don't understand Korean. What I said was just what I learned from the dramas, he quickly explained, hoping to clear up any confusion. After a moment, XZH11 returned to her usual self, smiling to diffuse the awkwardness. I'm genuinely surprised. Your language skills are impressive, having learned so well just from television. Not as remarkable as you make it sound. I just listened and picked it up naturally. HNTO chuckled softly. As they continued their light-hearted conversation, HNTO suddenly hushed her, signaling for silence. What's wrong? XZH11 whispered, puzzled. HNTO pointed to some tracks on the ground. Look, these appear to be animal footprints. In the grass ahead, there were scattered marks resembling those left by some creature. Recognizing the potential danger, HNTO immediately thought of the wolf-like beasts and felt the need to remain vigilant. What kind of animal do you think made these prints? XZH's expression turned serious. It seems to be from an ungulate. HNTO replied quietly. That would be a herbivore, she noted. Perhaps. But we cannot rule out the possibility of it being an omnivore, HNTO remarked. After witnessing various strange phenomena on the island, he felt that anything could happen. They needed to exercise caution to avoid an encounter with this animal. Chapter 31. The giant tyrant deer to ensure their safety. HNTO tightened his grip on the spear and instructed XZH11 to stay behind him, advising her to keep her head down. I think I heard something ahead, XZH11 whispered, her keen ears catching the sounds emanating from the woods. HNTO motioned for her to stay put while he cautiously approached to investigate. He navigated the underbrush with great care. Please remain as silent as possible. Upon reaching the rear of a towering tree, Han-Tao cautiously peered around, only to be met by the sight of an enigmatic creature. Was it a black sheep, a horse, or perhaps a deer? In essence, this being resembled everything and yet nothing, truly an embodiment of the mythical SB11ing. Han-Tao was utterly bewildered. Having never encountered such a creature before, he pondered its true species. This colossal being stood at least 2 meters tall, a veritable giant. The 2 exaggerated horns atop its head resembled clusters of grand coral. Han-Tao had no doubt that if this creature charged at him, it could effortlessly impale him with its formidable horns. What on earth is this? His mind was a whirlwind of questions and exclamations. Could there not be a single normal animal on this island? Why were all the creatures so grotesque, as if they had suffered from nuclear radiation? Not daring to disturb the beast, Han-Tao could only conceal himself behind the tree and observe quietly. He noticed it beneath a rocky ledge, repeatedly extending its tongue to lick the stones. This behavior made sense to Han-Tao. Animals in the wild often lack salt, unlike humans who can produce it. They are compelled to lick surfaces to replenish their necessary salt intake. Witnessing this giant consuming salt, Han-Tao thought of the current situation of the trio. Fortunately, the seafood and coconut juice they had consumed were rich in salt, allowing him and Lin Wanqing to maintain their strength during their prolonged stay on the island. Otherwise, a typical person would begin to feel weak after a few days without salt. Just as he was contemplating, the colossal creature suddenly turned its head to gaze in Han-Tao's direction. Startled, Han-Tao quickly ducked behind the tree, cursing under his breath. It had been manageable when the creature was oblivious, but its sudden attention exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. Hearing the creature's engine-like exhalation, Han-Tao instinctively tightened his grip on the spear he held. Should the beast dare approach, he would confront it head-on. With his back against the tree trunk, Han-Tao's heart raced furiously, nearly leaping from his chest. The sound of its footsteps heightened his tension. However, after less than a minute, the footsteps ceased. Han-Tao, astonished, cautiously peeked out, only to find that the bizarre creature had vanished. Had it left? Even so, Han-Tao remained vigilant. He continued to hide behind the tree, fearful that the creature might return unexpectedly. Only after confirming its departure did he emerge from his hiding spot. What should he name this creature? It resembled a deer. Perhaps he would call it Bawang Lu. Han-Tao mused to himself, still shaken by the impact of the enigmatic beast. He reflected on its glossy black fur, its imposing antlers, and its regal bearing. Ultimately, he decided to name it Bawang Lu. Remembering that Su Jishio was still hiding behind, Han-Tao hurried back. However, upon returning to Su Jishio's previous location, he found nothing. Could it be? Su Jishio was gone. Han-Tao slapped his forehead, struggling to accept the reality. He had devoted all his attention to dealing with the Bawang Lu and had neglected to monitor Su Zhixio's whereabouts. Surely, she hadn't been taken by another beast. The thought filled him with guilt. After all, they had finally gained a third team member, a doctor no less, only for her to vanish like this. How could he possibly explain this to Lin Wanqing? Su Zhixio, where are you? He could no longer afford to worry about shouting and potentially attracting other predatory creatures on the island. All that mattered was finding Su Zhixio swiftly. Yet, despite calling her name repeatedly, he received no response. As his initial panic gradually subsided, Han Tao began to reflect on the circumstances of Su Zhixio's disappearance. He realized that there had been no sounds at all. He had not heard her calling for help. There were only two possible explanations. Either Su Zhixio had been abducted, her mouth and nose covered to stifle her cries, or she had left of her own volition, though the reasoning behind such a decision remained a mystery. Han Tao crouched down to examine the dry leaves and the traces within the grass. The leaves appeared disarrayed, as if disturbed during a struggle. A necklace. A chain lying among the dried leaves immediately caught Han Tao's attention. He distinctly remembered that this necklace had adorned Su Zhixio's neck. It must have fallen during her struggle. This further solidified his inference that Su Zhixio had been kidnapped. Ping Xiao. It must have been that Ping Xiao. Han Tao's immediate instinct pointed to that individual. To his surprise, this man had not perished. He had thought that scoundrel had long since become prey for the island's beasts. Clearly, he had underestimated the situation. A small, sunken earth pit revealed Su Zhixio, who had been thrown inside. It was shallow, barely half a meter deep, not man-made. Her hands were bound with vines, and her mouth was gagged, rendering her unable to speak, only able to emit muffled sounds. Before her stood a gaunt man, his skin stretched tight over his bones, his hair dry and unkempt, with sunken eye sockets and prominent cheekbones, a clear indication of malnutrition. Yet, his belly protruded roundly, resembling a ball. Just a glance at this man led Su Zhixio to deduce that he was suffering from a parasitic disease. The contrast between his emaciated frame and distended abdomen suggested a condition like schistosomiasis, causing abdominal swelling. In such a desolate island setting, devoid of modern medical facilities or medications, this affliction was tantamount to a death sentence. The skeletal figure before her was none other than Qin Ping. Today, he had ventured into the woods in search of food, only to cross paths with Han Tao and Su Zhixio. Fearing the spear in Han Tao's hand, he had kept his distance, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At last, he seized the chance when Han Tao had departed, capturing Su Zhixio and bringing her to his makeshift camp. Previously, he had been forced to relocate from a campsite near a creek due to the influx of wild beasts seeking water, opting for a relatively safer location. However, this so-called safety was tenuous at best. It was merely a small pit where he typically slept, covering the entrance with leaves at night as a makeshift precaution. And then he would drift into slumber. Fortunately, he had managed to survive thus far without being devoured, albeit in dire circumstances. Chapter 32. He is already dead. Su Zhixio stared in terror at the man before her. She struggled to compose herself, analyzing his intentions. She attempted to speak, but the vines binding her mouth only allowed her to make muffled sounds. Ping Xiao crouched before her, tugging at her hair, his gaze fixating on her ample bosom. With a gulp, he swallowed hard. The look in his eyes was not one of lust, but rather an insatiable hunger that had reached its zenith. His gaze sent chills down Su Zhixio's spine, making her acutely aware that the man before her had lost all semblance of humanity. He resembled a ravenous beast, while she felt like a helpless lamb on the verge of being devoured. "Do not blame me," said Ping Xiao before he lunged forward, his mouth open, intent on biting Su Zhixio's face. Terrified, she screamed incessantly, thrashing wildly to keep him at bay. Ping Xiao, weakened by hunger, found it difficult to subdue even a frail woman like her. They struggled for what felt like an eternity, with Ping Xiao ultimately left panting and exhausted. His face was devoid of color, the toll of prolonged starvation having ravaged his body. After catching his breath, he suddenly clutched his abdomen, sinking to the ground in agony. Su Zhixio attempted to voice her distress, but her efforts were feeble. Observing Ping Xiao's weary expression, she noted his apparent desire to communicate and, without hesitation, he approached her again, loosening the vine that bound her mouth. "You are going to die anyway, so speak your mind. Once you do, I will consume you." Upon hearing him speak in Chinese, Su Zhixio's heart sank. She wondered if he could comprehend English. With no other recourse, she decided to take a chance. "I am a doctor. I can save you." "You're a doctor?" Ping Xiao's reaction filled Su Zhixio with hope. It seemed he understood English and could converse. Eager to bolster his trust in her identity, she continued, "You are suffering from malnutrition due to prolonged starvation, and you have a parasitic infection in your body. This is likely a result of consuming raw meat or shellfish, which harbor numerous parasites in their eggs, leading to your current condition. What should I do? Ping Xiao, drained of energy, found himself placing all his hopes in her. The pain from the parasitic infection had rendered him miserable for days, and he desperately wished for assistance. First, free me, Su Zhixio indicated her bound hands. Hesitating, Ping Xiao pondered the risk of her escaping if he untied her. Sensing his indecision, Su Zhixio reassured him. I am a doctor. I will not abandon my patient. Driven to the brink of despair by relentless pain, Ping Xiao decided to trust her. He moved behind her, securing her legs first before loosening her hands. Now, how will you help me? I have pain relief medication that can temporarily alleviate your suffering. In her hand, she held a small transparent plastic bottle containing a single red capsule. Gazing at the capsule, Ping Xiao hesitated. Its crimson hue resembled blood, as if warning him of its danger. Snatching the bottle from her, he poured out the capsule, demanding, Why should I trust you? I wish to help you. I do not believe you. I will not harm you. In a sudden outburst, Ping Xiao shouted, prying open Su Zhixio's mouth to force the capsule inside. Throughout the ordeal, her expression remained unchanged, even as the capsule was placed in her mouth. At that moment, he quickly retrieved the capsule from her mouth and swallowed it himself. I told you, I will not harm you. Be quiet. After taking the medication, Ping Xiao found a patch of ground to sit upon, awaiting the onset of its effects. Approximately 3 minutes passed before he felt the relentless pain in his abdomen subside. The medicine appeared to be effective. Just as he began to feel relief, a deeper, more intense pain surged through his abdomen, radiating to his limbs. Numbness enveloped him. He experienced a profound agony coupled with a sense of paralysis. He stood up, eyes wide with terror, staring at Su Zhixio. What did you make me ingest? N-A-C-N. Su Zhixio's expression was as cold as ice as she uttered the word with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ping Xiao erupted in despair, unable to fathom that he had consumed N-A-C-N, a lethal poison. Why had this woman shown no fear when he had tested her? He realized he had been utterly deceived. Fearful for his life, he began to induce vomiting, attempting to expel the capsule from his throat. However, despite his efforts, his already empty stomach could yield nothing. Su Zhixio coldly stated, There is no use in struggling. Even if you manage to vomit it out, you will still perish. You wretched woman, I will kill you. In his fury, Ping Xiao lunged at her, hands outstretched to strangle Su Zhixio. Weakened by hunger and poisoned, he possessed no strength, and his feeble hands were easily pushed aside by Su Zhixio. Seizing the opportunity while he was down, she untied the vines binding her legs. Standing tall, she regarded Ping Xiao, writhing on the ground, with the same detachment one might reserve for a laboratory rat, devoid of any sympathy. You dare harm me? Even as a ghost, I will not forgive you. Save those words for the abyss. Ping Xiao clawed at his throat, and soon his skin was bloodied and raw from his own grasp. As he writhed in agony, he suddenly perceived everything before him turning crimson. Dark, viscous blood seeped from his eyes, ears, and nostrils. After a few minutes of struggle, he finally lay still, his body sprawled on the ground, surrounded by black blood. Su Zhixio cast one last glance at the lifeless form before turning and departing without a trace of emotion. Zhixio, where are you? In the forest. Han Tao's anxious voice echoed. Su Zhixio hesitated, wanting to respond, but fearing that Han Tao might detect something amiss upon seeing the dead man. As his voice drew nearer, hiding became impossible. The grass parted before her, and Han Tao emerged from behind. Zhixio. Upon seeing her, he paused for a moment, then rushed forward, gripping her shoulders and inspecting her for injuries. Are you all right? Feeling Han Tao's concern, Su Zhixio shook her head and replied, I am fine. What happened to you? You vanished so suddenly. As she spoke, Han Tao's gaze fell upon Ping Xiao's lifeless body. Understanding immediately, he realized that Ping Xiao had abducted Su Zhixio. Do not fear. I am here now. No one can harm you. With that, Han Tao brandished his spear and approached the corpse on the ground. Su Zhixio grasped his arm, saying, He is already dead. Chapter 33. What secrets are you hiding? Dead. The news sent a wave of disbelief through Han Tao's mind. How could he have died so suddenly? He was not lamenting over Ping Xiao, but rather found the entire situation unfolding far too rapidly. Clearly, Su Zhixio had been abducted by Ping Xiao, and yet it had taken him less than an hour to arrive here. How could Ping Xiao have perished in such a brief span? This raised significant doubts. Casting a glance at Su Zhixio, Han Tao sensed something unusual. Her current demeanor was starkly different from her usual composure. She appeared exceedingly tense. I will go take a look, he stated, moving towards Ping Xiao's lifeless body. Upon approaching, the sight of his emaciated form stirred an involuntary frown. It had been such a short time since their arrival on the island, and this individual had been ravaged by hunger to such an extent. Perhaps, for him, death was a form of release. More shocking than his emaciation was the ghastly sight of blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Ping Xiao's eyes were wide open in a final gaze, dark blood trickling from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. It was evident that he had endured unimaginable torment before his demise. Clearly, this was not a death by starvation, but rather one by poison. Han Tao turned sharply, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Su Zhixiu. How did he die? Su Zhixiu hesitated, torn between the desire to be honest with Han Tao and the fear of revealing the truth. I ask you, how did he die? Han Tao's anger stemmed not from Ping Xiao's death, but rather from Su Zhixiu's evident concealment. He and Lin Wanqing had come to regard Su Zhixiu as a partner, akin to family, hoping the 3 of them could survive well on the island. Yet, Su Zhixiu harbored far too many secrets. Han Tao could tolerate her withholding certain truths, but matters concerning poison could never be kept hidden. I assure you, I did not intend to deceive you. I harbor no hostility towards you or Wanqing, Su Zhixiu said, her hands covering her mouth and nose, her emotions in disarray. Deep down, she genuinely considered Han Tao and Lin Wanqing as companions and had never wished them harm. However, the incident involving Ping Xiao was now a reality, and Han Tao's misunderstanding was undeniable. She was at a loss for how to explain herself in order to regain his trust. Please believe me, I never intended to harm you. Han Tao stood, approaching Su Zhixiu. With Ping Xiao dead, murdered by poison, he felt compelled to remain vigilant towards this woman. No one could predict if one day he or Lin Wanqing might fall victim to her treachery. How can I trust you? Han Tao's query left Su Zhixiu momentarily speechless. Seeing her reluctance to divulge her secrets, Han Tao turned to leave. Su Zhixiu pursued him. Are you going to abandon me? He shot her a warning glance that halted her in her tracks. We do not welcome those who harbor secrets. At that moment, Su Zhixiu felt as if Han Tao's expression was chillingly cold, akin to being abandoned. Despite her fear of being left alone in the woods, she dared not follow him. Watching Han Tao's silhouette vanish, she sank to the ground, fists pressed against her chest, weeping in anguish. She had encountered 2 companions who felt like family on the island, yet her concealment had fractured that bond. Now, she felt powerless and lost, uncertain of what to do next. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Wanqing had awakened. Bored, she was attempting to twist dried palm fronds into rope. Seeing only Han Tao return, she inquired in surprise, "Where is Su Zhixiu? I sent her away." What? Lin Wanqing, infuriated, threw down what she held and confronted Han Tao. Their team had finally grown from 2 to 3, gaining an invaluable doctor. She could not comprehend why Han Tao would drive Su Zhixiu away. I sent her away. Why? Why would you do that? Lin Wanqing's anger escalated as she grasped Han Tao's collar. Do you realize the dangers lurking on this island? What if something happens to her out there? That is her concern, Han Tao replied coldly. Lin Wanqing's eyes reddened, struggling to reconcile this version of Han Tao with the one she knew. No, you are not Han Tao. The Han Tao I know would never act this way. I am Han Tao. No, you are not. You scoundrel. Lin Wanqing turned and rushed into the cave to retrieve a stone axe, intending to search for Su Zhixiu. Han Tao seized her arm. What are you doing? I'm going to find Zhixiu. Don't go. Han Tao, let me tell you, you may have sent Zhixiu away, but I can bring her back. Why don't you ask me why I sent her away? Regardless of the reason, it does not justify your actions. She possesses a lethal poison. The mention of poison momentarily calmed Lin Wanqing's agitation. So what? She poisoned Ping Xiao, but she has not poisoned us. Han Tao found himself momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Indeed, while Su Zhixiu had poisoned Ping Xiao, she had not harmed either him or Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing asserted firmly, I do not care what you think. I trust Zhixiu. I will go find her now. She had barely stepped out of the cave when ominous clouds gathered over the island, heralding an impending storm. Seeing Lin Wanqing dash out alone, Han Tao struck his chest in frustration and hurried after her. Wait, Lin Wanqing, it's about to rain, and the woods are treacherous. I'll accompany you. Lin Wanqing did not refuse his offer and nodded in agreement. The 2 returned to the woods, heading straight for the spot where the incident had occurred. Upon arrival, they found Ping Xiao's body still there, yet Su Zhixiu was nowhere to be seen. This is bad. Nightfall and heavy rain are imminent. If Zhixiu has lost her way, she will be in grave danger. Lin Wanqing was filled with anxiety. It was a vast island, and it would be a daunting task to locate her. Han Tao crouched to examine the surrounding soil and noticed paw prints indicating wild animals had passed through, yet they had not touched the corpse, suggesting that even the beasts recognized the body was toxic and dared not feast upon it. With wild animals having been present, It was likely that Su Jixio had fled to another location to evade them. Han Tao glanced at the anxious Lin Wanqing and reassured her, "Do not worry. We will find her." At that moment, Lin Wanqing had regained her composure, realizing her earlier words towards Han Tao had been excessive. Lowering her head, she apologized. "I am sorry. I was just too worried about Jixio. It is not only her. I would worry just as much if it were you." "I understand," Han Tao replied. Lin Wanqing, filled with remorse, continued, "I know you are concerned she may be hiding some identity that could pose a threat to us. Ultimately, you are looking out for our well-being. What I said earlier was truly uncalled for. You need not say that. I was not offended. You were right about one thing. She has not harmed us, so perhaps my vigilance was a bit excessive. Thank you for not holding it against me. Let us put this aside for now. Finding Jixio is our priority." Chapter 34. The first step towards reconciliation. The rain soon began to fall. The rain arrived suddenly, pouring down with great intensity. The forest was soaked, complicating the search for Su Jixio and heightening the worries of Han Tao and Lin Wanqing. Alone and without shelter, she would be in grave danger if she encountered wild beasts under such conditions. Nightfall was approaching swiftly. Lin Wanqing's concern was palpable once darkness enveloped the woods. Locating Su Jixio would become exceedingly difficult. Han Tao's expression mirrored her unease. He understood that time was of the essence, and they needed to find Su Jixio before night descended. She could not have wandered far, as inferred from the animal footprints discovered earlier. It was highly likely that she had fled northward. Given the circumstances, they could not afford to search every possible direction. Han Tao had to take a gamble. He led Lin Wanqing northward. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, and each step they took plunged their feet into muddy puddles. Although the leaves provided some cover, both were soon drenched. "Su Jixio, Jixio," they called out, their voices straining against the relentless sound of the rain. In such weather, human voices could hardly reach far. After walking several hundred meters, a situation unfolded ahead. Han Tao noticed a few creatures resembling a blend of fox and wild dog gathered around a large tree. With brown fur and black markings, they circled the tree, howling. In that moment, Han Tao felt a surge of joy. The presence of wild animals indicated something was amiss in the tree, likely involving Su Jixio. "There are wild beasts ahead," Han Tao informed Lin Wanqing, who tensed with concern. "Su Jixio may be hiding in that tree. We must drive those beasts away." Upon spotting the creatures, Lin Wanqing's fear intensified. She was terrified of these creatures, and even ordinary dogs sent her heart racing. Yet, there was no room for cowardice now. To save Su Jixio, she had to muster her courage. "Let us scare those creatures away." Lin Wanqing gripped her stone axe tightly. Han Tao gestured for her to hold back. After pulling her close, he readied his spear and executed a javelin throw towards the beasts. The distance from Han Tao to the tree was approximately 30 meters, and the spear flew straight toward the beasts. A piercing howl erupted as the spear struck one of the creatures. The spear pierced the neck of the fox-like beast, pinning it to the ground. It struggled helplessly, blood pouring from the wound until it lay still. The remaining creatures were bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired, and they fled in terror, their tails tucked between their legs. Taking advantage of the chaos, Han Tao brandished his stone axe and emerged from the underbrush, dramatically raising his arms. The wild beasts, confronted by an unprecedented sight, scattered in fright. Having driven them away, Han Tao breathed a sigh of relief. His actions had been a gamble, relying on the creature's innate wariness, and fortunately, the risk had paid off. Had the creatures beneath the tree been the previous wolf-like beasts, he might not have been so fortunate. "Jixio," Han Tao called out, rushing to the base of the tree. A head peeked out from behind the branches. There she was. Su Jixio. Her hair was soaked, droplets clung to her face, and she appeared pale and frightened. Seeing Han Tao standing below, she was taken aback. She had thought herself abandoned, never expecting him to return for her. "Jixio, it's safe down here now. I apologize for earlier. Please come back with us," Han Tao urged. Su Jixio's eyes reddened at his words, and tears streamed down her face. In that moment, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of grievance, gratitude, guilt, and self-reproach. She bore no resentment towards Han Tao's earlier demeanor. After their parting, she had chastised herself for not being honest with him. Now, perched in the tree, she wept openly. "Jixio, come down quickly," Lin Wanqing called, concern etched on her face. Under their watchful eyes, Su Jixio descended from the tree. Lin Wanqing embraced her tightly, offering comfort. "You need not fear. Han Tao and I will protect you." "Thank you." Su Jixio nodded vigorously. Han Tao approached the fallen beast, and, ensuring it posed no further threat, struck its head with a stone until its skull shattered. Once satisfied, he retrieved his spear and hoisted the creature. "Are you going to bring it back?" Su Jixio asked anxiously, glancing at the beast that had nearly posed a fatal threat. Indeed, it is a source of meat, the finest sustenance. Tonight, we shall feast upon it, and its fur is valuable as well, Han Tao replied matter-of-factly. With prior experiences of consuming snake and eel, Lin Wanqing had grown accustomed to such survival measures. She understood that to endure on the island, one must embrace all forms of sustenance. Pickiness would not serve them well. It's all right. You will get used to it, Lin Wanqing reassured Su Zhixiu. Su Zhixiu acknowledged her predicament on the island. As the trio exited the forest, night had fully descended. Fortunately, the beach was not far from their cave, and they quickly made their way back. Inside the cave, the warm glow of the fire contrasted sharply with the torrential downpour outside. The cave was dry and inviting, a stark contrast to the damp chill outside. Had they failed to retrieve Su Zhixiu, the thought of her spending the night alone in such conditions was heart-wrenching. The trio, drenched and resembling drowned rats, gathered around the fire, its warmth providing the greatest comfort. As the heat enveloped them, white steam began to rise from their bodies. The wet clothing clung uncomfortably to their skin. I'll go outside to deal with this beast, Han Tao announced, rising to his feet and carrying the creature outside. This was necessary to prevent the entrails from remaining near the cave, and it also afforded Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixiu an opportunity to remove their wet garments and dry off. Understanding his intentions, Lin Wanqing said nothing, only urging him to be cautious and return swiftly. Once Han Tao departed, she turned to Su Zhixiu, saying, "Let us quickly take off our clothes." Chapter 35 The Secret of True Identity. When Han Tao dealt with that snake last time, he lacked a knife, making the task rather cumbersome. However, this time was different. He had the scalpel provided by Su Zhixiu, a remarkably sharp tool that made skinning particularly effortless. The only downside was its diminutive size. On the beach, he eviscerated the peculiar creature, discarding all its entrails into a puddle. These served as bait, hoping to attract some greedy creatures when the tide receded tomorrow. After dispatching the beast, Han Tao lingered outside for a while to avoid the embarrassing situation from last time. He waited until the two individuals inside the cave had dried their clothes before turning back. Upon his return, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixiu had already donned their garments. Both appeared to be in good spirits, and upon seeing Han Tao, they approached him with expressions of concern. Lin Wanqing took the meat and hide from Han Tao's hands, while Su Zhixiu poured him a bowl of water from a coconut shell. In that fleeting moment, Han Tao felt a peculiar sense of nostalgia, akin to a hunter returning home, with the two beautiful women in the cave resembling his wives, one enchanting, the other exuding a mature charm. Gazing at these two women, each possessing their unique allure, Han Tao couldn't help but let his imagination wander. Yet, it remained merely a thought, unless both were willing. He could never bring himself to act upon such fantasies. Lin Wanqing skillfully skewered the wild beast on a wooden stick and placed it over a branch to roast. The creature was roughly the size of an adult dog, lean and devoid of fat. As it cooked, the outer layer of meat turned charred, filling the cave with a savory aroma. Once ready, Lin Wanqing tore off a hind leg and handed it to Su Zhixiu, saying, "You must be famished, please eat." Indeed, she was ravenous, and after accepting the leg with a grateful glance at Lin Wanqing and uttering a quick thank you, she hastily tore off a steaming piece of meat and devoured it. Observing her relish, Lin Wanqing also pulled off the remaining hind leg for Han Tao, stating, "You've worked harder, this leg is for you." Han Tao looked at Lin Wanqing in surprise. Her growing concern for him was evident. He chuckled and replied, "I want to be polite, then." With only the three of them in the cave, there was no need for formality. They feasted heartily, reducing the foxdog-like creature to a mere skeleton. After a satisfying meal, Han Tao burped, having consumed the lion's share of the meat. As for the taste, it was neither unpleasant nor particularly delightful. It bore a resemblance to rabbit meat, stringy, somewhat dry, and imbued with a pronounced earthy flavor. Had there been other options, this creature's flesh would surely not have been the first choice. "Should we give it a name?" Lin Wanqing proposed. The island was inhabited by species they had never encountered before. If they were to reside here long-term, it would be wise to assign names for easier identification. Han Tao concurred, revealing that he had already contemplated a name while eating. "It resembles both a fox and a wild dog. Let us call it Foxdog." "Foxdog?" Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixiu exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief at Han Tao's naming prowess. Yet, unable to conjure a better alternative, they accepted his suggestion, dubbing the creature Foxdog. Furthermore, Han Tao recounted his encounter with the mighty deer he had seen earlier in the woods. The mere mention of it sent chills down his spine, as its imposing presence was far beyond that of the Foxdog. As he animatedly described the experience, Lin Wanqing chuckled softly, remarking, only you could come up with such a name for a creature like that, with the foxdog and the mighty deer named. The earlier wolf-hyena-like creature also received a new title, hyena wolf. As the namer of these unfamiliar animals, Han Tao felt a sense of sovereignty akin to that of an island king. After their light-hearted banter, the atmosphere shifted to a more serious tone, signaling that the forthcoming discussion would carry weight. Lin Wanqing looked earnestly at Su Zhixio and reiterated her question, is Su Zhixio your real name? Indeed. Su Zhixio affirmed with a nod. And your age? 31. I have not lied. What is your profession? Upon this inquiry, Su Zhixio hesitated noticeably. Since her return, she had been mentally preparing to reveal her true identity. The words lingered on her lips, yet remained difficult to utter. Lin Wanqing encouraged her, it's all right. No matter what you did in the past, that is behind you. Let us start anew on this island. After a moment of silence, Su Zhixio began to disclose her identity. I am a top-tier surgeon, this is the truth. However, I also belong to a clandestine research facility. A secret research facility? Lin Wanqing expressed her astonishment. Could you elaborate on what it studies? Biological sciences, gene recombination. Han Tao's eyes widened. So you are a biologist? Su Zhixio shook her head. More accurately, our project focuses on cellular immortality. Han Tao and Lin Wanqing exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Immortality? How could such a thing exist in this world? Despite their skepticism, Su Zhixio's earnest demeanor suggested she was not fabricating this tale. Human cells undergo approximately 50 generations of division from birth to death, all regulated by genes. Our current research aims to enhance the number of divisions through gene editing, potentially achieving lifespans of 1,000, 10,000 years, or even immortality. Initially, Han Tao and Lin Wanqing found the notion of immortality humorous. However, as Su Zhixio spoke calmly, their laughter faded, replaced by a growing unease. Both had received higher education and were familiar with genetic engineering. It was indeed possible to edit genes for purposes such as combating infectious diseases or interspecies gene splicing. However, when it came to humanity itself, genetic alterations became exceedingly complex. The existence of morality meant that any changes to genes would have profound ethical implications. Consequently, all practices of genetic editing on newborns were deemed illegal in contemporary society. Lin Wanqing gazed at Su Zhixio in shock. Is your research truly without repercussions? Su Zhixio replied candidly. There are repercussions. Hence, it is clandestine and cannot be exposed to the light of day. And your funding? A mysterious organization provides us with financial support. Do you know anything about that organization? I do not. I am merely a member of the research facility. Han Tao interjected, signaling that he had a question. What stage is your research currently in? Chapter 36, The Immortality Experiment. Han Tao and Lin Wanqing turned their attention to Su Zhixio, awaiting her response. Su Zhixio paused for 2 seconds before replying. At present, our experiments have successfully induced cell division in mice for 300 generations. 300 generations. Upon hearing this number, Han Tao was taken aback, his mind clouded with confusion as if struck by a thunderbolt. Beside him, Lin Wanqing, though shocked, did not share the same level of astonishment as Han Tao. As a typical science and engineering student, Han Tao had dabbled in biology during his studies. Knowing that a common laboratory mouse typically undergoes cell division approximately 14 to 15 generations, with an average lifespan of just over a year. The notion of 300 generations was unfathomable. It implied that a mouse, which usually lives for about a year, could somehow extend its life to 20 or 30 years. This experiment was truly alarming. When Han Tao conveyed these thoughts to Lin Wanqing, her expression transformed into one of even greater shock. If such technology could be applied to humans, the implications were staggering. Lin Wanqing dared not contemplate it any further. It defied all logic. And if this technology could indeed increase human cell division to 20-fold, the consequences would be terrifying. Han Tao finally grasped why Su Zhixio had been reluctant to disclose her identity. Undoubtedly, her profession and the nature of her research were not matters to be shared lightly. Her willingness to divulge these secrets indicated a level of trust towards both him and Lin Wanqing. Thus, you carry poison with you. Indeed, should unforeseen circumstances arise, that poison would serve as a means to end one's own life. Han Tao sat there, overwhelmed by a cold sweat trickling down his back, feeling not fear, but sheer astonishment. He had never imagined that such research existed in this world. Should this experiment succeed in humans, the wealthy and powerful would undoubtedly seek every means to prolong their lives, while those without means, desperate for immortality, might resort to inhumane actions. Such a world would undoubtedly spell disaster. Have you conducted experiments on humans? Under Han Tao's penetrating gaze, Su Zhixio shook her head in denial. Not at present. This implies that you do have such intentions. Primarily, the data obtained from experiments on animals has proven unstable, making it impossible to guarantee similar results in humans. Han Tao suddenly recalled a pivotal question. What had transpired prior to their arrival on this island? Su Zhixio fell silent, her expression betraying her pain. Noticing this, Lin Wanqing signaled Han Tao to refrain from further inquiries. Su Zhixio had already shared enough secrets for one day. They could now be assured that Su Zhixio harbored no ill will towards them. That was sufficient. After all, each individual who arrived on this island carried their own past. Some matters need not be laid bare. Han Tao nodded, agreeing with Lin Wanqing's sentiment. Their interrogation of Su Zhixio would cease for the night. Having decided to embrace Su Zhixio and let go of the past, they would not pry further into her history. The night deepened. The three of them settled down beside the fire to sleep. As before, Lin Wanqing lay in the middle, with Han Tao and Su Zhixio on either side. When dawn broke, Han Tao opened his eyes to find Lin Wanqing sleeping soundly, her long leg draped across him. The sight of her smooth, firm leg instantly revived his spirits. No wonder he had dreamt all night of being trapped beneath the 5 Fingers Mountain of Buddha, as if he were Sun Wukong. Moments later, Lin Wanqing awoke, feeling something hard pressing against her leg, which was quite uncomfortable. Groggily opening her eyes, she realized she was embracing Han Tao, her leg resting on him, causing her to sit up in embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her face with her hands, looking at Han Tao lying on the ground. You scoundrel. Han Tao felt like crying. After all, it was she who had pinned him down all night. How could she call him a scoundrel? Look at you. Lin Wanqing peeked through her fingers at Han Tao, her cheeks reddening further. You shameless one. How can you deny it? Han Tao's forehead bore 3 dark lines of exasperation. My dear, do you believe this predicament is causing me discomfort? Without further explanation, he hurried outside to relieve himself. Upon his return, Lin Wanqing had regained her composure, though she still stared at him with curiosity. Where did you go? Han Tao replied. I went to urinate. What else could it be? Did you do anything to me last night? Lin Wanqing crossed her arms, her posture defensive. Given our position, it is I who should be asking that question, Han Tao lamented. Lin Wanqing's face, which had just started to return to normal, flushed once more. You rogue. Had anyone else spoken to her in such a flirtatious manner, she would have rebuffed them without hesitation. Yet, inexplicably, Han Tao seemed to be her nemesis, leaving her utterly at a loss. As their banter continued, Su Zhixio remained on the ground, still asleep. Concerned, Lin Wanqing reached out to check Su Zhixio's forehead. The moment she touched it, she was startled. So hot. Lin Wanqing withdrew her hand, worry etched across her features. Han Tao approached to check as well, confirming that her temperature was indeed alarmingly high, at least 39 degrees Celsius. This was troubling. On this desolate island, there were no medicines available to treat Su Zhixio's condition. Such a high fever could prove fatal if not addressed. Han Tao was immediately engulfed in guilt. Had he not driven Su Zhixio away yesterday, she would not have been caught in the rain and fallen ill. Faced with a patient suffering from a high fever, Han Tao and Lin Wanqing felt utterly helpless, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Su Zhixio managed to open her eyes, appearing quite unwell, her body frail, even breathing seemed laborious. Yet, fortunately, her mind remained clear. I am fine, she said, her teeth chattering. Lin Wanqing embraced Su Zhixio, urging her to tell them what they should do next. Among the three, Su Zhixio was the doctor. She knew how to respond. I believe it is a bacterial infection. What should we do? It's all right. I can endure it. In this resource-limited setting, even Su Zhixio's medical expertise was of little use. At best, she had more knowledge than Han Tao and Lin Wanqing. But that did not mean the bacteria or viruses would spare her. Illness would strike regardless, and when it did, one could only bear it. Fortunately, the shelter they had found was decent, providing fire and water, shielding them from the wind and rain. Han Tao picked up a spear, preparing to venture out to the rocky shore to check the traps he had set the previous night, hoping to gather some food to prepare soup for Su Zhixio. I'll be back soon, he assured Lin Wanqing. Please be careful, Lin Wanqing cautioned. I will return shortly. Chapter 37, A Suspicious Codename. Upon reaching the rocky shore, Han Tao approached the water hole where he had placed the bait the day before. Filled with hope, he anticipated that the innards of the foxdog would attract a bountiful catch. However, to his dismay, the water hole was entirely empty, the innards having vanished. It seemed the high tide from the previous night had greatly affected his ability to capture anything. Having come this far, he could not return empty-handed. Most importantly, the trio needed sustenance, and Su Zhixio required nourishment at this critical time. With no other options, Han Tao could only continue along the rocky shore, hoping to try his luck at other waterholes. Fortunately, this stretch of rocky beach was rich in resources. Even if he failed to catch fish or shrimp, there were plenty of shells and sea snails scattered upon the rocks, making collection a much simpler task. Lacking a container to carry these shells, Han Tao removed his shirt and used it as a makeshift pouch. As he gathered a sufficient amount, he prepared to turn back. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted a dark figure on the rocky beach. From a distance, it resembled a person. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was a person, albeit lifeless and clearly having been submerged in water for an extended period. The body appeared to have bloated grotesquely, eliciting a sense of revulsion. Noticing the attire of the deceased, Han Tao was reminded of the man in a suit who had been washed ashore earlier. The resemblance was striking. Both men had crew cuts and donned dark suits. Reluctantly, Han Tao approached the decaying corpse. Before he could get too close, a nauseating stench, far more potent than that of dead fish, assaulted his senses, an odor that would linger in memory. At that moment, Han Tao wondered if this man might possess a handgun. Finding one could be immensely beneficial for his team's survival on the island. Holding his breath, he inched closer to the body, wary of touching it for fear of the lingering scent. He used his spear to poke at the man's clothing pocket, initially hoping to uncover a firearm. He instead found nothing, likely lost to the ocean after prolonged exposure to the water. Han Tao paid little mind to the corpse, knowing that within a day, it would likely be reduced to mere bones, either consumed by the creatures of the shore or swept back into the sea by the tide. As he prepared to leave, his gaze was drawn to a necklace around the corpse's neck. The necklace appeared to be made of a metal alloy, reminiscent of a dog tag. He used his spear to lift the necklace and gave it a firm tug, detaching it from the corpse. Instantly, he wrinkled his nose at the overpowering odor. The tag bore an inscription, the number 06, and the word Naja Naja. Wasn't he that the term for a cobra? Han Tao mused, contemplating that it sounded more like a code name, typically reserved for certain organizations, with the number suggesting a rank within that hierarchy. In that moment, a realization struck him. He departed the rocky shore and returned to the location where he had buried the man in the suit. Upon digging up the spot, he began to unearth the soil that covered the grave. Previously, he had only found a gun on the man and had overlooked such a name tag. Reflecting on it now, he realized his search had been cursory. After securing the firearm, he had concluded his investigation. Now, Han Tao aimed to exhume the body of the suited man to determine whether he bore a similar tag. As he unearthed the remains, he was taken aback. The body, buried for less than half a month, had already decomposed into a pile of bones. He had not anticipated such rapid decomposition in a tropical environment. If there was any silver lining, it was that the odor was not as foul as he had imagined, likely due to the absence of flesh. Though a lingering stench still pervaded the air, yet it was far more tolerable than that of the corpse in the water. As he searched through the clothing with his spear, Han Tao reflected on how increasingly resilient he had become, a testament to the trials imposed by his surroundings. Within the pockets of the suit, his spear encountered a hard object. This discovery filled him with a mix of astonishment and excitement. He hastily extracted the item, and, as expected, it was indeed a name tag, identical to the one he had previously found. Before him, he could discern the inscriptions, 09 and Venom. The connection between these two individuals was evident. They were part of the same organization. This revelation instilled a sense of foreboding in Han Tao. Clearly, these individuals were not members of a peaceful organization. They were armed, numbered, and bore dangerous code names. The pressing questions remained. Why had they appeared consecutively on the island? Where had they come from? And would further members arrive? Burdened with uncertainty, Han Tao chose to return to the cave to share this news with Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixiu. Inside the cave, Su Zhixiu lay with a high fever, her eyes wide open. Despite Lin Wanqing's insistence that she rest, she had something to say. Thank you for accepting me even after learning my identity. Touched by the care shown by Lin Wanqing and Han Tao, Su Zhixiu felt a deep sense of gratitude. When one falls ill, it is often when they feel the most vulnerable. Having someone to care for her at such a time allowed her to lower her defenses entirely. Lin Wanqing gently wiped her forehead with a damp cloth, speaking softly. On this deserted island, the three of us rely on each other. You, me, and Han Tao. We are family. How could we possibly abandon you? Su Zhixiu's eyes glistened with tears, which spilled over uncontrollably. Lin Wanqing wiped her tears away, soothingly saying, Do not cry. For now, you must focus on resting. That is of utmost importance. No, there are some things I want to tell you privately. Perhaps it is best to wait until you are better. I fear I may not recover. Su Zhixiu understood how perilous a high fever could be in the wilderness. Survival often hinged on luck. She had refrained from voicing these thoughts in front of Han Tao, fearing he would learn too much. I want to tell you privately. If I survive, please help me inform Han Tao later. I do not wish to deceive him. Seeing Su Zhixio's determination to speak, Lin Wanqing nodded, permitting her to continue. Earlier, didn't Han Tao ask me why I was here? To evade oversight from various nations. Our research facility has always been located on a cruise ship in international waters. At that moment, just as Su Zhixio was about to elaborate, Han Tao returned to the cave, laden with heavy shells. Lin Wanqing immediately halted Su Zhixio, signaling that they would continue this conversation later. Upon seeing the bounty Han Tao had brought back, she rushed to the entrance, exclaiming, "Wow, so much." Han Tao glanced at the frail Su Zhixio and remarked, "She is unwell and needs ample protein to bolster her immune system." Su Zhixio felt touched, managing to say, "Thank you. No need for thanks. You must focus on getting better. Indeed, we may have a bit of trouble." Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow, asking, "What is it?" Han Tao produced the 2 tags, stating, "Today, I discovered another corpse on the rocky beach. This tag was found on that body, while the other was from the corpse we buried last time." Chapter 38. The X Serum. Upon seeing the 2 tags in Han Tao's hand, Lin Wanqing was taken aback. However, the reaction of Su Zhixio was far more pronounced. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her complexion turned pale upon viewing the tags. This scene happened to be witnessed by Lin Wanqing, who immediately understood that Su Zhixio must know something. However, in the presence of Han Tao, she refrained from inquiring about the specifics from Su Zhixio. She planned to wait until they were alone to ask her. Han Tao remarked that those tags appeared to belong to some organization, and the presence of armed individuals made him feel uneasy. Lin Wanqing's expression was equally tense. The pressing question was how they had arrived here. Had they encountered a maritime disaster, or had they come of their own accord? This remained a mystery. Han Tao shook his head. He himself had yet to fully comprehend the situation on this island, let alone understand how these assassins had arrived. He decided to let it go, concluding that they should simply exercise greater caution in the future. Lin Wanqing, concerned that Han Tao would dwell on it indefinitely, suggested they prepare some food instead, as Zhixio was weak and needed to replenish her energy. Indeed, it was better to prioritize food preparation. Han Tao contemplated this, realizing that they had no immediate solutions. They could only be more careful moving forward. Should members of that organization arrive on the island again, it would be best to act preemptively to neutralize the threat. Setting aside thoughts of assassins, they began to brew a soup with shellfish. One of the greatest advantages of seafood was that it required no added salt, as the broth contained sufficient salt content. It was precisely because of this that they had managed to survive on the island for so long without lacking salt. However, this did not mean they could ignore the issue of salt entirely. With the addition of another team member and an increase in workload, the natural salt from seafood was no longer adequate to meet their needs. They needed to expedite the process of salt production. Before long, the shells in the coconut opened. Lin Wanqing used chopsticks made from twigs to extract the flesh and feed it to Su Zhixio. Su Zhixio, feeling weak and lacking appetite, shook her head and said, "You should eat first. You need the nourishment more than I do. You are the patient. You need to replenish your strength even more. Trust me, eat up," Lin Wanqing insisted. Grateful, Su Zhixio looked at Lin Wanqing, seeing genuine concern in her eyes. She nodded and swallowed a piece of shellfish, while Lin Wanqing fed her. She also poured a bowl of hot soup for her, gently supporting her to sit up and carefully helping her drink. Due to the high fever, Su Zhixio could not taste the food, yet the warmth brought her comfort. Receiving such meticulous care brought tears to Su Zhixio's eyes. She felt overwhelmed, almost bursting into tears out of embarrassment. That day, due to Su Zhixio's illness, they did not venture to dig on the hillside. Su Zhixio rested in the cave, while Lin Wanqing stayed to care for her. Meanwhile, Han Tao wandered outside alone, searching for food for the evening meal. By nightfall, Su Zhixio's temperature, which had dropped in the afternoon, soared again. Her body became so hot it felt scalding, alternating between chills and warmth, and she trembled incessantly. Hearing her murmur that she felt cold, Han Tao stoked the fire, while Lin Wanqing held her close throughout the night. They endured until dawn. Both Han Tao and Lin Wanqing were utterly exhausted, their eyes red and heavy, longing for a moment of rest. "Ah, she's not hot anymore," Lin Wanqing exclaimed as she touched Su Zhixio's forehead. Feeling her temperature return to normal, she was more exhilarated than ever. Han Tao immediately came over to confirm. Indeed, she was no longer burning with fever. The two exchanged glances filled with relief. Had Su Zhixio's fever persisted, the situation would have been perilous. Now that her fever had broken, it was undoubtedly good news. Han Tao sighed in relief and said to Lin Wanqing, "You should get some sleep. You should rest too." She replied, "It's fine. I will sleep once she wakes up." With that, Lin Wanqing could no longer hold on and fell asleep on the ground. Han Tao kept vigil beside the two women, his mind heavy and devoid of thoughts. After an indeterminate time, sunlight filtered into the cave. Su Jishio slowly opened her eyes and saw Lin Wanqing lying on the ground and Han Tao seated beside her. "You're awake," Han Tao greeted her with a sunny smile. In that moment, she felt immensely grateful, realizing that both had stayed awake all night to care for her. With teary eyes, she looked at Han Tao and said, "Thank you both." Han Tao reassured her, "Don't mention it." As Wanqing said, "From now on we are all family, and caring for family is only natural." Yes. Su Jishio was at a loss for words, but firmly etched this sentiment in her heart. "How are you feeling now?" Han Tao asked with concern. "Much better." Su Jishio nodded. "That's good. It seems you made it through. I can help you all with work now," she declared, attempting to sit up. But a sudden pain shot through her head, and she felt weak all over. Han Tao quickly supported her and said, "There's no rush to get up, just rest well." Su Jishio understood that recovery from a high fever was not instantaneous. She had no choice but to heed Han Tao's advice and set aside thoughts of work for the time being. Though unable to go outside, she found it difficult to remain idle. Gazing at the pile of palm leaves in the cave, she asked Han Tao to bring her some. Attempting to twist the dry leaves into ropes, the palm leaves resembled large fans, long and with thick fibers, making them an excellent choice for rope making. Especially now that the three of them needed ropes for survival on the island, it was a pressing necessity. Seeing that she was in decent condition, Han Tao allowed her to proceed. When Lin Wanqing awoke, she found Su Jishio twisting ropes and immediately joined in. The remaining palm leaves in the cave were limited, so Han Tao took it upon himself to collect more, arming himself with a spear and stone axe as he ventured into the jungle. Once Han Tao had gone far, Su Jishio expressed her gratitude to Lin Wanqing. Then, with a serious expression, began to discuss the two tags. They are assassins from the organization. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's demeanor turned alert, and the atmosphere in the cave grew tense. "I previously mentioned that I worked at a mysterious research facility, which belongs to this organization. So they are after you?" Lin Wanqing inquired. Su Jishio nodded. "Yes. But why?" Lin Wanqing asked, puzzled. "Because I destroyed the research facility and stole the most crucial X serum." "And what is that?" "It is the substance we previously researched that can induce more generations of cell division. Until now, it had only been tested on animals. This X serum is the first version developed for human subjects." Lin Wanqing's face turned pale with fear. She had only heard Su Jishio say that the technology had been limited to animals and never imagined that they had created a version for humans. This was utterly insane. Such actions could lead to the collapse of the world. A look of resolute determination crossed Su Jishio's face. "That is why I set fire to the research facility, destroyed all experimental data, and stole the only vial of X serum currently in existence. The organization will not let me go." Chapter 39. The Seeds of Revenge Planted in Childhood. On that day, the organization's cruise ship sailed through the open sea. On the surface, this appears to be an ordinary cruise ship. However, within the confines of its cabins lies a concealed laboratory replete with secrets. The facility boasts stringent security measures, with uniformed guards and laboratory personnel clad in white coats visible throughout. Within the spacious laboratory, an entire wall is lined with glass cages housing small white mice. After being injected with the serum, these mice exhibit a myriad of reactions, with most succumbing to the effects, leaving only a select few to survive. The surviving mice undergo genetic alterations. In the laboratory, everything proceeds in an orderly fashion until suddenly, a fire alarm blares. Flames erupt, and smoke fills the air. Researchers hastily flee as security personnel rush in to maintain order. Amidst the chaos, screams and the sound of gunfire echo. A woman in a white coat seizes the opportunity to escape the research facility, pursued closely by two relentless security guards. She reaches the deck of the cruise ship, which is not open to tourists, leaving it devoid of any other presence. The guards fire at her, but the ship sways violently due to the tumultuous waves, causing their bullets to miss. Cornered at the edge of the deck with no escape route, she draws out the X serum and injects it into her neck. Subsequently, she leaps into the sea. After listening to Su Jishio recount the events leading up to their arrival on the island, Lin Wanqing finally grasped the entire sequence of events. In essence, Su Jishio had stolen the sole remaining vial of X serum from the research facility, which meant that the man she and Han Tao encountered on the beach, as well as the man Han Tao discovered yesterday on the rocky shore, were assassins dispatched by this organization. They had come to the island solely for the purpose of obtaining the vial of X serum. A sudden realization struck Lin Wanqing, presenting a significant question. Did these individuals know how to reach this place? Unfortunately, the previous two visitors had been deceased, If they could capture a living one, perhaps they could extract information on how to arrive here, potentially leading to a means of escape. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's notion, Su Zhixio vehemently shook her head, declaring them exceedingly dangerous, a cohort of cold-blooded professional killers. If they were to arrive on the island, they would undoubtedly eliminate all of them. Observing Su Zhixio's fear, Lin Wanqing recognized that her earlier thoughts had been overly audacious. If they are so perilous, why are you so determined to proceed? Su Zhixio's eyes blazed with vengeance. When she was young, her parents were both researchers, and she cherished memories of a joyful family life. Weekends were spent in parks, climbing mountains, or visiting the seaside. It was a warm household. However, one day, her parents were suddenly involved in a car accident, leaving her alone in the world. She was subsequently sent to an orphanage, where she did not remain long before being adopted by a charitable organization. Taken away, she was enrolled in school and eventually became a doctor, only to discover the sinister secrets lurking behind the facade of that so-called charity. They sought to develop a potion for eternal life, aspiring to amass immeasurable wealth and manipulate political leaders to achieve dominion over the nation. She attempted to escape but was threatened. Those merciless assassins could easily extinguish her life. There, she uncovered an even more shocking secret. Her parents had once been members of this organization and were ultimately eliminated in a car accident due to their dissent regarding the organization's research direction. From that moment on, she feigned compliance, infiltrating the organization with the aspiration of one day dismantling it and avenging her parents' blood-soaked legacy. Upon hearing Su Zhixio's tale, Lin Wanqing felt profound sorrow for her plight. The atmosphere in the cave grew heavy with silence. After a moment, Lin Wanqing gazed at Su Zhixio and gently spoke. They believe the X serum is still in your possession, which is why they have come here. Yet, as you have already injected it, and since you remain alive, it indicates that no adverse reaction occurred. This realization left Lin Wanqing utterly astounded. According to the intelligence Su Zhixio had shared, it implied that she had acquired the ability to attain immortality. Su Zhixio nodded slightly, acknowledging. When I first injected the X serum, my body felt excruciatingly painful, as though it were being torn apart. Fortunately, I fell into the sea, and the water rushed into my lungs, causing me to lose consciousness. When I awoke, I found you and Han Tao, and by then, my constitution had transformed. My goodness! Lin Wanqing exclaimed in disbelief, touching her forehead. Suddenly, an understanding dawned upon her. No wonder Su Zhixio was 31 yet appeared to be her age. So you can live forever? Not exactly. The current research on the X serum has yet to determine how many generations a person's cells can divide. I should be the first and the last living specimen of this experiment. Then you are in even greater danger. Lin Wanqing's expression turned grave. If Su Zhixio was indeed the sole remaining subject of the X serum, the organization would undoubtedly be relentless in their pursuit of her. Su Zhixio lowered her head, lamenting. It is all my fault. I have implicated you and Han Tao. Lin Wanqing embraced her encouragingly. We are family. There is no need for blame or fear. No matter how many come after you, Han Tao and I will protect you. As they spoke, sounds of commotion outside the cave reached their ears. The two recognized that Han Tao had returned and hurried to the entrance. They were greeted by Han Tao, who had brought back a large bundle of palm leaves. Lin Wanqing gasped, You gathered so many. Han Tao chuckled, You two start preparing, I will fetch some more. Lin Wanqing initially intended to advise him to drink some water first, but he turned and dashed away. Watching Han Tao's retreating figure, Lin Wanqing sighed in exasperation. Su Zhixio remarked, Encountering someone like Mr. Han Tao is truly a stroke of luck. Indeed, he may be a bit annoying with his words, but otherwise, he is quite commendable. Lin Wanqing suddenly widened her eyes at Su Zhixio. You do not harbor feelings for him, do you? Su Zhixio's cheeks flushed instantly, and she hurriedly denied, I do not. Lin Wanqing seemed to have seized upon Su Zhixio's vulnerability, gleefully asserting, Then why are you blushing? I merely feel warm. Su Zhixio, unwilling to be the subject of Lin Wanqing's teasing, retaliated, It is clearly you who has feelings for Han Tao. Lin Wanqing's cheeks turned crimson, and she stammered, You speak nonsense. I do not. Chapter 40. Confrontation with the behemoth. Due to the rain that had fallen yesterday, the jungle was drenched and muddy. The wet leaves and branches clung uncomfortably to their bodies, creating a most unpleasant sensation. Additionally, the muddy ground made traversing it particularly laborious. Moreover, Han Tao had to remain vigilant for any snakes that might be lurking in the shadows. This was the tropical rainforest, fraught with peril, far from the romantic notion that its name might suggest. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. As they walked, suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind Han Tao, and his first thought was that it must be Lin Wanqing stealthily following him. In order to verify whether it was indeed her, Han Tao first feigned indifference, then abruptly turned around, hoping to catch her off guard. However, to his surprise, there was nothing but empty space behind him, save for the trees and underbrush. This was peculiar. Han Tao murmured softly, sensing something amiss. It could not possibly be Lin Wanqing, for if it were truly her, there would be no need for her to conceal herself. So who could it be? He distinctly felt as though something had been trailing him. Could it be one of those hyena wolves? However, considering those creatures typically traveled in packs, this commotion did not seem to match. To ascertain whether something was indeed following him, Han Tao continued to act nonchalantly as he moved forward. This time, he perked up his ears, listening intently for sounds from behind. After a few steps, he indeed heard the snap of a twig beneath the weight of a footfall. "Damn it, I knew you were there. Who's there? Show yourself," Han Tao shouted, gripping his spear tightly. When he finally glimpsed what lurked behind the foliage, he gasped in shock. A creature with enormous antlers stood before him. Wasn't this the mighty stag he had encountered previously? So it had been following him all along. The stag's head was nearly 2 meters tall, and with its exaggerated antlers, it towered close to 2.5 meters. This colossal beast stood steadfast, its piercing gaze fixed on Han Tao, hot breath escaping its nostrils. It looked down upon Han Tao, pawing the ground with its front hooves, then lowered its head to display its impressive antlers, its every action a clear show of dominance. Han Tao was in a state of panic. What did this creature intend? Was it planning to feast upon him? Wasn't it a herbivore? Why was it following him? He stood frozen, silently beseeching, "Please, just leave me be. I won't harm you, and I hope you won't pursue me either. Let us coexist peacefully on this island." The mighty stag appeared to comprehend Han Tao's unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, it twisted its neck as if to depart. Just as Han Tao exhaled in relief, the beast abruptly turned back and charged toward him. "What the hell?" Han Tao exclaimed in shock. He had thought it was leaving, only to realize it was merely feigning retreat. Why was it so intent on pursuing him? The distance between them dwindled to around 20 meters, close enough for both to clearly see each other. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the stag made Han Tao's heart race, particularly when he beheld those formidable antlers. A single blow could spell his doom. As the distance shrank to less than 10 meters, Han Tao gripped his spear tightly, bracing himself for the stag's assault. The giant beast charged forward in the blink of an eye. With no avenue of escape left, Han Tao summoned his courage and let out a fierce roar to bolster his resolve. "Come at me." Faced with a perilous situation, Han Tao had nothing to lose. Fleeing would likely result in being gored, so he chose to confront the creature head-on. As the stag closed in, Han Tao leaped into the air, raising his spear high and aiming for the space between the stag's antlers to strike its head. This attack utilized all his strength. Since the spear was longer than the antlers, it struck the stag's skull first. However, before he could revel in his success, the spear shattered upon impact, and a tremendous force sent Han Tao tumbling backward. He had thought this would be a decisive blow, yet the reality was quite the opposite. The sharpened stone tip was insufficiently sharp, and coupled with the stag's thick hide, it failed to inflict significant damage. Instead, Han Tao crashed heavily to the ground, momentarily stunned. In that moment, a singular thought echoed in his mind. After reigning supreme on the island for days, he was about to meet his end. Just as he lay there waiting for the stag to deliver the final blow, the massive creature did not charge at him again. Instead, it loomed over him, snorting as if to assert its dominion over the island, warning Han Tao to tread carefully in the future. Then, with a grandiose turn, the stag ambled away. "It's leaving?" Han Tao lay there in a daze. He had braced himself for death, and yet it simply walked away. Moreover, it had done so with an air of disdain, marking this as one of the most humiliating moments of Han Tao's life. He had been looked down upon by a deer. As he gazed at the broken spear on the ground, Han Tao sighed in relief that he had brought it with him. Without it, the stag's antlers would have surely pierced him. Regrettably, the stone tip had proven inadequate. Had it been made of metal, the stag's skull would have been penetrated. "Just wait," Han Tao muttered through gritted teeth. From that moment forward, he regarded the stag as a nemesis, determined to demonstrate who truly held sway on this island. Just as Han Tao prepared to rise, he felt a sharp pain radiate from his wrist. The pain was so intense it made him break into a cold sweat. "No way, is my hand broken?" he thought, fear gripping him. If that were the case, survival on this desolate island would be nearly impossible. After resting for a while, he attempted to lift his hand. Fortunately, he found that he could move it, though his wrist was swollen like a doughy bun. It was a relief that it was merely swollen. Enduring the pain, Han Tao managed a wry smile as he picked up the broken spear and awkwardly made his way back to the cave. Inside the cave, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio were experimenting with new weaving techniques using palm leaves. They hoped to craft useful items for their daily lives, such as baskets, mats, and the like. However, they were still in the early stages of their endeavor, gradually figuring out the methods. Upon hearing a commotion at the cave entrance, Lin Wanqing rushed to investigate. When she saw Han Tao's wrist so severely swollen, her expression turned to one of alarm. What happened? How did you get hurt? It's nothing. Just a fall, Han Tao replied, grimacing in pain. Although he wished to downplay his predicament, the discomfort was undeniable. Lin Wanqing's eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling. How could you have fallen so badly? Su Zhixio hurried over to examine Han Tao's injury, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of his swollen wrist. Quick, let me see your hand, she urged. Yes, Zhixio is a doctor. Let her take a look, Han Tao acquiesced, extending his hand. Su Zhixio gently pressed on the swollen area, each touch eliciting a wince from Han Tao, yet he remained silent. Fortunately, it's not broken, Su Zhixio said, placing a hand over her heart. Both Lin Wanqing and Han Tao sighed with relief. If his hand had indeed been broken on this island, there would have been no means of treatment. Su Zhixio added, though it appears serious, it's merely a soft tissue contusion. With proper rest, it will heal. Han Tao's expression was clouded with worry, for there were numerous tasks awaiting his attention. If he did not venture out to procure food and firewood, what would become of everyone? How long would he need to rest? It was uncertain, as it depended on his recovery. Lin Wanqing understood his concerns and reassured him. Do not dwell on those thoughts. For the time being, Zhixio and I will take care of you. Su Zhixio echoed her sentiments. Wanqing is right. You are our pillar of strength, and your injury must be taken seriously. Until you have healed, we will manage everything. Chapter 41. A stealthy kiss that might go undetected. It was uncertain whether to deem it misfortune or a blessing in disguise. Following his hand injury, Han Tao no longer needed to venture outside to gather food and firewood. Those responsibilities fell upon Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio. The two women, determined to expedite his recovery, forbade him from any tasks such as cooking, lighting fires, or weaving grass ropes. Even during mealtime, it was Lin Wanqing who fed Han Tao. As he reveled in Lin Wanqing's meticulous care, he found it difficult to discern whether he was dreaming or awake. As night descended, the three sat beside the fire, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Before long, they drifted off to sleep by the warmth of the flames. As was customary, Lin Wanqing lay in the center, with Han Tao and Su Zhixio on either side. Perhaps due to the intimacy of being fed by Lin Wanqing, Han Tao's heart was restless that night. While Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio fell into a deep slumber, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to find peace. The sounds that filled the air included the crashing of waves against the shore and the calls of various birds and beasts. Amidst this cacophony, Han Tao heard a mournful howling, reminiscent of the mating calls of animals. He cursed under his breath, reflecting on how even the creatures of the island were preoccupied with romance, while he, faced with two exquisite women, managed to maintain his composure. An absurdity indeed. Glancing at the sleeping Lin Wanqing, her exquisitely beautiful face captivated him. Suddenly, a daring thought crossed his mind, to steal a kiss on her forehead while she slept. Though tempted, Han Tao hesitated. They were so close that any movement could awaken her. The prospect of being caught in the act filled him with trepidation. Yet he felt he might be forfeiting a remarkable opportunity. Gazing at Lin Wanqing's alluring lips, he thought, what harm could a single kiss do? After much deliberation, his impulsive desire overpowered his caution. Slowly, he leaned in and pressed his lips against Lin Wanqing's forehead, quickly retracting as though nothing had transpired. In truth, Lin Wanqing remained blissfully unaware, breathing steadily against his shoulder. However, Han Tao was left flustered. After kissing her, his face burned bright red, akin to a ripe fruit. When he inadvertently turned his head, he was startled to see Lin Wanqing, now awake, her eyes wide with a mix of shyness and indignation directed at him. Han Tao opened his mouth but could not form a sound, his expression one of utter embarrassment, completely unprepared with an excuse for his earlier action. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed. Whether from embarrassment or the glow of the fire, he could not tell. You, she pouted, her usual haughty demeanor momentarily set aside as she confronted him. What did you just do to me? Han Tao stammered, at a loss for words. Lin Wanqing huffed. Are you too cowardly to own up to it? Spurred by her words, Han Tao boldly admitted. I couldn't resist. You looked too lovely while sleeping, so I kissed you. Rogue. Lin Wanqing's reprimand was mild, as she was aware of Su Zhixio's slumber nearby and did not wish to disturb her. Deep down, she was not truly angry. Her feigned irritation was merely an act. Hearing Han Tao compliment her beauty brought her secret delight. Observing her charmingly indignant expression, Han Tao's heart stirred, nearly overwhelming his restraint. Just as he inclined to draw closer, Lin Wanqing placed a hand against him, exclaiming, "Are you mad? Ji Xiao is still here." The startled reaction was not due to a rejection of Han Tao, but rather a fear of waking Su Ji Xiao. Realizing how her response might suggest to Han Tao that she held no objections, and perhaps even granted him some allowance, she blushed. In the aftermath of his surprise, Han Tao flashed a mischievous grin, which only deepened Lin Wanqing's blush to her ears. Once more, he sought to draw near, whispering, "Just one more kiss." As she pushed against him, Lin Wanqing glanced at Su Ji Xiao, who remained deeply asleep, her breathing steady and untroubled. In that moment, Lin Wanqing felt her resolve soften. It was not merely softness. Her heart fluttered. During their time on the island, Han Tao had rescued her and provided care. From initial skepticism, she had gradually warmed to him, and he now held a special place in her heart. The stirrings of affection were not limited to the island's creatures and Han Tao. They resided within her as well. Then, just once, Lin Wanqing murmured, her head lowered in shyness. Han Tao, elated by her response, wasted no time in planting another kiss on her forehead. This time, it was different. The first had been a stealthy act, while this one was granted by her consent. Though a single kiss might not convey much, it invigorated Han Tao's spirits. Lin Wanqing, blushing, remarked softly, "Do not get too smug. I only allowed it because of your injury. Is that so? Then I suppose I should injure myself more often," he teased. "Absolutely not." Lin Wanqing shot him a stern look, fearful of further mischief on his part. Yet, upon witnessing Han Tao's triumphant grin, she realized she had been playfully outmaneuvered. "You scoundrel! Always teasing me. I shall ignore you now," she declared, lightly kicking him before turning away, determined to feign indifference. Han Tao, far from upset, found himself delighted, contemplating how this could be seen as a playful display of affection from a girlfriend to her boyfriend. After a while, Lin Wanqing, unable to sleep, turned back toward him. Han Tao, resting on his arm, gazed intently at her. Flushing, Lin Wanqing said, "I need to discuss something serious with you." "What is it?" he inquired. "It pertains to Su Ji Xiao." Lin Wanqing glanced at the slumbering Su Ji Xiao and proceeded to share what had transpired earlier. Upon hearing her account, Han Tao was incredulous, mirroring Lin Wanqing's astonishment from earlier. "Is what you say truly the case?" "Indeed," she confirmed. "This is utterly beyond reason." ZH11, hesitant to speak directly, entrusted her thoughts to me, allowing me the opportunity to convey them to you gradually. At this moment, HNTO's emotions were a blend of joy and concern. He felt elated that XZH11 was willing to open up, eliminating any barriers between them. However, he remained apprehensive about the mysterious organization. If they were unwilling to relent, it was certain that assassins would be dispatched to the island once more. It seemed that each subsequent day would require even greater caution. Chapter 42. A beautiful day begins with a quarrel the following morning. HNTO and LNWNQing had conversed late into the night, resulting in a later than usual awakening. Upon rousing, they discovered that XCH's spot was empty. She was not in the cave. Where had she gone? LNWNQing immediately sat up, her expression tense. After learning of XZH's secret lineage, she, like HNTO, was constantly worried about the organization's members finding them. HNTO surveyed the cave, noting that the fire pit remained undisturbed and everything seemed as it should, indicating that no outsiders or wild beasts had intruded. It appeared that XCH11 had ventured out alone. She must have awakened early and gone outside. Let us search for her. Indeed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two were about to step outside when they saw a figure climbing in from outside, cradling two heavy coconut shells, water sloshing within them as she moved. "You want to fetch water?" LNWNQing looked at XCH11 in surprise, not expecting her to have risen early to collect fresh water alone. XCH11 nodded slightly, saying, "I noticed you both were sleeping soundly, so I thought I would let you rest longer. From now on, I shall take care of fetching water. Given the special circumstances today, it is best that I handle it." HNTO scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fetching water had always been his responsibility, and he had not anticipated that XZH11 would take over today. "You have an injury. The most important thing now is for you to rest," XZH11 added. LNWNQing chimed in. XZH11 is right. Fetching water is a trivial task, and you needn't trouble yourself with it anymore. I will take turns with ZH11. In truth, HNTO had been reluctant to let women fetch water largely due to concerns about potential dangers in the woods, such as venomous snakes, poisonous insects, and even the organization's assassins, all of which could lead to dire consequences. However, with his wrist injured, he was unable to exert himself. Thus, these tasks had to be entrusted to the two women. Both LNW-NQ-ing and XZH-11 accepted this without complaint. On the contrary, they felt they had contributed too little to the team and wished to assist more while HNTO recovered. Their willingness to help touched HNTO deeply. He silently vowed that as long as he survived, he would do his utmost to care for both of them. From the moment they awoke until around 10 in the morning, this period was perhaps the most leisurely time on the island. Because of HNTO's injury, the task of digging and constructing a new shelter on the hillside had to be postponed. The three of them could simply sit quietly, savoring the refreshing boiled water while discussing life. Suddenly, XZH-11 posed a question. WNQing, what did you do before coming to the island? Among the three, XZH-11 had already revealed her past, and HNTO had shared his work. Only LNWNQing had yet to mention her identity. XZH's curiosity mirrored HNTO's. Having spent time together, they had already shed their defenses. LNWNQing did not overthink it, and replied calmly, have you heard of SHNN Group? HNTO nodded. Having heard of it, one of the top 10 super commercial empires in the country. My grandfather is Lin YSHing, the chairman of SHNN Group. What? HNTO was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing about SHNN Group, he had sensed something ominous, and Lin WNQing's revelation confirmed his fears. The significance of SHNN Group was immense, ranking among the nation's elite. Chairman Lin YSHing's fortune soared into the hundreds of billions, certainly qualifying as wealth beyond measure. He had never anticipated that Lin WNQing held such a prestigious identity, the granddaughter of an empire worth hundreds of billions. My goodness. HNTO found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Among all the people he had encountered in his life, none possessed a lineage as illustrious as Lin WNQing's. Observing HNTO's astonishment, XZH-11 inquired curiously, is SHNN Group very powerful? HNTO replied, it's akin to the 3 stars of your country, I suppose. So formidable. XZH-11 displayed an expression of disbelief, covering her mouth as she looked at Lin WNQing in astonishment. Feeling embarrassed under their gazes, Lin WNQing shook her head helplessly. What good is it to be powerful? Here I am, stranded, with no one to rescue me. XZH-11 and HNTO exchanged glances, each feeling a pang of guilt. Perhaps their earlier surprise had inadvertently reminded Lin WNQing of her sorrow. HNTO comforted her. Don't think that way. Perhaps your grandfather has been searching for you all along. It's just that our location is somewhat peculiar and not easily found. Indeed, having reached this point, everything we once had in the outside world has become a thing of the past. Lin WNQing smiled bravely at both of them. I am not sad. I mourned enough some time ago, and now I am gradually adapting to this place. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. Everything will be all right. Yes, everything will be all right. Sitting at the cave's entrance, a refreshing sea breeze enveloped them, tousling the long hair of the two lovely ladies and stirring HNTO's heart. The sky was dotted with clouds, and as he gazed ahead, he watched the sea transition from a light blue to green and then to deep blue until it merged seamlessly with the horizon, becoming indistinguishable. If only we had some tea, it would be perfect. HNTO sighed as he put down the coconut shell. LNWNQing seized the opportunity to tease HNTO, dreaming big, aren't you? Do you think we are here on vacation? This had almost become a daily routine for the two of them. LNWNQing always found opportunities to bicker with HNTO, who merely smiled, savoring the delightful exchange. To XZH-11, it appeared as though the two young ones shared a sweet and warm bond. Their apparent banter was, in truth, a playful display of affection. ZH-11, do people in your country drink tea? HNTO asked with curiosity. Some do, XZH-11 replied. However, young people generally do not prefer it. It is more popular among the elderly. They enjoy our traditional tea, which is quite different from the tea in your country. Taking the chance, LNWNQing fixed her gaze on HNTO, grinning triumphantly. Did you hear that? The elderly enjoy drinking tea. HNTO chuckled nonchalantly. What of the elderly? They can retire and lounge at home, collecting their pensions. Do you think I work for free? I do it to not have to work while still earning money. If I were an elderly person, I would relish it. LNWNQing smirked. When you come to my company, I will arrange a special position for you, allowing you to earn money without having to work. HNTO, suddenly invigorated. Seize the opportunity. That works perfectly. I have a delicate stomach, and the doctor has advised me to avoid hard food. Chapter 43. The first haircut on the deserted island. Su Jishio found herself perplexed by Han Tao's remark. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Lin Wanqing, questioning the meaning behind his mention of an unsettled stomach. Lin Wanqing, realizing that Su Jishio had misunderstood, erupted into laughter, explaining that Han Tao's intent was merely to express a desire for a life of ease. A life of ease? Su Jishio pondered, still confused, wondering if he meant soft rice, akin to kanji. As Lin Wanqing was about to elaborate further, Han Tao quickly intervened, concerned that if Lin Wanqing clarified the joke, Su Jishio might misinterpret it again, potentially altering her perception of him. To preserve his esteemed image, Han Tao resorted to appeasement, pleading with Lin Wanqing to cease her explanations. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle at Han Tao's awkward demeanor. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she posed a question. Tell me, whom do you think is more beautiful, me or Jishio? If you answer, I shall refrain from explaining to Jishio. Goodness, are you trying to put me in a bind? Han Tao retorted. Are you afraid to answer? Lin Wanqing teased, reveling in her clever ruse to see how Han Tao would respond. He glanced between the two women, momentarily at a loss, for choosing between them was indeed a daunting task. Speak up, Lin Wanqing encouraged with a sly smile. Su Jishio, oblivious to the specifics of their conversation, sensed the playful banter and guessed that Lin Wanqing was teasing Han Tao. Han Tao, with a bold grin, declared, You're both beautiful. That won't suffice. You must choose one, Lin Wanqing insisted. Why must we choose? Only children make such decisions. I want them both. You wish, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, playfully scolding him. As they continued their jovial exchange, Su Jishio, unable to contain her curiosity, pulled Lin Wanqing aside to inquire about their earlier discussion. Lin Wanqing shot Han Tao a knowing glance while muttering, Big oaf, before whispering a few words to Su Jishio. Upon hearing, Su Jishio's cheeks flushed crimson, too shy to meet Han Tao's gaze. As noon approached, and having failed to forage for food earlier in the day, they resorted to opening the remaining coconuts. They drank the sweet coconut water and devoured the flesh, hastily settling their meal. Unfortunately, life on a deserted island does not guarantee regular meals, as in civilized society. Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio decided to brave the midday sun together, hoping to scour the beach for any edible treasures. They understood that they were not as daring as Han Tao and dared not venture into the woods, fearing an encounter with wild beasts would only complicate matters for the group. Though they had planned to nap at midday, the excitement of their earlier conversations kept them alert. Lin Wanqing, observing Han Tao's unkempt appearance, suddenly recalled that they had been stranded on this island for over a month, during which Han Tao had neglected his grooming. Without even a basic razor, the prospect of trimming his hair or beard seemed a distant luxury. Seeing his hair grown long, his stubble unruly, and his sun-kissed skin darkened, she mused that with a grass skirt, he could easily pass for a native of the island. Why are you staring at me? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Han Tao remarked, feeling a tad uneasy under Lin Wanqing's gaze. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Wanqing mischievously suggested, How about I shave your beard? Han Tao absently touched his stubbly chin, realizing it had indeed grown longer. Yet, he protested, But where would I find a razor on this island? Well, there's Jishio's surgical knife, Lin Wanqing replied. Wait, you want to use a surgical knife to shave me? He exclaimed. Indeed, Lin Wanqing affirmed eagerly. I refuse, Han Tao exclaimed, fearing the sharpness of the blade. You must trust me. I assure you, I won't hurt you, Lin Wanqing promised. I don't trust you. Surely you trust Jishio? She is a top-notch surgeon, capable of performing heart surgery. Surely she can handle your beard? Lin Wanqing then shared her thoughts with Su Jishio, who nodded in agreement, expressing her willingness to assist Han Tao. Realizing the two women had formed an alliance, Han Tao resigned himself to their whims. Su Jishio produced the surgical knife and gently reassured him, I will be very careful, you need not worry. With his eyes tightly shut, Han Tao prepared himself for the inevitable, declaring, Let it be. His apprehensive demeanor elicited laughter from both women. Don't laugh. What if you cut me? He warned, suddenly opening his eyes at Su Jishio's laughter. Rest assured, I will not harm you, she assured him brightly. Han Tao rolled his eyes, realizing there was no escaping this ordeal. With a resigned sigh, he surrendered, his hands raised in defeat. Suddenly, the cool touch of the surgical knife grazed his chin, and he knew it was the blade. It was impossible not to feel nervous, for the sharpness of the knife made him wary of Su Jishio's steady hand. However, his apprehensions soon proved unwarranted, as Su Jishio skillfully shaved him without causing any discomfort. Is it done? He inquired, feeling his now smooth chin. Su Jishio glanced at his disheveled hair and decided to tackle that too. Not yet. What do you mean, not yet? As Han Tao grumbled. He felt a lock of hair being tugged, followed by the sound of the blade cutting through it. Ouch! What are you doing? He exclaimed in alarm. With a playful smile, Su Jishio instructed, stay still, I'm trimming your hair. His hair, coarse and unkempt, had accumulated a rather unpleasant odor from lack of washing. Only someone as seasoned as Su Jishio could endure this. Lin Wanqing might not have been able to handle it. As strands of hair fell to the ground, Han Tao felt an odd sense of becoming a monk. Unfortunately, the absence of a mirror left him unaware of how he appeared. Ouch! Just as everything seemed to be going smoothly, Han Tao yelped in pain as she accidentally snipped a portion of his hair. Su Jishio quickly halted, inspecting the blade, which now bore a small nick. Unable to contain herself, Lin Wanqing burst into laughter, teasing, is your head made of pig bristles? Even the blade has become dull. Han Tao chuckled in response, what of it? Even Zhu Beiji was a commander of the Heavenly River. You are no Zhu Beiji, she retorted. But in one aspect, I surpass him. What aspect? Zhu Beiji could never win over Chang'e, whereas I. Han Tao grinned at Lin Wanqing, leaving the thought hanging tantalizingly in the air. Lin Wanqing felt a flush of embarrassment and playfully retorted, shameless. You lecherous pig. What have I done to deserve such accusations? If you say it again, I shall have Jishio cut off your pig ears. Chapter 44. The short-haired Lin Wanqing makes her entrance after her haircut. Su Jishio used a coconut shell to hold some water, serving as a mirror for Han Tao. Gazing into the water, Han Tao was taken aback by his reflection with short, tousled hair. He had not anticipated that Su Jishio possessed such skill. The hairstyle turned out quite well. He immediately showered her with compliments, causing Su Jishio to blush with shyness. In contrast to Han Tao's hair troubles, Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio faced far less concern, as women naturally do not have facial hair, thus sparing them the vexation of shaving. The only issue lay with Lin Wanqing, whose long hair had become unmanageable due to inadequate care and nutrition while living on the island, leading to dryness and split ends. Wanqing, why not consider a different hairstyle? Su Jishio seemed to find confidence through Han Tao and turned her gaze towards Lin Wanqing. A bit apprehensive, Lin Wanqing recoiled, I think I shall pass. I fear it might hurt. Nonsense, that last cut was merely a mistake. Having already completed his own haircut, Han Tao seized the opportunity to encourage her. You should go for it. Long hair is quite inconvenient for survival on this island. Short hair would be much more suitable. In truth, Lin Wanqing had contemplated cutting her long hair several times before. Each time she was caught in the rain, it took ages to dry, and given the island's humid climate, long hair felt increasingly stifling. Shortening it would undoubtedly be a relief. Come on, let me help you. It won't hurt, urged Su Jishio, who had become somewhat addicted to cutting hair after her success with Han Tao. With Han Tao's persistent encouragement, Lin Wanqing finally nodded in agreement, consenting to shorten her hair. Su Jishio immediately set to work, deftly wielding her scissors, and soon, locks of Lin Wanqing's long hair cascaded to the ground. Before long, Lin Wanqing's flowing tresses were transformed into a shoulder-length bob. Proud of her handiwork, Su Jishio inquired, so, how does it feel? Do you notice any difference? Lin Wanqing tossed her hair playfully. Although she felt a pang of nostalgia for her long hair, the refreshing sensation of her new short style brought her joy. Had I known short hair felt this good, I would have done it sooner. Suddenly, she noticed Han Tao's gaze fixed upon her, unyielding. A blush crept across her cheeks as she shot him an annoyed look. Han Tao, undeterred, responded with a radiant smile, initially intending to feign anger and bicker with him. Lin Wanqing found herself disarmed by his smile, stammering, why are you staring at me? Han Tao cheerfully replied, I never realized you looked so beautiful with short hair. Ugh, you rogue. Lin Wanqing felt a surge of sweetness at his compliment, yet she maintained her playful banter with him. With both of them having completed their haircuts, only Su Jishio remained. Due to her unique constitution, her hair had not suffered from dryness or split ends, so she temporarily decided against cutting her long hair. Noontime passed swiftly. The three had eaten little, and they needed to seize the opportunity before sunset to gather food. Due to his hand injury, Han Tao was assigned to stay in the cave while the two women ventured out in search of sustenance. Upon leaving the cave, Lin Wanqing chose not to head for the beach, but instead directed Su Jishio towards the rocky shore. Although the terrain was perilous, it promised to be far more abundant in resources. For them, the rocky shore held the potential for greater rewards, particularly in terms of easily accessible shellfish. Lin Wanqing turned to Su Jishio with excitement, asking, shall we catch a big fish to surprise Han Tao? Can we really catch one? Su Jishio expressed a hint of doubt. Let us check ahead. Perhaps there will be some, Lin Wanqing suggested. Perhaps spurred by her new hairstyle. She felt particularly spirited today and wished to explore further past the rocky shore. The two women traversed the rocky terrain, advancing several hundred meters. Su Jishio glanced at their position. The rocky beach was reaching its end, leading to a coastal cliff. Typically, passage beyond the rocky shore was impossible, but today, the low tide revealed submerged stones, forming a natural pathway. Concerned, she inquired, "Should we continue forward?" Lin Wanqing resolutely replied, "Let us take a look, after all. We have never ventured there before." In terms of personality, Lin Wanqing was the decision-maker, while Su Jishio preferred to follow. Since Lin Wanqing was determined to press on, Su Jishio acquiesced. "All right, I will follow your lead. Just be careful." Taking advantage of the low tide, Lin Wanqing led Su Jishio across the exposed rocks. The stones were dark and slick from years of immersion in water. Just as Lin Wanqing turned to caution Su Jishio to watch her step, she heard a startled cry. Su Jishio had slipped and lost her balance, tumbling to the ground. Lin Wanqing instinctively reached out to catch Su Jishio, but her strength was insufficient, and she too fell into the water. Fortunately, it was merely a shallow pool, and both quickly regained their footing. "Are you all right?" Lin Wanqing asked anxiously. Su Jishio shook her head. "What about you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." As their clothes were soaked, the wet fabric clung to their skin, revealing the contours of their figures. The two women exchanged glances, and they couldn't help but blush at each other's alluring forms. "Jishio, you have such a beautiful figure." Lin Wanqing, more liberated in this regard, was the first to compliment Su Jishio. Su Jishio blushed deeply and shyly replied, "Not at all. Your figure is more admirable." "Is that so? But I think yours is more ample than mine." Coughing lightly, the atmosphere between them was refreshingly casual. If Han Tao had been present, the situation would have likely been quite awkward, but with just the two women, their light-hearted banter about each other's figures filled the air with laughter. After their little mishap, the two continued their journey forward. Having crossed the slippery rocky path, they finally arrived at a new beach. Before them lay a cove that appeared like an inland sea, isolated from the outside by the coastline due to the receding tide. With the water level lowered, many rocks were exposed, making it easy to spot numerous fish swimming within the cove. Upon witnessing this delightful scene, Lin Wanqing erupted into joyous laughter, realizing her choice had been correct. They had discovered another resource-rich area on the island. "This is incredible." Lin Wanqing eagerly dove into the water. The shallow bay was teeming with fist-sized sea snails, and she excitedly gathered them, tossing each one into a woven basket made of palm leaves. In contrast, Su Jishio remained cautious, worried that there might be hidden dangers. "Wanqing, don't be so hasty. Let us assess the situation from the shore first. It is of no concern. There shall be no issues here. If we do not seize the moment, the sun will soon set." Chapter 45. Two Fierce Women. At present, Lin Wanqing's mind was solely occupied with the thought of gathering as many sea conchs as possible before darkness fell. Su Jishio stood on the shore, able to see further across the water's surface. "Come back quickly." Suddenly, Su Jishio's expression changed drastically as she shouted at Lin Wanqing. "What?" Lin Wanqing remained oblivious to the danger. Su Jishio, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "There is something in the water heading your way. Hurry up." Recognizing the seriousness in Su Jishio's demeanor, Lin Wanqing understood this was no jest. The only course of action was to leave the water as swiftly as possible. She abandoned the conchs she had gathered, tossing aside her basket and sprinting towards the shore. Su Jishio continued to call out from the bank. Just as Lin Wanqing emerged from the water, a white shadow ceased its pursuit. Collapsing on the shore, Lin Wanqing had no time to register the pain in her body. In a panic, she turned to look back and saw a white shark swimming in the shallow water, sending chills down her spine. The shark was approximately 1 meter long. Its species unknown, likely trapped in the bay due to the receding tide. Yet, even as a juvenile shark, its presence was enough to induce a cold sweat. Su Jishio rushed over to inquire about Lin Wanqing's condition. "Are you all right?" Lin Wanqing, coming to her senses, shook her head. "I'm fine. It's too dangerous here. We should go back." Su Jishio agreed to return, but Lin Wanqing was reluctant. Having come this far and encountered the shark, she thought about the possibility of bringing it back. It could feed 3 people for several days. With such a bountiful source of food before her, she was unwilling to simply turn back. "Jishio, I want to catch it." "What?" Su Jishio looked at Lin Wanqing in astonishment. Just moments ago, she had nearly faced doom at the jaws of the shark. Was she truly unafraid? Although Lin Wanqing had been frightened by the earlier encounter, her thoughts were not of retreat. She was determined to slay the shark. The shark did not swim away but lingered in the shallows, seemingly intrigued by Lin Wanqing. She understood that the waters were the shark's domain and hesitated at the water's edge, pondering how to lure the creature closer. Suddenly, she turned to Su Jishio. "May I borrow your scalpel? What do you intend to do?" Su Jishio's face reflected shock. Without explanation, Lin Wanqing took the scalpel and made a small incision on her finger. Though the wound was shallow, blood immediately flowed. This was precisely what she desired. Sharks possess an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting blood from miles away, and upon sensing it, they become frenzied. Lin Wanqing intended to use her blood to attract the shark. She dipped her finger into the water, awaiting the shark's movements. The blood would soon be diluted by the seawater, but the scent would be sufficient to draw it back. Indeed, moments later, the shark swam swiftly towards the shallow area. Lin Wanqing had prepared herself for this moment. She found a heavy stone weighing several kilograms and raised it above her head, softly murmuring, "Come here, little darling." Just as the shark approached, Lin Wanqing suddenly hurled the stone into the water. With a resounding splash, the stone struck the shark's back, stunning it. Seeing the shark motionless, Lin Wanqing, emboldened by an unknown courage, leaped into the water and plunged the scalpel into the shark's belly. The blade was exceedingly sharp, and with a swift motion, she opened a long gash in the shark's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, turning the shallow waters crimson. Witnessing Lin Wanqing's bravery, Su Zhixio hastily jumped in to assist. In that moment, both women were resolute in their pursuit of sustenance. The shark thrashed once more before ultimately succumbing. Having vanquished this formidable foe, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio exchanged relieved glances, sharing a knowing smile. It was a bond forged through the trials of life and death, deepening their connection. "We did it." Su Zhixio's face radiated disbelief and excitement. Reflecting on the ordeal, Lin Wanqing felt a twinge of fear. She could hardly comprehend where her courage had come from. Yes, this was utterly insane. They had indeed caught a shark. Together, they dragged the shark from the water. The creature measured nearly a meter in length. A considerable catch laid before them. This was the largest fish they had caught since arriving on the island. The shark, now gutted, presented a somewhat gruesome sight. Weighing approximately 60 to 70 kilograms, it was slightly cumbersome for the two women. To transport it back, Su Zhixio expertly dissected the shark, removing its head and entrails, then divided the remaining body in half, each carrying a portion of the shark meat as they made their way back. They carefully navigated the slippery rocky shore and successfully returned to the cave. Han Tao was languidly resting inside the cave when he saw Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio returning with halves of a shark, his jaw dropping in disbelief. "What is this?" Han Tao rubbed his eyes, convinced he was not mistaken. It was indeed a shark. Lin Wanqing, like a triumphant soldier, proudly tossed the shark before Han Tao. "We brought back a shark. How did you manage that?" "It was nothing. Zhixio and I worked together to take it down." "Great deities, I bow to you both." Han Tao immediately offered a deep bow to the two women. Lin Wanqing beamed with joy, her heart swelling with pride. She had taken such a risk to ensure Han Tao recognized her contribution to their team. "Now we have enough to feast for several days," Lin Wanqing declared. Su Zhixio furrowed her brow slightly. "But how do we cook the shark?" Han Tao suggested, "Let us roast it." In the humid climate of the island, food spoils rapidly. If they did not cook the shark promptly, it could begin to rot within 2 or 3 hours. The cave lacked a pot large enough to boil such a sizable fish, and using a coconut shell-sized container would take an eternity. Thus, the best method was to roast it over a fire, quickly drying out the shark meat to prevent spoilage. The cave was stocked with ample firewood, and Han Tao gathered sturdy logs to construct 2 tripods beside the fire, placing the halves of the shark meat atop them for roasting. They merely needed to turn the shark occasionally to prevent charring. Before long, darkness enveloped the outside world. The cave was aglow with firelight, and the aroma of fish wafted through the air. After a day of little sustenance, the trio's mouths watered in anticipation of tasting the shark meat. "I'll be the first to taste it," Han Tao proclaimed with a grin as he tore away the crispy, golden outer layer, revealing the tender white flesh within. The sight of such delectable fish was enough to make anyone's mouth water. This is undoubtedly the most anticipated feast since their arrival on the island. Ignoring the scalding fish, Han Tao tore off a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth. In that moment, a long-lost meaty aroma filled his entire palate. Perhaps being able to indulge in such hearty meat on this deserted island is the essence of happiness. Delicious, simply delicious. Han Tao found himself at a loss for words to describe the taste of the shark meat. It seemed somewhat peculiar, yet he could not quite pinpoint why. It was simply delightful, with both his brain and stomach affirming that this was a heavenly experience. One could only imagine the sheer joy of Han Tao, who had not savored meat in over a month, relishing it so unabashedly. Witnessing Han Tao nearly brought to tears with excitement. Lin Wanqing also took a piece of shark meat and placed it in her mouth. The moment it entered, a strange flavor spread across her palate, causing her to furrow her brows. Why did it taste so odd? Was that a hint of a urinal odor? Chapter 46. Why does the meat have a urinal odor? A urinal odor? What on earth is happening? Upon tasting the shark meat, Lin Wanqing felt a wave of despair. Why would shark meat have such an unpleasant scent? She had observed the entire process from when the shark was brought back to when it was cooked. How could such a flavor arise? Doubting her own taste buds, she glanced at Han Tao, who was clearly enjoying his meal without any indication of a problem, nearly devouring his fingers along with the meat. Could it be that the piece she tore off was somehow flawed? To confirm, Lin Wanqing tore off another piece and tasted it once more. She instinctively covered her mouth, as the peculiar taste lingered. Noticing her expression, Han Tao inquired, "What's wrong? The shark meat tastes great, doesn't it? Is there a problem?" Lin Wanqing blushed and replied, "It has a urinal odor." Su Jixio suddenly recalled something and promptly explained, "Wanqing, shark meat is naturally like this." Lin Wanqing was taken aback. "Really?" Su Jixio continued, "Unlike humans, sharks retain their urea within their bodies instead of excreting it immediately, causing their blood's osmotic pressure to exceed that of seawater, allowing them to absorb fresh water directly from the ocean. Furthermore, they excrete through their skin, saturating their flesh with urea, hence the peculiar odor." "Oh." Lin Wanqing displayed a troubled expression. After hearing Su Jixio's explanation, she looked at the shark meat in her hand and suddenly found it unappetizing. Han Tao, however, grinned at her. "No worries, it's just a strange taste. Look at me, I'm still eating." Lin Wanqing frowned. Now that she understood the reason behind the odor, she felt averse to the shark meat. Su Jixio also tore off a piece of shark meat and said, "Nevertheless, in this environment, we have no choice. And shark meat is rich in protein and various amino acids, which are essential for our bodies." "Fine, you are the doctor. I will heed your advice." Lin Wanqing's brows remained knitted, but she understood that on the island, one could not afford to be picky. After all, this was the shark she had risked her life to catch. It had to be eaten, despite the fact that the meat was not particularly delicious. It was somewhat tough, slightly sour, and there lingered that urinal odor. Yet, this was undoubtedly the most satisfying meal Han Tao had enjoyed since arriving on the island. He could indulge as much as he wished without restraint. In the course of the meal, half of the shark meat remained, most of which had been consumed by Han Tao, while Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio, with lesser appetites and deterred by the flavor, ate comparatively little. "Let's open a coconut," Han Tao exclaimed, burping, the taste of shark meat still lingering in his mouth. Lin Wanqing, holding her mouth in disdain, remarked, "Turn away before you burp." Han Tao chuckled. Having survived on raw meat, what does a little taste matter? Amidst their banter, he cracked open 2 coconuts and handed one to Lin Wanqing and one to Su Jixio. "Drink up." "Thank you." Lin Wanqing smiled faintly as she accepted the coconut. Su Jixio also expressed her gratitude. Han Tao patted his belly and sighed, being well fed and watered. "Now that is living. Weren't you saying that a bit of tea would make it perfect?" Lin Wanqing teased with a smile. Han Tao replied sheepishly, "I wish I could. But where would I find tea leaves?" The trio engaged in light conversation after their meal, with little to do during the island's nighttime. It wasn't long before they all huddled together and drifted off to sleep. The next day, at the break of dawn, Su Jixio returned from fetching water. Soon after, Lin Wanqing and Han Tao also awoke in succession. "How is your wrist?" Su Jixio inquired with concern. Han Tao tried to rotate his wrist, still feeling a sharp pain akin to needles, unable to exert much force, though the swelling had significantly reduced. Su Jixio advised him to continue resting and not rush back to work. Due to the absence of a key laborer, the plan to excavate a new cave on the hillside was put on hold. Currently, there was still half a shark in the cave, sufficient for the 3 of them to eat for 2 days, so food was not a pressing concern. Thus, Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio decided to take this time to weave a mattress from palm leaves. Over the past few days, the two had been studying weaving techniques and had gained some insights into how to craft with palm leaves. Since their arrival on the island, the trio had been sleeping on the ground. Despite having a fire for warmth, sleeping directly on the earth inevitably felt insufficiently warm, as the ground dissipated heat far too quickly. Additionally, the dampness of the soil caused discomfort in their joints after extended periods of rest. Lin Wanqing had recently felt occasional discomfort in her knees and worried that prolonged exposure might lead to rheumatism, making the creation of a mattress an urgent task. Observing the 2 women diligently crafting the mattress, Han Tao felt bored sitting in the cave. Seeing the sun, beach, and waves outside, he could not resist the urge to take a stroll. As soon as he expressed his desire to go out, Lin Wanqing was the first to object. She knew Han Tao too well. Every time he mentioned wanting to step out, it often led to chaos. Given his wrist injury, she was resolute in preventing him from venturing outside. "Jixio, please support me." Han Tao reluctantly turned to Su Jixio for assistance. I really just want to take a walk. Otherwise, I might burst from confinement. Wanqing, let him go for a walk. It will promote blood circulation and aid his recovery, Su Zhixiu pleaded on his behalf. Seeing Han Tao's pitiful expression, with Su Zhixiu advocating for him, Lin Wanqing relented and agreed to Han Tao's request. Stepping outside the cave, with the sun hanging high, Han Tao, having spent too long indoors, found the brightness overwhelming, nearly blinding him. Breathing in the fresh air of the beach and listening to the sound of waves lapping against the shore rejuvenated him instantly. He had a basket at his waist. Besides stepping out for fresh air, he also hoped to gather some food for dinner. Searching for food on the beach was not as simple as he had imagined. After several trips back and forth along the shoreline, Han Tao's basket held only a few pitiful small crabs, with nothing else to show for his efforts. Forget it. You can go, he sighed, shaking his head at the few crabs. These items were hardly sufficient for him to fill the gaps between his teeth. Besides, there was still shark meat in the cave. Thus, he decided to cast them back into the sea, departing from the beach with a heavy heart. HNTO's plan to gather seafood had to conclude in failure. He had anticipated a fruitless day. Yet fortune seemed to have bestowed a peculiar favor upon XZH11. Just as HNTO was about to turn back, he suddenly noticed something shimmering within the traces of sand beneath his feet, reflecting the sun's radiant light, remarkably conspicuous. This discovery filled HNTO with elation, prompting him to crouch down for a closer inspection of the crystalline formations. Those crystals were small, roughly the size of a thumbprint, and appeared somewhat damp, exhibiting a glistening white hue. Could this possibly be sea salt? The thought of sea salt immediately crossed HNTO's mind, and he gently touched some with his finger and placed it in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, a briny taste stimulated every taste bud, evoking an indescribable delight. This is salt. It is indeed salt. Confirming that it was sea salt, HNTO could hardly contain his joy. Chapter 47. The discovery of crystalline salt on the beach. To his astonishment, a casual stroll had led to the discovery of salt on the beach. HNTO was now exuberantly dancing with excitement. This finding was of paramount importance to the survival team of 3. The preciousness of salt cannot be overstated. In ancient times, it was a resource controlled solely by the authorities, and the illegal trade of salt often resulted in severe punishments. Besides sodium chloride, salt also contains trace amounts of potassium, magnesium, iodine, calcium, and other substances. Prolonged absence of salt intake can lead to significant health detriments. Beyond health implications, the more crucial aspect is that salt endows food with a renewed essence. Even the most mundane dishes can transform into culinary delights when infused with salt. This discovery nearly drove HNTO to madness. In his fervor to gather more sea salt, he meticulously searched every trace of sand. Some of these sandy impressions retained seawater, which, under the relentless sun, gradually evaporated, leaving behind the salt. However, the crystalline formations of sea salt like the one he had just found were quite rare. After searching the beach under the blazing sun for a long while, HNTO could only gather a meager amount of salt to return to the cave. "You're back." Upon HNTO's return, the 2 women inquired about his endeavors with concern. HNTO smiled mysteriously, teasing them. "Can you guess what I found on the beach? Lobster?" Lin Wing suggested. HNTO shook his head. "Do you think this is one of those ridiculous seafood gathering videos?" Lin Wing pouted in displeasure. "Aren't you the one who told us to guess?" Look. HNTO poured the small amount of glimmering sea salt into his palm. "This is salt." XZH11 gazed in astonishment at the crystalline powder. HNTO affirmed, "Indeed, it is salt. Where did you get it?" XZH11 covered her mouth in disbelief. "I found it on the beach, but unfortunately, I could only find this little bit." HNTO expressed a tinge of regret, wishing he had discovered more. With the acquisition of salt, everyone felt immense joy, for it signified that they would no longer have to endure bland meals. They could finally indulge in a variety of flavors. Coincidentally, it was noon. Lin Wing began preparing lunch. After heating the shark meat, she sprinkled the salt that HNTO had brought back onto it. As they watched the salt gradually dissolve and seep into the meat, all 3 could not help but salivate. Once the fish was grilled to perfection, Lin Wing tore off a piece and handed it to HNTO, urging him to taste the difference brought about by the salt. HNTO could hardly wait and took a bite, exclaiming how delicious it was and encouraging Lin Wing to try it as well. Although Lin Wing had reservations about the shark meat, given her previous unpleasant experience, she was nonetheless tempted to give it another chance after the addition of salt. Observing HNTO and XZH11 devouring the food, She took a hearty bite. The moment it touched her palate, the initially fishy flavor of the shark meat was subdued by a subtle saltiness. Lin W and Qing could not help but give a thumbs up. The impact of salt had rendered the ordinary shark meat quite palatable. The trio consumed half of the remaining shark meat for lunch, reserving the other half for dinner. In the afternoon, the island was scorched under the blazing sun. The three sought refuge in the cave to escape the heat. Lin W and Qing and XZH11 had nearly completed weaving their first mattress. They invited H and T-O to lie on it for a trial. Aside from the new palm leaves being a bit prickly, it was quite comfortable, significantly better than sleeping on the ground. Noticing H and T-O's satisfaction with the new mattress, the two women felt invigorated. Lin W and Qing laughed. This first mattress is yours. How kind of you. H and T-O replied with a grin. Don't think too highly of yourself. It's simply that my and ZH's skills are still developing. So we let you use this one. Lin W and Qing teased, sticking her tongue out at him. H and T-O was unfazed, laughing. No worries. I'm tough enough. The heat of the day was stifling. Even in the cave, the external heat waves relentlessly infiltrated, coupled with the lack of breeze. The temperature within the cave remained high. Reluctantly, H and T-O extinguished the fire, planning to reignite it later in the evening. Lin W and Qing and XZH11 spent the entire afternoon weaving the mattress. The first was complete, and the second was halfway done. At this rate, by tomorrow evening, none of them would have to sleep on the ground anymore. After an afternoon's work, both women were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked. Lin W and Qing, feeling the perspiration on her neck, suddenly had a thought of bathing in the creek. She glanced at XZH11, her cheeks slightly flushed, and suggested, ZH11, would you like to go take a bath? Yes, XZH11, already eager to wash off the sweat, replied. However, they had not had the opportunity since arriving on the island. Lin W and Qing shyly admitted, I haven't had a proper bath in ages. Understanding her friend's sentiment, XZH11 immediately suggested, then let us go wash up by the creek. With this proposal, the two women instantly perked up. H and T-O, overhearing their conversation about bathing, found himself inundated with images of the two beautiful women bathing. Let us go before it gets dark, XZH11 said, glancing at H and T-O and signaling Lin W and Qing to include him. Lin W and Qing, feeling a rush of embarrassment, shook her head, implying it would be inappropriate to invite him along. However, XZH11 insisted that having H and T-O accompany them would ensure their safety in the woods. After a silent exchange of glances, Lin W and Qing ultimately acquiesced to XH's suggestion. Hey, did you hear that? Lin W and Qing poked H and T-O. H and T-O feigned ignorance. Huh? What? Watching him pretend not to have heard, XZH11 giggled. Her laughter exuded an irresistible charm that was simply enchanting. ZH11 and I want to take a bath, so, you should come with us. H and T-O felt his face flush. Could it be that such luck existed? Two beautiful women decided to take a bath, and to their surprise, they wanted to bring along a companion. This was indeed a stroke of luck for Han Tao. Upon seeing his lecherous expression, Lin Wanqing felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Su Zhixiu, being the more mature of the two, gazed at Han Tao with a delicate demeanor and explained, both Wanqing and I are women, and our ability to protect ourselves in dangerous situations is insufficient. Thus, we must trouble you to accompany us. Han Tao chuckled, this is merely part of my duty. You need not be polite in the future. He wiped his nose, picked up a spear, and declared, let us go. I shall protect you both. Observing Han Tao's enthusiasm, Lin Wanqing wrinkled her nose and retorted, humph, your words sound so grand. Yet I suspect your intentions are less than noble. As the trio prepared to set off, Su Zhixiu picked up a half coconut shell from the ground and filled it with some ashes. Lin Wanqing, curious, asked, Zhixiu, are you bringing that along? Su Zhixiu explained. The primary component of the ashes is potassium carbonate, which becomes alkaline when dissolved in water, effectively removing dirt and killing bacteria. We can use it as soap on the island. Lin Wanqing's spirits lifted. She had merely intended for a simple wash. But now the prospect of using ashes as soap promised a thorough cleansing. Handsome guy, we're off, she called back to Han Tao before they departed. Han Tao grinned. He felt it was his duty to accompany the two beauties for their bathing. The trio traversed the beach and entered the woods. After walking a short distance, they heard the gentle sound of flowing water. There lay a creek before them. Upon reaching the creekside and gazing at the sparkling water, excitement lit up the faces of the two women. After days of exposure to the elements on the island, they yearned for a proper wash. Lin Wanqing, unable to contain her eagerness, was ready to leap into the water. Su Zhixiu held her back. giving her a discreet look towards Han Tao. Understanding her hesitance, Lin Wanqing cleared her throat and addressed Han Tao. Jixio and I are going to bathe. Please step back a little. Han Tao thought to himself, what does it matter? We are all going to live together in the future. Why should this concern us? Moreover, as a man, would he stoop to the act of peeping at women bathing? Even if he were to look, it would be in an open manner. However, he dared not voice these thoughts in front of the two women for fear of inciting Lin Wanqing's ire. I will be over there. Call me if you need anything. Understood, came the reply. After issuing his instructions, Han Tao retreated behind a nearby tree, maintaining a distance of about 30 meters from where the women would bathe. It was not too far, as he wanted to be ready should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Moreover, the thick foliage and trees would obscure his view of Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio in the creek unless he chose a precise angle. Once Han Tao had distanced himself, Lin Wanqing began to remove her clothing. Noticing Su Jixio's lingering shyness, she reassured her, it's all right, it's just the two of us here. Go ahead and undress. Su Jixio glanced around nervously, covering her chest with her hands, contemplating whether anyone else was nearby. Aside from him, there shouldn't be anyone else. Lin Wanqing urged her. Hurry, it's getting dark. Well, all right then. Su Jixio shyly nodded and began to disrobe. In the depths of the forest, the water flowed gently, and the two women became one with nature. With no barriers, they embraced their natural state. Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio were relishing the most comfortable bath they had experienced since arriving on the island. Thanks to the remarkable cleaning properties of the ashes, they not only cleaned their hair, but also achieved a thorough cleansing of their bodies. As darkness descended, although Han Tao could not see the scene from his vantage point, he could clearly hear the sounds of their playful splashing. Perhaps due to pent-up emotions, Han Tao found himself in a tumultuous state, his mind unwittingly conjuring tantalizing images. He struggled to calm himself while intermittently hearing the sounds of their merriment, which ignited a tumult of feelings within him, a conflict of icy restraint and fiery desire. With a sharp smack, Han Tao struck his own face, attempting to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet, he underestimated the natural physiological responses of the body. He was not a eunuch, and with two stunning women bathing just behind him, how could he not harbor any thoughts? Consequently, the forest echoed with the sound of his slaps. Han Tao? Lin Wanqing seemed to hear the repeated sounds emanating from his direction, her concern for him evident. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm just swatting mosquitoes. There are far too many here. Initially thinking that accompanying the two women for their bath would be a delightful affair, Han Tao soon realized it was anything but. It was a torment, a true trial for any man. To divert his attention from the bathing women, Han Tao sought other distractions. How much longer will you be? He called out to Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio. Lin Wanqing's voice floated back from the creek. Just a little longer. Please wait. I'll take a stroll around. I won't go far. Call me if you need anything. With that, Han Tao wandered deeper into the woods. Hearing rustling sounds beneath his feet, he pushed aside the grass with his spear and spotted a lizard the size of an arm darting away. After moving a few steps further, the sounds of the women became faint. Ah, what is this fruit? Han Tao noticed a vine on a large tree laden with numerous bright red fruits. At first glance, they resembled cherry tomatoes, but were even smaller, their glossy surfaces glimmering under the light, revealing translucent flesh beneath, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Seeing these fruits made Han Tao's mouth water. He knew well that wild fruits should not be consumed indiscriminately, yet these little gems looked especially tempting, igniting an irresistible desire to taste one. Just one should be fine, he reasoned, convincing himself that a single fruit would pose little risk. What if it tasted delightful? He could gather some to share with everyone. Though he fabricated numerous excuses, the truth was he was simply craving fruit. After spending so long on the island without tasting any, he could no longer resist the urge. Han Tao plucked a red fruit, rubbed off the dirt, and tentatively placed it in his mouth. As he gently bit down, a burst of juice flooded his senses. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful, a sweet and fragrant essence mingled with a hint of tartness, a perfect balance of sweet and sour, utterly refreshing. To his surprise, the wild fruit was so delicious that he could not help but pluck a second one to savor. A preference for sweetness and a fondness for sweet foods are instincts ingrained in humanity throughout evolution. The sweetness of treats invariably signifies a higher sugar content, which provides humanity with the most immediate source of energy. Additionally, sweetness can evoke a sense of happiness. Unbeknownst to him, Han Tao found himself unable to stop indulging. For someone who had been stranded on a deserted island for nearly 2 months without tasting anything sweet, the tangy sweetness was utterly irresistible. Burping, Han Tao realized he had consumed at least a dozen in a matter of moments. Only after feeling full did he remember to gather some for Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio as well. Just then, a sudden scream shattered the tranquility of the woods. Chapter 49. A Bold Heart. The female ghost takes a break. That piercing sound reached Han Tao's ears, instantly igniting a sense of anxiety within him. It was undoubtedly Lin Wanqing's voice. Such a shriek must signify some sort of trouble. Regret washed over him for having left the two of them alone, and he hurriedly dashed towards the stream. Lin Wanqing, Su Zhixio, are you all right? He called out, his voice filled with urgency as he hoped for their reply. However, the forest was eerily silent, devoid of even the slightest sound. At that moment, even the usual chirping of insects and birds was absent. Yet, Han Tao was so consumed with concern for Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio that he failed to notice the strange atmosphere around him. When he reached the water source, he found it completely empty. The two women who had just bathed there had vanished without a trace. Panic surged through him. Could it be that? Han Tao's heart sank, unable to contemplate further. Was it the island's wild beasts that were responsible? This was disastrous. Everything felt ruined. The only thought echoing in Han Tao's mind was his own negligence leading to the disappearance of two women. In a fit of self-reproach, he struck himself twice, knowing full well the dangers of the island, yet still leaving the two women behind. But wait, where were their clothes? Han Tao noticed something peculiar. There were no remnants of their garments by the stream. If they had been attacked by a beast, how could they have had time to dress? This was too strange. Suddenly, a chill crept down his spine. He turned abruptly, and in that instant, he glimpsed a white figure darting through the trees. What the hell? This sight sent a jolt of fear through Han Tao, causing his legs to tremble and the hair on his arms to stand on end. What was that? A white shadow, floating midair, appeared more ghostly than human. Could such a being truly exist on this island? Han Tao's scalp tingled, an electric sensation coursing through his body. Just as he held his breath in trepidation, the white figure drifted past him once more. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced like a drum. This time, he saw clearly. If he wasn't imagining things, the figure was a woman clad in a white robe, with long black hair cascading down. It flitted by in an instant, leaving him unable to discern her face. Yet, her silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Wanqing. A chill ran down his spine, as the thought that this spectral figure might resemble Lin Wanqing was deeply unsettling. Han Tao, frightened, dared not scream, fearing he might attract the attention of this apparition. Instead, he silently recited incantations in his mind. Just then, he heard a voice calling him from behind. Han Tao, what the hell? Su Zhixio. As he turned, a sense of dread enveloped him. There stood Su Zhixio, clad in white, her hair disheveled, her face a ghastly pale devoid of color. A ghost. The sight of Su Zhixio's pale visage nearly made Han Tao soil himself. Even more horrifying was her grin, revealing menacing fangs as she smiled at him. Han Tao, don't come any closer. The sudden turn of events sent Han Tao's spirit fleeing. With little time to ponder, he bolted in the opposite direction. As he turned to flee, another white figure appeared before him, flanking him on both sides, effectively trapping him. It was over. He was cornered between two female ghosts. As the specter blocking his path drew nearer, he could see her face clearly. It was indeed Lin Wanqing. Her pallid complexion and vacant gaze sent chills through him. Wanqing, what has happened to you? Han Tao felt a mix of fear and despair, unable to comprehend how everything had spiraled into this nightmare. The two female ghosts quickly ensnared him, leaving him with no escape. Just as Han Tao believed all hope was lost, he suddenly pushed one of them aside and took off running. Han Tao, where are you going? He hadn't gotten far when he heard Lin Wanqing's concerned voice behind him. Confused, he wondered why he was hearing Lin Wanqing again. Had she not transformed into a ghost? Turning around, he was astonished to see Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio reverting to their original selves, their expressions tense and filled with concern. What on earth was happening? Han Tao stood there, utterly bewildered, forgetting to run. Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio rushed to him, grasping his hands and inquiring with worry. Han Tao, what's wrong? Have you been possessed? Or did you see a ghost? See a ghost? The thought struck Han Tao. Weren't they the ghosts? But if they were ghosts, how had they returned to normal? Oh heavens, this was no joking matter. Gradually, Han Tao sensed something was amiss. Although these two looked identical to Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio, their behavior was entirely different. As the two women inched closer, even leaning against him, Han Tao could only retreat in fear. Wanqing, Zhixio? Noticing their odd demeanor, when Han Tao looked up at them again, he gasped in horror. The faces of Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio had morphed back into ghastly visages. Even more chilling, they were now smiling seductively at him. Lin Wanqing unbuttoned her shirt, while Su Zhixio sensuously licked her lips. The two female ghosts were shamelessly enticing Han Tao. In his mind, he screamed, "What the hell? It seems I've encountered not vengeful spirits, but rather two lustful specters. If this continued, he would surely be drained dry. Hey, don't touch me. Let go. No. Stop. That is not right. Something bad will happen." Han Tao shouted desperately, but his pleas seemed futile against the two apparitions. With no other choice, he decided to gamble on a wild idea. As long as one is bold, the female ghost takes a break. If he were to perish, so be it. After so many years of being a virgin, even if he were to meet his end at the hands of these two ghostly women, he would at least bid farewell to his virginity. "Come on, lousy, and you shall compete," Han Tao shouted fiercely, instantly tackling a female ghost. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers. To his surprise, the female ghost emitted an unexpectedly seductive sound. Han Tao was momentarily bewildered. Was she a ghost or a human? Looking down, he was astonished to see that the female ghost had transformed back into Lin Wanqing, her normal appearance restored. At that moment, her face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Han Tao, her eyes radiating a chilling fury that seemed capable of dismembering him. What on earth was happening? Han Tao was utterly perplexed. Had he truly just kissed Lin Wanqing instead of a ghost? Lin Wanqing, seething with rage, kicked him away and shouted, "You filthy pervert. I will kill you." Chapter 50. The swiftness of life's ups and downs. The swiftness of life's highs and lows was truly astonishing. Han Tao was determined to confront the female ghost, even if it meant death. He refused to remain a virgin. Who could have anticipated that immediately after the kiss, the ghost would revert to Lin Wanqing? Observing her flustered and angry demeanor, he realized this was indeed the authentic Lin Wanqing, not a ghost at all. This Lin Wanqing. Before he could explain himself, an enraged Lin Wanqing had already kicked him off her. Lying on the ground, Han Tao felt dizzy. He attempted to rise but swayed as if intoxicated, unable to regain his footing. "Wanqing, his hand was injured. What if you harmed him further?" At that moment, Su Zhixio's voice broke through. Seeing Han Tao on the ground, she hurried over to assist him. Feeling the softness of Su Zhixio's arm, Han Tao thought to himself that she was indeed gentle. He glanced at Su Zhixio, puzzled. Just moments ago, she had been pale, yet now she appeared perfectly normal. What on earth is happening? Han Tao furrowed his brow, rubbing his head in confusion. Su Zhixio examined his pupils, and upon assessing his symptoms, she turned to the blushing Lin Wanqing and said, "He may be experiencing hallucinations." Hallucinations? Lin Wanqing clicked her tongue. Just moments ago, in front of Su Zhixio, she had been forcefully kissed by Han Tao, leaving her feeling profoundly embarrassed. If it were indeed a hallucination, it would provide her with a convenient excuse. But how could hallucinations occur without reason? Although she trusted Su Zhixio's judgment, the notion of Han Tao having hallucinations for no apparent reason seemed implausible. Su Zhixio elaborated, "Typically, excessive mental stress or the ingestion of certain drugs that affect the nervous system can lead to hallucinations." Is he under mental stress? Lin Wanqing glanced at Han Tao, who was leaning against Su Zhixio, a blissful smile plastered across his face. He appeared to be reveling in Su Zhixio's embrace, far from exhibiting signs of stress. Su Zhixio observed Han Tao's expression, noting that he still appeared to be lost in his hallucinations. If it wasn't mental stress, then perhaps he had ingested something. Lin Wanqing propped her chin in her hand, deep in thought. After all, they had all consumed the same food. How could Han Tao suddenly be affected in such a peculiar manner? Su Zhixio suddenly had a realization. He had been alone earlier. Perhaps he mistakenly ingested something during that time. Lin Wanqing's expression turned serious as she nodded in agreement with Su Zhixio's analysis. The likelihood that Han Tao was experiencing such symptoms due to that was indeed high. Can he return to normal? Lin Wanqing looked at Han Tao, who was smiling foolishly. Filled with concern, suddenly feeling guilty about her earlier kick, she lamented that had she known he was merely hallucinating, she would not have reacted so harshly. It should be fine once the neurotoxin is metabolized from his body. That's a relief. Lin Wanqing sighed in relief upon hearing that Han Tao would recover. Su Zhixio glanced up at the sky, which had turned completely dark, rendering the forest invisible. The pressing issue now was how to bring him back. "Let us carry him together." The two women, one on each side, struggled to support Han Tao's arms as they made their way toward the beach. Fortunately, Han Tao had not completely lost consciousness and was able to assist somewhat. Before long, the trio reached the sandy shore. After traversing the beach, they arrived back at the cave. Upon entering, Han Tao collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Lin Wanqing turned pale with fright and grasped Su Zhixio's arm, asking, "What is wrong with him? Will he be okay?" Su Zhixio remained calm, crouching to check Han Tao's pulse and breathing. "Don't worry, he's just fainted. It's nothing serious. During her examination, Su Jixio made a new discovery. She extracted a sticky substance from Han Tao's mouth, resembling fruit flesh. Bringing it to her nose, she detected a faintly sweet and sour aroma, somewhat reminiscent of tomatoes. What is this? Lin Wanqing asked anxiously. Su Jixio analyzed. It appears he must have consumed this fruit, which led to his hallucinations. As they spoke, Han Tao, lying on the ground, expressed his profound admiration for both women. Lin Wanqing's gaze fell upon Han Tao, and she suddenly felt her face flush red, pointing at a particular area and shyly inquiring, "What is going on there?" Su Jixio shook her head. "I'm not sure. But it's likely related to what he ingested. This could be a side effect." "You pervert! How could you eat such a thing?" Lin Wanqing's face turned crimson as she muttered a soft curse. Throughout the night, Han Tao slept soundly, even the thunder outside failing to rouse him. After showering, Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio comfortably fell asleep as well. Morning sunlight streamed into the cave entrance. Han Tao slowly awoke, supporting his forehead, feeling as though his head might split open. What had transpired last night? He couldn't recall a thing. What the heck? A glance downward elicited a loud exclamation from Han Tao. How could his members stand tall, like Mount Everest? To make matters worse, Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio were watching him, causing an unbearable embarrassment. Su Jixio maintained a calm demeanor. After all, as a doctor, Han Tao was merely a patient in her eyes. What did I eat? Han Tao quickly grabbed a leaf to cover himself, thinking that whatever he had consumed was far too potent. Lin Wanqing, blushing fiercely, spat, "Pervert." Seeing Han Tao's flustered and urgent expression, Su Jixio's lips curled into a gentle smile. "What exactly happened to me last night? You filthy pervert, don't you know what you did?" Lin Wanqing exclaimed in anger. Su Jixio replied in a soothing tone, "You mistakenly ingested something, which caused you to hallucinate." Han Tao rubbed his head, gradually recalling fragments of the previous night. Faint memories of being pursued by two female ghosts. "Are you feeling better?" Su Jixio smiled as she reached out to check Han Tao's forehead temperature. "Don't come any closer." Han Tao suddenly recoiled in fright, hastily retreating. Lin Wanqing glared at him, disgruntled. "Why are you shouting so early in the morning?" Regained his senses, gazing at the two vibrant beauties before him. It dawned upon him that everything from the previous night had merely been a figment of his imagination. He pondered how he could have mistaken them for female ghosts. Lin Wanqing, with her arms crossed and chin raised, huffed. "What do you mean by we? Are you wondering how we are not ghosts?" Han Tao chuckled awkwardly. Lin Wanqing scolded. "How can you still have the audacity to speak? Do you not remember your insanity from last night? Pointing at me and Jixio, calling us female ghosts, telling us to stay away, and not to touch you? How could you even say that?" Han Tao's face flushed crimson, speechless, and could only manage a forced smile. Ironically, as Lin Wanqing's anger reached its peak, she suddenly halted mid-sentence, her mind flashing back to the moment Han Tao had pushed her down and kissed her forcefully. Han Tao, with wide eyes filled with curiosity, inquired, "What was it?" Chapter 51, The Irresistible Temptation. Observing Han Tao's bewildered expression, Lin Wanqing's face turned crimson, and she spat, "Perverted scoundrel. Turn your head away." Han Tao raised his hands in protest, exclaiming, "How am I in the wrong? When did I become a scoundrel?" Su Jixio interjected, "Last night. You were rather forward with Wanqing." Lin Wanqing quickly grasped Su Jixio's arm, urging her to refrain from revealing anything, insisting that this guy must not know. Su Jixio shot a playful glance at Lin Wanqing, fully aware of her feelings, yet she chose to feign ignorance in front of Han Tao. Han Tao, feeling increasingly intrigued, wondered what he had done to provoke such resentment from Lin Wanqing. During breakfast, with Su Jixio and Lin Wanqing recounting the events, Han Tao gradually pieced together what had transpired the previous night, though the details of him forcefully kissing Lin Wanqing were conveniently omitted. Lin Wanqing earnestly inquired, "What did you see when you thought you saw a ghost?" Han Tao shook his head vigorously, aware that Lin Wanqing was still miffed and was deliberately trying to provoke him. He dared not describe the ghost's disheveled appearance and pallid complexion, as that would be courting disaster. Su Jixio quickly came to his rescue, smiling gently. "Perhaps you could share what you ate last night? I was bored waiting for you both to finish bathing, so I wandered a few steps forward and found some vines on a large tree, which bore numerous red fruits, somewhat resembling cherry tomatoes, and they appeared quite enticing." Han Tao strained to recall the events of the previous day. "So you ate them?" Lin Wanqing was infuriated, cursing how someone could be so foolish. Knowing well that wild, unidentified fruits should not be consumed recklessly, he still indulged. "Well, I ate a few," Han Tao admitted sheepishly. Scratching his head, Su Jixio queried, "How many did you eat?" "About a dozen or so," Han Tao reminisced. "My goodness, you ate so many?" Su Jixio exclaimed. "Her mouth agape," Han Tao recalled, The taste was very sweet with a hint of tartness, almost as if it had a magical allure that made it impossible to resist. Before I knew it, I had consumed quite a bit, and I must say, it was rather delightful. Lin Wanqing facepalmed and rolled her eyes, exasperated that even in such circumstances, he was fixated on the flavor. Based on your reaction, it seems you ingested a significant amount of those red fruits, which likely caused your hallucinations. Su Zhixio slowly articulated her analysis. Those fruits might contain some substance that induces hallucinations. Goodness, Han Tao was equally astonished. Realizing the fruit he had casually eaten possessed such effects, Su Zhixio, intrigued, asked, "Can you take me to see those fruits? What do you want to see them for?" The ability to induce hallucinations is quite a unique effect. If we could harness it, it might prove beneficial for us. As a doctor and researcher, Su Zhixio had an innate curiosity about such matters. If this fruit could be utilized, it would be excellent news for the three of them. After a brief freshening up, the trio decided to venture into the woods while the morning sun was still gentle to locate the fruit that Han Tao had consumed the previous day. Following Han Tao's description, they arrived near a stream not far from where he had discovered the fruit. As they approached the creek, Su Zhixio suddenly called out excitedly, "Come quickly!" Han Tao and Lin Wanqing hurried over, eager to see what the fruit looked like. "Look at that tree, it bears many red fruits," Su Zhixio exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a large tree entwined with vines, laden with bright red fruits that looked particularly tempting, making one yearn to take a bite. Lin Wanqing eagerly turned to Han Tao, asking, "Is this the fruit?" Han Tao scratched his head, appearing embarrassed, and replied, "I can't quite recall the events from yesterday, but this seems to be it." As they spoke, Su Zhixio had already approached the tree, reaching up to pluck a red fruit and placing it in her mouth. "Hey, don't eat that!" Lin Wanqing and Han Tao shouted in unison, rushing forward to intervene. Su Zhixio smiled gently, assuring them, "No need to worry, I'm just tasting one." "What if it's poisonous?" Lin Wanqing protested. "It shouldn't be toxic. Since Han Tao ate it without any signs of poisoning, we can reasonably conclude these fruits are safe." Su Zhixio maintained a calm demeanor, more composed than the other two. Han Tao grinned, finding solace in his role as the guinea pig, feeling somewhat validated. Lin Wanqing shot Han Tao a glance, then curiously turned to Su Zhixio, asking, "So, what does it taste like?" "It's very sweet, with a hint of tartness. Quite delightful. Would you like to try one?" Su Zhixio smiled, handing a fruit to Lin Wanqing. Gazing at the alluring red fruit, its semi-transparent skin encasing glistening flesh, Lin Wanqing felt as though the sweet and sour flavor had already exploded in her mouth before even tasting it. Unable to resist, she popped the fruit into her mouth, and its juicy essence burst forth, the sweetness nearly bringing her to tears of joy. "Wow, this is truly delicious," Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief. Unsatisfied with just one, she immediately sought to pluck another. At this moment, Su Zhixio grasped Lin Wanqing's hand, shaking her head. "Wait. Let us see how your body reacts before you eat more." "But I really can't resist. I want another one," Lin Wanqing pleaded, playfully shaking Su Zhixio's hand as if to charm her. "Just one more, please." Their time spent together had fostered a sisterly bond, with Lin Wanqing viewing Su Zhixio as an older sister due to their age difference. "All right, you may have one more." Su Zhixio eventually yielded to Lin Wanqing's persistent coaxing. However, saying it was just one was hardly realistic. The flavor was so enchanting that Lin Wanqing, seizing the moment while Su Zhixio was distracted, secretly plucked two more. "Wanqing, do you know why humans have such a fondness for sweet foods?" Su Zhixio witnessed Lin Wanqing secretly plucking more fruits than allowed, yet chose not to confront her directly. This was because sweet treats evoke a sense of happiness. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed red as she realized her misdeed had been noticed, but she maintained a facade of nonchalance. Indeed, this tendency to seek sweetness is ingrained in human nature, a remnant of our evolutionary past. Sweet flavors often signify nourishment, providing substantial energy. Thus our genes inherently crave sugary delights. Lin Wanqing shyly smiled and playfully stuck out her tongue, conceding, "All right, I shall only indulge in this one." Su Zhixio nodded with a smile, cautioning, "Now is not the time for excess. Otherwise, you might end up like Han Tao did yesterday." In Chapter 52, a helicopter suddenly appeared above the island. Both Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio had sampled the fruit. This decision stemmed from Su Zhixio's preliminary assessment that the fruit was non-toxic. Had it been poisonous, they would have exhibited symptoms of poisoning. As three of them consumed the fruit without adverse reactions, the only remaining question was the extent of its hallucinogenic properties. Han Tao had eaten over 10 pieces the previous night, resulting in intense hallucinations, while Su Zhixio consumed 2 and Lin Wanqing 6. Their reactions would soon reveal the fruit's effects. Observing Han Tao, who was salivating, Su Jishio teased. I know you wish to partake, but you'll have to endure today. She worried that if she and Lin Wanqing fell into hallucinations, Han Tao would need to care for them, necessitating his restraint. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch over you both, Han Tao replied confidently, thumping his chest. Lin Wanqing tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at him, and retorted, You must not engage in any mischief while we are entranced. What mischief? Han Tao chuckled, fully aware of her insinuation but feigning ignorance. Lin Wanqing's cheeks reddened further as she warned, In any case, should you dare to misbehave, you shall face my wrath. Han Tao shot her a teasing glance, responding, If I truly wished to misbehave, would I have waited until now? You. What of it? Incorrigible rogue. Watching their playful banter, Su Jishio couldn't help but smile. This was not mere bickering. It was the charming exchange of a young couple. The trio returned from the woods to the cave, settling in to await the fruit's effects. As time passed, approximately an hour later, nothing seemed amiss. Han Tao glanced at Su Jishio, noting her normal demeanor, and inquired, How do you feel? Quite well. Nothing unusual, Su Jishio replied, her complexion as calm as ever. I feel as though I might float away, Lin Wanqing suddenly interjected. The two turned towards her, startled by her appearance. Her face glowed as if adorned with clouds, resembling someone intoxicated. Wanqing, do you feel unwell? Su Jishio asked with concern. Not at all. I feel as though I am soaring through the skies, a sensation I have never experienced before, Lin Wanqing replied dreamily, her eyes glazed. A smile spread across her face. Han Tao mused that she must be drunk and turned to Su Jishio, asking, Is she in any danger? Su Jishio shook her head, assuring, She is likely just lost in a hallucination. As long as we keep her safe within the cave, there is no cause for alarm. Currently, Lin Wanqing's face was flushed, her gaze unfocused, her words whimsical. This appeared to be the hallucinogenic effect of the fruit. Around 5 or 6 pieces could induce mild hallucinations. Su Jishio mused, It seems my hypothesis was correct. This fruit contains some hallucinogenic component. Excessive consumption could lead to vivid hallucinations. Han Tao found this astonishing. The island was truly remarkable. It was not only home to previously unseen beasts, but also peculiar fruits that induced hallucinations. Everything here was shrouded in mystery, with many secrets yet to be unveiled. Unfortunately, while the fruit was delightful, moderation was essential. A couple of pieces occasionally posed no risk, allowing one to savor the sweetness. Su Jishio smiled at Han Tao, suggesting, Since you discovered this fruit, why not name it? Scratching his head, Han Tao replied, Why overthink? I'll just call it hallucination fruit, as it induces visions. Su Jishio smiled at the straightforward name. Hallucination fruit was simple yet fitting. Lin Wanqing appeared half inebriated, likely lost in a dreamlike state, floating among clouds. Observing her, Han Tao asked, How long until she regains her senses? Su Jishio shook her head, responding, It's hard to say, we must monitor her. Recovery time varies by individual, with some regaining consciousness faster than others. In that case, let her rest in the cave. I trust you to watch over her. Are you heading out? Su Jishio asked, concern etched on her face, knowing Han Tao's wrist had yet to heal. To reassure her, Han Tao demonstrated mobility with his wrist. I haven't visited the hillside in a while. I want to check on it. Su Jishio glanced at the dazed Lin Wanqing, wishing she could accompany Han Tao, but felt compelled to stay with Lin Wanqing. All right, be careful. Yes, I will. The new house on the hillside weighed heavily on Han Tao's mind. He longed for the day they could move from the cramped cave to a more spacious dwelling. Due to his injury, progress on the new cave had stagnated. He was eager to see how it was faring. Gripping a stone hoe, Han Tao exited the cave, reminding Su Jishio to keep a close watch on Lin Wanqing. Su Jishio accompanied him to the cave entrance, watching as he walked away, traversing the white sandy beach and entering the woods. A peculiar sensation stirred within her, akin to sending her husband off to work. Unbeknownst to her, a sweet smile graced her lips. Jishio, come quickly, swim with me. While lost in her fleeting happiness, Lin Wanqing's voice called from behind. She lay there, flailing her arms as if swimming freely. Her antics brought a smile to Su Jishio's face. Inside the cave, silence enveloped the space. Lin Wanqing reclined on the mattress, occasionally opening her eyes to glance around. Su Jishio sat on the ground, lost in thought, her mind adrift. Suddenly, a cacophony of roaring erupted from outside the cave. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Su Jishio jolted awake, tugging at Lin Wanqing, her voice trembling with excitement. Did you hear that? Lin Wanqing, still dazed, replied, Is it the wind? I must be flying too high. The wind is fierce up here. No, that is definitely not the wind. Su Jishio asserted firmly, confident in her ability to distinguish the sounds. The unmistakable sound of a propeller whirring filled the air. A helicopter. An aircraft, a helicopter. There is a helicopter outside. Su Zhixio, brimming with excitement, shook Lin Wanqing vigorously, eager to rouse her from her stupor. It is not the wind. It is the sound of the helicopter. Someone is here to rescue us. Chapter 53. Are they here to save us or to harm us? This astonishing revelation plunged Su Zhixio into a frenzy. Upon hearing that a helicopter was approaching, Lin Wanqing, lost in her hallucinations, seemed to be pulled back to reality. She appeared like a person just awakening from intoxication, her gaze hazy as she looked at Su Zhixio. What did you just say? A helicopter? Listen. Su Zhixio, overwhelmed with joy, could barely articulate her thoughts, merely gesturing for Lin Wanqing to listen intently to the sounds outside the cave. Placing her hands beside her ears, Lin Wanqing concentrated and indeed heard the unmistakable sound of helicopter blades. A helicopter had arrived above the island. This news sent the two women in the cave into a jubilant embrace, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Wonderful. Finally, someone has come to save us. Lin Wanqing cried out, her heart swelling with relief after nearly 2 months of isolation on this island. Su Zhixio wiped her tears away. Now is not the time for weeping. We must quickly go outside and signal for help. Let them know there are people on the island. Yes, we must go outside the cave. Such an opportunity is fleeting. The helicopter might merely be passing overhead. If we do not seize this moment, it will all be in vain. The two women hurriedly gathered some twigs and damp leaves and rushed outside the cave. Looking up at the sky, they indeed spotted a small white helicopter circling above the southern part of the island. Over here. We are here. They shouted desperately while using the wet leaves to create smoke, hoping to catch the attention of those aboard the helicopter. However, the noise from the propeller was deafening, and despite their hoarse cries, it seemed that the people on the aircraft did not hear them. The white smoke rising from in front of the cave was not enough to attract attention, and the helicopter flew away towards the northern part of the island. As they watched the helicopter depart, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio were left in stunned disbelief. A wordless despair enveloped them, for the hope of rescue was so near. Yet they could only watch it fade away. In that moment, they felt completely drained, sitting lifelessly on the beach. Meanwhile, Han Tao had made his way through the woods to a hillside. After days of neglect, the area he had previously dug was overgrown with wild grass. He wielded a stone hoe to clear the weeds. Not long into his work, a deep rumbling sound echoed from the horizon, growing steadily louder. Han Tao had a clear view from his position and soon spotted a small white dot against the azure sky. The dot drew closer, hovering just above the island. A helicopter. Realizing it was indeed a helicopter, Han Tao, in a fit of excitement, threw his stone hoe aside. The presence of a helicopter meant he would be rescued. Finally escaping this desolate place, he envisioned returning to a life of drinking soda, enjoying air conditioning, and using his phone. Over here. There is someone here. Like all those desperate for salvation, Han Tao waved his arms frantically at the helicopter, striving to capture the attention of those aboard. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the occupants of the aircraft remained oblivious to his presence. From his vantage point on the hillside, he could see Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio sitting on the beach, seemingly unaware of what was unfolding. Han Tao continued shouting at the helicopter, fervently wishing that either he or the two women on the beach would be noticed. Believing that if one of them caught their attention, the helicopter would surely come to a halt. Here, there is someone here. Han Tao persisted, even as his voice grew hoarse. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him this time. After circling overhead, the helicopter seemed to have spotted Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio on the beach and began to turn towards them. Yes, Han Tao clenched his fists, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate his happiness. This moment was extraordinary, a sight he had longed to witness through countless days and nights. This moment had finally materialized. He could escape the island alongside Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio. As he excitedly shouted and ran towards the beach, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio, engulfed in despair, suddenly noticed the helicopter adjusting its course towards them. Su Zhixio, hearing the approaching roar, exclaimed in exhilaration, "They must have seen us." Lin Wanqing was nearly beside herself with excitement. The closer the helicopter drew, the faster her heart raced. In her mind, she began to envision the rescue personnel she would soon encounter aboard the aircraft. Is there writing on the plane? Su Zhixio was on the verge of tears from joy. But as the helicopter approached, she discerned several Korean characters emblazoned on its fuselage. This revelation plunged her into icy dread. Her limbs growing cold, the words were the name of her organization. In an instant, the joy of imminent rescue evaporated, replaced by a profound terror. Almost simultaneously, Lin Wanqing's radiant smile froze in place as she spotted a man beside the helicopter door, clad in sunglasses and a black suit. His attire mirrored that of the two corpses that had previously washed ashore, and to her horror, he was brandishing a firearm. If they were here to rescue us, they would not be armed. The helicopter drew ever closer, and the man with the gun brazenly aimed it at Su Zhixio on the ground. Bang! A shot rang out, the bullet striking the sand near Su Zhixio's feet and sending dust flying. She turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Run! Lin Wanqing urgently grabbed Su Zhixio, pulling her away in haste. For the first time in her life, Lin Wanqing found herself on the receiving end of a gun, her life hanging by a thread. One shot could end it all. It was not just her, even most men would crumble under such circumstances. Yet, she was resolute. She understood she must remain calm. If she broke down now, the only fate awaiting her and Su Zhixio would be death. She continuously reminded herself to survive, they must live. The helicopter hovered overhead, firing several rounds at the two women on the beach. Bullets whizzed past them, sending clouds of dust into the air. Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio sprinted desperately towards the woods, knowing that once they reached the trees, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Fortunately, the distance from the beach to the forest was short. They raced with all their might and finally reached the cover of the trees. That final sprint had nearly depleted their energy, and now, leaning against the trunk of a tree, they gasped for breath. Gradually regained her composure as she gazed at Lin Wanqing, who was risking everything for her. She did not wish to endanger her good sister. They were searching for me. So you must hide quickly while I go out. Chapter 54, A Desperate Escape Westward. No, you cannot go out, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, grasping Su Zhixio's arm with such force that it caused her flesh to sink in. Though their time together on the island was brief, they had already become inseparable confidants. She could not allow Su Zhixio to face danger alone. They are looking for me. I would only be a burden to you and Han Tao, Su Zhixio said, her eyes reddening. If we are to die, we shall die together. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth. Besides, it was not yet the end, and it remained uncertain who would perish first. If it were not for the perilous situation, Su Zhixio would have already succumbed to tears. She never imagined she would encounter a friend like Lin Wanqing. In that moment, one thought consumed her mind, no matter the cost. She had to survive for Lin Wanqing's sake. Outside the forest, the sound of helicopter blades grew softer as it descended onto the beach. The assassins inside the helicopter immediately leaped out, searching through the woods. Time was of the essence. Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio took a brief respite before swiftly circumventing the trees towards the cave. A gun lay hidden within the cave, though it contained only one bullet. Lin Wanqing recognized it as their hope for a turnaround. At that moment, the assassins had entered the woods, which was a small blessing for Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio. They were far more familiar with the island's terrain than the assassins. Using the cover of trees and shrubs, they reached the cave. Lin Wanqing rummaged through a pile of stones in the corner and unearthed the black handgun. Su Zhixio's expression reflected shock, despite residing in the cave for so long. She had never known a gun lay concealed within. Wanqing, what is this gun? I found it when a dead assassin washed ashore on the island. Han Tao asked me to hide it, Lin Wanqing hurriedly explained. She never anticipated that so soon after stowing it away, she would need to retrieve it again. Can you shoot? Su Zhixio inquired. Lin Wanqing shook her head. Firearms were not something she had ever encountered, and she had never touched a gun before. Su Zhixio was equally unversed in the use of firearms. They exchanged a glance, both appearing bewildered. Although they possessed a gun, it bore only one bullet, and neither understood how to operate it, casting doubt on whether they could hit a target. Relying on this single bullet in a confrontation was impossible. Its only purpose was to serve as a surprise in a critical moment. Seemingly hearing the shouts of the assassins on the beach, Su Zhixio cautiously approached the cave entrance for a glimpse. She spotted two assassins clad in black emerging from the trees. These men had failed to locate Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio in the woods and were now returning to the beach, their search directed towards the rocky shore. They are coming, Su Zhixio conveyed urgently to Lin Wanqing. How many? Two, both armed. Upon learning that the adversaries were armed, Lin Wanqing hesitated to confront them directly. Their only chance for survival lay in fleeing before the assassins discovered the cave. They could no longer escape towards the beach. They had to retreat to the opposite rocky shore. Fortunately, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio had previously explored that side of the rocky beach and were familiar with the route, having even caught a shark there. Seizing the moment while the assassins had yet to arrive, they stealthily exited the cave. Upon reaching the rocky shore, they found the conditions had changed since their last visit. When they stumbled upon the end of the rocky beach, they discovered that the rocks, previously exposed by the tide, were now submerged beneath the water, rendering the passable route impassable. What do we do? Su Jixio turned to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth. There's no choice. We must wade through. Driven to the brink, they had no time to hesitate. Any delay could lead to fatal consequences, and in this dire situation, they had no choice but to take the risk. Before them lay murky waters, obscuring the depth. Truthfully, Lin Wanqing felt uncertain, unsure of what awaited her with every step. However, necessity compelled her to move forward. Recalling their previous passage through the rocks, Lin Wanqing sought the shallowest part of the water. The first step was crucial. She needed to test the ground beneath her feet. If she failed to find solid footing, they would be in grave danger. Behind her, Su Jixio clutched Lin Wanqing's hand tightly, prepared to pull her back should anything go awry. Tentatively, Lin Wanqing's foot encountered the submerged rocks. In that instant, a wave of relief washed over her. "I've found solid ground," she announced to Su Jixio. They then joined hands and cautiously navigated the stones together. The waves surged fiercely, crashing against them. Occasionally, a wave would rise higher than their heads, threatening to drag them under. Ignoring the salty water that stung their eyes and choked their throats, their sole focus was to advance. As they pressed on, the water deepened. Initially, it reached their waists, but soon it climbed to their chests. This was an unsettling sensation, as they could not see the ground beneath them, making each step feel treacherous. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. Su Jixio slipped and fell into the water. Fortunately, Lin Wanqing reacted swiftly, grasping Su Jixio just as she was about to be swept away by the waves. Emerging from the water, Su Jixio wore an expression of terror, having inhaled water and erupting into a violent coughing fit. "Are you all right?" Lin Wanqing asked with concern. Su Jixio shook her head. "I'm fine, let us keep moving." There was no time to wait for her to recover. They had to find a safe haven to escape the assassin's gunfire. To prevent any further mishaps, Lin Wanqing tightened her grip on Su Jixio's hand and cautiously tested the path ahead with her feet. Soon, they reached the western shore of the island, characterized by steep cliffs. The island's terrain was distinctly divided. The south featured a broad, gentle slope, while the west and north were sheer cliffs. Jagged stones jutted out like a myriad of blades embedded along the coastline, instilling fear in any onlooker. The relentless waves crashed against the jagged shore, creating a deafening roar. This was the most perilous location on the island. Yet, for Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio, it was also the safest place to seek refuge from their pursuers. Chapter 55. Ahead lies a dead end. Gazing upon the tumultuous scene before them, Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio could not help but tremble. This was no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fall into the water, leaving them with no hope of survival. The most dangerous place was, paradoxically, the safest haven. It is certain that those assassins will not find this place. The perilous west coast lies ahead, and the path has vanished. To reach it, one must swim rather than tread on the rocky outcrops. Lin Wanqing cast a glance at Su Jixio, who instantly comprehended her intentions. The two exchanged nods, solidifying their resolve to move forward. "Stay close to me," Lin Wanqing said as she stepped into the water first, with Su Jixio closely following. Upon entering, they immediately felt the tumultuous undercurrents beneath the waves, which nearly swept them away. Fortunately, fate was kind, as another wave pushed them back. After a harrowing moment, they composed themselves and began to wade through the water. Lin Wanqing chose a route closest to the shore. In the worst-case scenario, they might be crushed against the rocks. Yet if fortune favored them, they could reach the west coast. It was a gamble, their lives entwined in a wager against fate. On the beach, two assassins clad in black suits were conversing in Korean. "Damn it, those two women have vanished. Did you see them clearly? Was it her? There's no mistaking it. It's her. No matter where she hides, she cannot escape this island." One of them appeared to be the leader, and after speaking, he mimicked a throat-cutting gesture to his companion. They understood that finding Su Jixio was merely the first step. The more crucial task was to obtain the X serum from her. As they began their search westward from the beach, the assassins soon discovered the cave where Han Tao and the others resided. Upon finding the cave, both assassins were taken aback, realizing such a place existed on the small island. They exchanged knowing glances, fingers resting on their triggers, and cautiously entered the cave. "Boss, there's no one here. But the fire seems to have just extinguished. The occupants must be hiding." The subordinate meticulously inspected the cave, and the signs indicated someone had been living there. Yet no one was in sight. The assassin leader removed his sunglasses, revealing a long scar at the corner of his eye. With a cold, unyielding expression, he remarked, "3 mattresses, meaning 3 people have stayed here." His subordinate added, "So aside from those 2 women, there's another person on the island." The pile of firewood, coconuts, and the presence of spears and stone axes suggested the remaining individual was likely male. The assassin leader deduced Han Tao's existence from the cave's conditions. Although they had yet to encounter him, they were already on guard. The subordinate, seemingly unconcerned about this unknown entity, casually stated, "Whoever he is, when he returns, I'll take him down with a single shot." Soon, the sky darkened ominously. The previously bright expanse transformed into a murky gray. The weather on tropical islands is notoriously unpredictable, and a heavy downpour was imminent. "What should we do, boss?" the subordinate asked, glancing outside. "We stay here and wait," replied the leader, his brow furrowed. While the island was not particularly large, he realized its terrain was more complicated than anticipated. Unfamiliar with the landscape, finding the three hidden individuals would prove challenging, especially with the impending storm, making it even more difficult to locate anyone. For them, the most prudent course of action was to remain in the cave, biding their time. The cave offered fresh water, food, and fire, providing refuge from the elements. There could be no better place on the island. By staying there, they were confident the others would eventually reveal themselves. The subordinate reignited the fire with a lighter he carried, illuminating the cave. Then, he unearthed 2 coconuts from a corner, cracking them open with a stone tool. Chuckling at how effective these primitive instruments were. After opening the coconuts, he respectfully offered one to the leader. "Boss, have a sip." The west coast, the most perilous area of the island, was characterized by sheer cliffs. Behind a towering crag, 2 women were strenuously climbing upward. In their attempt to evade the assassins, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio had no choice but to flee the cave. They arrived at this treacherous coast, hoping to find a place to hide. As the rain began to fall, the sea level rose rapidly, and the waves grew increasingly fierce. The very ground they had just traversed was soon engulfed by the tide. To avoid being swept away, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio had no option but to ascend continuously. Each step was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to a fatal plunge into the sea. Lin Wanqing, possessing greater stamina and agility, stepped onto a protruding rock, finding a precarious perch just large enough for them to stand. "Zhixio, give me your hand." "Okay." With Lin Wanqing's assistance, she managed to pull Su Zhixio up onto the rock. It was small, restricting their movement. To avoid falling, they had to huddle closely together. Beneath them, the waves roared, and the wind howled. Each crash of the surf against the shore sent plumes of spray into the air, causing the entire coast to tremble. There was scarcely any time for rest. If they ceased their ascent, the merciless sea would claim them. "We must keep climbing," Lin Wanqing urged, gripping Su Zhixio's hand and imparting her unwavering determination. Despite the dire circumstances, she was resolute in her will to survive. "Yes." Su Zhixio, visibly drained, wore a pale expression. Yet she mustered a brave smile. After taking a moment to breathe, the two resumed their desperate escape. The sound of raindrops pelting the foliage filled the air. Han Tao was sprinting from the southern slope toward the beach when a torrential downpour suddenly descended. Arriving at the beach, he found Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio had vanished, and the assassins were nowhere in sight. All that greeted him was a helicopter. Upon seeing it, Han Tao devised a plan. This helicopter was the assassin's primary means of transportation. They depended on it to flee the island. Thus, his immediate objective was to secure control of the helicopter. Chapter 56. Unexpectedly acquired medical kit and toolbox. These assassins had arrived by helicopter. If he could seize control of it, they would be unable to leave. With the decision made to take the helicopter first, Han Tao mentally crafted a simple plan. First, he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the 2 assassins and whether they were near the helicopter. If they were hiding close by, he could not act recklessly. Han Tao stealthily approached the edge of the woods, seeking refuge behind a coconut tree as wide as a person, calmly observing the situation. The helicopter's rotor blades had ceased their rotation, and the cabin door stood ajar. Inside, a lone pilot remained seated. As for the 2 assassins, Han Tao had observed for quite some time and found no sign of them nearby. The pilot appeared drowsy, reclining in his seat, seemingly ready to doze off. Perhaps he never even considered the presence of Han Tao on this island, aside from the 2 women. This presented Han Tao with a prime opportunity. Seizing the moment when the pilot was lax, he stealthily approached the side of the helicopter, edging closer from the blind spot. He could hear the pilot humming a Korean tune. With deft movements, Han Tao swiftly vaulted into the helicopter. Upon hearing the commotion, the pilot turned to investigate, only to confront the unexpected sight of a stranger standing behind him. "What the hell? Who are you?" he exclaimed in shock, cursing in Korean. He could not fathom that anyone else was on the island, let alone that someone had infiltrated the cockpit. With no time to waste, Han Tao wasted no words. Armed with a stone pick, he thrust it towards the pilot's face. The pilot was wearing a helmet, leaving only a portion of his head exposed. There was no other target. The sound of breaking nasal bones echoed as blood erupted from the pilot's nose, splattering everywhere, and he howled in pain while clutching his face. Yet, the pilot did not surrender easily. Even after being struck and bloodied by Han Tao, he lunged at him. In a blood-fueled frenzy, Han Tao did not hesitate. He swung the stone pick mercilessly, shattering the pilot's helmet in mere moments. The pilot's head buzzed, and it felt as though his brain might burst forth. Nevertheless, Han Tao remained vigilant, aware that the pilot might suddenly produce a weapon, and a surprise shot could be fatal. To show mercy to an enemy is to gamble with one's life. Han Tao kicked the pilot from the cockpit onto the beach and pounced upon him, raining down blows with the stone pick. With each strike, Han Tao resembled a blacksmith hammering metal, rapidly reducing the pilot to a state of near unconsciousness. Only when he sensed the pilot had lost all will to fight did he relent, sparing his life. His reasoning was that the pilot might still prove useful, especially since he could operate a helicopter, and Han Tao desired to ascertain how they had arrived on this island. "Speak. How many of you are there?" Han Tao demanded, scraping the pilot's helmet off his head. The man was now a grotesque visage, resembling a swollen pig's head. "Can you speak English?" Han Tao inquired, hoping to interrogate him. However, the pilot babbled incoherently in Korean, leaving Han Tao uncertain whether he was feigning ignorance or truly could not speak English. In any case, extracting useful information from him seemed futile at this point. "Forget it, you're unreliable," Han Tao muttered, seizing the man's collar. He had no intention of killing the pilot, but also did not plan to let him go freely. To prevent the two assassins from discovering him, he dragged the pilot into the woods. In the shelter of the trees, Han Tao stripped the pilot down to his underwear, binding him tightly with vines and tossing him into a shallow pit. He then covered the pit with palm leaves, ensuring his concealment was foolproof. After dealing with the pilot, Han Tao donned the clothing he had just removed. Once attired, he re-entered the helicopter, meticulously searching every nook and cranny for weapons. With two armed adversaries still at large, he knew that confronting them would be no trivial matter. Finding usable weapons inside the helicopter was essential. As he rummaged through the cabin, Han Tao created a cacophony, nearly dismantling the interior. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, no weapons surfaced. Just as despair began to set in, he stumbled upon a metal box beneath one of the seats. Marked with a red cross, Han Tao's spirits lifted. This box likely contained medical supplies, and if so, his efforts would not be in vain. With eager anticipation, Han Tao opened the box and discovered it contained adrenaline syringes, antiseptic, gauze, tweezers, and sutures, items vital for first aid. Overjoyed, he quickly closed the box and tucked it away, recognizing its immense value for survival, even if it couldn't directly combat enemies. Before leaving the helicopter, Han Tao conducted one final search and discovered a toolbox filled with screwdrivers, wrenches, and pliers. This unexpected boon was beyond his expectations. After acquiring the medical kit, he now had a toolbox as well. His face lit up with joy as he selected a long-handled wrench, knowing it was far sturdier than the stone pick or axe he had previously wielded. With this tool, he could ensure that those murderous assassins would experience true equality in their suffering. Having secured the helicopter, Han Tao's immediate concern was to locate Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixiu. The cave. The thought struck him. He must investigate that location. They might be hiding there. In the pouring rain, Han Tao cautiously approached the rocky shore, stealthily edging closer to the cave's entrance. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, a coconut shell was suddenly hurled from within. This was undoubtedly not the action of Lin Wanqing or Su Zhixiu. They were likely too preoccupied evading the assassins to be throwing objects outside. Han Tao's instincts heightened, and he concealed himself. He could hear two men conversing in Korean inside, but regrettably, he did not understand the language, rendering their words meaningless. Thus far, he had not detected any female voices, which relieved him. It seemed the two women had not been captured. Chapter 57. The Chase in the Rainforest. To ascertain the situation inside the cave, Han Tao crouched down and cautiously peered around an inconspicuous corner at the entrance. Gradually, his gaze shifted into the cave, revealing a roaring fire. The two scoundrels had tossed all the firewood they had gathered over several days into the flames. While they reveled in their roast, Han Tao seethed with fury. That firewood had been painstakingly collected by him and his companions. Furthermore, the coconuts in the corner had also been ravaged by these brutes. In addition to this destruction, they had demolished the bedding and stone tools. The cave was in utter disarray, resembling a scene of devastation. Witnessing this, Han Tao's anger boiled over, and he silently vowed that if he ever caught them, they would deeply regret their actions. Two individuals sat by the campfire, oblivious to Han Tao lurking outside. The scarred man cast a glance towards the cave's entrance and remarked to his subordinate, "The storm rages outside. I wonder how things fare with the aircraft. Boss, shall I take a look?" The subordinate suggested, displaying his astuteness. The leader nodded, "Go, but exercise caution." As a killer emerged from the cave, Han Tao hastily retreated. The two men opposite still wielded firearms, and confronting them would lead to certain death. Should he perish, the two women would inevitably fall into the hands of these assassins. Given the vile deeds these scoundrels had committed, one could only dread what they might do to Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixiu. The assassin stepped outside, faintly perceiving a figure darting into the woods. Upon reaching the beach, he deduced from a series of footprints that the individual who fled was indeed a man whose presence had yet to be revealed. A disdainful smile crept across the assassin's face as he drew his gun and pursued the trail of footprints. Han Tao had just been concerned about the implications if the assassins discovered the helicopter pilot was missing. However, upon entering the woods, he spotted a dark-clad assassin rushing towards him. Was he targeting Han Tao? A chill ran down his spine as he recalled the eavesdropping at the cave entrance. It must have been discovered. This assassin was undoubtedly after him. Facing such peril for the first time, it was impossible not to feel fear. Yet Han Tao understood the imperative of survival. The assassin, having spotted Han Tao, shouted at him, cursing under his breath. Han Tao swiftly turned and plunged deeper into the woods. Bang! A gunshot rang out as the assassin fired at Han Tao in his attempt to flee. Miraculously, the bullet missed its mark. In the blink of an eye, Han Tao had vanished from sight. Frustrated, the assassin charged into the forest. On the beach, Han Tao had no chance, but here in the woods, his familiarity with the terrain could allow him to evade this foe. "Stop! You there, halt!" The assassin bellowed as he relentlessly pursued Han Tao. The man ran swiftly, quickly closing the gap. Han Tao glanced back, his heart racing. He had underestimated the assassin's physical prowess, who moved with surprising agility through the dense rainforest. Seeing the weapon in the assassin's hand sent a shiver down Han Tao's spine. A bullet to his body would be fatal. Bang! Just as he thought this, the assassin fired again. The bullet grazed Han Tao's ear, a sensation so close it nearly made his heart leap from his chest. Damn it, he really shot. Han Tao veered to the side, diving into a thicket. Bang bang. Several shots missed their target as the assassin, now furious, fired repeatedly. Unfortunately for him, the dense foliage rendered his bullets ineffective. With each gunshot echoing behind him, Han Tao ran for his life, aware that a bullet striking a limb could result in grave injury. He felt a tightening in his chest with each shot, relieved to have avoided injury. The chase continued, and soon, Han Tao's figure vanished into the depths of the woods. "Come out, you coward, I will end you." The assassin, frustrated at losing his quarry, searched the thicket with fervor, leaving no tree unexamined. Nearby, behind a large tree, Han Tao held his breath, clutching a wrench he had found on the helicopter, preparing for a chance to launch a surprise attack. Just as the assassin approached the tree he was hiding behind, the opportunity arose. Han Tao swung the wrench, aiming for a crippling blow to the back of the assassin's head. In an instant, Han Tao was taken aback. Before he could strike, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. The assassin, wearing a triumphant smirk, had anticipated Han Tao's hiding place. He had feigned searching the other tree to lure Han Tao out. It was over. It seemed he would meet his end here. Die. The assassin, reveling in his victory, had finally caught the troublesome rat he had pursued from the cave. As a hunter, the only thing left was to extinguish the prey's life. Han Tao, realizing his fate, succumbed to despair. With a gun to his head, there was little left to do but close his eyes and await death. Click. At the moment the assassin pulled the trigger, a hollow sound echoed from the weapon. What? No bullets. Both Han Tao and the assassin reacted simultaneously, realizing that the bullets had been exhausted during the chase. Enraged, the assassin lunged forward, intent on using his hands to finish Han Tao. But Han Tao was not defenseless. He swung the wrench at the assassin's head, shouting, "To hell with you." The blow staggered the assassin, causing him to falter, blood gushing from his head. To Han Tao's astonishment, the assassin did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, he was driven into a furious rage, lunging at Han Tao. Like an enraged bear, he seized Han Tao by the collar and delivered a punch to Han Tao's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Stars danced before Han Tao's eyes as pain nearly rendered him unconscious. He cursed the assassin's incredible resilience. Despite the wrench strike, he was still capable of such fierce combat. Before Han Tao could regain his footing, the black-clad assassin charged again, intent on killing him. Without a weapon, he was undeterred, believing he could still end Han Tao's life. They grappled fiercely, but the assassin's size and strength quickly overpowered Han Tao. In mere moments, he had grasped Han Tao by the neck. lifting him high before slamming him into a puddle. Ah! Han Tao cried out in agony as his back struck the ground painfully, nearly fracturing his spine. Lying there, he felt his limbs grow numb and immobile. The assassin wiped the blood from his forehead, his face contorting into a vicious snarl. He placed a foot on Han Tao's head, pressing his face into the muddy water. Struggling for breath, Han Tao fought desperately against the oppressive weight. The assassin, observing that Han Tao was on the brink of collapse, released his grip on Han Tao's head and grasped his hair instead, taunting him in Korean. "Run. Aren't you the swift one? Why have you stopped?" Spitting a mouthful of muddy water at the assassin's face, Han Tao's aim was fortuitously accurate, causing some of the muck to enter the assassin's eyes and momentarily rob him of his sight. Seizing the opportunity, Han Tao gritted his teeth and rolled over. He initially intended to pick up the wrench to confront this foe, but the assassin, aware of the danger posed by Han Tao obtaining the wrench, desperately clung to him and dragged him into a struggle on the muddy ground. The relentless rain rendered the forest exceedingly slippery, and the two men writhed like mudfish in the mire. Unfortunately, Han Tao's strength was no match for that of the assassin, and despite their fierce tussle, he found himself pinned to the ground. The assassin seized the wrench from Han Tao's grasp, preparing to smash his skull with it. Just when Han Tao believed all hope was lost, he was astonished to see a massive figure not far from them. It was the Balong Lu. The very creature that had once pushed him aside appeared suddenly behind them, coldly observing the scuffle. "Brother Lu, lend me a hand," Han Tao silently pleaded, wishing fervently for the Balong Lu to charge to his aid. As if responding to his unspoken cry, the Balong Lu thundered towards them, its hooves pounding the ground with astonishing speed, akin to an armored vehicle. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Han Tao, still pinned down, smirked at the assassin, bidding him farewell. Unbeknownst to the assassin, a great force was hurtling towards him, akin to a natural disaster. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, and his body was hurled away as if struck by a truck. He flew several meters before colliding with a tree and collapsing to the ground, lifeless. No breath left? Han Tao stared in shock at the assassin, who lay motionless on the ground, as if dead. Raising his gaze to the imposing Balong Lu, which now stood before him with an air of superiority, Han Tao felt a powerful sense of oppression emanating from the creature. He found it difficult to breathe under its scrutiny. In that moment, he realized he was at the mercy of this magnificent beast. "Brother Lu, have mercy. Please, let us not part on such terms. We will inevitably cross paths again on this island. If you save me now, I will be indebted to you," he implored, desperation seeping into his voice. The Balong Lu, as if understanding Han Tao's heartfelt words, cast a disdainful glance his way, as though to say, "You are beneath me." After delivering that glance, it turned away, scraping its hooves against the ground twice before vanishing into the depths of the forest. "My word," Han Tao exhaled deeply, drenched in cold sweat. He could hardly fathom that he had been looked down upon by a deer. Nevertheless, he recognized that the Balong Lu had saved his life, a debt he would remember. Approaching the spot where the assassin had been thrown, he saw a gaping wound in the man's side, a gruesome sight that had penetrated deeply, exposing his innards. It was indeed a horrifying scene, one that the assassin would never have imagined would be his demise at the hands of a deer. Han Tao hastily collected the handgun and wrench from the ground and departed the area, the rain showing no signs of abating. Uncertain of the whereabouts of Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixiu, he felt an urgent need to locate them. In this critical moment, Han Tao had to trust in the unspoken bond he shared with Lin Wanqing. The West Coast. He determined that the most likely place for them to have gone was the treacherous and complex terrain of the West Coast. Concerned for their safety, he hurried through the trees, heading westward. The West Coast. In a recessed crevice of stone, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixiu were nearly face to face, squeezed into the narrow space. There was no other option. The gap barely accommodated the two of them. In a mere half hour, the water had risen several meters. They exerted every ounce of strength to find a temporary refuge before the tide engulfed them. Outside, the waves crashed violently against the shore, shaking the entire coastline with each surge. Hiding there, they felt the stark reality of humanity's insignificance in the face of nature's might. The day's events had been a whirlwind of joy, shock, and despair, leading Su Zhixiu to the brink of a breakdown. She could no longer contain her tears, sobbing, "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you and Han Tao wouldn't have been drawn into this." Lin Wanqing was no less overwhelmed. The occurrences of that day surpassed anything she had faced in an entire year. Yet she knew she had to remain steadfast, refusing to succumb to despair at this critical juncture. "Zhixiu, listen to me. We are the best of friends. Han Tao and I would never blame you for this. Right now, you must focus on one thing: survival. Though younger than Su Jixio, Lin Wanqing's resolve was undeniably stronger. Just as she was encouraging Su Jixio, Han Tao's voice echoed from above the cliff. Wanqing, Jixio, where are you? The rain was so heavy that his voice was quickly drowned out. Unless they strained to listen, it was inaudible. Lin Wanqing's heart soared. It was Han Tao's voice. They needed to let him know they were there. Chapter 59 Farewell. Please ensure you survive. Hearing Han Tao's voice from the shore, both women understood the urgency of informing him of their location. They called out, trying to make their voices heard above the torrential rain and crashing waves. However, the downpour was relentless, drowning out their cries, and their voices struggled to escape the narrow crevice they occupied. As Han Tao's voice faded, becoming fainter above them, Lin Wanqing realized they could not afford to wait any longer, or they would miss him. You stay here. I'm going out. In a desperate gamble, Lin Wanqing instructed Su Jixio to remain in the crevice while she attempted to climb out, gripping the uneven rocks to gain her footing, and shouted for Han Tao from the cliff. Han Tao, I'm here. Lin Wanqing called out repeatedly, but received no response. In that fleeting moment, a profound despair surged within. As Lin Wanqing clung to the rocky cliff, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Just moments ago, she had offered encouragement to Su Jixio, yet now, she found herself collapsing under the weight of her own despair. At that juncture, she no longer cared about the tumultuous sea below or the sheer cliffs surrounding her. The sensation of hope being tantalizingly close, yet slipping away, was enough to extinguish the spirit. Within the crevice, Su Jixio wept inconsolably, her eyes swollen from crying. Witnessing Lin Wanqing's desolation inflicted similar agony upon her heart. The two women, drenched by the relentless rain, wept openly, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed, leaving no glimmer of hope in sight. Just when it seemed that all was lost, Lin Wanqing had nearly surrendered. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from the cliff summit. Wanqing, is that you? Upon hearing that voice, Lin Wanqing's sobs intensified, tears cascading down uncontrollably. Nothing in this world could elicit such an emotional response from her as that voice did. In that moment, she summoned all her strength and shouted towards the top of the cliff. Han Tao, it's me. I'm here. Receiving Lin Wanqing's response from below, Han Tao was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, Don't be afraid. I will come to rescue you. Unable to contain himself, he scrambled up the rocky wall and reached the base of the cliff, where he saw Lin Wanqing clinging to the stone wall just as he was. Give me your hand, he urged. With determination, Lin Wanqing extended her hand toward him. The moment their palms clasped tightly together, it felt as if their hearts were intertwined. If not for the dire circumstances, she would have wished to hold Han Tao's hand for eternity, never letting go. Han Tao gazed into Lin Wanqing's eyes, offering her a reassuring look. She nodded vigorously, and with his assistance, she leaped from the rocks. Fearing she might falter, Han Tao caught her in his arms. In that instant, their connection transcended mere physical proximity. It was a union of their very hearts. With Han Tao's help, Lin Wanqing ascended the cliff. Upon reaching the top, she barely had time to catch her breath before anxiously exclaiming, What about Jixio? She is still below. Stay here. I will go rescue her, Han Tao insisted. After enduring the perilous ascent to save Lin Wanqing, he was unwilling to let her risk danger again. He urged her to remain safely atop the cliff while he descended once more. With greater strength and agility, Han Tao climbed down, easily reaching the crevice where they had sought refuge earlier. Inside, he found Su Jixio, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Don't be afraid. I am here to take you up, he called out, extending his hand. Han Tao. Su Jixio cried out his name in Chinese, bursting forth from the crevice and enveloping him in a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. Han Tao, taken aback for a moment, instinctively wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back in an attempt to soothe her distress. After a while, Su Jixio's tears subsided, and she looked up at Han Tao with a pitiful expression, her voice hoarse from crying as she apologized. I'm sorry. Han Tao paused for a second, then understood her feelings of guilt. It's all right, the danger has passed. We will be fine. The water continued to rise, waves threatening to engulf their feet. Han Tao, hurry. A large wave is coming. Lin Wanqing shouted from the top of the cliff. In the direction she pointed, a monstrous wave surged, towering over the surface of the sea and rushing towards the shore. Witnessing this, Han Tao felt a surge of panic. If they were struck by that wave against the cliff, they would surely be crushed. The wave approached with alarming speed, leaving no time for reaction. If it were just Han Tao, he might have scaled back to safety, yet with Su Jixio beside him, her lack of agility made it impossible for both to ascend in such a brief span of time. The colossal wave drew nearer, its thunderous roar drowning out all sound, creating an overwhelming sense of suffocation. We have no choice, We must hide now. Without a moment to spare for hesitation, Han Tao made a decisive choice. To avoid being smashed into oblivion, he and Su Jixio had to retreat back into the narrow crevice. The crevice was already cramped. Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio had managed to fit due to Lin Wanqing's smaller stature. Now, with Han Tao's larger frame, it became a challenge for both to squeeze inside. Lin Wanqing, anxiously watching them from the cliff, felt helpless, tears brimming in her eyes as she urged, "Hurry, hurry, the wave is coming." In an instant, the colossal wave loomed above Han Tao. The water blotted out the light, plunging everything into darkness. Just before being engulfed by the void, Han Tao glimpsed Su Jixio within the crevice, her face stricken with despair as she wept silently. He offered her a final smile, a silent farewell, wishing her safety and urging her to cherish life with Lin Wanqing if she survived. Han Tao. Su Jixio extended her hand from the crevice, desperately seeking to grasp his. She was unaware whether she would ever see his smile again after the wave crashed. With a deafening roar, the wave, towering 5 to 6 stories high, crashed violently against the shore. In that moment, the earth trembled, and a thunderous cacophony reverberated through the air. It felt as though thousands of galloping horses charged forth, the sheer force instilling a sense of hopelessness. The waves churned violently, shaking the coast, nearly sending Lin Wanqing tumbling over the edge of the cliff. Chapter 60. The Heart's Bounty. Han Tao. Why? Why is this happening? Lin Wanqing wept uncontrollably, unable to fathom that Han Tao had left her side. No man had ever penetrated the depths of her heart as he had. The time they spent together on the island transformed her initial disdain into a gradual affection for his charming demeanor. She worried for his safety, feared for him in the wilderness, and felt pain as he undertook the most arduous tasks. Though she never voiced it, he had become the most important person in her life. She cherished Han Tao so deeply, yet before she could confess her feelings, everything had come to an abrupt end. Meanwhile, within the crevice, Su Jixio was stunned by the deafening noise, her ears ringing, as icy seawater surged into the fissure. She could only close her eyes, hold her breath, and await the retreat of the water. Time passed, and just as she was about to run out of air, the water finally receded, allowing her to draw a breath. Han Tao. She opened her eyes to find him right before her. In that instant, joy overwhelmed Su Jixio, and she sobbed uncontrollably. Thank goodness, you are alive. I thought I would never see you again." Without a second thought, she embraced him tightly. The space within the crevice is exceedingly confined. Even in their current position, the two are pressed against each other, with their chests, abdomens, and legs in close contact, regardless of whether they embrace. Han Tao's expression reflects a sense of relief, as he exclaims, "I am not so easily defeated." It turns out that at the moment the wave crashed down, Han Tao did not relinquish his will to survive. He desperately attempted to squeeze further inside, and the force of the wave fortuitously propelled him into the crevice. One could say he was immensely fortunate, narrowly escaping death. Soaked to the skin, the two found themselves in an awkward atmosphere due to their intimate proximity. Su Jixio's cheeks flushed with a subtle hue of embarrassment. For Han Tao, this predicament also served as a test. In the life-and-death moment when the wave approached, he had not entertained any romantic notions. However, now that the wave had receded, being so close to such a graceful woman as Su Jixio allowed him to feel the rapid beating of her heart. In truth, his own heart raced in response, threatening to leap from his chest. Soon, subtle changes arose between them. Su Jixio was too shy to meet Han Tao's gaze, while he felt flustered, fearing that an impulsive action would be best resolved by hastily retreating. "We should hurry. Wanqing is still waiting for us up top." He turned his head away, unable to look Su Jixio in the eye. She, too, lowered her face, her cheeks aflame, softly affirming and following him out of the crevice. "Wanqing, we are here." Lin Wanqing, who had been weeping at the cliff's edge, suddenly heard Han Tao's voice and initially thought she was hallucinating from her sorrow. Only when she looked down again and saw Han Tao and Su Jixio climbing up the cliff did her heart leap with joy, transforming her despair into laughter. Han Tao, and Jixio, how wonderful. You are both alive." Lin Wanqing burst into tears once more, but this time, it was tears of joy. Her emotions had been taut and then relaxed, only to tighten again, a relentless cycle of turmoil. This experience was truly tormenting. The ups and downs of life could hardly be more pronounced. Each time she believed it was over, Han Tao had bestowed upon her renewed hope in the direst of circumstances. She found herself exasperated with the man who had so thoroughly shattered her heart. The trio, unwilling to linger, hastened their ascent before the next colossal wave could strike. As she watched Han Tao's figure, Su Jixio felt somewhat dazed. The moments they had shared in the rocky crevice still caused her heart to race. What was happening to her? Why was she entertaining such thoughts? Had she fallen for this man? Shaking her head, she endeavored to dispel the images that had occupied her mind. After a challenging climb, they finally returned to the cliff's summit. Before Han Tao could steady himself, an impatient Lin Wanqing leapt into his embrace. In that instant, all emotions surged forth, and she wept in his arms like a child. I thought I would never see you again. Thank goodness the heavens have returned you to me. Every moment has been a near brush with death, yet I have survived. I didn't perish when I fell from the plane. The heavens cannot so easily rid themselves of me. Han Tao comforted Lin Wanqing in her ear, adding, besides, I have yet to marry you. It's not that easy to die. His words rendered Lin Wanqing, who had been crying uncontrollably, suddenly bashful and flustered. Then why were you crying just now? She retorted. I cried. What business is it of yours? Su Zhixio observed the intimate exchange between them with a gaze filled with envy. After a while, under Han Tao's soothing presence, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio's emotions began to stabilize. What happened to your clothes? Lin Wanqing inquired, noticing Han Tao's attire. I took them from that helicopter pilot, he replied, seizing the moment to inform them of recent events. There had been 2 assassins and 1 helicopter pilot on the island. The pilot had been dealt with, and the assassin's accomplice had perished in the woods. Currently, the only remaining threat was the assassin leader, who was likely still within the cave. As he spoke of the 2 assassins, Han Tao's eyes flared with anger. Those scoundrels! They discovered the cave and ruined everything inside. Upon hearing that the cave had been destroyed, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio's expressions turned somber. The destruction of their sanctuary would sadden anyone. After venting his frustration towards the 2 assassins, Han Tao shifted to a serious tone, acknowledging the need to address the pressing matter at hand. We must draw him out of the cave and find an opportunity to eliminate him, Han Tao proposed, looking intently at Lin Wanqing, asking, did we manage to bring our firearms? Lin Wanqing nodded, producing a black handgun and handing it to him. Zhixio and I took it while escaping from the cave. Now I am giving it to you. Han Tao's expression grew grave. The pistol held but a single bullet, meaning he had only one chance to either eliminate the assassin leader or face his own demise. Isn't this too risky? Su Zhixio's complexion paled, her concern evident. Han Tao, I know you may not heed my words, but I must express my thoughts. They are professional killers, devoid of mercy, their hands stained with blood. For them, shooting is devoid of any psychological burden, but you are different. I understand this is dangerous, she continued, but if it is perilous, then let's not pursue it. Let us find a safe place to hide until they leave. Su Zhixio's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. Being on this island, I have been fortunate to meet both you and Wanqing. You saved me and treated me as family. I have lost everything before, and now I fear losing it all again. Let us remain together and avoid the risk, shall we? Su Zhixio's plea plunged Han Tao into uncertainty. During their 2 months on the island, he had gradually adapted to life there. From the initial struggle for survival to a more comfortable existence, the island was not as unbearable as he had imagined. At times, it even seemed beautiful. He had contemplated such a life. Yet he recognized that the decision was not solely his to make. Their desires did not align with those of their foes. As long as the assassins remained, peace would elude them on the island. Han Tao's gaze suddenly hardened with resolve. For your sake, for my own sake, this risk must be taken. Ultimately, Han Tao succeeded in persuading Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio. He made them understand that their current situation could not be evaded. If they wished to continue living on the island, the only course of action was to eliminate the remaining assassin. The adversary was wealthy and well-trained. Having faced off against the assassin's henchmen, Han Tao recognized that a direct confrontation would be unwise. He promptly laid out his plan to the 2 women. What about me? Su Zhixio gazed in astonishment at Han Tao and Lin Wanqing. Moments ago, Han Tao had only mentioned Lin Wanqing, requesting her to accompany him. Without any mention of Su Zhixio, Han Tao clarified, Wanqing possesses certain skills and is more capable of self-defense. Confronting that assassin is no trivial matter. The more people there are, the harder it is to manage the situation. Lin Wanqing held Su Zhixio's hand and urged, you should stay here and wait for us to return. Yet, she added, but what you are doing is truly perilous. Do not worry, nothing will happen. Lin Wanqing reassured her, embracing Su Zhixio. Subsequently, Han Tao also gave Su Zhixio a firm hug. After a brief farewell, the silhouettes of Han Tao and Lin Wanqing swiftly ventured south into the woods. Once they were out of sight, Su Zhixio sought a place to conceal herself. The torrential rain continued unabated. For Han Tao and Lin Wanqing traversing the jungle, it undeniably increased the difficulty of their journey. However, it was not entirely detrimental, as the curtain of rain served to obscure their figures, reducing visibility and making it challenging for the assassin to detect them. Recalling the harrowing experience of fleeing alongside Su Jixio, Lin Wanqing felt a lingering trepidation. Yet, what perplexed her even more was the fact that, while following Han Tao to confront the assassin, she found herself devoid of fear. Could it be that being by Han Tao's side instilled her with courage? After half an hour of navigating through the dense foliage, they finally arrived at the southern shore. Upon reaching this location, the atmosphere abruptly grew tense. For this area was the most likely vicinity for the assassin's appearance. They dared not tread upon the beach, opting instead to advance cautiously through the trees bordering the shoreline. With each step forward, they diligently surveyed their surroundings to ensure they had not been detected by the assassin. The distance from the beach to the cave was merely a few hundred meters, yet they moved with utmost caution. At long last, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Han Tao boldly peered inside, only to be taken aback by the sight of its emptiness. Empty. The assassin was nowhere to be found. It would have been preferable had the assassin been present. The absence of the assassin left Han Tao in a state of confusion. The fear lay not in confronting the adversary, but rather in the current predicament of having lost track of their whereabouts. To further ascertain the situation within the cave, they ventured inside. Witnessing the disarray, Lin Wanqing felt a surge of anger at the sight of the cave being despoiled in such a manner. "What shall we do now?" she inquired, her voice tinged with concern. "The rain still falls outside, and this rogue may return at any moment," Han Tao speculated. Lin Wanqing, harboring resentment, questioned, "Shall we lie in wait for him here?" Han Tao shook his head, stating, "The cave is too small, with no suitable hiding spots. If a gun is fired, survival would be exceedingly difficult. We should first ascertain his whereabouts." Behind them, the relentless sound of waves crashing against the cliffs reverberated, each violent crash causing their hearts to tremble. Concealed behind a large rock, Su Jixio crouched, seeking refuge. The rock provided little protection from the wind and rain, its sole purpose being to offer Su Jixio a hidden spot to avoid immediate detection. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and Su Jixio was filled with unease, occasionally peeking out to gauge the situation. Han Tao and Lin Wanqing had been gone for quite a while. She longed to see their return. However, contrary to her hopes, she had yet to catch a glimpse of either Lin Wanqing or Han Tao. This absence only heightened her anxiety, prompting her to wonder if something had gone awry. Perhaps if they had fallen victim to the assassin. The more she pondered, the more frantic her heart became. The remaining vestiges of rationality urged her to remain calm and continue waiting, for she believed Han Tao and Lin Wanqing would surely return. Through the hazy veil of rain, she discerned a figure approaching the cliffside. "Han Tao, Wanqing, I am here." Spotting the figure, Su Jixio excitedly waved her hand. She thought her patience had finally paid off after such a long wait. Just as she reveled in her joy, another realization caused her smile to freeze. The hope in her eyes transformed into profound terror. The returning individual was not Han Tao. There was no sign of Lin Wanqing accompanying him. As the figure drew closer, Su Jixio's fear escalated. Clad in a black suit and wielding a gun, the figure was unmistakably the head of the assassin, not Han Tao. Su Jixio trembled in fear, her face paling as panic seized her. At that moment, she was utterly lost, unable to decide whether to remain hidden behind the rock or to flee while she still had the chance. Time was of the essence, each second a matter of life and death. Su Jixio resolved that she could not remain idle. She had to escape at all costs, refusing to fall into the hands of the assassin. Suddenly, a figure sprang from behind the rock. Su Jixio bolted, yet her efforts proved futile. The moment the head of the assassin arrived at the west coast, it signified that Su Jixio had run out of options. The assassin chief pursued her relentlessly, and within mere strides, he caught up, seizing her by the hair and forcefully throwing her to the ground. Su Jixio cried out in pain, still dazed when a hard leather shoe pressed against her face. "Qing Shi, so you are not dead after all. It seems I have found you at last." The assassin chief smirked with a cruel and triumphant grin, pressing down on Su Jixio's head. In that moment, he resembled a cat toying with a captured mouse, relishing the opportunity to play with his prey before consuming it. Qing Shi was Su Jixio's codename within the organization. Like the other assassins, each member had their own identification and alias. As a researcher, Su Jixio was no exception, and her designation within the organization was Qing Shi. At that moment, the man standing over her, his codename within the organization, was Du Xie. He was a junior assassin leader, a man with a heart as cold as a serpent S. Years ago, he had orchestrated the car accident that claimed Su Jixio's parents, establishing a deep-seated enmity between them. After joining the organization, Su Jixio uncovered the truth. Yet she was powerless to avenge her parents, forced to feign compliance while working alongside her nemesis daily. Although she never displayed her true feelings outwardly, deep within, she had been nurturing thoughts of revenge. Stealing the X serum and sabotaging the organization's immortality project became her form of retribution. Go ahead and kill me. Now, having fallen into the hands of her enemy, Su Zhixio's heart was ashen, and she closed her eyes, adopting a countenance that begged for death. Chapter 62. Before I die, I shall reveal a secret. Observing Su Zhixio's fervent desire for death, Du Xie sneered coldly. Kill you? Ha ha ha. I shan't allow you to die so easily. Su Zhixio gazed in horror at the man before her, fully aware of his methods. Du Xie's lips curled upwards, revealing a row of yellowed teeth as he cruelly remarked. You have betrayed the organization, committing an unforgivable crime. To let you die so easily would be far too lenient. What do you intend to do? She questioned, dread lacing her voice. Heh, crouched down, grasping Su Zhixio's hair, regarding her with a gaze of pity. Do you know, he taunted, you bear a striking resemblance to your deceased mother. You scoundrel, I forbid you to speak of my mother. Oh, is that so? He mocked, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, with eyes filled with malice, and scars at the corners that hinted at his dangerous nature. In the year your mother passed away, you must have been around 10 years old. In your memories, she was undoubtedly a gentle, kind, and beautiful woman. Yet, the truth is, she was a promiscuous woman. Shut your mouth. Ha ha ha. You are unaware, aren't you? Your mother betrayed your father and shared my bed. You lie. I will not allow you to insult her. Suddenly, Su Zhixio, driven by fury, lunged at the scorpion-like man. Hearing her mother being disparaged was her breaking point. Wretched woman. Seeking death. However, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. He delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, the excruciating pain rendering her immobile, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Not yet satisfied, he slammed her head against the ground, and it did not take long for blood to flow from the gash on her forehead. Wretched woman, do you think I'm insulting your mother? No. I speak only the truth. Your mother was a wanton woman who sought me out. Had she not come to my bed and unwittingly revealed her escape plans with your father, I would not have needed to orchestrate a perfect accident to send them to their demise. Enough. Do not say another word. Su Zhixio cried, covering her ears in agony. Do you know how she called my name in bed? He sneered, relishing her suffering. Just kill me. Su Zhixio wept, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, utterly shattered, all she desired was to escape this torment. I have told you, it is not so simple to end your life. He flipped Su Zhixio over and pinned her down, his expression inscrutable. What do you want? Su Zhixio panicked, recognizing the depravity that lay ahead. She did not wish to endure humiliation before her death. He grasped her chin, eyeing her soaked garments with a wicked smile. Indeed, a beauty, surpassing even your mother. Since we are both destined to die, why not allow me to enjoy this moment? Su Zhixio shook her head, wrenching free from his grip, glaring fiercely at him. Scorpion. You devil, you will rot in hell. Hell. He chuckled darkly. Where's hell? Even if it exists, what of it? Before I descend into hell, I shall send you to paradise. With that, he mounted Su Zhixio, beginning to tear her clothing. Do not touch me, you beast. Su Zhixio's face paled in terror. She feared being defiled by this monster and fought desperately, refusing to yield. After terrifying her to the brink of collapse, he suddenly halted, coldly stating, I can grant you a swift end, sparing you further torment, but that depends on your willingness to cooperate. With tears in her eyes, Su Zhixio pleaded. What do you want? The serum, where is it? His actions ceased as he scrutinized her intently, finally revealing his true intentions. The decision to end Su Zhixio's life had become inconsequential. In his eyes, she was destined for death regardless. He harbored no lofty ideals of purging traitors for the organization. What he truly coveted was the stolen X serum. Are you not aware? He grinned chillingly. He drew a gun, pressing it against her forehead. Rest assured, I possess 100 methods to extract the truth from you. Su Zhixio did not doubt his ruthlessness. At this juncture, she felt no fear. Death would merely be a release. Yet thoughts of Lin Wanqing and Han Tao flooded her mind. Han Tao had risked everything for her. If she succumbed now, it would be a betrayal of his sacrifice. Scorpion, I know where the serum is. Though the actual X serum resided within her body, she needed to devise a means to stall him, for she believed Han Tao would come to her rescue. Oh, finally willing to speak? A satisfied smile crept onto his cold visage. I have conditions. Speak. If I reveal the serum's location, you must promise to let me go. He chuckled ominously, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized her for signs of deception. Su Zhixio's heart raced, yet she forced herself to maintain a facade of calm, striving to conceal any betraying emotions. Not only must you release me, but you must also spare my friends. You mean the two on the island? If you refuse, I will take this secret to my grave. Very well, if you disclose the serum's whereabouts, I can promise to let you go. His expression remained inscrutable, leaving her uncertain of the sincerity of his offer. Perhaps he had no intention of releasing her, merely using her to uncover the serum's location. He stood, pulling her up from the ground, sweeping aside the hair that obstructed her face, his smile chilling. After all, we have shared this moment together. We ought to reminisce. Don't you agree? The serum is no longer with me. It is with Han Tao. By uttering Han Tao's name, she aimed to compel him to lead her to him. Han Tao? He frowned. The man on the island. He possesses the serum. He aimed the gun at her head, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Oh, so the serum is with him. Then why should I keep you alive? You liar. Su Zhixio's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Farewell, darling. Let me share a secret. Everything about your mother was fabricated. However, one truth remains. I am the one who caused their deaths. He laughed triumphantly, preparing to execute this traitor of the organization. Chapter 63. Before the final battle with his finger on the trigger, death loomed overhead. In that moment, Su Zhixio's singular thought was to survive. No, you cannot kill me, she shouted vehemently. She refused to perish here, not when this beast had slain her parents. She must endure to avenge her family. She had to find a way to live. Soon, an idea struck her. The reason the scorpion sought the X serum was for immortality, yet he was neither a researcher nor privy to the inner workings of the organization. At this moment, the most prudent approach is to exploit the information asymmetry to gain the trust of D11. If you kill me, you will surely regret it. Oh, why is that? Dishi's finger rested on the trigger, his gaze fixed on the disheveled woman before him. Even if you managed to procure the serum from him, it would be futile. For the injection of the X serum requires a buffering agent. Without it, an immediate injection would result in ruptured blood vessels and certain death. XZH-11 endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, for only in this manner could she convince the cunning D11 of her sincerity. How can I trust you? Dishi's eyes glinted with malevolence, his pupils darting suspiciously, evidently doubting XZH's words. You may choose not to believe me. Then go ahead and kill me. XZH-11 was gambling, wagering that D11 would not dare to take her life. Humph. A derisive grunt escaped Dishi's nostrils as he lowered the gun from XZH's head. I shall grant you this one chance. Once I secure the serum, I can dispose of you at my leisure. A sigh of relief escaped XZH's heart, for she had snatched a moment of life from Dishi's grasp, leaving her fate to hinge on HNTO's ability to defeat him and rescue her. D11 regarded XZH-11 with a chilling gaze. Perceiving her as already ensnared, he could eliminate her whenever he pleased. Since XZH-11 mentioned a buffering agent, he resolved first to reclaim the serum from that man, HNTO, before interrogating her about the buffering agent. Helicopter. HNTO and LNWNQing had found no trace of D11 within the cave. Soon, HNTO recalled the helicopter parked on the beach. That stretch of sand was the most conspicuous spot on the island, and a helicopter served as a critical mode of transport for assassins. Regardless of the outcome, D11 would surely head there. Hence, the most effective plan was to wait by the helicopter for D11 to deliver himself into their hands. Crossing the beach, the two arrived at the helicopter. Climbing aboard, they discovered it was unoccupied, confirming that D11 was not present. LNWNQing inquired, "What now?" After a brief moment of contemplation, HNTO responded, "The cabin is too confined. If both of us hide inside, we would be easily discovered." His scheme was to remain concealed within the cabin, waiting to ambush the assassin upon his arrival with XZH-11. LNWNQing shook her head, asserting, "No, it is far too perilous for you to confront him alone." HNTO's expression grew serious. "Bullets are indiscriminate. I cannot allow you to be harmed. And I cannot permit you to be harmed. Do you understand?" LNWNQing was resolute in her refusal to leave. HNTO grew insistent. Recognizing that they could not delay any longer, "This time, you must heed my words." LNWNQing was not one to indulge in petty disputes. She comprehended the gravity of the situation. HNTO was about to face a remorseless killer, and she could not linger here to distract him. Then be cautious. Despite her lingering concern for HNTO's safety, LNWNQing resolutely decided to retreat to the nearby woods. In her heart, a single thought prevailed. She prayed fervently for HNTO's safety. Should any misfortune befall him, she vowed to survive and avenge him by any means necessary. "Where are you taking me?" XZH-11 found herself at the mercy of D11, a gun pressed against the back of her neck, with no prospect of escape. She remained oblivious to Dishi's true intentions regarding her fate. Less chatter. Dishi's expression was laced with impatience. He had no desire to engage XZH-11 in conversation. His destination was the cave, having already deduced it to be the stronghold of the island's inhabitants. By merely waiting there, he was confident they would come to him. In this regard, he shared a similar thought process with HNTO. As they traversed the wooded path, a figure suddenly appeared sprawled on the ground ahead. Upon seeing it, Dishi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily dragged XZH-11 forward. LNGZH. The figure on the ground was none other than his subordinate, LNGZH. The sight of LNGZH's gruesome demise, with entrails strewn about and the surrounding mud stained crimson, sent a surge of fury coursing through D11. Leeches, blood-sucking worms, and numerous unknown insects swarmed the corpse, ravenously feasting on the fresh remains. Dishi's eyes blazed with murderous rage. What are you laughing at? At that moment, he caught sight of the smirk lingering at the corner of XH's mouth, which he had failed to suppress. In a fit of rage, he struck her across the face, seeking to vent his fury at the loss of his subordinate. The slap was forceful, leaving a crimson handprint on XZH's cheek and drawing blood from her lips. You deserved it. XZH-11 retorted coldly. You're courting death. Dishi's fury escalated as he seized XZH-11 by the throat. If you do not wish to obtain the buffering agent, then kill me. Dishi's veins bulged with rage. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you? XZH-11 spoke with a calm demeanor. If your sole intention is to kill me, why pursue me relentlessly to this point? Your true objective is the X serum, am I not correct? Dishi's teeth ground in frustration at having his motives laid bare by XZH-11. Yet he could not harm her further. He required the X serum, and XZH-11 possessed the necessary buffering agent. In that moment, D11 found himself in a precarious position. He released his grip on XZH's throat, threatening, once I acquire the serum, I will surely end your life. That is contingent upon your ability to obtain it, XZH-11 countered, unwavering. She did not wish to appear weak. On the contrary, she understood that displaying firmness would quell Dishi's suspicions. What of that man named HNTO? What is his background? With LNGZH's demise, D11 began to regard HNTO with newfound seriousness. He had initially thought the island was inhabited by a few ineffectual layabouts, only to discover that HNTO could eliminate LNGZH right under his nose. Such a character was not to be underestimated. I do not know, XZH-11 replied, turning her head away, remaining silent. Huh, you believe I cannot deal with that fellow? I advise you not to place too much hope in him. I have myriad ways to dispose of him. D11 sneered maliciously. He noticed that whenever HNTO was mentioned, XZH's demeanor changed noticeably, inciting his ire. He could not fathom why this man inspired such trust in her. He was determined to capture HNTO personally and, before XH's eyes, rip out his throat, allowing her to experience despair firsthand. D11 pondered what HNTO's next move might be. Everything seemed abundantly clear. The helicopter was undoubtedly the most crucial target at present. Originally intending to lead XZH-11 to the cave, D11 now altered his course. Setting his sights on the helicopter, eager to catch HNTO, that wretched rat. Chapter 64. Do not underestimate a woman's resolve for revenge. LNWNQ had barely concealed herself in the woods when D11 appeared, dragging XH-11 onto the beach. HNTO quickly crouched down, attempting to keep his head low to avoid detection by D11. As he observed D11 escorting XZH-11 toward the helicopter, anxiety coursed through him, causing his palms to sweat profusely. He involuntarily tightened his grip on the gun in his hand. He had but a single opportunity to ensure a fatal shot. Eliminating D11. In the depths of the forest, LNWNQ concealed herself behind a grand tree, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Her anxiety surpassed even HNTO's, her heart nearly ceasing its rhythmic beat. Where on earth was that man named HNTO? D11 had flung XZH-11 onto the beach, impatiently delivering a kick to her. XZH-11 curled up in pain but refrained from uttering a sound. Lifting her head with a cold smile and taunting, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? Don't think for a moment that I would hesitate to kill you." D11 pressed the gun against XZH's head. She boldly leaned into it, challenging, "Then go ahead and kill me." Enraged, D11 lowered the gun. Unable to act without certainty of the presence of a buffer. You can live a little longer. After all, once I capture that HNTO, your demise will not be far behind. You will never catch him, she shot back defiantly. Suddenly, in a fit of fury, D11 began to tear at XZH's clothing. Panic-stricken, she cried out, "What are you doing, you beast? Let me go?" D11 grinned wickedly, whispering to her, "That man is surely watching from some hidden corner. I refuse to believe he can remain indifferent while I ravage you. On the beach, D11 continued to rip away XCH's garments. Trapped beneath him, she emitted desperate cries. Far more terrifying than death was the prospect of being violated by this monster. In the distance, LNW witnessed the entire scene. Quaking with rage at Dishi's actions, her nails dug into the tree trunk. Time and again, she contemplated rushing out to stop this scoundrel. However, recalling HNTO's plan, she restrained herself, unwilling to jeopardize the entire operation due to her impulsiveness. Inside the cabin, HNTO seethed with fury, his eyes ablaze. Yet, he awaited the opportune moment, biding his time until D11 let down his guard. Only then could he potentially eliminate him and rescue XZH11. XZH's struggles were feeble and ineffective in Dishi's eyes. He could easily torment her on that beach whenever he wished. However, Dishi's primary objective was not merely to assault XZH11, but to force HNTO, lurking in the shadows, to reveal himself. He had been handling XZH11 with one hand while the other remained firmly grasping his pistol. His strong grip on the weapon betrayed his true intentions. Ostensibly, he was brutalizing XZH11, yet his eyes and ears were hyper-aware of the surrounding movements. XZH11, closest to D11, could see the expressions on his face and was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that HNTO might fall into his trap. HNTO, do not come out. In a moment of desperation, XZH11 shouted in Chinese, attempting to convey a warning to HNTO. Her limited command of the language allowed her only these few phrases. D11, unable to comprehend XZH11's words, grew furious as she refused to yield, delivering several harsh slaps that left her dazed. Filthy woman, if you dare to scream again, I will end your life. D11 continued his assault on XZH11, while HNTO, hidden in the cabin, aimed his gun. Yet, time and again, he hesitated to pull the trigger, fearing that such close proximity might harm XZH11. Lacking confidence in his shooting skills, the man who had never handled a gun found it nearly impossible to hit a target in such chaotic circumstances. XZH11 continued to struggle and curse. D11, you will go to hell. Dare to curse me? Filthy woman, watch as I kill you. D11 set aside the pistol, gripping both of XZH's wrists with one hand while using the other to remove her pants. At that moment, HNTO could no longer afford to wait. He finally emerged from the cabin, seizing the opportunity while D11 was preoccupied with XZH11. HNTO leapt down. D11, startled by HNTO's sudden descent, abandoned XZH11 to retrieve his gun and aim at HNTO. In truth, he had deliberately set the gun aside to lure HNTO into the open. Now, he was eager to eliminate this bothersome adversary. HNTO was unafraid. He understood that this moment called for courage, willing to face D11 even if it meant sacrificing himself. Suddenly, XZH11 sprang to her feet, wrapping her arms around D11 from behind with all her might, preventing him from aiming at HNTO. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening gunshots rang out. D11 fired wildly, missing HNTO due to XZH's interference. Simultaneously, HNTO managed to shoot D11. The confrontation left LNW hidden in the trees, with her heart racing. Upon seeing HNTO unharmed and D11 fall to the ground, a heavy weight lifted from her chest. XZH11 had not anticipated HNTO's dramatic entrance, and tears streamed down her face in relief. Thank goodness. ZH11. I'm so glad you're all right. The two embraced tightly, their barriers dissolved in that moment. XZH11 entrusted her entire being to HNTO. Under normal circumstances, D11 should have succumbed to that shot. Even if he survived, he would at least be severely injured. However, as the two rejoiced, something felt amiss. D11 not only remained alive, but also reached for a nearby pistol. XZH11 caught sight of D's movement, and her face paled. Oh no. He.S. wearing a bulletproof vest. HNTO felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, realizing the dire situation. Having seized the opportunity to shoot D11, he had not anticipated that the scoundrel was clad in protective gear. As D11 approached the gun, XZH11 lunged at him, biting down on his wrist with all her strength. HNTO dashed toward the gun, knowing that if D11 got a hold of it, both of them would be doomed. Filthy woman, let go. D11 howled in agony as blood flowed from his wrist. The pain drove him into a frenzy, and he began to pummel XZH11 on the back of her head. XZH's teeth sank into D11's flesh, and in that moment, She unleashed all her pent-up hatred, determined not to relinquish her grip even if it cost her life. HNTO, striving to reach the gun before D11, leaped forward. D11, simultaneously grappling with XZH11, lunged for the weapon. Their hands collided as they both refused to let go, quickly devolving into a struggle. Ultimately, HNTO gained the upper hand, bolstered by XZH11's assistance. Though her strength was insufficient, her relentless grip on D11 inflicted considerable damage. Suddenly, XZH's head snapped away from D-Shi's wrist, revealing a bloody chunk of flesh between her teeth. D-Shi's wrist gushed blood, sending him into excruciating pain. Yet, even in such agony, he dared not release his grip, knowing that the gun determined his fate. With a fierce determination, XZH11 spat out the flesh and lunged once more, this time sinking her teeth into D-Shi's face. In this moment, the scorpion was in such excruciating pain that he felt on the verge of losing consciousness. However, the instinct for survival compelled him to clutch the gun tightly, refusing to yield even an inch. Just as the three were desperately grappling for control of the weapon, Lin Wanqing emerged from the thicket, a man clad only in his undergarments standing behind her. Chapter 65. The sound of the final gunshot. The situation was escalating to a boiling point. Han Tao and Su Zhixio were exerting all their strength to contend with the scorpion, unaware that Lin Wanqing had been taken hostage. Upon seeing the bare-chested man, Han Tao's expression changed dramatically. It was none other than the helicopter pilot he had bound and discarded in the pit. How could this man have suddenly appeared? Let her go? Han Tao bellowed at the pilot. The pilot was shouting in Korean, leading to an awkward exchange as neither could comprehend the other, resulting in a contest of volume. Meanwhile, Su Zhixio bit a chunk from the scorpion's face and, noticing Lin Wanqing's predicament, shouted at the pilot, "Release my friend. We mean you no harm." At this moment, the scorpion, clutching his facial wounds, let out a sinister laugh, gritting his teeth and declaring, "You foolish woman. Do you not grasp the perilous situation? You, this man, and that woman are all doomed. Even if I cannot obtain the serum, I will ensure you three descend into hell. Let her go, and we will allow you to leave." Su Zhixio disregarded the scorpion's furious outbursts and continued to appeal to the pilot. The scorpion shouted, "Do not listen to her. Every word from that woman is a deceit. If you release her, they will not spare you." The pilot appeared to be in poor mental condition, his psychological defenses crumbling. He yelled at both the scorpion and Su Zhixio, "Shut up." Initially, he had merely been a helicopter pilot, accompanying two assassins to execute a simple task. Expecting an uncomplicated return journey, he never anticipated such chaos. Not only had events spiraled out of control, but he had also sustained injuries and found himself stripped and abandoned in a pit. He had almost thought he would die there, a tragic end on this desolate island. Fortunately, fate had not forsaken him. After a relentless struggle, he managed to extricate his arm from the vines. Once his hands were free, the vines could no longer ensnare him, allowing him to escape from the pit. Upon his emergence, he fortuitously spotted Lin Wanqing hiding in the woods. Seizing this opportunity, he stealthily approached her, leading to the current standoff. "You have our people. You are the one in control now. Help me reclaim the gun." The scorpion incessantly commanded the pilot. "Shut up, just shut your mouth." The pilot roared in fury, "Your lives are of no concern to me. I only wish to leave this island. No one can stop me. You and this island can go to hell. We are allies. You must assist me." The scorpion pleaded desperately. "To hell with you. I'm not on anyone's side." The pilot was resolute in his determination to flee the island, caring for nothing else. Han Tao was locked in a struggle with the scorpion, unable to disengage. Just as the pilot was about to board the helicopter with Lin Wanqing, Han Tao suddenly flipped over and kicked the scorpion's injured face. The scorpion was momentarily blinded by pain, nearly losing consciousness as his grip weakened. The handgun slipped from his grasp, but unfortunately, Han Tao's force was too much, causing the weapon to fly onto the nearby beach. The scorpion regained his composure and rushed to retrieve the gun. Han Tao steeled himself, determined to stop the scorpion at all costs. Zhixio grabbed the gun. The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle, neither willing to relinquish their claim to the firearm. Su Zhixio became the crucial factor that would determine everyone's fate. "Don't move." In the next instant, Su Zhixio had tightened her grip around the black handgun, aiming it directly at the scorpion. The scorpion, still grappling with Han Tao, immediately froze, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "You bastard, beast, devil. I will kill you to avenge my parents." "No, you cannot kill me," the scorpion protested. "Die," Su Zhixio roared. As Lin Wanqing was about to be taken aboard the helicopter, Han Tao shouted to Su Zhixio, "I will deal with him. You hurry and save Wanqing." "Right, Wanqing." Su Zhixio snapped back to reality, needing to rescue Lin Wanqing immediately. She dashed to the helicopter's underside, aiming her weapon at the pilot and shouting, "Release her, or I will shoot." At that moment, the helicopter's rotors began to spin, the immense wind pressure nearly knocking her off her feet. The pilot was oblivious to Su Zhixio's commands, focused solely on the cockpit instruments, his sole desire being to escape from the cursed island. The helicopter was on the verge of taking off, and Lin Wanqing was gripped by anxiety. She could not leave with the aircraft. "Shoot!" she yelled at Su Zhixio. In a desperate turn, Su Zhixio gritted her teeth and fired a shot at the cabin's ceiling. The bullet struck with a loud bang, sending sparks flying and shattering a section of the reinforced glass. The sudden chaos distracted the pilot, providing Lin Wanqing with the chance to escape. She hurled herself backward, crashing her head into the pilot's nose, causing him to clutch his face and curse in pain. Seizing the moment when the pilot loosened his grip, Lin Wanqing leaped from the cabin and landed on the beach. The helicopter had lifted off the ground, slowly ascending. The pilot, unwilling to relent, chased after the door, only to be forced back by a shot from Su Zhixio. "Wanqing, are you all right?" Su Zhixio rushed to Lin Wanqing's side, helping her to her feet. "I'm fine, go help Han Tao." Lin Wanqing felt a pang of guilt. Had she not been taken hostage, the situation would not have turned so dire. Still shaken, they suddenly heard Han Tao's urgent cries, "Stop him!" The scorpion had broken free from Han Tao's grasp and was sprinting towards the helicopter, desperate to catch it and flee the island. Han Tao was not about to let him escape easily, scrambling to his feet and pursuing the scorpion closely. "Stop him!" he shouted as he chased after. Seeing the scorpion barreling towards them, Su Zhixio's hand trembled as she gripped the gun. "Let me handle this." Noticing Su Zhixio's hesitation, Lin Wanqing felt a surge of urgency, attempting to snatch the weapon from her and shoot the scorpion. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Su Zhixio had not relinquished the gun to Lin Wanqing, but had chosen to take her vengeance. The scorpion's body stiffened, abruptly halting as blood gushed from his neck. In his final moments, he stared wide-eyed at Su Zhixio. "Your mother! How dare you speak her name? Die!" Su Zhixio screamed hysterically, her finger frantically pulling the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the head of the scorpion. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out incessantly until the entire magazine was expended, the firing pin clicking against emptiness. Su Zhixio continued to desperately squeeze the trigger. The scorpion's head was reduced to a grotesque mess, his face smeared with blood, his lifeless body sprawled on the beach. Limbs stiffened, with sand beneath him stained crimson. Chapter 66. The helicopter plunges into the sea. Witnessing Su Zhixio's frenzied reaction, Han Tao and Lin Wanqing were momentarily taken aback. Unable to comprehend the Korean language, they were oblivious to the deep-seated enmity between Su Zhixio and the assassin, yet they felt a profound sense of sorrow for her. Lin Wanqing embraced Su Zhixio, clasping her hand, attempting to soothe her, assuring her that it was all right, that he was dead. With a mournful cry, Su Zhixio discarded the gun and threw herself into Lin Wanqing's arms, weeping uncontrollably. The years of pent-up resentment finally found release in that moment. After a prolonged period of sobbing in Lin Wanqing's embrace, Su Zhixio gradually regained her composure. She wiped her tear-streaked face and murmured, "I'm sorry, I lost control just now." Lin Wanqing held Su Zhixio tightly, striving to offer her comfort, softly patting her back and saying, "It's all right, it's good to let it out." Han Tao approached the two, his face marred by numerous wounds from his earlier struggle with the scorpion, one eye swollen, squinting narrowly. "You're injured," the two women exclaimed, their hearts aching at the sight of his bruised visage. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Han Tao waved his hand dismissively, attempting to convey his resilience, insisting it was merely superficial. "No, we mustn't underestimate even small wounds," Su Zhixio insisted, determined to check his injuries herself. Despite Han Tao's protests, she, being the professional, insisted he sit on the sand for her to examine him carefully. "How is it?" Lin Wanqing asked anxiously from the side. Su Zhixio exhaled in relief. "Most of it is soft tissue bruising. Thankfully, nothing's broken." Han Tao gazed at Su Zhixio, whose hair was disheveled, cheeks flushed, and forehead bearing a cut, shaking his head. "Compared to your condition, my injuries are trivial. You should tend to yourself first." Su Zhixio shook her head. "I'm merely lightly injured. It's nothing." At that moment, the helicopter had ascended into the sky. Lin Wanqing gazed at the departing aircraft, her eyes filled with guilt. If she hadn't been taken hostage earlier, the pilot would not have escaped. Perhaps the three of them could have left the island aboard that helicopter. Now all hope seemed lost. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," she lamented. "Wanqing, it's all right," Su Zhixio consoled her in turn. "Leaving this island isn't of paramount importance. Perhaps it's fate that keeps us here." Han Tao joined in the consolation. "Indeed, It might all be preordained. Don't be too hard on yourself. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar. Uncertain of what had transpired, they watched in horror as the helicopter suddenly erupted into a fiery ball, plummeting into the ocean. My heavens! Su Jishio clutched her head, her face a mask of disbelief. Han Tao and Lin Wanqing exchanged shocked glances, having hoped the pilot would escape, only to face this tragic outcome. What on earth just happened? Lin Wanqing shook her head in disbelief. Han Tao recalled something and remarked, perhaps the bullet fired earlier struck something critical. Su Jishio speculated, perhaps this is destiny. We did not board that helicopter, and thus, we may have saved our own lives. Relief washed over the three of them, recognizing that had they boarded that helicopter, they might have perished in the inferno. Lin Wanqing's earlier guilt began to dissipate. Su Jishio and Han Tao enveloped her in a tight embrace. The trio remained intertwined for a long while, reluctant to part. Finally, it is over. Han Tao sprawled out on the beach, closing his eyes as the rain cascaded over him. Exhaustion consumed him. The events of the day had unfolded like a thrilling film, draining the last vestiges of his strength. What shall we do with the body? Lin Wanqing glanced at the scorpion's mangled head. How about this? You two return to the cave, and I will handle it, Han Tao suggested. Can you manage alone? Lin Wanqing's eyes brimmed with concern. She could see Han Tao had reached his limits. Let me accompany you. I can surely assist, Su Jishio insisted. Han Tao stood, stretching his weary limbs, and declared, then let us go together. Before nightfall, the three of them buried the bodies of the two assassins they had encountered. Once this task was completed, they returned to the cave, soaked to the bone. Fortunately, some firewood remained inside, preventing the two scoundrels from consuming it all. Otherwise, they would have faced a cold and damp night. Han Tao contemplated the assassins, recalling the two who had come before, adding today's pair, leading to a total of 4 assassins on this island. What if more come? Lin Wanqing asked anxiously. We'll take them down one by one, two by two. Han Tao replied, his eyes glinting with determination. At present, the three had forged an enmity with this organization. As long as they dared to send more, Han Tao would annihilate them all. If there was any regret, it was that he could not extract information from the pilot about their arrival on this island. Such knowledge might have shed light on the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic isle. As night deepened, the weary trio huddled together, drifting into sleep. The following morning, when Han Tao awoke, he found Lin Wanqing curled up in his embrace, having nestled there at some point. Observing the adorable sight of her resembling a little kitten, he felt a warmth within. He had never imagined this usually proud woman could exhibit such vulnerability. He remained still, cherishing the moment and wishing time would linger. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Where was Su Jishio? The cave contained only him and Lin Wanqing. Su Jishio is missing, Han Tao stated, sitting up and scanning the surroundings at the cave's entrance, but there was no sign of her. At that moment, Lin Wanqing stirred awake, rubbing her eyes in confusion and asking, what's wrong? Su Jishio is gone, Han Tao replied, turning to her. Could she have gone to fetch water? Doesn't she do that every morning? Lin Wanqing suggested. Ah, yes, Han Tao agreed, recalling how Su Jishio had previously gone out alone each morning for water. His caution had heightened after the previous day's events. They waited in the cave for a while, watching as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Yet Su Jishio remained absent. At this moment, Lin Wanqing finally realized the problem. It shouldn't be the case. Where could Jishio be? I must go find her. Han Tao, wielding a spear, was about to step out. I will accompany you. Chapter 67. Where did Su Jishio go? The two exited the cave and made their way to the stream, yet there was no sign of Su Jishio, and they found no clues despite searching the surroundings. The sudden disappearance of her dear friend left Lin Wanqing deeply worried. Even without the assassins on the island, the wild beasts and venomous creatures posed extreme danger. Should anything happen to Su Jishio, she couldn't bear to think of the consequences. In hopes of locating Su Jishio more swiftly, Han Tao resolved that they should split up in their search. Concerned for Lin Wanqing's safety against potential encounters with wild animals, Han Tao handed her the spear while he clutched a screwdriver he had chosen from his toolbox. After parting ways with Lin Wanqing, Han Tao commenced a thorough search. He first scoured the rocky shore and then searched the sandy beach, but both locations yielded no results. Subsequently, he ventured to the southern hillside of the island and explored the uncharted mangrove area to the east, only to return disappointed each time. A day had nearly passed in the blink of an eye. As the sun began to set, Han Tao realized he could not continue searching. He had to return to the cave to meet Lin Wanqing. If he were to get lost as well, it would undoubtedly escalate into a serious predicament. Upon his return to the cave, Lin Wanqing had just come back herself. They both understood immediately upon seeing one another that neither had found Su Jishio. After resting briefly in the cave, Han Tao rose to search again. Lin Wanqing, filled with anxiety, grasped his arm, warning that it was too dangerous to venture out as darkness approached. Han Tao was well aware of the perils of the island at night, yet the whereabouts of Su Zhixio remained unknown. If she were left alone outside, the danger would only increase. I shall go out once more. Reluctantly, Lin Wanqing agreed to Han Tao's decision, understanding his concern for Su Zhixio and her own worry for him. As darkness loomed, she chose to remain in the cave, waiting for Han Tao to return with Su Zhixio. When Han Tao reached the cave entrance, he turned back to glance at Lin Wanqing, a sudden impulse compelling him to beckon her closer. What is it? Lin Wanqing was puzzled by Han Tao's gesture, but approached nonetheless. Come a little closer. I have something to say. Han Tao adopted a serious demeanor. Trusting him, Lin Wanqing moved closer. At that moment, Han Tao leaned forward and planted a kiss on her forehead. Caught off guard, Lin Wanqing blushed fiercely, never expecting such an act from Han Tao. She had intended to feign anger and scold him, but upon raising her head, she found him already scampering away. Rogue, Lin Wanqing murmured softly, her cheeks still flushed. Surprisingly, she felt no anger at Han Tao's sudden kiss. Rather, a sweet warmth blossomed within her heart. Watching Han Tao's retreating figure, she silently wished, "You mischievous fellow. Be sure to return with Zhixio." As Han Tao entered the woods, the last rays of sunlight sank into the sea. Fortunately, the moon was bright that evening, providing just enough illumination to navigate the surroundings. Zhixio, Su Zhixio. No matter how loudly Han Tao shouted, the silence around him offered no response. As time passed, his anxiety intensified. He feared for Su Zhixio's safety. Realizing that his chaotic searching was fruitless, he needed to consider where Su Zhixio might have gone. Where could she possibly be? Han Tao repeatedly questioned himself, pondering the vast island and where she could wander. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He recalled the most likely place Su Zhixio would head, the western coast. Perhaps it was because he had rescued her from there the previous day, but his intuition told him she was there now. He worried that she might be blaming herself for the incident with the assassins and feared the worst. He had to hurry. Reaching the cliff at the western coast, Han Tao cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Su Zhixio, where are you? If you can hear me, please respond." He arrived at the spot where he had saved Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio yesterday, calling out below, "Zhixio, are you down there?" After a few seconds, he faintly heard a weak voice respond, "I'm here." Upon hearing this voice, Han Tao's heart soared with joy. It was Su Zhixio. It was her voice. "Don't do anything reckless. I'm coming to get you." Han Tao assumed Su Zhixio had jumped due to despair and shouted down to her. After a moment, he heard her voice again, "My foot is stuck." Han Tao was taken aback. What a misunderstanding. Su Zhixio hadn't jumped in despair. She had merely fallen and gotten her foot wedged between the rocks. So that's how it was. It turned out he had overthought the situation. However, the circumstances at the base of the cliff were still perilous. If the tide rose, Su Zhixio might drown. He couldn't afford to delay any longer and quickly began to climb down the cliff. Upon reaching the bottom, Han Tao found Su Zhixio sitting on a rock, her foot wedged between two stones. "You've been stuck all day?" "Yes." Su Zhixio weakly nodded, her complexion pale. Han Tao approached her, attempting to free her foot. As he pulled upward, she cried out in pain. She had tried many times throughout the day, but each attempt had caused unbearable pain, and her ankle was scraped and bleeding, yet she remained trapped in the crevice. It was strange how some places could be entered easily, yet were impossible to exit. Observing Su Zhixio's predicament, Han Tao felt troubled. How could he rescue her? "How did you end up here alone?" "My necklace is missing. It was a keepsake from my mother." Su Zhixio explained that after the previous day, she realized her most cherished necklace was gone and deduced that it had likely fallen in the crevice where she and Han Tao had hidden. Thus, she had come early that morning to search for it. Unfortunately, she had fallen while trying to return after failing to find it, and to make matters worse, her foot had become ensnared. Han Tao comforted Su Zhixio and sought nearby stones, intending to use them to break the rocks trapping her ankle. If he could shatter the stones, she would be free. "Don't worry, I won't hit your foot," Han Tao assured Su Zhixio before taking a stone and striking the crevice repeatedly. After a considerable effort, fragments flew, yet the main rock remained unbroken. Seeing Han Tao drenched in sweat, Su Zhixio felt a pang of sympathy and reached out to wipe the beads of perspiration from his forehead. Suddenly, she gazed at the sea beneath her, her expression turning grave as she apprehensively remarked, "Han Tao, do you see the water rising?" Chapter 68. Until the last moment. I shall not yield. Plans can never keep pace with change. While Han Tao was still tirelessly striking the stones, the sea had quietly begun to swell. Faced with the rising tide, both Su Zhixio and Han Tao bore expressions of grave concern. The relentless tide never bends to human will. It does not cease to rise simply because one is ensnared. In a fleeting moment, the water had risen by approximately 1 meter, lapping at Su Jishio's feet. Anxiety drained the color from her face as she desperately pulled her foot outward, but her attempts proved futile, only resulting in cuts and bruises. Han Tao dared not delay for a moment, fervently striking the stone that ensnared Su Jishio's ankle. The sound of clashing stone echoed, sparks flying from the impact. With a resounding crack, the stone in Han Tao's hand shattered, yet the large boulder trapping Su Jishio remained unyielding. Cursing under his breath, Han Tao hastily sought another stone to continue his assault. Within mere minutes, the water had risen to their knees. Su Jishio's breaths grew shallow with panic. Han Tao, if I perish, will you remember me? Perhaps sensing her impending doom, Su Jishio found a strange calmness. Her eyes, shimmering with a soft light, were fixed on Han Tao. He felt a pang in his heart. He could not accept surrendering so easily. No, you will not die. Su Jishio wore a sorrowful expression. For me, the revenge has already been taken. Even if I were to perish now, it matters not. The only regret is that I cannot live alongside you. At this, tears streamed down her cheeks. Han Tao embraced Su Jishio tightly, proclaiming, "Trust me, I will save you." At this point, Han Tao too felt a surge of panic. He understood that if he did not rescue Su Jishio soon, the rising tide would render all efforts futile. As they spoke, the water continued its relentless ascent. In the blink of an eye, it had reached their waists. The frigid water sent shivers through Su Jishio's weakened body. Han Tao, I am so cold. It's all right. I will hold you. Su Jishio's teeth chattered as she gazed longingly at the man who held her. You are the first person I have ever liked. Indeed. Han Tao nodded vigorously, his eyes red-rimmed, struggling to suppress his own tears. Su Jishio spoke with a note of melancholy. Before I die, may I have a kiss? The water had now risen to their chests. The icy water jolted Han Tao to action. He refused to succumb, for it was not yet the final moment. And he would never concede now. He took a deep breath and submerged himself, continuing to strike the stone with all his might. After a dozen strikes, he would surface for air. With each breath, he plunged back down, relentlessly hammering the stone. After several attempts, the water had reached Su Jishio's neck, forcing her to tilt her head back in desperation for air. Witnessing Han Tao's unwavering determination, she was deeply moved by his selflessness. At that moment, her heart was entirely captivated by him. She longed to marry him, to raise children together, to grow old by his side. Yet all these dreams seemed to drift further away with the rising tide. The water completely submerged her face, leaving her breathless. Just then, a warm set of lips met hers. Han Tao had taken a deep breath and shared the air with her. Astonished, she looked at him, not expecting this man would go to such lengths for her. After providing Su Jishio with air, Han Tao resumed his efforts, striking the stone with renewed vigor. Finally, after countless blows, the large boulder shattered. Overjoyed, Han Tao pried apart the fragments, creating enough space for Su Jishio to free her ankle. However, Han Tao's own oxygen was running low. Just as he prepared to surface for air, a massive wave crashed over them, pulling both him and the recently freed Su Jishio down into the depths. Darkness enveloped them, and they had no idea where they were. Clinging tightly to one another, Han Tao understood that releasing his grip would mean their eternal parting. He could never let Su Jishio slip away. Su Jishio, too, held on with all her strength, her heart resolute in the desire to face death alongside him. In the cold, profound depths of the water, they were adrift, unaware of direction or depth. Attempting to swim upwards, they found themselves besieged by the powerful undercurrents, feeling as insignificant as ants. Suddenly, they sensed a powerful pull drawing them deeper into the abyss. Although they could not ascertain their exact location, Han Tao distinctly felt they were being dragged further down, the water growing colder. They appeared to be in a dark passageway, surrounded by smooth, hard stone walls. The two were inexorably pulled deeper into this dark tunnel. Time stretched on, and they were nearing their limits. Just as seawater rushed into Han Tao's mouth and nostrils, they burst through to the surface, finally able to inhale fresh air. Su Jishio and Han Tao breathed greedily. Having traversed the brink of death, their bond strengthened. In a moment of exhilaration, Han Tao kissed Su Jishio passionately, to which she fervently responded. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted. We are saved. Su Jishio leaned weakly against Han Tao. He sensed something unusual about their surroundings. The water's surface was eerily calm, a stark contrast to the tumultuous sea they had just escaped. Reflecting on their harrowing experience, he wondered how they had ended up in such a tranquil place, one that felt almost like the sea's depths yet possessed air. It's so quiet here. Han Tao strained to hear the sounds around them. Aside from the gentle rustling of the wind and the soft drip of water, there was no sign of the roaring waves outside. Su Jishio soon realized that they had arrived in an unknown location. Where are we? I don't know, but we must find a way to shore. With that, Han Tao led Su Jishio as they navigated through the darkness. The environment was shrouded in blackness, leaving them to rely on touch. Swimming through the unknown waters, both felt a sense of trepidation, fearing the presence of unseen creatures. Fortunately, the space did not seem vast, and Han Tao guided Su Jishio in a particular direction. After a short distance, they felt the solid ground beneath them. The two exhaled in relief and hurriedly climbed onto the shore. Chapter 69, The Future Scene at the Altar. The two, drenched from head to toe, faced their immediate concern: hypothermia, a serious threat for those in the wilderness. Once the core temperature of the human body plummets to 35 degrees Celsius, one experiences intense shivering, icy extremities, pallid complexion, slurred speech, and uncontrollable muscle spasms. If the temperature continues to drop, it poses a grave threat to life. The two individuals had been submerged in the frigid waters for an extended period, and the temperature of this water was considerably colder than that outside. Upon emerging from the water, they trembled uncontrollably. Han Tao, unable to endure the sensation of his damp clothing clinging to his body, chattered his teeth and urged, "Jishio, you should also remove your clothes." Despite the pitch-black environment where nothing was visible, Su Jishio felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Han Tao promptly informed her of the danger of hypothermia. Only then did Su Jishio comprehend the gravity of the situation. Initially hesitant, she felt a wave of shyness at the thought of disrobing before Han Tao. Yet, reflecting on her near-death experience moments ago, when she had contemplated marrying him, she found herself perplexed by her own reluctance. Moreover, in this place where visibility was utterly absent, even undressing would go unnoticed. With that thought, she began to shed her garments. In the enveloping darkness, the two revealed their true selves to one another. Su Jishio chattered her teeth and exclaimed, "Han Tao, I am so cold." Han Tao responded by embracing her, stating that it would provide warmth. At the moment he wrapped his arms around her, Su Jishio instinctively recoiled, encountering a masculine physique that had never been so intimately close before. Feeling Han Tao's body heat, the definition of his muscles, and the forceful rhythm of his heartbeat heightened her pulse, causing her cheeks to redden and warm. In this icy, pitch-black, unfamiliar space, the two lovers embraced without reservation. The ensuing moments unfolded naturally. After a considerable time, tranquility returned. Han Tao, considering the echoes within the cave, deduced that they were likely in a cavern. Su Jishio, feeling quite embarrassed, recalled that in her moment of excitement, she had not fully controlled herself, resulting in her voice resonating throughout the space. "Are you suggesting this is a cave? But weren't we swept into the depths of the sea? How could there be a cave beneath the ocean?" This was also a point of great confusion for Han Tao. He distinctly remembered being dragged into the depths by a current. So how could there be a cave-like structure beneath the sea? Oh, Han Tao attempted to shout several times. The sound echoed in the space, confirming that this was indeed a cavern located beneath the sea. Just as curiosity enveloped them, a faint blue glow suddenly emanated from the center of the cave. "What is that?" Han Tao and Su Jishio exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the sight before them. Despite the darkness, there was light within this cave. The illumination was weak, casting light only about a meter around its source. With this newfound light, they discerned that the glowing object was a stone pedestal. Upon the pedestal rested a stone from which the blue light radiated. Su Jishio gazed at Han Tao in astonishment. "What is that?" Han Tao shook his head, equally perplexed by this mysterious object and its sudden luminescence. Determined to uncover its secrets, Han Tao resolved to dive back into the water to investigate. Su Jishio, filled with concern, grasped his arm, shaking her head in fear. Having just managed to return to shore, she could not bear the thought of him recklessly plunging back into the water. Han Tao caressed her face, assuring her, "Perhaps that object can lead us out of here. Let me take a closer look." Trapped in this enigmatic locale, they found themselves with no means of escape. Reluctantly, Su Jishio released her grip, allowing Han Tao to proceed. Once again plunging into the frigid waters, Han Tao shivered before swiftly swimming towards the glowing center. Upon reaching the stone pedestal, he was immediately captivated by the stone radiating an ethereal blue light. Remarkably, the stone was not resting upon the pedestal but rather suspended in midair, as if held aloft by an unseen force. "How is it?" came Su Jishio's anxious voice from behind. Han Tao replied, "Everything seems normal." His attention was then drawn to the circle of inscriptions surrounding the stone. He could not decipher the characters, but they appeared reminiscent of incantations. Among them, One symbol caught his eye, resembling a man and a woman intertwined, suggesting a connection between the two. At that moment, a thought flashed through Han Tao's mind. Could the stone's sudden illumination be linked to his relationship with Su Jixio? Although he could not comprehend the inscriptions, he sensed an undeniable connection between them. This was a phenomenon Han Tao had never before witnessed. He found the sight utterly enchanting. Beneath this island lay not just the ocean, but a cavern illuminated by a mysterious stone and surrounded by enigmatic writings. All of this further deepened Han Tao's belief that this island was a puzzle waiting to be solved. With a heart full of excitement, he yearned to touch the stone. The instant his palm made contact with it, a blinding white light erupted, flooding the cavern with brilliance akin to daylight. In that moment, Han Tao comprehended the reality of their surroundings, which was nothing less than astonishing. This was not merely a cave, but rather an altar. The altar was circular, approximately the size of half a football field, filled with seawater, encircled by a ring of stone land, and at its center stood the pedestal housing the wondrous stone. Surrounding the altar stood 12 massive stone pillars, each inscribed with various characters. Influenced by the central stone, one by one, the 12 pillars began to illuminate. The once pitch-black cavern had become overwhelmingly bright. At this moment, both Han Tao and Su Jixio wore expressions of shock. Unable to convey their astonishment through any facial expressions, they were united in a singular question. What on earth was this? Han Tao's hand remained upon the stone. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged within his mind, and his consciousness felt as if it were being propelled to an altitude of 10,000 meters. He had no time to cry out or scream as an invisible force propelled him forward. Clouds passed by, revealing an expansive and boundless continent before him. He beheld mysterious tribes within rainforests, colossal pyramids amidst swirling sands, herds of cattle and sheep beneath towering mountains, stampeding beasts across icy plains, and the remnants of lost civilizations at the ocean floor. He even caught a glimpse of himself, a heavy golden crown atop his head, crowned as a king, standing beside Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio, who cradled an infant. Surrounding him were many women he had never encountered before. Suddenly, a pair of black eyes appeared in the sky. The pupils radiated a crimson glow. As he was fixated by those eyes, an unprecedented terror gripped him to his core, and Han Tao jolted awake, drenched in sweat, hastily withdrawing his hand. Su Jixio observed his astonishing reaction at the shore and could not help but worry, asking, "What happened to you just now?" Chapter 70. Emerging from the dark passage, Han Tao regained his senses and glanced at the concerned Su Jixio. Realizing that what he had just witnessed was merely an illusion, nothing in reality had changed. The cave remained unchanged, and Su Jixio was still the same Su Jixio. Staring at the stone before him, countless questions surged from his heart. Why had he seen those scenes? Including the moment he was crowned as king and the sudden appearance of the crimson eyes in the air? Were these visions of events yet to come? Or did they signify something else? Or perhaps they were simply meaningless fragments of chaos. However, regardless of the nature of the visions, those eyes felt alarmingly real, instilling in Han Tao an oppressive sense of dread. The underwater cave, the altar within it, the enigmatic symbols. Too many questions overwhelmed him, and he could not find answers. Since there was no resolution, Han Tao decided to cease his contemplation and dove into the water, swimming back to Su Jixio's side. "What happened to you just now?" Su Jixio asked, her worry evident. She had clearly seen the pain etched on Han Tao's face, which had made her heart ache. Han Tao shook his head at Su Jixio, signaling that it was nothing. He did not wish to share the matter of the eyes with her, as it would not provide a solution but rather escalate her concern. Despite Han Tao's reluctance to speak, Su Jixio found it difficult to feel at ease. "I think this cave is quite strange. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have come here." "What are you saying? You are my woman. If you are in danger, I would risk my life to save you." Han Tao demonstrated a man's responsibility. The moment Su Jixio decided to entrust everything to Han Tao, protecting her became his unassailable duty. Hearing such words, warmth blossomed in Su Jixio's heart, revealing the reason for her love for him. If danger arose, she too would disregard everything for Han Tao. "I remember you said you wanted to find a necklace?" "Yes, it was left to me by my mother." "Have you found it?" Su Jixio shook her head, expressing her regret. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, Han Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. He understood that the necklace, being a gift from Su Jixio's mother, held immense sentimental value for her. Yet, Su Jixio managed a relieved smile, saying, "Perhaps this is fate. The necklace represents the past, meaning I must bid farewell to it." Han Tao embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "From now on, you have me and Wanqing by your side. We will live well together." Su Jixio nestled in Han Tao's arms. In the chilly cave, Their tight embrace provided a semblance of warmth. Suddenly, Su Jishio gazed at Han Tao with a sorrowful expression. What if we can never get out? We will. If we can come in, we can certainly go out. Han Tao recalled how they were drawn into the cave by the undercurrent. Since there was a passage to enter, surely there would be a way to exit. He glanced at the seawater within the cave, which was currently at high tide. Perhaps when the tide receded, the passage would become visible. The two trapped in the underwater cave felt as though time had come to a standstill, each moment dragging on unbearably. After an indeterminate duration, Su Jishio was the first to notice that the water level in the cave seemed to be lowering. Han Tao, look at the water surface. Han Tao's heart soared with joy as he exclaimed, the tide is receding. It's receding. They exchanged glances, unable to conceal their excitement. A receding tide meant they had a chance to escape. Finally, the seawater fell to its lowest level, revealing the passage that had previously drawn them in. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Tao grasped Su Jishio's hand and plunged into the water once more. This opportunity was rare. He had to hurry to leave with Su Jishio. If the tide rose again, they would remain trapped for another day. They reached the mouth of the passage, where the water reached their chests. Han Tao carefully examined the dark passage. It was merely a crevice in the rock, filled with water. To swim out, they would need to hold their breath the entire way, only able to breathe once they reached the outside. He cast a worried glance at Su Jishio, fearing she might not be able to endure until they reached safety. Yet, Su Jishio wore a determined expression, urging Han Tao to hurry and not wait for the tide to rise again. Resolutely, Han Tao took a deep breath and dove into the water, entering the passage first. Su Jishio followed closely behind as they swam inch by inch through the narrow passage. The icy, slippery stone walls surrounded them, and the oppressive darkness weighed heavily on their chests. Han Tao dared not swim too quickly, frequently stopping to ensure Su Jishio was with him. He could not leave her behind in such a place. After an unknown distance, Han Tao gradually felt his oxygen depleting. The pressure of holding his breath became unbearable, as if his lungs were about to burst. At that moment, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Light indicated that the passage was nearing its end. He turned back to pull Su Jishio forward, only to see her slowly sinking. In that instant, his heart plummeted. It seemed Su Jishio had lost consciousness from lack of oxygen. Seeing Su Jishio descend into the dark depths, Han Tao's heart raced with urgency. He swam over without hesitation, embracing Su Jishio and kissing her deeply, sharing his remaining breath with her. Clutching her tightly, he swam forcefully toward the light. Bursting forth from the water, Han Tao emerged, holding Su Jishio in his arms. After a long ordeal in the dark passage, he had successfully brought her to safety. He gasped for air, inhaling the fresh air outside. It was daytime now. They had been trapped in the cave overnight. Looking back at the shore, he recognized the spot where they had been swept in the previous evening. Cough, cough. Su Jishio coughed lightly, slowly awakening to the stimulus of sunlight. Upon realizing they were outside, she excitedly hugged Han Tao tightly, burying her face in his shoulder and weeping joyfully. We made it. We finally made it. Indeed, we are safe. Overcome with joy, Su Jishio suddenly turned Han Tao's face toward her, kissing him passionately without restraint. Han Tao was taken aback by her spontaneity, quickly succumbing to the softness of her lips. They swam back to the shore, collapsing onto the rocks and gasping for breath. Exhausted, they looked up at the steep cliff before them. The immediate challenge was how to ascend from this place. Han Tao asked with concern, "Can you continue? Do you need to rest a bit longer?" Su Jishio shook her head, indicating that she was fine. No, Wanqing must be frantic by now. We should hurry back. Chapter 71. Falling from the cliff with a sore bottom with Han Tao's assistance, Su Jishio climbed with all her might along the cliff face. The rocks on the cliff, eroded by the waves and weather, had become precariously loose. Su Jishio, with each step she took, dislodged small stones that tumbled down the cliffside, producing a cacophony of sounds. Only 2 meters separated her from the summit of the precipice. Suddenly, one of the stones she stepped on gave way, causing her to lose her balance and plummet alongside it. Help! Hold on to me. The abruptness of the situation caught Han Tao off guard. He intended to pull Su Jishio back, but his strength faltered, and he too fell down the cliff. They descended approximately 2 meters, fortunately landing on a large boulder rather than a heap of jagged stones at the base of the cliff. Han Tao silently thanked his lucky stars, realizing that had they fallen further, it could have been fatal. However, he was not unscathed. A sharp pain radiated from his back, nearly rendering him unconscious. Just as he thought their ordeal had concluded, he soon discovered it was merely the beginning, as they began to roll down the steep slope of the cliff. In the chaos, Han Tao, concerned for Su Jishio's safety, held her tightly in his embrace. They continued to tumble downwards. losing track of time until they finally came to a halt. Han Tao felt disoriented, his stomach churning violently. Had he not fasted since the previous evening? He might have been violently ill. Aside from his dizziness, he bore numerous bruises from colliding with stones during their descent. Fortunately, the stones were relatively small. Had they been larger and sharper, he would have been gravely injured. In contrast, Su Zhixio, cradled in Han Tao's arms, emerged with minimal injuries. Seeing Han Tao lying on the ground, Su Zhixio felt a mix of concern and guilt and rushed to his side. "How are you?" Han Tao grimaced in pain and jokingly replied, "I'm fine, just lost half my life." Suddenly, Su Zhixio embraced him, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "It's all my fault. I dragged you into this and caused you to fall." As Su Zhixio held him tightly, Han Tao felt that despite the fall, perhaps it was not entirely a misfortune. Just as he attempted to sit up, he realized his body had gone numb and was unresponsive. Anxiously, he tried again, but his limbs remained immobile, leading him to believe he might be paralyzed. Is this it? Am I paralyzed? In that moment, Han Tao was overwhelmed with despair, pondering the grim future that lay ahead, relying on Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio for care. The thought filled him with anguish, making him wish he had perished in the fall. What's wrong? Su Zhixio noticed his distress, her heart tightening with worry. "I can't move," Han Tao uttered, devoid of energy. Su Zhixio, struck by disbelief, felt her body stiffen. Paralysis was no trivial matter, and she couldn't fathom that Han Tao was truly incapacitated. In a flurry of concern, she released him and began to examine his limbs. "Can you feel this?" she asked, pinching the sole of his foot. "Not harder." Han Tao's heart sank. The absence of sensation was alarming, suggesting a grim future of confinement to a wheelchair. Su Zhixio pressed on, each attempt more forceful than the last. Yet Han Tao remained unresponsive. With a bitter smile, he said, "Just go, find Wanqing. Let me lie here alone. Don't think like that. I checked your limbs. There are no fractures," Su Zhixio reassured him, her hand now tracing along his spine. Han Tao, still bewildered by her intentions, felt her cool, delicate fingers gliding along his spine, providing an unexpected comfort as she explored. When her hands reached the base of his spine, he stammered, "What are you doing?" "That's my backside. I'm checking your spine," Su Zhixio replied with utmost seriousness. "Oh," Han Tao awkwardly acknowledged, realizing she was a doctor and that such examinations were routine. Su Zhixio glanced at him and suddenly smiled gently. "What did you think I was going to do?" Nothing at all. I've completed the spine examination. It is intact and unharmed." Su Zhixio's expression shifted back to one of seriousness, treating him as a patient. "That is strange. If my limbs are fine and my spine is intact, why can't I move?" Han Tao queried. "It's possible you sustained a temporary nerve injury during the fall. With some rest, you should recover," Su Zhixio explained. Relieved to learn he was not gravely injured, Han Tao felt a weight lift from his heart. Su Zhixio stood and surveyed their surroundings. They were at the base of the cliff, approximately 10 meters from the summit. Thankfully, they had only fallen a short distance, as the remainder of their descent had been down a steep slope. Now, the retreating tide revealed a chaotic stony beach. They lingered there for about half an hour, during which Han Tao gradually regained mobility in his limbs. There were two potential paths to exit the western coast, retracing their steps back up or circumventing along the coastline. Previously, when fleeing from their pursuers, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio had traversed the coastline to reach the western shore. However, that route posed dangers comparable to climbing back up. One misstep could result in being swept into the sea. After much deliberation, they resolved to attempt the ascent. As Han Tao sat up, he felt a sharp pain in his backside, akin to a deep cut. "Something's wrong," he cried out in agony. Su Zhixio, alarmed, asked what happened. "It's nothing," he replied, feeling embarrassed about his injury. Satisfied with his response, Su Zhixio initially dismissed it. However, when Han Tao noticed a sticky sensation on his hand and inspected it, he was horrified to find it covered in blood. "What the?" Su Zhixio, upon hearing his exclamation, immediately took notice of the blood on his hand. "You're hurt." Chapter 72. The obsidian earned with blood. Su Zhixio gazed at Han Tao with concern, bewildered by how he had appeared fine just moments ago. "Where are you injured?" "Do I really have to say?" "Of course," Su Zhixio urged, her expression anxious. Han Tao, feeling embarrassed, muttered, "It's my backside." "Let me see," she insisted. "Oh, do I really need to show you?" Su Zhixio pressed. "What are you embarrassed about? I'm a doctor, and I've seen everything I needed to in the cave." Han Tao felt his face flush, realizing she was correct. They had already shared so much, and it was just his backside. "See, what is there to be shy about?" Without hesitation, he turned his body, presenting his backside to Su Zhixio. Despite having seen it before, The position they found themselves in at that moment filled Han Tao with a profound sense of embarrassment. Su Zhixio, however, remained entirely undeterred. As a physician, she was accustomed to examining injuries without concern for such trivialities. Oh, as she felt her fingers graze the area around the wound. Han Tao could not suppress a cry of pain. Su Zhixio's expression turned serious as she stated, "This is a laceration." A laceration? Upon hearing those words, Han Tao felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least it was not a venomous bite, sparing him from the fear of poisoning. Yet, how could his backside be lacerated without a blade in sight? Su Zhixio continued, "The wound is approximately 8 centimeters long and about 1 centimeter deep, caused by a very sharp object." 8 centimeters. Han Tao's face reflected astonishment. He had expected a mere scratch, not a gash of that length and depth. What could possibly inflict such a wound on his rear? Could there truly be a knife lying around? Noticing Han Tao searching the ground with his head bowed, Su Zhixio inquired, "What are you doing?" "I want to see what caused this injury to my backside." Su Zhixio thought to herself how carefree Han Tao was. Disregarding his injury to search for the culprit, she promptly commanded, "Come here." "Why?" "To stop the bleeding." Observing Su Zhixio's serious demeanor, Han Tao timidly asked, "How do you intend to do that?" "Lie down." "Seriously? My backside has just been injured. What if I get hurt in a more sensitive area?" Instinctively, Han Tao covered his vital parts, fearing that an injury to the front would render him a eunuch, jeopardizing his future happiness. Su Zhixio, seeing his fearful expression, chuckled. "Place your body over my legs." "Lying on your legs, huh?" "Quickly, I need to stop the bleeding." Under Su Zhixio's insistence, Han Tao complied and lay across her legs. Her thighs were firm and well-shaped, providing an unexpectedly comfortable sensation. Han Tao's mind began to wander. How delightful it would be to rest his head on Su Zhixio's thighs in the future. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Su Zhixio tore a piece of fabric from her clothing and pressed it against Han Tao's wound to staunch the bleeding. As a top-tier surgeon, stopping bleeding was a fundamental skill she possessed. Her technique was deft, applying firm pressure to Han Tao's injury until the bleeding ceased within moments. "Are you feeling better?" After a while, Su Zhixio asked about his condition. Han Tao nodded, "Much better." "What exactly happened?" Su Zhixio queried. "I'm not sure. I just lay down, and my backside ended up getting hurt," Han Tao recalled, still feeling a pang of pain. Together, they resumed their search to uncover the source of such a sharp object. Ultimately, they discovered a bloodied shard of stone where Han Tao had previously sat. Picking up the black stone, Su Zhixio gasped. This was no ordinary stone. Its edge was as sharp as glass. When she lightly touched it with her finger, it sliced her skin, confirming that this stone had indeed inflicted serious harm on Han Tao's backside. "This stone is sharper than a knife," Su Zhixio exclaimed, astonished at the existence of such a sharp stone. Han Tao, equally surprised, pondered how such a blade-like stone could exist in the wild. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he murmured, "Perhaps this is obsidian." "Obsidian?" Carefully cradling the stone in his hands, Han Tao scrutinized it closely. Its black surface indeed shimmered with a glass-like quality. Obsidian is a common volcanic glass, also known as dragon crystal, formed from natural silicon dioxide, typically black, and can be fashioned into art pieces. In ancient times, obsidian was crafted into weapons like knives and arrowheads, and even today, it is used to create surgical scalpels due to its extraordinary sharpness. Han Tao beamed with delight, momentarily forgetting the pain in his backside. If this was indeed obsidian, then his injury had inadvertently led him to a treasure. The very object that had caused his injury had transformed into something he cherished dearly, cradling it in his hands as if it were a precious gem, fearful of dropping it and shattering it. "Are you certain you want to hold it like that?" Su Zhixio remarked, concerned that he might accidentally cut himself. Han Tao smiled broadly. "It's fine. I just want to hold it for a while." On this island, devoid of iron tools, the stone implements made from basalt were nowhere near as sharp as obsidian. This stone undoubtedly became Han Tao's most prized possession, allowing him to craft knives, spearheads, arrowheads, and perhaps even a surgical scalpel for Su Zhixio. As they conversed, they suddenly heard Lin Wanqing's voice calling anxiously from the cliff's edge, searching for them. "It's Wanqing." Han Tao and Su Zhixio exchanged excited glances and shouted towards the top of the cliff. "Wanqing, we're down here." "Han Tao, Zhixio, is that you below?" Lin Wanqing's heart lifted upon hearing their voices. Last night, she had waited in the cave for Han Tao to return but had not seen him. If it weren't for the darkness enveloping the island, she would have ventured out, but she feared causing more trouble. As dawn broke, she set out to search for Han Tao. Fortunately, she arrived at the western coast and finally found them at the base of the cliff. "We fell off the cliff," they called up to her. "Are you hurt?" Lin Wanqing's heart sank. Falling from such a height was perilous. Su Zhixio reassured her, Fortunately, we're both fine, though Han Tao. Han Tao quickly covered Su Zhixio's mouth, thinking to himself how she revealed such an embarrassing detail about his injury. What did you just say? What's wrong with Han Tao? Lin Wanqing asked anxiously. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Han Tao shouted up. Relieved to know he was safe, Lin Wanqing called down, don't worry. I will find a way to get you up. With that, she turned and dashed into the woods, seeking long vines to rescue them. After some effort, Lin Wanqing returned with the vines, successfully helping Han Tao and Su Zhixio back to the top of the cliff. This entire ordeal took about an hour. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Wanqing rushed forward and embraced both of them. Thank goodness, you're both safe. How could we possibly be in danger? Don't forget, I'm someone even the king of hell would find troublesome, Han Tao replied, holding Lin Wanqing and patting her back to comfort her. Lin Wanqing pushed Han Tao aside and let out a cold snort, unwilling to listen to his nonsensical ramblings. You're so impressive that even the king of hell fears you, she scoffed. She then grasped Su Zhixio's hand and exclaimed excitedly, Zhixio, I am so relieved to see you unharmed. I'm sorry for causing you and Han Tao worry again. Su Zhixio's eyes brimmed with guilt, feeling as though she had put Han Tao in danger as well. Lin Wanqing embraced Su Zhixio tightly, saying, let us not dwell on that. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. You must never wander off alone again. We all need to live well together. Su Zhixio, her eyes stinging and her nose tinged with sorrow, nodded and replied, yes, we will live well together. Earlier, Lin Wanqing had gently pushed Han Tao, causing him to lose his balance and fall onto the ground, landing squarely on his injury and yelping in pain. What happened to you? Lin Wanqing was taken aback by the severity of Han Tao's reaction, realizing her push had inadvertently caused him such distress. He truly appeared to be in pain, which filled her with remorse and left her flustered. As Su Zhixio was about to explain the situation to Lin Wanqing, Han Tao suddenly leaped up, refusing to let her speak. However, given the circumstances, it was nearly impossible to keep Lin Wanqing in the dark. Under her insistence, Han Tao awkwardly revealed the truth. I've got a gash on my backside. What? Lin Wanqing burst into laughter. Oh, Han Tao, this is what you get for bullying me all the time. Wanqing, stop laughing at him. His injury is serious, Su Zhixio interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Realizing her reaction might have been excessive, Lin Wanqing approached Han Tao and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Please, no more of this embarrassing topic. Han Tao waved his hand, covering his face, too ashamed to continue the conversation. The trio returned to the cave, where the warm fire dispelled the damp chill that clung to them. Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio sat close to the fire, while Han Tao had no choice but to lie down beside them. Upon learning of Han Tao's injury, Lin Wanqing felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. The thought of such a long gash on his rear was painful enough to imagine. The firelight illuminated Su Zhixio's worried expression, prompting Lin Wanqing to ask, are you referring to Han Tao? Su Zhixio replied, that long wound needs treatment, otherwise, it could easily become infected. But we still have a first aid kit. Han Tao, sensing the women's distress, immediately thought of the medical box he had salvaged from the helicopter. At his words, Lin Wanqing sprang to her feet in excitement, exclaiming, how could I have forgotten that? Without finishing her sentence, she retrieved a metal box marked with a red cross from the corner of the cave. Upon opening it, they discovered it contained essential items for first aid, adrenaline shots, antiseptic, gauze, tweezers, and sutures. Su Zhixio's face lit up with joy as she gazed at Lin Wanqing and Han Tao, asking, where did these come from? With a proud expression, Han Tao explained, didn't those scorpions come to the island? I found it in their helicopter. Su Zhixio laughed. So, their visit wasn't entirely negative after all. Hearing her speak so lightly of the matter, both Han Tao and Lin Wanqing were surprised and pleased, realizing that she had moved past her earlier traumas. Han Tao, with his hands behind his head, remarked, it's a pity they only left this first aid kit. If only they had brought some food and drink. It would have been perfect. Dream on, what would you like to drink? Lin Wanqing teased him. Coke, the ultimate comfort drink. If I could sip on a Coke on this island, I might actually think we were on vacation. Han Tao was already lost in his daydreams. Do you prefer Pepsi or Coke? Definitely Coke. Can you even compare the two? At this point, Su Zhixio had gathered the necessary supplies for suturing. She approached Han Tao with a serious expression and said, I need to stitch up your wound now. Your cooperation is essential. Wait, do we really need to sew it up? Han Tao protested, feeling a twinge of pain at the mere thought of it. Your wound is deep, it's necessary. Wait, don't worry, I can make your backside as good as new. That is not the issue. Han Tao shook his head vigorously, not caring about how his injury would heal but terrified of the sensation of a needle piercing his skin. What is the problem? Su Jishio looked at him quizzically. Lin Wanqing suddenly burst into laughter. I know he is scared. Han Tao's face flushed crimson, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Su Jishio remarked, "You were so brave when facing the assassins. How can you be afraid of something so trivial?" Lin Wanqing chimed in, "A grown man afraid of this? How embarrassing." In an effort to prove his manliness, Han Tao gritted his teeth and steeled himself, declaring, "All right, let us do this." He shot a determined glance at Su Jishio. But the more he tried to appear brave, the more his anxiety shone through. Su Jishio saw through his bravado and smiled gently. "Just lie still. I'll take care of your wound." With a crisp snap, rubber gloves were donned on Su Jishio's hands, and she began to clean Han Tao's wound with a bottle of medical alcohol and cotton balls. As the alcohol touched his wound, Han Tao felt a sharp jolt of pain and screamed like a banshee. "Ah, no." Seeing Han Tao's dramatic reaction, Lin Wanqing felt a mix of sympathy and amusement, unsure of how to respond. "Just hold on. It will be over soon. I sometimes really wish I didn't have to see a doctor." Once the wound was cleaned, it was apparent just how deep it was, exposing layers of white fatty tissue. Fortunately, it had been treated in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. With tweezers and a suture needle in hand, Su Jishio cautioned, "Resources are limited, and there is no anesthetic. You'll just have to bear with it." Han Tao nearly jumped up, covering his backside. "What? No anesthetic?" Upon hearing this, Han Tao was utterly bewildered. "Are you kidding me? No anesthetic?" Su Jishio nodded gently, confirming his worst fears. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Tao resignedly lay back down, closing his eyes and bracing himself for the impending ordeal. Before long, the cave was filled with Han Tao's cries echoing through the air. Lin Wanqing observed Su Jishio intently as she performed the surgery, marveling at her skill as the large incision on the patient's rear gradually transformed into a series of neat stitches. Under such rudimentary conditions, Su Jishio managed to handle the wound with remarkable finesse. After approximately half an hour, the final stitch was placed, and Su Jishio appeared remarkably relaxed, as if the procedure posed no challenge to her. Han Tao, lying on the ground, had tears welling in his eyes, finally feeling a sense of relief as the operation concluded. Night was falling, and Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio ventured to the beach to collect some shells and sea snails, preparing a pot of seafood soup for dinner. With Han Tao, their most robust laborer, incapacitated, the two women found it impossible to hunt larger game. A simple meal of small shells and a coconut sufficed for the evening. After dinner, the trio engaged in casual conversation by the fire. Han Tao recounted the incident where he and Su Jishio had been swept into an underwater cave. Lin Wanqing, upon hearing the tale, expressed disbelief that such caves existed beneath the sea, let alone an altar within such a location. It was all utterly astonishing. Han Tao sketched a diagram in the dirt, illustrating a bowl turned upside down. Although submerged, the bowl retained some air inside. The underwater cave resembled this inverted bowl, with air circulation facilitated by the ebb and flow of the tides. As for the altar, Han Tao could not articulate its significance, merely sketching the few characters he remembered. However, Lin Wanqing shook her head in confusion at the peculiar symbols, unable to decipher their meaning. Before long, fatigue overtook them, and they drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Han Tao imagined himself in a blissful embrace, with Lin Wanqing on his left and Su Jishio on his right, living a life enviable even to the most contented. The long night finally faded, as a gentle beam of light streamed into the cave. Inside, the fire had extinguished, neglected due to their exhaustion the previous night. Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio lay asleep together, while Han Tao snored contentedly on the ground, enveloped in the tranquil and warm morning of the cave. Suddenly, a piercing bird call resonated within the cave, rousing Lin Wanqing, who was closest to the entrance. As she awakened, Su Jishio, leaning against her, stirred as well. Hushing her friend with a finger to her lips, Lin Wanqing pointed toward a seabird perched at the cave's mouth, rubbing her eyes in surprise. Su Jishio looked at Lin Wanqing, realizing she intended to capture the bird. True to her intent, Lin Wanqing silently picked up a stone, aimed carefully, and hurled it at the unsuspecting bird. The stone struck the seabird's wing, causing it to panic and attempt to flee, only to discover it could not take flight due to its injury. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wanqing sprang up, stepping on the bird's head while forcefully pulling its body, executing the act with swift precision. Blood splattered at the cave's entrance, and the seabird, after a few desperate flaps, lay still on the ground. Perhaps the bird never anticipated that, having evaded aerial predators and marine foes, it would ultimately succumb to the hands of humanity. Breakfast was secured, and Lin Wanqing turned to Su Jishio with a delighted smile. The scene was unremarkable for Su Jishio, as she had witnessed such occurrences in the laboratory before. What astonished her was Lin Wanqing's transformation. It was evident that she had begun to adapt to the survival rules of their environment. Nature, in its brutal reality, dictated that survival was governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. On this island, they, like all other creatures, were compelled to exert every effort for survival. A series of sounds roused Han Tao from his deep slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Su Zhixio holding a plucked seabird. "What a treasure!" he exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight of the pristine bird. Having digested the meager snail meat from the previous day, he yearned to devour the bird whole. "Did you catch that?" he inquired, looking at Su Zhixio. She shook her head, clarifying, "No, it was Wanqing who caught it. I merely cleaned it." Lin Wanqing chimed in. "How long are you going to sleep? We're waiting for you to start the fire and roast the bird." With a proud grin, Han Tao declared, "Fire is no challenge. Watch me." He quickly gathered materials and fashioned a bow drill for kindling. Without hesitation, he began to work, and within 2 minutes, flames erupted. With fire established, he skewered the bird and positioned it over the flames. After about half an hour, the cave filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted bird skin. Han Tao eagerly tore off a charred piece, revealing the steaming tender meat beneath. Taking a bite, he found the flavor indescribably delightful. His intense hunger made the fragrant roasted fowl incredibly enticing. Noticing that Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio were equally eager, he felt a twinge of guilt. Realizing that Lin Wanqing had captured the bird and Su Zhixio had prepared it, yet he was the first to indulge. "I'm full, you two should eat. There's enough for each of us to have a leg," he offered. "You're hungry, so eat more." "No, you should eat," they insisted. Everyone was famished, and formalities were cast aside. Once Han Tao declared he was finished, the two women eagerly devoured the remaining bird. When the last morsel was consumed, their hearty breakfast concluded splendidly. After breakfast, the two women expressed their intention to venture outside in search of salt and food. The plan to excavate a cave on the southern hillside had been postponed since Han Tao's injury. First, he was gored by a dominant deer, then confronted by an assassin. And now, with his rear injured, he was incapacitated. Without him, their primary laborer, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio, could not undertake the excavation. Gathering food consumed most of their day. Life on the island was harsh, akin to that of primitive humans. Missing a meal could lead to hunger pangs. After 2 or 3 missed meals, they lacked the strength to even stand and converse. Once the two women departed the cave, Han Tao returned to his prone position. At that moment, he truly resented his injury, as it prevented him from sitting. He could either stand or lie down, preferring the latter to conserve energy. In the quietude, his mind wandered to various thoughts, particularly concerning the assassins who had arrived on the island. He was genuinely eager to uncover how those assassins had come to be there. Regrettably, Han Tao had hoped to extract some information from the driver, but alas, the driver plummeted into the sea along with the helicopter. Furthermore, the astonishing sights he had witnessed within the cave altar remained vivid in his memory. He recalled encountering a plethora of wonders, the enigmatic tribes of the rainforest, colossal pyramids amidst swirling sands, herds of cattle and sheep nestled beneath towering mountains, stampedes of beasts across icy plains, and the remnants of a lost civilization lying at the ocean's depths. If one were to consider that the island he now found himself on was a new world, separate from the previous one, then the visions he had seen might indeed represent the essence of this new realm. Coupled with the bizarre phenomena that had transpired on the island, Han Tao felt utterly perplexed, without any clear direction. He felt akin to an ant in a forest, yearning to grasp the entirety of the woodland, a dream seemingly unattainable. Sighing heavily, he resigned himself to the fact that he could not make sense of it all. Given his current discoveries, returning to the former world seemed nearly impossible. Entering this place had been effortless, yet finding a way out was a different matter altogether. Casting his gaze upon the piece of obsidian at his feet, Han Tao finally extricated his thoughts from the conundrums that plagued him. Rather than exhausting his mind over the island's secrets, he resolved to make the most of the stone in his possession. Since the moment he acquired this obsidian, having cut himself on it, he had found it utterly captivating. It seemed a pity not to utilize such a hard and sharp stone for something meaningful. What could he create? After much contemplation, Han Tao decided to fashion a hand axe, securing a branch to it for added stability. This tool could serve as a formidable weapon on the island, compelling the local fauna to flee at its sight. He considered crafting a hunting axe, which seemed quite promising. However, he hesitated. The known beasts on the island were merely hyenas, wolves, and foxdogs, alongside a formidable stag, while the rest were venomous snakes, crawling insects, and putrid fish. Clearly, external threats posed a far greater danger than the island's native wildlife. The assassins who had ventured to the island were a prime example, should similar foes return. He would need to be better prepared, as luck might not favor him again. An idea took shape in Han Tao's mind. He would use the obsidian to craft a dagger for Lin Wanqing, providing her with a means of defense against potential dangers. Resolutely, he sought a suitably sized piece of basalt from the cave and began to carefully strike the obsidian, producing a rhythmic sound of stone against stone. Hours passed as he immersed himself in the task, gradually shaping the obsidian into a dagger. Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio returned to the cave after a morning spent forging. The sun blazed mercilessly outside, the heat oppressive. Remaining outdoors would risk sunburn and heatstroke, making the cave the ideal refuge. Lin Wanqing noticed the stone Han Tao was refining and inquired with curiosity, "What are you making?" "Guess," he replied playfully. "I can't." She shook her head. "What does it resemble?" Han Tao smiled. "Does it look like a small knife?" Lin Wanqing ventured softly. Han Tao nodded. "Indeed, it is a dagger." "Why do you need this?" "With it, you can protect yourself if danger arises," he said, beaming affectionately at her. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed, her heart swelling with sweetness. Though she retorted, "It's merely a dagger made of stone. How could it protect me?" Han Tao brandished the dagger in the air. "See? Just like this. If you're ever in peril, use it to defend yourself. Then I shall thank you." Lin Wanqing finally allowed her delight to shine through, expressing her fondness for the gift. "What shall we eat for lunch?" Han Tao inquired, feeling weak. He had only taken 2 bites of bird meat for breakfast, and his stomach was beginning to grumble again. Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio had fared little better. They had also consumed scant food and had spent the morning searching for provisions, expending even more energy than he had. Su Zhixio felt a pang of guilt, suggesting, "There are plenty of coconuts on the island. Perhaps I should go fetch some." Lin Wanqing disagreed. "The sun is too harsh outside. You might get sunburned. Let's wait a while." Su Zhixio approached the fire and took a handful of ash, smearing it across her clean face. Han Tao and Lin Wanqing exchanged astonished glances, puzzled by her actions. In a short time, Su Zhixio had coated her face, neck, and arms, any exposed skin, with a layer of ash. Once a beautiful girl, she now resembled someone who had emerged from the ashes, her body covered in gray, with only her bright smile revealing a set of pearly teeth. "Zhixio, what are you doing?" Lin Wanqing asked in surprise. "Ash is actually an excellent sunscreen. It effectively prevents sunburn." Su Zhixio grinned at them, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual gentle and demure self. Indeed, having arrived on this island, what did appearances matter? Han Tao had been disheveled for over 2 months, while Lin Wanqing had transformed from a pampered heiress into someone capable of deftly decapitating birds for sustenance. Survival on this island required adapting to its harsh realities. "I'll accompany you," Lin Wanqing said, her concern evident as she hesitated to let Su Zhixio venture out alone. "No need. Your tasks are more demanding than mine. Stay here and rest well," Su Zhixio insisted, departing the cave to seek food in the woods. Chapter 76. Close your eyes and be rewarded. Once Su Zhixio had left, Han Tao grinned at Lin Wanqing, seizing the opportunity to get closer to her. He had noticed the look of happiness on her face when he mentioned the dagger. Just as he reached for her hand, Lin Wanqing pinched him sharply. "Ouch! What was that for?" he exclaimed in mock grievance. He merely wished to draw nearer to her. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes, chiding him. "What are you doing?" "I'm touching my own wife," he teased. "Huh, how shameless. Who is your wife?" Lin Wanqing retorted, her cheeks flushing. "I am the lord of this island. You must comply, whether you like it or not." Their relationship had reached a playful stage where such banter felt natural. Lin Wanqing's heart raced at his words, yet she maintained her pride, unwilling to concede verbally. Observing her flustered demeanor, Han Tao mischievously swept her into his arms. Lin Wanqing's face turned crimson as she struggled to escape, only to find his grip unyielding. "What do you intend to do? As the island's lord, is it not permissible for me to steal a kiss from the island's lady?" Lin Wanqing shook her head vigorously, blushing as she scolded. "You rogue, let go of me." Han Tao held Lin Wanqing even tighter, a smug smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, Today this rogue is definitely in my grasp. If you do not properly compensate me, I shall not let go until Zhixio returns." Lin Wanqing felt a mixture of embarrassment, anger, and urgency. She had not anticipated that Han Tao could be so shameless, behaving as if he were an entirely different person from when they first met. Yet, she found herself utterly powerless against him. Fearing that Su Zhixio might return at any moment, Lin Wanqing glared at Han Tao indignantly and retorted, "Then close your eyes." "Hee. As you command." Han Tao grinned foolishly, promptly shutting his eyes. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, Lin Wanqing pecked at Han Tao's cheek. This simple gesture nearly sent Han Tao into fits of laughter, his grin stretching wide. Are you satisfied now? Lin Wanqing blushed, casting him a fierce glance. Indeed, thoroughly satisfied. Han Tao replied, blissfully oblivious to everything else, floating as if in the clouds. As the two shared playful banter, Su Zhixio returned from outside. Lin Wanqing hurried to greet her, inquiring with concern, how did it go? Su Zhixio replied, I only found a single coconut, which may not suffice for the three of us, but I did bring back some hallucinogenic fruit. Ah, this? Lin Wanqing gazed at the glistening, ruby-red fruit, recalling the intoxicating sensation she had experienced the last time she consumed it. Han Tao felt a twinge of fear. It was this very fruit that had led to a series of blunders that night. Although the taste of the hallucinogenic fruit was delightful, they both hesitated. Su Zhixio reassured them with a smile. Actually, this fruit isn't as terrifying as it sounds. Didn't Ti Wanqing and I eat some together that day? I only had a few, and I experienced no adverse effects. The hallucinations stem from a certain compound within the fruit's flesh. As long as one does not consume it in excess, there is no issue. Moreover, it provides a rich supply of fructose and vitamins. So we can eat a bit? Lin Wanqing teased, sticking out her tongue. Su Zhixio nodded. The key is moderation. If we wish to sustain ourselves on this island for an extended period, it is crucial to replenish our sugars and vitamins appropriately. Han Tao expressed his concern. I fear that once I start eating, I may lose control. Su Zhixio chuckled. That's why I only brought back a small amount. Even if you lose control, you won't consume too much. Then what am I waiting for? I shall eat first. Han Tao exclaimed eagerly, grabbing 2 pieces and popping them into his mouth. The sweet, juicy flesh burst within, delivering a sensation so delightful it sent shivers throughout his body. Their lunch consisted of a single coconut and a modest portion of hallucinogenic fruit. To be frank, this amount of food was hardly enough for one person, but with Han Tao injured, they had no choice but to make do. Indeed, the sensation of hunger was often just a fleeting discomfort. Once endured, it faded into the background. Since arriving on the island, the trio had faced hunger before. A mere lunch was not worth excessive concern, and they could endure it. However, Han Tao noticed that after consuming the hallucinogenic fruit, the pain from his injury seemed to diminish. He shared this revelation with Su Zhixio, who was equally astonished to discover that the fruit possessed analgesic properties. It appeared that this fruit was truly a treasure. In future surgical situations, consuming it beforehand would be an excellent choice. Lin Wanqing felt invigorated by this news, as it undoubtedly provided assurance for their prolonged survival on the island. Only Han Tao lamented internally, wishing he had known about the fruit's pain-relieving effects before undergoing stitches. As afternoon approached, the sun was no longer as scorching as at noon. Lin Wanqing planned to venture outside to gather more food, hoping to avoid another dinner devoid of provisions. Let me join. I excel at foraging. Han Tao was still mulling over the meager coconut and hallucinogenic fruit from lunch. Craving a hearty meal, Lin Wanqing regarded him sternly, firmly rejecting. I know you excel, but the circumstances are special. You must rest in the cave. Your wound is deep, and an infection could lead to serious consequences. My backside is truly fine now. Zhixio's stitching skills are exceptional. Look, I can bounce and run. Han Tao insisted, striving to prove his capability to search for food by pacing within the cave. He even complimented Su Zhixio, hoping to win her favor and sway her opinion. Su Zhixio smiled and responded, no matter how skilled my stitching, it cannot guarantee you will not get infected. Stay put in the cave and refrain from unnecessary movement. We'll discuss it again once you've healed. How long must I wait? Han Tao rolled his eyes. At least a week, Su Zhixio replied gently. You are our most vital pillar. Nothing can happen to you. For your well-being, and for Wanqing and me, please focus on your recovery. Did you hear that? For me and Zhixio, you should refrain from causing trouble. Lin Wanqing glared at Han Tao. With a long sigh, he spread his arms, conceding, I just thought I could be of some assistance. Since you both insist I stay in the cave, I shall comply. That's right, now you're being obedient. Lin Wanqing nodded in satisfaction. Be careful outside, avoid dangerous areas. Han Tao saw them off as they left the cave, offering a flurry of reminders. Once they returned, he resumed polishing the piece of obsidian, lost in concentration. Chapter 77. Encountering a carbohydrate crisis, Lin Wanqing and Su Zhixio ventured outside, armed for protection with a spear in one hand and a stone axe in the other. Previously, Han Tao had always taken the lead in foraging for food, but with his injury, the responsibility now fell squarely on Lin Wanqing's shoulders. Despite their increasingly close relationship, Lin Wanqing was, at her core, a fiercely competitive person. She was determined not to be outdone by Han Tao, even in the task of gathering food. She resolved to return before dinner with sufficient provisions for everyone. Crossing the beach, they faced 2 options: to search for food along the shore or to delve into the woods. Su Jixio looked to Lin Wanqing, seeking her counsel. Which way shall we go, the beach or the woods? The woods, for there may be more food there, Lin Wanqing quickly decided. They had already encountered difficulties on the beach that morning. While the shoreline appeared inviting, finding food there was far more challenging. In contrast, the woods offered a better chance of discovering sustenance. Su Jixio had no objections to Lin Wanqing's suggestion. Thus, the two women crossed the beach and entered the forest. This time, they approached their task with a sense of urgency, eager to locate edible provisions. Traversing the woods posed some difficulty for the two women. Previously, Han Tao had always undertaken the foraging, and it was only now, personally engaged in the endeavor, that Lin Wanqing realized the immense effort required to find food in such a wild environment. As they navigated the forest, Lin Wanqing gradually abandoned her initial desire to outshine Han Tao. She recognized that she had underestimated the challenge of gathering food. The two wandered through the forest for approximately an hour. Lin Wanqing was already panting heavily, her hands resting on her knees, sweat cascading down her face, and she felt a wave of dizziness. What's wrong? Su Jixio noticed something was amiss. Seeing Lin Wanqing swaying slightly, she hurried forward to support her. Lin Wanqing waved her hand dismissively, forcing a smile. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy earlier. A short rest will suffice. You don't look well. Su Jixio expressed her concern. I didn't eat much at noon. I might just be too hungry, Lin Wanqing explained. Despite her reassurances, as a doctor, Su Jixio did not take the matter lightly. Observing Lin Wanqing's pallor, with her cheeks mottled from long-term malnutrition, it was evident that something was amiss. Wanqing, this might be more serious than it seems. It's not just about that meal at noon. Lin Wanqing was taken aback by Su Jixio's expression. Su Jixio, with a look of deep concern, inquired, You and Han Tao arrived at this island before me. You've been here for about 2 months, correct? Lin Wanqing calculated briefly and nodded. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it should be over 2 months. You've primarily been eating coconuts, fish, shellfish, and shrimp, right? Yes. Since we arrived on the island, it's mostly been those. Lin Wanqing nodded again, not because she and Han Tao didn't desire variety, but because there was nothing else available on the island. Su Jixio quickly deduced the issue, analyzing, your symptoms suggest malnutrition due to a long-term lack of carbohydrates, which is causing your body to weaken progressively. But Han Tao and I have been eating, she protested. The fish and shrimp you consume mainly provide protein. Carbohydrates are equally essential for the body. They supply the primary energy for human life activities. Prolonged deprivation of carbohydrates will lead to gradual physical collapse. Carbohydrates are indeed crucial. But Lin Wanqing's expression reflected both concern and helplessness. Where could they possibly find sources of carbohydrates on this island? Su Jixio suddenly exclaimed. I know that a plant called cassava is widely distributed in tropical regions. Its roots are edible and contain a significant amount of starch, providing ample carbohydrates. Cassava? Lin Wanqing's spirits lifted at Su Jixio's words, which opened a new avenue of hope. Previously, she and Han Tao had not considered this direction. Their thoughts had been limited to what could be caught from the sea or found on land, neglecting the potential of plants. With Su Jixio's reminder, a realization dawned upon her. The island's dense forest indeed held many plants waiting to be discovered. Lin Wanqing's face lit up with expectation. Would there truly be cassava on this island? Su Jixio smiled. Let us search and see. We might make an unexpected discovery. Initially, Lin Wanqing and Han Tao had not grasped the severe impact of a long-term carbohydrate deficiency, believing that as long as they consumed enough fish and meat to meet their protein requirements, they would be fine. However, over time, the consequences of a carbohydrate-deficient diet became glaringly apparent, primarily manifested in the significant decline of their stamina. At times, even without engaging in strenuous activities, they felt unusually fatigued, and no amount of rest could fully restore their deep-seated exhaustion. Besides the decline in physical strength, their health was inevitably affected, and a decrease in immunity was certain. Fortunately, Su Jixio's words awakened Lin Wanqing to the realization that they could not continue in this manner. Relying solely on meat would not sustain them for long, and they needed to address the carbohydrate issue urgently. There remained a vast area of the island that had yet to be explored, specifically the dense forest on the eastern side. This region was characterized by flourishing trees and thick underbrush, making it the most densely vegetated part of the island. Typically, such a thicket is fraught with danger, and one would not venture into it unless absolutely necessary, explaining why the eastern forest had become the last area to be explored. However, in pursuit of the potentially existing cassava, Lin Wanqing and Su Jixio began their search into the woods to the east. Curiously, Lin Wanqing asked, Jixio, What does cassava look like? Su Jishio replied, I've only seen images of this plant online. It's a tree with leaves that are narrow at one end and wide at the other, resembling a diamond shape, and it blooms with purple-red flowers. The edible part is the root that grows underground. Sounds promising. Let us pray we find cassava. But cassava is toxic, Su Jishio cautioned. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows in surprise. Cassava is toxic? Su Jishio explained, generally, cassava contains cyanogenic glycosides, which can decompose into free hydrogen cyanide, leading to poisoning symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and dizziness. In severe cases, it can result in coma, shock, or respiratory failure. Chapter 78. The wild cassava on the island. Upon hearing about the toxicity of cassava, Lin Wanqing frowned. How can we eat that? I thought cassava was similar to sweet potatoes, but I didn't realize it was so dangerous. Su Jishio reassured her. Actually, there's no need to worry excessively. The fact that it can be consumed by humans and is widely cultivated means there are methods to eliminate its toxicity. Cassava must be peeled and thoroughly cooked to significantly reduce the risk of poisoning. If you're still concerned, you can peel the cassava and soak it in clean water for a few days to remove the toxins. So that's how it's consumed. Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, her expression one of surprise, marveling at human ingenuity in devising safe methods to consume something toxic. After Su Jishio explained cassava, the two continued their search in the jungle. They had not ventured far when they encountered a steep drop about the height of a person. This height posed a challenge for Su Jishio to climb, but Lin Wanqing managed it with ease. She stepped onto a depression in the ground and grasped a protruding tree root, pushing off with force and easily climbing up. Give me your hand. Once atop the cliff, Lin Wanqing turned back to assist Su Jishio. With Lin Wanqing's help, Su Jishio successfully ascended as well. The two crossed the cliff and continued their search. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became. The towering trees blocked nearly all sunlight, and the ground was damp and shadowy, giving a sticky feeling to their entire bodies as they traversed the jungle. Not only was the environment grim, but they also had to be wary of poisonous snakes and scorpions lurking in the shadows, which kept them on edge. Had it not been for the urgent need to find carbohydrates for everyone, Lin Wanqing would have been reluctant to enter the eastern thicket. They wandered in the dense forest like headless flies for about an hour, only to be disappointed by the absence of any cassava. Lin Wanqing sighed. Perhaps there is no cassava on this island after all. Su Jishio felt uncertain. Although cassava is widely distributed in tropical regions, it is possible that this island lacks it. Despite this thought, her expression remained resolute, believing they could find cassava on this island. Encouraging Lin Wanqing in this manner also served to bolster her own spirits. The jungle was vast, and once they ventured deeper, it would be easy to lose their way. Perhaps the area they were exploring was merely a small section, with many more places yet to be discovered. One could only hope. At that moment, Lin Wanqing was feeling faint from hunger. She had barely eaten throughout the day and had exerted considerable physical effort. Most men would have likely succumbed to exhaustion by now, yet Lin Wanqing persevered through sheer willpower. Let us keep searching, Su Jishio urged. Yes, let us go, Lin Wanqing nodded wearily. She did not wish to return empty-handed, as that would mean yet another dinner without assurance. Wanqing, look ahead. As they hurried along, Su Jishio suddenly exclaimed, pointing. Following her indication, Lin Wanqing saw a tree towering over 2 meters ahead of them. Its leaves were narrow at the tip and wide at the base, resembling the shape of cassava leaves as described by Su Jishio. Could that be cassava? Lin Wanqing, who had felt despondent moments before, now seemed electrified, her eyes sparkling with hope. Su Jishio trembled with excitement, incredulously saying, I have only seen pictures of cassava online. Perhaps this is the real thing. Having lost hope, both women secretly believed that cassava could not possibly exist on the island. Little did they know that during their weary search, they would unexpectedly stumble upon a tree that resembled cassava. This revelation ignited a surge of excitement within the two disheartened women. They rushed to the tree, eager to ascertain its identity. Is this it? Lin Wanqing asked, her heart brimming with anticipation as she looked at Su Jishio. I'm not entirely sure, as I have never seen real cassava before, but let us give it a try. Su Jishio examined the tree closely, noticing that its leaves, flowers, and fruits bore striking similarities to the images she had seen. It seemed highly likely that they had indeed found cassava. To confirm, they simply needed to dig into the soil beneath the tree. The tuberous roots of cassava typically grow in shallow soil, making them relatively easy to unearth. Impatient, the two women began to dig with their hands, quickly uncovering a hard tuber. Joy illuminated Su Jishio's face as she exclaimed, It's cassava. Is it really? That is wonderful. Hearing it was indeed cassava, Lin Wanqing disregarded her ladylike demeanor, jumping up and down with joy. Who would have imagined that in a moment of despair, they would find wild cassava on the island? As cassava was discovered, all the previous negative emotions vanished without a trace. Now, Lin Wonqing and Su Zhixio were singularly focused on the task of extracting the cassava. They worked tirelessly, and before long, they had unearthed a tuber that was nearly the thickness of a calf and as long as Lin Wonqing's arm, its surface coated in a layer of dirt. Where it had broken, the snow-white flesh of the cassava was visible, enticing the two women to salivate. Had it not been for the fact that cassava is toxic when raw, they would have eagerly taken a bite. Is this enough? Su Zhixio gazed at the tuber resting on the ground, her eyes sparkling with concealed delight. She thought to herself that such a sizable piece of cassava would be sufficient for 3 people to enjoy a hearty meal. Not enough, not enough. This is only enough for Han Tao. Lin Wonqing shook her head. She knew Han Tao's appetite well, despite his seemingly slight build. He engaged in strenuous labor daily on the island and had a substantial appetite. After a day of fasting, his stomach would be completely empty, and even a tuber the length of an arm would not be sufficient for him. To gather more cassava, Lin Wonqing and Su Zhixio resumed their digging. Continuing from where the root had broken, they unearthed 2 more tubers. After roughly half an hour, the 2 women had collectively dug up 3 tubers. Looking at their bountiful harvest, Lin Wonqing and Su Zhixio exchanged delighted glances and erupted into laughter. With cassava in hand, at least dinner was secured, and they no longer had to worry about going to bed hungry. Chapter 79. Buy one get one free wild taro. The heavens do not forsake the diligent, at last. The cassava that the 2 women had yearned for was found on this island. Lin Wonqing hoisted the largest cassava onto her shoulder and said to Su Zhixio, "It's getting late, let us head back." "Yes, let us go." As Su Zhixio bent down to pick up the other 2 tubers, she suddenly spotted some shield-shaped green leaves at the foot of a nearby slope, resembling taro leaves. Could there really be wild taro on this island? Seeing these plants that resembled taro leaves, Su Zhixio was immediately captivated. "Zhixio, what's wrong?" Lin Wonqing noticed the glazed look in Su Zhixio's eyes. Unsure of what had caught her attention, Su Zhixio's face lit up with joy, her lips trembling as she exclaimed, "Wonqing, look ahead. It seems to be taro. Taro." Following Su Zhixio's direction, Lin Wonqing indeed spotted a patch of what looked like taro plants on the slope. This could not be real. In that instant, Lin Wonqing was left speechless, and the cassava she had been carrying slipped from her shoulder. They say that misfortunes never come singly, and today, Lin Wonqing and Su Zhixio were indeed fortunate. Just after discovering cassava, they stumbled upon what appeared to be taro plants. Still riding the high of their cassava discovery, the 2 women were now swept into the excitement of finding taro. Could it be that this island truly harbors taro? Lin Wonqing cupped her face in disbelief. It was not entirely impossible, as both taro and cassava are widely distributed in tropical and subtropical regions. Since there was wild cassava on the island, it was quite plausible that wild taro could exist as well, Su Zhixio remarked. Previously troubled by the lack of carbohydrates, Lin Wonqing now found herself at a loss for words, feeling as if she had uncovered a treasure trove with a buy one get one free offer. Initially, they had only sought to find cassava, and now they had not only located it, but also stumbled upon taro. What if it's just a plant that resembles taro? Lin Wonqing still felt that this wave of good fortune was too sudden to fully grasp. She recalled hearing about a plant called Di Shui Guanyin, whose leaves closely resemble taro but is highly toxic. Su Zhixio shook her head and remarked, "The leaves of the Di Shu Guanyin are larger than this. It is highly probable that this is a wild taro. Taro thrives in a warm and humid environment, commonly found in shady, damp places. Look at the slope below. It is indeed the most suitable location for taro growth." Lin Wonqing, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Shall we dig it up?" Su Zhixio, already prepared, nodded in agreement. "Yes. Let us uncover it." The 2 excited women wasted no time and began to dig eagerly, soon revealing the bulb hidden beneath the soil. "This truly seems to be taro," Su Zhixio exclaimed, cradling the round, dark bulb in her hands, a joyful smile illuminating her face. Lin Wonqing was beaming, utterly delighted, never having imagined they would discover wild taro on the island. Both cassava and taro are high in carbohydrates, perfectly capable of replenishing our energy reserves. Su Zhixio was elated beyond measure, knowing that with these 2 treasures, they would no longer need to worry about carbohydrates while living on the island. Lin Wonqing was so overwhelmed with joy that she hardly knew how to express her exuberance, wrapping her arms tightly around Su Zhixio and repeatedly exclaiming, "This is wonderful. We have a staple food." In the midst of their excitement, Su Zhixio suggested, "We must mark this spot for future reference." "Yes, yes," Lin Wonqing nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a woodpecker. The two women returned to the cave, their arms laden with the bountiful harvest of cassava and taro. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Su Jishio suddenly felt playful and said, "What do you think Han Tao's reaction would be if he saw the cassava and taro we brought back?" Prompted by this thought, Lin Wanqing's mind sparked with mischief, and she mischievously grinned. "I have an idea. Let us tease him a bit." "How should we do that?" Su Jishio inquired. Lin Wanqing whispered a plan in Su Jishio's ear, and they temporarily set the food outside the cave, pretending to return empty-handed. Upon entering the cave, they found Han Tao sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, clutching the small obsidian knife. It seemed he had succumbed to sleep out of sheer boredom while alone in the cave. However, he was not in a deep slumber. Upon hearing the commotion, he immediately opened his eyes. Seeing Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio return, his weary face brightened with anticipation. "You're back," Han Tao exclaimed, his stomach growling audibly. Having gone long enough without food that he was practically starving, he had hoped Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio would return with something to eat, no matter how little, just to ease his hunger. However, upon seeing the dejected expressions on their faces, his heart sank. It seemed they had found no food, and he would have to endure another hungry night. Lin Wanqing feigned sadness, saying, "We found nothing at all." Su Jishio lowered her head and added, "I'm sorry. Finding food was much more difficult than we anticipated. Wanqing and I tried our best." Han Tao pressed his hand against his painfully empty stomach. At that moment, he could not afford to appear too disappointed. After all, he was the backbone of the team and needed to project confidence in front of the two women. Not to mention he could not blame them. So, he mustered a nonchalant smile and began to comfort Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio. "It's all right. You both did your best. My wound is healing well today, and tomorrow it will be my turn to search for food." Just as he finished speaking, the two women burst into quiet laughter, and Han Tao was left bewildered, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. He thought to himself, what could possibly be happening? They had just looked so glum, and now they were giggling. "Are you hiding something from me?" After a brief moment of confusion, Han Tao realized that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Especially upon seeing Lin Wanqing's cunning demeanor, he sensed there was a twist to the story. He knew Lin Wanqing well enough to understand that she was likely concocting some scheme to play a trick on him. "Close your eyes, and I'll tell you," Lin Wanqing said, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "What on earth? So mysterious," Han Tao replied, eager to uncover Lin Wanqing's secret. "If I tell you, you must close your eyes." She insisted. "Fine, I'll close them." Han Tao had no choice but to comply and shut his eyes. Chapter 80. The Three's joyful dinner. As Han Tao closed his eyes, Lin Wanqing, fearing he might peek, placed her hand over his eyes, while Su Jishio hurried outside the cave to retrieve the cassava and taro they had left outside. "All right, you can open your eyes now," Lin Wanqing announced. "Wow." Han Tao opened his eyes to find a pile of dark objects before him, one of which appeared to be taro. "Taro? Where did you find this? Is this really taro? There is taro on this island." A flurry of questions revealed Han Tao's astonishment. Lin Wanqing, filled with pride, replied, "Indeed, this is taro. Where did you and Jishio find it?" "In the dense forest to the east of the island. It's wild taro." "And what about the other things?" "That is cassava, which is also edible." "So this is cassava." Su Jishio nodded with a smile. "Yes, that is how cassava looks." Seeing the food before him, especially since it was rich in carbohydrates, Han Tao's face broke into a wide smile. He looked at Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio, realizing they had indeed found food and had merely been playing a prank on him earlier. "Ah, so you were just teasing me." "Yes, we wanted to have a bit of fun with you," they replied cheerfully. Han Tao shrugged it off, thinking that as long as the two women were happy, everything was fine. Curiosity piqued, Han Tao squatted down to examine the cassava more closely. The snow-white flesh of the cassava looked quite appetizing, causing him to swallow hard. Noticing that Han Tao was nearly drooling, Su Jishio quickly cautioned, "Don't be too eager to eat. Improperly processed cassava can be toxic." "It's toxic?" Han Tao exclaimed. "Cassava is poisonous in its entirety." He clicked his tongue. "Then how are we supposed to eat it?" "Don't worry, there is always a way." Su Jishio reassured him with a smile. "Cassava has an outer skin and an inner layer. If you peel both layers off and then cook it thoroughly, it will eliminate the toxins, making it safe to eat." "What are we waiting for? Let us get peeling." Han Tao was eager to taste the cassava. However, he encountered a small challenge while peeling it. The skin was much thicker and tougher than he had anticipated. At that moment, he thought of the semi-finished obsidian knife and figured it would be perfect for the task. He took the obsidian dagger and made a slice. The sharp edge effortlessly cut through the cassava skin. Han Tao was elated, realizing that the obsidian knife was indeed effective. He decided to give it to Lin Wanqing for protection. It would be quite useful on this island. The cassava skin was akin to tree bark, once sliced. It could be easily peeled away with his hands. Su Jishio was also peeling her cassava, using her own surgical knife, which, after several days of use, had lost some sharpness compared to the obsidian dagger. The cassava skin was indeed thick, but unfortunately, it was inedible, so Han Tao tossed the discarded peels into the fire. The remaining piece was a segment of cassava, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, and merely gazing upon it was enough to incite an uncontrollable salivation. However, it was not yet time to indulge. A thin layer of skin still enveloped the cassava, which needed to be meticulously removed before it could be safely consumed. Han Tao exclaimed, "Tonight, we shall feast on roasted cassava." Lin Wanqing smiled gently, responding, "Chef Han, Jishio and I eagerly await our meal." Han Tao began by slicing the cassava into smaller sections, then procured a few slender wooden sticks, sharpening one end to skewer the prepared cassava pieces before placing them directly over the fire to grill. The trio then settled beside the bonfire, patiently awaiting the cassava to cook through. Outside, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, while the cave glowed brightly. Before the fire, the three watched intently as the cassava sizzled, their hunger palpable. After approximately half an hour, a rich aroma of charred goodness wafted through the cave, causing their appetites to surge and rendering them unable to suppress their salivation. Surely it must be done. Han Tao, the most impatient among them, had not diverted his gaze from the cassava since it was placed over the flames. The enticing scent of char drew forth a tempest of cravings within him, compelling him to toss a few pieces into his mouth to quell the tumultuous hunger. "Let us wait a bit longer," Lin Wanqing cautioned. Fearing that the cassava might not be fully cooked, an ill-timed indulgence could result in dire consequences for Han Tao. Obeying the command of the island mistress was paramount, and thus, the ravenously eager Han Tao reluctantly heeded Lin Wanqing's advice, stifling the tumult in his stomach while enduring a bit more patience. After another 10 minutes, Han Tao could no longer contain himself. He seized a skewer of cassava, its surface charred black, and without regard for the heat, he eagerly tore off a piece. As he peeled away the charred exterior, the pale yellow flesh of the cassava revealed itself, releasing a delicate fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, instantly uplifting his spirits. He blew gently on the steaming cassava before promptly devouring the tender morsel. "Be careful, it might be hot," Lin Wanqing cautioned, observing his eager demeanor. Han Tao, however, was beyond caring. The moment the cassava entered his mouth, a subtle sweetness flooded his palate. This sweetness differed from that of the hallucinogenic fruit. It was the gentle sweetness of starch that emerged only after chewing, not overwhelming yet utterly irresistible, inciting an insatiable desire for more after each bite. "How is it? Delicious, I presume?" Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio swallowed in anticipation, watching Han Tao savor the experience with his eyes closed. Han Tao smacked his lips in delight, still relishing the flavor from his first bite, and without time to respond, he quickly stuffed a second piece into his mouth, mumbling, "So good, truly delightful." At long last, Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio could no longer resist. They, too, grabbed the roasted cassava, disregarding the heat as they devoured it eagerly. After more than 2 months, this was the first time they had tasted starch, a sensation so exquisite it was beyond description. Much like sugars, the human body harbors a genetic need for starch, and being able to consume cassava so freely was undoubtedly one of the happiest moments since arriving on the island. Observing the two women devour their food with abandon, Han Tao burst into laughter. "Slow down, there's an adage, haste makes waste." Lin Wanqing shot him a glare, retorting, "If you don't hurry, you'll finish it all yourself." The fibrous nature of the cassava brought a significant sense of satiety. After finishing a skewer, Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio already felt full, while Han Tao continued to voraciously consume. His stomach seemed to be an insatiable abyss, capable of accommodating any amount. Exchanging knowing smiles, Su Jishio and Lin Wanqing agreed that indeed, one cassava was insufficient for Han Tao alone. "You should eat as well. Why are you just watching me?" Han Tao remarked, realizing that Lin Wanqing and Su Jishio had ceased eating. "We are full," Su Jishio replied. "Full already? I am still far from it," Han Tao said, chewing on the cassava, unwilling to pause. "If you are satisfied, then I shall consume the remainder." "Go ahead, eat," Lin Wanqing said, propping her chin on her hand, watching Han Tao with a radiant smile. Su Jishio's gaze was equally tender. At that moment, both women felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, akin to all couples sharing a moment. The sight of a girl earnestly watching her partner relish his food was a sentiment filled with sweetness.